January 1st, 2040. At exactly 10 o'clock in the morning on Blue Star, major cities across the globe, the capital New York, London, Tokyo, nearly simultaneously fell into an unimaginable spectacle. A colossal, absurdly large image appeared in the sky, a mirage. The picture was disturbingly clear. A giant beast covered in black scale armor burst out from a valley. A figure in white robes stood in midair, soaring and descending at will. Panic spread at the speed of light. Social media collapsed instantly. Terms like doomsday, alien invasion, and divine miracle flooded every platform's servers. The scene lasted a full 4 hours, then vanished, as if someone pressed a shutdown button. Nearly every nation issued a unified statement, a rare astronomical phenomenon. Please remain calm, do not panic. The next day, on the morning of January 2nd, thin mist began to appear in sparsely populated regions around Blue Star. The mist was very light, almost transparent, but it would not dissipate. Strangely, it expanded, spreading a few meters outward each day. The first anomalies occurred among the animals and plants at the edge of the mist. Laboratories around the world began frantic research. The conclusion shocked the world: consuming the flesh of mutated beasts could enhance human physical fitness. That mist contained unprecedented microscopic particles not found in any known periodic table of elements. These particles could be slowly absorbed by the human body, similarly enhancing physical fitness and even awakening certain dormant gene segments. Scientists announced it as spiritual energy. The age of martial artists had begun. 20 years later, May 4th, 2060. City No. 2 High School. A standard mechanical female voice came over the loudspeaker. National 9th Set Martial Arts Gymnastics now begins. Music started. Tens of thousands of students shouted in unison, fists striking out simultaneously, compressing the air into a muffled boom. Second move, side kick. Tens of thousands of legs lifted simultaneously, heights uneven. Some kicked above their heads, others only reached waist level. Punches, kicks, hip twists, bow stance punches, horse stance, palm strikes. Only the front few rows were perfectly synchronized. The further back, the more perfunctory the movements. Some in the back rows were even just waving their arms lazily. Zhang Chun. At 185 meters, he stood out among a group of high school students. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, his school uniform stretched taut. Every move he made was textbook perfect. His punches carried wind, his kicks snapped like whips, the explosive power of his waist muscles visible through the thin uniform. Look, that's Zhang Chun. A girl from a sophomore class pointed her chin toward the senior class section. Which? The handsomest one, you can't miss him. He really is handsome. I heard his punch power is over 300. Really? Our class PE rep is only 220. Martial arts gymnastics ends. The voice on the microphone was vigorous. All grades except senior year dismissed. Begin basic punch power test. The senior year classes, about a dozen groups, automatically walked toward the east side of the field where the punching targets were. Neat rows of standardized test targets stood, their metal bases welded to the ground. Class 1 was first in line. Students stepped forward one by one, stood, and punched. Bang! Bang! No voice announcement. Everyone knew the rule: only punch power exceeding 200 kilograms would trigger a name announcement. That was an invisible dividing line. Crossing it meant you had hope of becoming an entry-level martial artist. Couldn't cross it, then just be an ordinary person. 90 of students couldn't. Beep Tong Bo, punch power 200 kilograms. Tong Bo was a sturdy boy. When he heard his name announced, he grinned widely, clenching his fists and pumping the air. Awesome, Bo. 200. Wasn't it 190 last time? You gained 10 kilos. Before the chatter died down, the next target sounded. Beep Liao, punch power 210 kilograms. She wore a ponytail, was slender, and when she pulled her hand back from the target, the back of her hand was slightly red, but her bright smile was impossible to hide. 210 kilograms. For a girl to hit that number was impressive, even in the whole senior year. Zhang Chun slightly sank his hips, lowered his center of gravity, and brought his right fist back to his waist. Bang! The punch landed, and the target shook violently, the metal base emitting a harsh screech. Beep Zhang Chun, punch power 310 kilograms. The moment the electronic announcement came, the entire punching area erupted. Phew! 310. Wasn't he only 300 last time? Again, low murmurs spread like ripples. Is his talent that good? How many in our school can hit over? Not many. His punching form, so cool. Zhang Chun stared at the digital screen on the target. 1 month, a gain of 10 kilograms. Others thought 310 was amazing, that he was gifted. But Zhang Chun knew his own situation. Talent. He had none. 310 kilograms was still 190 kilograms away from the threshold of a first-rank martial artist. 500 kilograms. At his growth rate of 10 kilograms per month, he needed another 19 months. But the physical training for the college entrance exam was only 1 month away. He had been in this world for 18 years. He started practicing basic punches at age 5, had twice the punching power of his peers at age 8, and was identified by his teacher at 12 as a seed with tremendous potential. But it was all an illusion. It wasn't talent. It was the soul of a man in his 30s driving a child's body. He relied on self-discipline and willpower far beyond his peers, repeating the same, mind-numbingly boring basic punches day after day, year after year. While others rested, he practiced. While others played games, he practiced. Every kilogram of punch power was soaked in sweat, no shortcuts. Now 3 days off. The voice on the microphone pulled Zhang Chen back from his swirling thoughts. Gather at school in 3 days for 1 month of physical training. Your final scores will determine which university you can apply to. I hope every student takes this seriously. These words sounded high-minded, but everyone understood the subtext. This month of physical training directly decides your fate. Academic scores accounted for 40, physical fitness for 60. That was the college entrance exam rule in the age of martial artists. In this era, fists were the hard truth. Just as Zhang Chen turned to leave the field, he was blocked. Zhang Chen. Liao jogged over her ponytail's swinging face, still bright with excitement, from hitting 210 kilograms. She stood before Zhang Chen, looking up, a height difference of nearly 20 centimeters. Keep it up, you can definitely become a first-rank martial artist. Zhang Chen. Tan Min cut in from another direction. Which university are you thinking of applying to? U City Martial Arts University is close to home. I think it's good. I think U City Martial Arts University is great too. Liao immediately chimed in. The two girls exchanged a glance, sparks flying in the air. More girls began to gather around. Zhang Chen, is your hand okay? That punch of yours nearly sent the target flying. Zhang Chen, do you have any plans for these 3 days off? Zhang Chen. All speaking at once, chirping and chattering. Zhang Chen glanced at the gathered girls. A few were fairly pretty, but just fairly. No so-called class beauties or school beauties. This was a high martial world. Swords and shadows, demon beasts, rampant danger lurking in the mist zones at any time. Who the hell had time for romance? Zhang Chen complained inwardly, but maintained a polite smile on his face. I have to go, there are things at home. His tone was gentle, his attitude courteous, neither close nor cold. Over 30 years of life experience had taught him one thing: you can dislike someone, but you don't need to make them feel bad. If a transmigrator didn't even have basic social skills, making enemies everywhere and being targeted at every turn, then his past life was truly lived in vain. He heard Tan Min's voice behind him. Did he just smile at me? Liao replied coldly. He smiles at everyone. Zhang Chen's mouth twitched. This damn charm. After leaving the school gates, Zhang Chen hurried home along the alleys of the old district. Most of the people living here were from the bottom rungs of society, barely making ends meet with ordinary jobs. Zhang Chen's home was on the 4th floor of one of the old 6-story buildings. When he arrived, the apartment was empty. His uncle Zhou Hua had not yet returned from work, and his younger cousin, Zhou Hong, 1 grade below him, was still at school. Zhang Chen changed into an old t-shirt and shorts, stepped in front of the punching pad in the living room, and began practicing his punches. His rhythm was steady, his force even. Every punch followed the basic boxing power path with strict precision. Feet driving off the ground, force transmitted to the waist urging the shoulder, sending out the fist. Smack, smack, smack. The monotonous sounds of impact echoed through the empty apartment. Sweat ran down his chin and dripped onto the floor quickly, soaking a small patch of tile. Basic boxing. Anyone could learn it, anyone could practice it. It had no flashy moves, no intricate variations. Most people could train basic boxing their entire lives and still never break through the 500-kilogram mark. That Zhang Chen could reach a punch force of 310 kilograms with it did not come from talent, but from 13 years of unchanging repetitive training. Was it boring? It was. But he had no other choice. Zhang Chen kept punching for a full 2 hours, stopping only when his arms were so sore and swollen that he could barely lift them. He glanced at the time. It was almost dinner time. Wiping off his sweat with a towel, he walked into the kitchen and began to cook. Bro. The door swung open, and Zhou Hong's voice arrived before he did. A teenage boy half a head shorter than Zhang Chen burst in. 17 years old, with thick brows and bright eyes, solidly built, yet not clumsy. He tossed his school bag onto the sofa, sniffed, and exclaimed, "Wow, you're cooking again. You're out so early for a senior year student. We've got 3 days off. Heading to the mist zone for physical training," Zhang Chen said, as he plated the dishes. The mist zone. Zhou Hong's eyes lit up at once. Bro, how much did you hit today? 310. 310. Zhou Hong nearly jumped up. Wasn't it only 300 last month? It went up again. Bro, are you about to become a first-tier warrior? Zhang Chen did not respond to that. 310 was still a long way from 500. You're back. A low voice sounded at the door as Zhou Hua pushed it open and walked in. In his 40s, his figure was still burly. Below his left shoulder, however, the sleeve hung empty, pinned to his waist with a safety pin. He was a first-tier warrior. Even with his left arm gone, his presence was utterly different from that of an ordinary man. That steady, oppressive aura had been carved into his very bones, tempered through countless brushes with death in the mist zone. Bro's got 3 days off and is heading to the mist zone for physical training, Zhou Hong rushed to report. Xiao Chen, then you must take it seriously. This is a rare opportunity. Zhang Chen understood. The current mist zone was not somewhere just anyone could enter. The mutated plants and animals were growing stronger, the level of danger rising year by year, and the entire region was sealed off by the military like an iron fortress. Only entry-level warriors were allowed in and out. Ordinary people would be stopped a kilometer from the outer perimeter. The college entrance examination physical training program was a special channel. It opened just once a year with warrior instructors dispatched by the military to train the students, for only 1 month. The farther one went from the mist zone, the thinner the spiritual energy became. No one understood this better than Zhou Hua. Back then he had only broken through the threshold to become a first-tier warrior by staking his life in the mist zone. It was also in the mist zone that he lost his left arm and lost his elder sister and brother-in-law. Zhang Chun had been only a few months old when they were ambushed by a beast in the mist zone. Zhou Hua survived, but his left arm did not. 2 years later his wife chose to divorce him. Zhou Hua did not blame her. A disabled husband and nephew, an infant son still in swaddling clothes, and a meager security guard salary. It would have been too much for anyone to bear. He raised the 2 boys alone. He had never once played favorites. Zhang Chun kept training until his whole body was spent before stopping. After a shower he lay down on the bed and fell asleep within minutes. The daily routine he had followed for more than a decade was immovable. Bed at 11, up at 6-7 hours of uninterrupted deep sleep in between. He had a dream. The dream was vividly clear. He had become an ant of astonishing strength. He could feel the sensation of 6 legs pressing into the soil and the terrifying biting force coiled within the muscles of his mandibles. At 6 in the morning Zhang Chen's eyes snapped open. His biological clock triggered on time, just as it had every day for the past decade. He lay on the bed. No, something was different. There was a new sensation in his body, something he had never felt before. Zhang Chen abruptly sat up. He closed his eyes, and a few seconds later he was certain. His talent had awakened. In this world there were prodigies who could awaken unique talents. For 18 years Zhang Chen had always believed he had none. Yet just like that, one night's sleep and it appeared. He lowered his head to glance at the date on his phone. Today was his 18th birthday. With a thought Zhang Chen extended his right hand palm, facing upward. A soft hum. An ant appeared out of thin air on his palm. It was the size of a peanut, its body pitch black, 6 legs thick and powerful, its head dominated by mandibles far too large for its size. Another thought. A buzzing filled the air. Densely packed black specks spread across every inch within his field of vision. 10,000 of them. The number surfaced automatically in Zhang Chen's mind. He could clearly sense the connection between himself and each ant. He could also switch to their perspective at will. Ants. The word squeezed out between his teeth. After all this time his awakened talent turned out to be summoning. One of the rarest talent types on the entire Blue Star. And he summoned ants. He wanted to curse. Zhang Chun studied the ant before him intently. Its pitch-black carapace glinted with a faint metallic sheen, and the serrated edges of its mandibles were as sharp as a miniature electric saw. Zhang Chen swiftly pulled out his phone. He opened Chindu and rapidly typed into the search bar ant. Ants can lift objects exceeding 400 times their own body weight. They can drag objects more than 1,700 times their own body weight. An ant's bite force can reach 300 times its body weight. Some ant species can run at a speed of up to 108 times their own body length per second, which scaled to human size would exceed 500 kilometers per hour. Zhang Xin slowly lowered his phone and looked again at the 10,000 ants on the floor. Were these really ants? He suddenly thought of something more crucial, the sensation from his dream. Besides the ability to summon ants, there was another power surging within his body. Faint, but undeniably present. He tried to draw it out, guiding it toward his right arm. The sensation rose, like something awakening within his muscle fibers. The ant's strength talent. If an ant's bite force could reach 300 times its own body weight, then what about the force of his fists? Zhang Chen's breathing grew rapid. A strength-type talent. A sudden hum. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, muscle fibers writhing and swelling beneath the skin, as if some brutal force were being injected between bone and tendon. His entire right arm thickened by nearly half, his knuckles cracking loudly. This feeling was savagely overwhelming. Power surged through his body like a spring compressed to its limit, ready to explode at any moment. Feet driving off the ground, force to the waist urging the shoulder, sending the fist. His spine felt like a bowstring drawn to its limit, packed with tension. Boom. This punch was on an entirely different level from the one he had thrown on the school field the previous day. The punching pad was blasted half a meter backward, its metal base scraping across the floor tiles with a shrill screech. The entire wall shuddered, and the living room light fixture swung wildly. Beep. Zhang Chen punch force 1,550 kilograms. 1,550 kilograms. Zhang Chen's basic punch force was 310 kilograms. 310 times 5 equaled 1,550. He had gained a 5-fold boost in power output. The threshold for a first-tier warrior was 500 kilograms. 1,550 was more than triple that. Standing before the punching pad, Zhang Chen's right hand trembled slightly as adrenaline detonated in his veins. His overall physical constitution was not at the level of a first-tier warrior, but the force of his punch had already reached 3 times the standard of one. Zhang Chun sensed that his strength talent was far from limited to 5-fold power, it was just that his current physical condition constrained its expression. He crouched down, carefully examining the nearest ant. Its 6 legs clutched tightly at the gaps between the floor tiles, gripping so hard that they left 6 almost imperceptible scratches on the ceramic surface. A peanut-sized ant could leave marks on tile. What if they grew as large as a fist? What if 10,000 of them attacked at once? He would have to raise them, no question. But then came the problem. Raising them would require resources, and resources meant money. He had none. Zhou Hua's monthly security guard salary barely exceeded 6,000. For 3 people's food and lodging utilities and the tuition and fees of 2 students managing to keep everyone fed was already the result of scrupulous budgeting. Zhang Chen clenched his fist. It seemed he would have to turn to his uncle. Uncle, I've awakened a talent. Zhou Hua was sitting with a cup when his hand trembled and water splashed up his trousers. What? Awakened a talent? Zhou Hua leapt to his feet, the chair legs screeching across the floor. He stared at Zhang Chun, his eyes nearly bulging. The phrase awaken a talent was something he had only seen in news reports. In his 30-plus years, he had never encountered anyone who had actually awakened a talent. What did that mean? 1 in 10,000. His nephew, who had never given anyone cause for worry, was a genius. Xiao Chen, what talent did you awaken? Zhou Hua asked in a low voice, afraid a loud tone might scare away the good news. Awakening a talent was a blessing. Even the most trivial talent still placed one far above ordinary people. A summoning talent, Zhang Chen said calmly. Zhou Hua's legs collapsed, he nearly lost his footing. A summoning talent. Zhou Hua's lips trembled. A summoning talent, one of the rarest kinds. Other talents at best enhanced the self-strength, speed, defense, perhaps an elemental attribute. Summoning was different, it produced an actual combat companion. With a summon at your side, offense has an ally, defense has a living shield, reconnaissance has a vanguard. Security was immediately maximized. But Zhou Hua was no fool. He knew summoning talents carried 2 fatal flaws. First, if the summon died, the talent was ruined, completely and irreversibly. Summons were not virtual projections, nor were they housed in fanciful summoning spaces. They were real living creatures he once called forth. They existed in reality, eating, drinking, and relieving themselves like any beast. If they died, they were gone forever, and the talent went with them to the grave. Second, raising a summon cost money. Not ordinary expense, but the sort of burning money, as if tossing gold bars into a pit. What kind of summon is it? Zhou Hua grabbed Zhang Chen's shoulder. What if he had summoned some apocalyptic creature? A fire dragon, a thunder tiger, a rampaging bear. Such a thing would skyrocket their fortunes and sweep the whole family into prosperity. An ant. Zhang Chen's face was calm. Zhou Hua's expression froze, his mouth hanging open for a long time. Xiao Chen, do you mean the ant I think you mean? He wondered if his ears had betrayed him. Zhang Chen said nothing and opened his palm. An ant lay there the size of a... Its 6 legs writhed restlessly and its antennae twitched. Zhou Hua leaned closer for a careful look. It truly was an ant. Zhou Hua straightened and rubbed his temples. He said nothing, his expression was complicated. Joy shifted to confusion to torment, emotions revolving across his face like a carousel. Then he quietly took out his phone, opened a search engine, and typed the word ant. A flood of results appeared. He scrolled through them one by one, his gaze growing slower as he read. Suddenly his eyes widened. He brought the phone closer and double-checked the figures as if they might be wrong. It seemed not weak. No, far from weak. If an ant's size could be cultivated upward while preserving its original strength ratio, its combat prowess would be terrifying. The key lay in the word cultivate. Before Zhou Hua could fully digest this, Zhang Chun dropped another bomb. Uncle, I also awakened the ant strength talent, 5-fold force. Zhou Hua's phone slipped from his hand and slammed to the floor face down. Whether the screen shattered he did not know, and he had no time to pick it up. What? His shout was loud enough to make the neighbor's dog bark. Double talents, 5-fold force. Zhou Hua stepped back and collided with the wall. The back of his head throbbed from the impact, but he felt nothing. The nerve of a first-rank martial practitioner at that moment was as fragile as paper. Double talents. What did that imply? A single talent awakening was already 1 in 10,000. Double talents were a once-in-a-century anomaly, an extraordinary prodigy, and one of them was a summoning talent. Watching his uncle's reaction, Zhang Chen only then belatedly grasped the scale. Double talents truly were explosive. Zhou Hua stood against the wall, gasping, his chest heaving. After a full 30 seconds, he slowly regained his composure. He said nothing and turned into the bedroom. Zhang Chen stood alone in the living room. Uncle had gone into the bedroom. What did that mean? It meant he was about to make a big move, either fetch money or bring out some treasured item kept for emergencies. Zhang Chen said nothing aloud, but his mind was already calculating. He only had a little spare cash on hand, at most less than 2,000 yuan. To raise an ant, feeding it leftover steam bun crumbs would not suffice. Beast meat, spirit plants, materials would it not cost money? He had planned to take odd jobs during the holidays, even hauling bricks to save something. But Zhou Hua had refused outright. Don't go gallivanting about. Stay home and practice your basic boxing. That had been his uncle's tone then, there was no room to argue. The bedroom door opened. Zhou Hua came out holding a bank card. Zhang Chen's eyes first fell on his uncle's face. Zhou Hua no longer looked shocked or excited. He stared at the bank card in his hand, his eyes rimmed with moisture. His lips were pressed thin, yet the corners twitched downward against his will. Longing, sorrow, and a vein of anger. 3 emotions tangled together in a way Zhang Chun had never seen on his uncle. On the day of his divorce, the man had only sat on the balcony smoking half a pack, wearing a faint sadness. Now his face was far heavier than on that divorce day. Xiaoqin Zhou Hua spoke, his voice a little hoarse. This card is the savings your parents left behind. He paused, his thumb rubbing the card's surface as if caressing a total of 1 million yuan. Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat. You're of age today, oh, it should be handed to you. Zhou Hua extended the card. 1 million. Zhang Chen stared at the bank card in silence for several seconds. He took it with solemn care. To be honest, as a transmigrator he had harbored darker suspicions. With both parents gone and no estate left, could there be foul play? Had funds been misappropriated? Or worse, but for 18 years Zhou Hua had eaten what they ate. It did not feel like his uncle would do such a thing. Zhang Chen slipped the card into his pocket. Uncle, thank you. Zhou Hua waved a hand, and then drew another card from his trouser pocket. Xiao Chen, this one is mine. There's 500,000 yuan in it. Zhang Chen was stunned. Uncle, you. He instinctively stepped back half a pace, and did not take it. 500,000. His uncle's monthly salary was 6,000 yuan, and that was because he was a first-rank martial practitioner. After rent, utilities, and 2 children's expenses, how much could he possibly save each month? 500,000. How many years would that require? This must be all of Zhou Hua's savings. Uncle, I can't accept this money. Zhang Chun backed another step. Zhou Hua pressed the card hard against his chest. No. You gave it to me, what about you and Zhou Hong? I said take it. Zhou Hua's voice rose sharply, veins bulging at his neck. The living room fell into a brief silence. Then Zhou Hua's tone slowed. Xiaoqin, today your uncle will teach you something. An expression crossed his face that Zhang Chun had never seen before. Life offers only a few chances to gamble. When it's time to bet, you must stake everything. Zhou Hua spoke, each word slowly. You've been obedient since childhood, 100 times more sensible than Zhou Hong. Your uncle has noticed. Since heaven has opened this door for you, double talents, your uncle will bet on you. He patted Zhang Chen's shoulder with such force that Zhang Chun leaned forward slightly. I bet you will rise, you will become strong. Zhou Hua's eyes burned fiercely like twin flames. If you rise, our family will overturn its fate. We can leave this place for good. Zhang Chun held the worn-out bank card tightly. All right, uncle, I won't let you down. Zhou Hua smiled, his eyes crinkling with delight. All right, go to your thing, I have work to get to. He waved his hand, took a couple of steps, then turned back. By the way, the password is your birthday for both cards. The sound of Zhou Hua's footsteps echoed in the corridor, followed by a cheerful tune. He hummed the melody, wandering far, but revealing his good mood. Zhang Chun stood still, gripping the 2 cards in his hand. 1,500,000. In this world, this sum was neither too much nor too little. In the slums it could be considered a fortune, but compared to those wealthy families, it might barely cover a single meal. The only problem he needed to solve now was how to use this 1,500,000 to cultivate the ants into combat-ready forces within 2 days. In 2 days he would have to go to the Misty Zone. Time was of the essence. Cultivating ants primarily revolved around feeding. Zhang Chun mentally reviewed the pricing system for ingredients in this world. Ordinary meats such as pork, beef, mutton, chicken, duck, and fish cost about 10 or so Hua coins per pound. Cheap as it is, it lacks sufficient nutritional density. Beast meat is classified by grade. The meat from unranked beasts, typically cut from low-level beasts at the edge of the Misty Zone, costs around 100 Hua coins per pound. Much better than ordinary meat, it contains some residual spiritual energy. First-grade beast meat costs 1,000 Hua coins per pound. This is genuine cultivation resource with a much higher spiritual energy content. There are also crystals that appear with a low probability in the brains of first-grade beasts. The spiritual energy within them is extraordinarily rich. A single first-grade crystal costs 1,000 Hua coins. Wealthy individuals enhance their strength solely by consuming crystals. First-grade beast meat should be the optimal choice for now. Once everything was arranged, Zhang Chun prepared breakfast. Zhou Hong groggily got up, finished his meal in a few bites, then dashed off with his backpack. Zhang Chun first headed to the small trading market near the slums. Zhang Chun spent money to buy a pound of unranked beast meat and a pound of first-grade beast meat to conduct a comparative experiment. The money must be spent wisely. Back at home, he cut the 2 types of meat into pieces, placing them on opposite sides of the table. Then he grabbed 10 ants and placed them on each side. The ants on the unranked beast meat devoured it eagerly, but their sizes showed no significant change. On the first-grade beast meat side, the 10 ants clung to the meat, and within 10 minutes a significant chunk was consumed. The size of these 5 ants visibly swelled. The difference was evident. The effectiveness of first-grade beast meat was several streets better than that of unranked. These ants had an astonishing ability to digest and absorb, The energy consumed was hardly wasted, with most converted into growth. Zhang Chen decisively made a choice. With limited resources, he would first focus on cultivating 10 ants, forming an elite squad to quickly develop combat capabilities. 10 ants were selected. Zhang Chen pushed a small piece of remaining first-grade beast meat in front of them. Eat. Eat to your heart's content. The 10 ants pounced on it, making loud munching sounds. Zhang Chen could even hear the faint crunching akin to biting into a cookie. Before long, the small piece of meat was consumed. The 10 ants had grown larger, each nearly the size of 2 peanuts. They waved their antennae at Zhang Chen, conveying a simple and straightforward message. More? We want more to eat. Zhang Chen's lips twitched. The consumption rate. Without hesitation, he rushed to the trading market. This time, he was heading to the proper trading market in the city, not the small stall near the slums. Larger scale, ample supply. Zhang Chen stood at the counter for 10 seconds, then gritted his teeth. First-grade beast meat, 100 pounds. As Zhang Chen carried the 100 pounds of meat back, he suddenly thought of something. Crystals. He had seen a counter for first-grade crystals in the market, with excised crystals displayed in a purple wooden box, transparent, yet shimmering, with a milky sheen exuding visible wisps of white mist. That was pure concentrated spiritual energy. As Zhang Chen walked past, he clearly felt his body reacting. His cells were clamoring, his blood was accelerating, and even his bones felt itchy. It was an instinctive, irrepressible craving. If first-grade beast meat was this effective, what about first-grade crystals? Zhang Chen hesitated for 3 seconds. Then he turned back. 2 first-grade crystals. Spending 2,000, his heart ached. He had already spent over 3,000, and if the crystals were ineffective, this 2,000 would go to waste. Back at home, Zhang Chen first took out a purple wooden box and opened the lid. Inside lay a first-grade crystal, excised crystal, clear and smooth like amber. White mist seeped out from the surface of the crystal, and upon opening the box, he felt a rush of spiritual energy. Zhang Chen swallowed hard. It was 1,000 for 1. If only it could be used directly to enhance himself. However, his physical quality did not meet the first-grade standard, making absorption ineffective. He carefully caught 1 ant from the group. Then he slowly approached the crystal. Bang! Zhang Chen's fingers emptied. The ant exploded. Like a popcorn kernel being crushed, it burst into bits. Tiny remnants splattered onto Zhang Chen's fingers, sticky and gooey. He was completely petrified. What is happening? He looked down at the goo on his fingers, then glanced at the crystal. The white mist continued to waft out. Zhang Chen, disbelieving, caught another ant. This time, he was more cautious, placing the ant on the table and keeping the crystal 10 centimeters away. The ant crawled a couple of steps toward the crystal. Bang! It exploded again. The 3rd ant. Bang! The 4th. Bang! Zhang Chen hurriedly shoved the crystal back into the purple wooden box and closed the lid. 4 ants, all dead. No exceptions. The reason was simple: the ants' bodies were too weak. The concentration of spiritual energy released by the first-grade crystal was catastrophic for them. It was akin to an infant being fed the equivalent of an entire cow's worth of food. It was no surprise they exploded. Zhang Chen leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling for a while. The 2,000 he spent on the crystal was temporarily useless. He would wait until the ants' sizes increased, allowing them to withstand the spiritual energy before using it. However, at that moment, Zhang Chen suddenly felt something stirring in his mind. Buzz. A faint mental fluctuation. Immediately after, 4 ants appeared out of thin air on the table. The size of peanuts, lively and jumping. Zhang Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Wait. If the summoned creatures died, wouldn't that be a waste? It's common knowledge that their talent would be forfeited. He quickly counted. The total number of ants remained at 10,000. 4 had died, and 4 were replenished. Zhang Chen sat there for a full 10 seconds, then suddenly stood up straight. No matter the reason, this meant that the ants could not die. Or rather, the ants would always have a supply. The concerns about the so-called summoned creatures dying, leading to talent forfeiture, did not exist for him. Zhang Chen slammed the table, and with his worries gone, he decided to proceed boldly. He tore open the plastic wrap of the 100 pounds of first-grade beast meat. A large chunk of blood-red meat was exposed to the air, cut into dozens of pieces. Previously, he had focused on cultivating 10 elite ants. Now all 10,000 would be involved. Let them eat. All 10,000 ants will swarm out. A dark mass covered the entire surface of the meat, densely packed, causing Zhang Chen's scalp to tingle. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of tiny chewing merged into a low hum. They ate at a speed comparable to silkworms devouring mulberry leaves. Not hurried, but the quantity was overwhelming. With 10,000 mouths working simultaneously, the meat shrank at a visible rate. The 10 previously focused ants ate the fastest, displaying a hint of a kingly demeanor. Zhang Chen sat aside, watching as these little creatures devoured wildly. Gulp! He rubbed his belly and glanced at the first-grade beast meat. 10,000 ants were feasting with greasy mouths, while he, having crossed over for 18 years, had never even tasted what first-grade beast meat was like. Zhang Chen swallowed. In just 2 days, Zhang Chen witnessed what it meant to be a money shredder. 1 million gone. He stared at his mobile banking balance, refreshing it 3 times with his thumb. Indeed, a 7-digit number turned into a 6-digit one, undeniably. 1 million bought 1,000 kilograms of first-tier beast meat, which sounded like a lot. But he had 10,000 mouths to feed. Averaged out, each ant would only get 50 grams. What is cutting an apple a small piece, barely the size of that? Zhang Chun watched the swarm of ants frantically tearing at the beast meat, a dense dark mass buzzing in his mind. A scene flashed before his eyes, his bank card lying on the ground being carried away by 10,000 ants. Stop, all of you, stop. With a command from Zhang Chun, the swarm of ants came to a synchronized halt. Supply cut off, completely cut off. He locked the remaining beast meat in the refrigerator and turned to select 10 ants. These 10 were carefully chosen from the 10,000, the largest in size, the most voracious in appetite, and the most aggressive. Zhang Chun assigned them numbers, ant 1 through 10. You 10 will be my key training subjects, the rest. Zhang Chun glanced at the other ants can eat rice, exclusively nurturing the elite while the others gnaw on rice. There was no choice, he was poor. Zhang Chun had considered releasing the ants into the wild, but it seemed that unranked beast meat had no effect on them. As for first-tier beasts, the ant swarm definitely couldn't defeat them at this stage. He still had to nurture them himself. Zhang Chun squatted down with a small scale weighing, carefully growing, increasingly alarmed. These 10 ants had an absurd conversion rate, consuming 5 times their body weight in first-tier beast meat, their weight directly increasing to 5 times their original. All the ants had already grown to 8 centimeters long, feeling heavy in his palm, their 6 legs grasping at his fingers, their strength astonishing. The 10 ants continued to eat, incessantly devouring. The larger their weight, the greater their appetite, their feeding speed climbing exponentially. Zhang Chun checked the timer. Ant 1 had consumed 1/10 of its body weight in meat in 30 minutes. Zhang Chun's hand trembled, nearly dropping the timer. Who on earth could afford this? His mind was already calculating the interest rates on loans. Fortunately, he was only feeding 10 ants for now, barely manageable. What about later? He decided to not frighten himself just yet. There was still 5 0 in the account. He had to spend wisely. The other ants would have to settle for eating rice. Zhang Chun tossed rice on the ground, and the ants were not picky, swarming to devour it. All right, as long as you're not picky. Zhang Chun sighed with relief. He hadn't just been watching the ants, he also had his own matters to ponder. Holding a first-tier crystal in his hand, he rubbed its smooth surface with his thumb. Let's give it a try. Zhang Chun closed his eyes, tightening his palm. The surface of the crystal began to exude an extremely rich spiritual energy visible to the naked eye, while his skin felt a warm sensation spreading. It felt like warm threads were penetrating his pores, spreading through his meridians to every part of his body. Comfortable, so comfortable. Every pore seemed to breathe, and even the gaps in his bones felt indescribably pleasant. Zhang Chun enjoyed the sensation, squinting his eyes. 1 minute. Hiss. Suddenly a sharp pain shot through his palm, as if he were gripping a handful of steel needles, each piercing into his flesh. Instinctively Zhang Chun released his grip, and the crystal rolled onto the ground. He opened his palm, now reddened with fine beads of sweat appearing. His body couldn't withstand it. The reason was simple. The spiritual energy concentration of a first-tier crystal was too high. His physical condition hadn't yet reached the first-tier threshold, and forcing it was merely suffering. It was like a baby sucking milk. After a few sips it reaches the throat, and if forced it will vomit. Zhang Chun picked up the crystal and wiped it clean, deep in thought. No wonder those wealthy, ordinary people don't directly hold crystals to cultivate. They set up a sealed room filled with crystals, allowing the spiritual energy to naturally diffuse and spread, reducing the concentration to a level the human body can tolerate. Over time, even sleeping can enhance one's physique. Being rich is truly wonderful. Zhang Chun glanced at his mobile balance. Forget it, no more thinking. The last day of the holiday. Zhang Chun fed the 10 elite ants until they were full, then fed them again and again. By the end of the day, the 10 ants had consumed nearly 2 kilograms of first-tier beast meat. Zhang Chun sat on the ground staring at the 10 ants in front of him, speechless for a while. They were now the size of a small banana, weighing 30 grams. Their black exoskeleton gleamed with a metallic sheen, and when their mandibles snapped together, they made a crisp sound like scissors cutting through iron. Suddenly Zhang Chun wanted to test something. He stood up, steadied himself, and bent down to place Ant 1 at his feet. Ant 1 turned around, pushed off the ground with its hind legs, and bumped against Zhang Chun's calf. Zhang Chun's body swayed back slightly. He was stunned. A 30-gram ant less than an ounce had pushed him. An adult male. Zhang Chun swallowed, bending down to lift Ant 1, examining it from all angles. Its 6 legs flailed, mandibles opened and closed, and its antennae waved around, displaying an impatient demeanor of "let me go." Ants born strong can lift objects weighing 400 times their own. Ordinary ants are too light for this advantage to be apparent. But if their size increases and their weight rises, Zhang Chun dared not think further. What if these 10 ants grew 10-fold? 100-fold? Unfortunately, he glanced at his phone. There wasn't enough money. 5000 sounds like a lot, but at this rate of consumption, it wouldn't last long. Looks like I need to find a way to secure some sponsorship. Zhang Chun muttered. His mind was racing. He was about to go to school to report. It was customary for third-year students to undergo a month of physical training in the Misty Zone. The school would focus on nurturing students with awakened talents every year, investing substantial resources, as these students were the school's living advertisement. He was a genius. The school needed to maintain its reputation and rankings. Shouldn't they invest a little? They must. Zhou Hua had been watching quietly these past few days. A one-armed middle-aged man used to silence. But on the day of departure, he stopped Zhang Chen at the door. Xiao Chen. Zhou Hua's remaining left sleeve swayed gently in the wind. Your summoning talent can be exposed. This is your bargaining chip for resources. Zhang Chen nodded. But the matter of dual talents must not be known to a third person. Zhou Hua's tone suddenly turned cold. He raised his only remaining right hand, resting it on Zhang Chen's shoulder, tightening his grip to the point where it pained Zhang Chen's shoulder. In recent years, many geniuses have died unexpectedly in the Misty Zone. Unexpectedly. Zhou Hua emphasized these two words, his expression bitter. One must be cautious. Zhang Chen remained silent for a moment. In fact, he was already aware without his uncle's reminder. A tree standing out in the forest invites the wind. A summoning talent is already eye-catching. If he revealed his dual talents, it would be like placing a flag on a piece of meat, inviting others to snatch it. Without absolute strength, being low-key is a means of survival. Understood, uncle. Uncle, I'm off to school. Zhang Chen slung a backpack over his shoulder, carrying a bulging snakeskin bag in his left hand and another similarly stuffed snakeskin bag in his right. The backpack contained a few changes of clothes and a toothbrush and towel. The two snakeskin bags held 10,000 ants. The 10 elite ants weighed 30 grams each, while the other ants weighed about 15 grams each. Zhang Chen walked along the road carrying two large snakeskin bags from which occasional rustling sounds emerged, bulging and wriggling. Passers-by turned to look. A few students heading to school in the same direction noticed Zhang Chen from afar and unconsciously slowed their pace. What is he carrying such large bags for? Is that Zhang Chen, the one from class 1? What does he have in there? Is he moving it? Whispers converged from all directions, but Zhang Chen remained unfazed. No matter what they thought, they would never guess that it contained ants. At the entrance of Yuqingno, To High School, the crowd was bustling. The third-year students were all heading to the Misty Zone for physical training today, carrying bags and luggage as they surged inside. As soon as Zhang Chen stepped through the school gate, he spotted his homeroom teacher Wang Jin smoking beside a flower bed. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. The main person had arrived. He quickly walked up, placing the two snakeskin bags on the ground. Teacher Wang, I have something to report. Wang Jin turned his head, his gaze first landing on Zhang Chen's face, before slowly moving down to the two large bags at his feet. After a 2-second silence, Wang Jin chuckled. Zhang Chen, you only need to bring so much for a month of physical training in the Misty Zone. Are you moving? Teacher Wang, this is not just anything. Zhang Chen said earnestly. Wang Jin was taken aback. Not just anything. It sounded odd. Then what is it? You can take a look for yourself. Zhang Chen squatted down, untied a bag's rope, and pried it open just a crack. Wang Jin, curious, bent down to take a closer look. It was a dark mass. Initially he thought it was some kind of dried goods, but the color was too dark to see clearly. Suddenly, 10 small ants about the size of bananas were neatly lined up on top, their antennae simultaneously turning towards him, their jaws slowly opening to reveal serrated, sharp mandibles. Whoa! Wang Jin stumbled back a step, his back hitting the edge of the flower bed. His heart raced several times. This had nothing to do with being timid. Who would not jump back upon suddenly seeing 10 small banana-sized ants baring their teeth? Zhang Chen. He had deliberately placed the 10 elite ants on top for maximum effect. Wang Jin steadied his nerves, his expression a bit awkward. After all, he was a teacher, and that retreat had been quite embarrassing. Zhang Chen, your hobby is a bit unusual, Wang Jin said with a dry laugh. Playfulness is fine, but don't bring it to school. Teacher Wang, this is not a hobby, this is my awakened talent. Wang Jin's mouth slightly opened, his smile frozen on his face. Awakened talent. His brain froze for about 3 seconds. No student at Yuqingno, To High School had awakened a talent this year. Based on past patterns, a maximum of 3 students per school could awaken a talent, and most did so only after arriving in the Misty Zone. Zhang Chen awakened before even going to the Misty Zone. Wang Jin's breathing grew heavy. This was an achievement. This was a tangible achievement that could be included in the year-end report. He tried to maintain a calm expression, but his lips involuntarily curled upward. After trying to suppress it twice, he failed. What is the talent you awakened? Summon demon ants. Zhang Chen said seriously. He remained unflustered, starting to boast. Demon ants. Wang Jin's eyes widened, his voice rising several degrees. Nearby students turned to look. Zhang Chen hurriedly made a gesture. Teacher Wang, lower your voice. He lowered his voice, looking earnest. Please don't spread this around. If others ask, he'll just say they're ordinary ants. You know I'm a low-key person. Wang Jin twitched his lips. Low-key. He glanced at the two large, bulging, occasionally wriggling snakeskin bags on the ground. Is this what you call low-key? But Wang Jin didn't expose him. A student who could awaken a summoning talent especially outside the Misty Zone must be given special protection and cultivation. As for whether the name Demon Ant was true or false, that was a matter for professionals. Zhang Chun, don't worry. Wang Jian patted Zhang Chen's shoulder with more strength than usual. I'll immediately report this to the school. They will send professionals to evaluate your demon ants. He paused slightly when saying demon ants, but still managed to say it. There will definitely be rewards in store for you. Zhang Chun was overjoyed internally while outwardly displaying a shocked expression, repeatedly thanking him. Wang Jian turned and left his steps much quicker than when he arrived. He took out his phone, dialing as he walked, muttering words like principal summoning talent and early awakening. Zhang Chun watched his retreating figure, a smile slowly creeping onto his face. The first step was accomplished. Dozens of buses were parked outside the school gate, with students lining up to board. Zhang Chun carried the 2 snakeskin bags towards the luggage compartment. What the heck, Zhang Chun, what are you bringing? His classmate Lu Wei asked, eyes wide. Local specialties. What kind of specialty is so much? From my uncle's hometown. Zhang Chun stuffed the bags into the luggage compartment. He leaned against the window, pressing his face against the cold glass. The bus had not yet departed. He felt like kicking the driver, urging him to hurry up. The Misty Zone. What kind of... It was a natural cultivation ground where the concentration of spiritual energy far exceeded that of the city. There the speed of physical improvement was several times faster than in the city. More importantly, his ants would stay there, equivalent to being immersed in spiritual energy 24 hours a day, slowly growing, without needing to eat beast meat. That would save a lot of money. Thinking of this, Zhang Chun couldn't wait to reach the Misty Zone in the next moment. The engine finally roared to life. The bus slowly drove out of the school gate. Zhang Chun let out a long breath, closing his eyes as he mentally planned his actions after arriving in the Misty Zone. 2 hours later, the convoy entered a remote mountainous area. The vegetation along the roadside grew denser, and the trees grew taller until they almost blocked out the sun with a dark green view outside the window. The air changed noticeably, carrying an indescribable coolness reminiscent of mint, yet not quite permeating the nostrils and rushing directly to the brain. Spiritual energy. Zhang Chen's eyelids twitched, and he sat up straight. He looked out the bus window. In the distance between the valleys, a faint white mist was slowly writhing. It was not the kind of fog so thick that one could not see the road, but rather a thin, translucent layer that flowed close to the ground, almost alive. The Misty Zone was just within reach. Zhang Chen's heart raced, his fingers unconsciously tightening around his pants. Excitement, nervousness, and an indescribable sense of pressure filled him. Inside that mist there were monsters, opportunities, and dangers. Every year students get injured during physical training. Every year students awaken talents in the Misty Zone and soar to great heights. The students on the bus began to fidget, leaning against the windows, pointing and chattering. Why did you see that? That's the Misty Zone. So creepy, the mist is moving. The bus made its way through the final winding road and stopped at a huge flat square. The square was astonishingly large, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people, and several other schools' buses were already parked there. Students got off the bus one by one. Behind the square were dense military tents arranged neatly in several sections, their green tarpaulins flapping in the wind. In the distance was a tall barbed wire fence, beyond which lay the gray-white region of the surging mist. Military deployment point. Every year, a month before the college entrance examination, third-year students from across the country are sent to the nearest edge of the Misty Zone for physical training. Class 1, gather here. Wang Jian's loud voice pierced through the noisy crowd. Zhang Chun carried 2 snakeskin bags and a backpack, walking at the back of the line. The homeroom teachers began to assign tents. 10 boys shared one tent and 10 girls shared another. The internal space was small, but not cramped. Iron frame beds, thin mattresses, and a simple washstand, standard military configuration. Zhang Chun. Wang Jian called him out separately, leading him around a corner to the front of a tent. You will live in this tent alone. Zhang Chun was taken aback. Alone? In a separate room? He looked around. The other 10 classmates were crammed into one tent, while he had one all to himself. Is this the treatment for a genius? Zhang Chun felt a surge of joy in his heart, but maintained his composure on his face, saying, Thank you, Teacher Wang. Wang Jian waved his hand. It's arranged by the school. Just focus on your training. Zhang Chun crawled into the tent, tossed down his backpack and snakeskin bags, and quickly scanned the area. An iron frame bed, a folding table and chairs, and an emergency lamp. The space was small, but enough for him and his aunt. He lifted the tent flap and poked his head out, calling, Teacher Wang. Wang Jian stopped and turned back. My aunt needs to eat first-tier beast meat. The military district should have it for sale, right? Zhang Chun calculated. The military district was stationed at the edge of the Misty Zone year-round, and beast meat was the most abundant resource. Moreover, selling to students might be cheaper than outside. Besides, they were high school seniors here for physical training, so perhaps they could even get a discount. Yes. Wang Jian affirmed, follow me. Zhang Chun quickly organized his things and hurried to keep up. Zhang Chun, I've already reported your talent to the higher-ups. Wang Jian spoke while walking his pace quick. In a few days there should be professionals coming to assess your After about 10 minutes the two passed through the tent area and the square, arriving at a huge metal warehouse on the eastern side of the square. The Military Supply Center. A military green curtain hung at the entrance with the words, Logistics Support Station No. 7-inch printed in white. The warehouse door was half open, filled with various supply boxes inside. A middle-aged man sat on a folding chair at the entrance, crossing his legs, holding an unlit cigarette under his nose. With a dark face, square jaw, and thick eyebrows, his arms were muscular. Oldly, Wang Jian shouted for. The man looked up, saw it was Wang Jian, and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Old Wang, what brings you here? I need your help with something. Wang Jian stepped closer, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and handed it over. Li Jianqing took it casually, placed it in his mouth, pulled out a lighter to ignite it, and took a deep drag. Go ahead, what's the matter? Zhangchen, come here. Wang Jian waved, pulling Zhangchen forward. This is my comrade from back in the day, Li Jianqing, who manages the logistics supplies in this area. Zhangchen quickly assessed in his mind, managing logistics meant he oversaw all resource allocations in this area. Beast meat, spiritual energy crystals, medicines, and equipment all passed through his hands. Someone like him must be befriended. Hello, Uncle Li. Zhang Chen quickly greeted. Li Jianqing shot a surprised glance at Wang Jian. He had known old Wang for over a decade, and he never brought students to meet him. Was a student worth such formality? Old Li, Wang Jian took a drag of his cigarette, and exhaled. This student of mine awakened his talent a few days ago. Li Jianxing's fingers holding the cigarette paused. Awakened talent. Those 4 words were something he heard several times each year, but they still made his heart tighten every time he heard them. Having been in this position for 10 years, he had seen fewer than 100 geniuses in total. Not too uncommon, summoning talent. Wang Jian spoke in a neutral tone. Li Jianqing nearly dropped the cigarette from his mouth. He suddenly sat up straight, the folding chair screeching against the ground. What did you say? Summoning talent. Wang Jian repeated, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Li Jianqing stared at Zhang Chen. His gaze scanned him from top to bottom, then from bottom to top. Summoning talent. That was exceedingly rare. How many could emerge nationwide in a year? Sometimes there might not be any at all. Li Jianqing stood up, pushing his chair back half a meter. Old Wang, you brought a Wang Jian smiled without speaking. His summoned creature requires first-tier beast meat. Wang Jian finally explained the purpose of his visit. Li Jianqing slapped his thigh. That goes without saying. He turned to Zhang Chen, a broad smile on his dark face, completely different from the middle-aged man, leisurely smelling smoke just moments ago. You're Zhang Chen, right? Yes, Uncle Li. In the future, if you need beast meat, just come find me. Don't buy it outside, but it's dangerous out there. Li Jianqing patted his chest, his voice booming. A discount, just for you. Zhang Chen's mind buzzed. A discount? First-tier beast meat priced at 1,000 yuan per kilogram outside was only 100 yuan here. He almost bit his tongue. Wang Jian was also somewhat surprised, glancing at Li Jianqing. He had originally estimated that the maximum discount would be 50, but unexpectedly Old Li directly offered a 90 discount. That was quite generous. Wait. Wang Jian realized this was not just a favor to him, but a favor to the son. A genius of this caliber could achieve immeasurable accomplishments in the future. Investing a little in beast meat now in exchange for a friendship was a deal that couldn't go wrong. Old fox. Zhang Chen also understood this logic, but he did not point it out. A favor was still a favor regardless of the motives behind it. The benefit was tangible. Once he had the strength in the future, he would repay it gradually. Uncle Li, I'll take 100 kilograms for now. Zhang Chen stated. All right. Li Jianqing cheerfully turned and entered the warehouse. Zhang Chen took out his phone and transferred 2,000 yuan. 2,000. At outside prices, 100 kilograms would cost 2,000. He saved 18,000. Li Jianqing quickly brought out 2 insulated boxes, stacking them at the entrance. 100 kilograms, all fresh, just clean from the Misty Zone. This morning the quality is far superior to what's sold outside. Thank you, Uncle Li. No need to be polite. Li Jianqing waved his hand, lit another cigarette, and nodded at Wang Jian. Old Wang, shall we chat? It's been a while. Sure. Wang Jian turned to Zhang Chen. You take the meat back first, and remember there will be an announcement for gathering shortly. Don't be late. All right, Teacher Wang, Uncle Li, take your time chatting. Zhang Chen lifted 2 boxes of beast meat, one in each hand, and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, he heard Li Jianqing speak in a low voice to Wang Jian, behind him, vaguely catching phrases like, "This kid is extraordinary, and train him well." Zhang Chen's lips curved into a smile. On his way back, he carried 2 boxes of beast meat, his mind racing. Discounted beast meat, a private tent, free spiritual energy from the Misty Zone, and professional assessments in a few days. Resources were gradually tilting toward him. With the remaining 4800 plus the advantage of the discount, it would be enough for his ant to eat for a long time. As for the title of Demon Ant, Zhang Chen glanced down at the insulated box, its walls still stained with faint blood. If the experts found out it wasn't a demon ant, he could always say it was a forest ink ant. After all, when the time came, the ant's strength would speak for itself, and whether it was a donkey or a horse, it would be clear once showcased. The name wasn't important. Zhang Chun hurried towards his tent carrying 2 boxes. The 100 kilograms of first-tier beast meat divided into the 2 boxes drew the attention of many. But he couldn't care less about that. His mind was filled with thoughts of those little ancestors. The moment he lifted the tent flap, Zhang Chun was taken aback. The ants inside the 2 snakeskin bags had already emerged quietly, lying on the ground of the tent. They were arranged in an orderly fashion like a miniature army waiting for inspection, their antennae gently swaying, as if sensing his aura. While quite disciplined, Zhang Chun squatted down and carefully observed. 10,000 ants spread out, occupying a larger area than he had imagined. They densely covered more than half of the tent floor, making his scalp tingle, but Zhang Chun was already accustomed to it. He set the 2 boxes down and sat beside the army cot, pondering about the feeding. First-tier beast meat 100 kilograms for only 2,000. This price was simply a bargain, a favor from Li Jinxing. Zhang Chun rubbed his fingers together, calculating in his mind. The meat was cheap now. After this village there would be no such shop. Once training was over and he returned to Yuqing, the price of first-tier meat would soar tenfold. By then, thinking about feeding them in bulk. Dream on. Let's just let you all eat freely. Zhang Chun suddenly slapped his thigh and made a decision. He pulled out a large piece of dark red meat from the box, its texture much firmer than ordinary beef, with faint thread-like patterns on the surface, remnants of the spiritual energy from the monster's body. Zhang Chun drew out a short knife he carried with him and swiftly cut the meat into dozens of uneven chunks. Slap, slap, slap. The meat chunks were tossed onto the ground one by one. The swarm of ants immediately sprang into action. A black tide surged toward the meat chunks, moving at an astonishing speed. Each piece of meat was surrounded by dozens of ants which tore and cut with mandibles larger than their bodies, visibly breaking down the meat bit by bit. Zhang Chun cut 10 pieces of choice meat separately and placed them in a corner. The 10 ants he had carefully nurtured were already waiting. They were several times larger than ordinary ants, their shells gleaming faintly. Each ant monopolized a piece of meat, feeding at a speed more than 3 times that of normal ants. Zhang Chun sat cross-legged, watching with great interest for a while. Then his expression froze. Something was off. He stared at the dozens of meat pieces on the ground. Nearly 1/10 of what he had thrown down 5 minutes ago was already gone. The consumption rate of 10,000 ants feeding simultaneously was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Zhang Chun's pupils dilated sharply. He jumped up and started counting on his fingers. How much money did he have left? 48,000. 20,000 bought 100 kilograms of meat, meaning 48,000 could buy 2,400 kilograms. The total weight of 10,000 ants was about 150 kilograms. According to previous estimates, an ant could eat 5 times its body weight in food in a day. 150 kilograms multiplied by 5. That was 750 kilograms. In one day, 750 kilograms. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Chun's back. Would 2,500 kilograms not last even 4 days? Damn, he cursed softly, squatting on the ground and staring at the group of ants feasting, beads of sweat trickling down his nose. Who can stand this? Burning through 1,500 in food expenses a day, he wasn't some rich second generation. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Chun bent down to pick up the uneaten meat chunks one by one and put them back in the box. The ant swarm seemed to sense that food was being taken away, their antennae collectively waving in his direction, but they did not stir. Don't look at me, it's a limited supply from now on. Zhang Chun spoke to the sea of ants regardless of whether they could understand. He revised the feeding plan. He would only provide the minimum amount of meat each day, ensuring the ants wouldn't starve. As for the 10 specially nurtured ones, their share must be guaranteed. These 10 were his core fighting force and could not be neglected. Zhang Chun secured the boxes and shoved them under the army cot, collapsing onto the bed. This was still at the discounted price given by Li Jinxing. The original price. The original price was 2,000 for 100 kilograms, which meant that 2,400 kilograms would cost 8 million to raise 10,000 ants. He suddenly felt that he would have to work hard to earn money in the future. Zhang Chun, come out and see the beauties. A shout from outside the tent startled Zhang Chun. It was Lu Wei's voice. Lu Wei was one of the classmates he got along well with in class. Saying, well, wasn't entirely accurate. Mainly this guy had thick-skinned sweet talk and bore no grudges, so no matter how Zhang Chun retorted, he didn't get angry. As a time traveler, it was quite exhausting to befriend a group of teenagers when he was already in his 30s in his past life. Zhang Chun didn't want to socialize, but it was genuinely challenging to resonate with topics that adolescent boys were passionate about. But Lu Wei was different. He had a natural affinity, easily making friends with anyone without being annoying. Sometimes Zhang Chun thought that if he had a friend like this in his previous life, the days of toiling away would not have been so difficult. Wei Gu, where are the beauties? Zhang Chun pulled back the tent flap and walked out. Please call me by my full name, Lu Wei. Lu Wei's face was serious, as if he were making a point. He looked very ordinary. Not too tall, not too short, neither fat nor thin, his features blended together without any memorable points. Throw him into a crowd and he'd disappear in 3 seconds. But this unremarkable face was always adorned with a smile, making it easy for others to feel favor. All right, Wei go. Zhang Chun replied cheerfully. Lu Wei, got it, Wei go. Lu Wei shot him a glare, but clearly wasn't angry, turning his attention to the tent behind Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun, I heard you live in a tent all by yourself. He stretched his neck to peek inside, his eyes filled with envy. No choice, it was arranged by Teacher Wang. Zhang Chen's smile almost slipped. Is this the treatment for excellent students? Lu Wei's envy was about to overflow from his eyes. Zhang Chen, why not let me move over and live with you? 10 grown men crammed into one tent, you can't even imagine the smell. Oh wait, good, that's not convenient, Zhang Chen decisively rejected. Joking aside, with 10,000 ants inside, the moment you moved in would surely scare the pants off you. Oh. Lu Wei elongated his tone, his expression suddenly changing. His ordinarily plain eyes suddenly sparkled with lewd light, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably, rising, his entire face written with the words, I understand. Zhang Chun, be careful tonight. He lowered his voice, making a face. Damn, it's not what you think. At the sight of his expression, Zhang Chun felt a chill run down his spine. What? It's not what you think. Lu Wei looked shocked, staring blankly for half a second before leaning closer, lowering his voice even more. Could it be Li Yao and Tan Min? Weigo, what's going on in that head of yours? Zhang Chun truly wanted to slap him on the back of the head. I'm going to practice boxing tonight, it's easier alone, you understand. Practicing boxing. Lu Wei repeated the words, clearly skeptical, but he eventually sighed. Oh, what a pity. He shook his head repeatedly, his expression one of deep regret. No one knew what he was regretting. But then he added, honestly, you're the most dedicated person I've ever seen practicing boxing until late at night, every day. Zhang Chun didn't respond, just smiled. Having traversed into this world of martial arts, wouldn't it be a waste of the opportunity, given by heaven, if he didn't work hard to cultivate? Weiga, you just mentioned a beauty, where is she? Zhang Chun quickly shifted the topic back. Lu Wei's eyes instantly lit up, and he sprang up as if charged. Wang Feifei from Yuqingno. One high school. I heard she's stunning, just arrived at the camp today, and boys from several schools have already gathered to watch. As he spoke, his hands were animated, nearly spitting out saliva. Is she really that beautiful? Zhang Chun curled his lips, showing serious doubt. Previously you said Zhang Man from Yuqingno. Too High was very pretty, and what happened then? She was just okay. Lu Wei was anxious, pounding his chest. This time, she's really beautiful, I Lu Wei guarantee it with my character. How much is your character worth? You? Lu Wei, who are you saying is beautiful? A crisp female voice came from behind, tinged with annoyance. Zhang Chun turned around to see Li Yao and Tan Min approaching, arms linked. Li Yao had her hair tied in a ponytail, wearing a half-smile, her gaze fixed squarely on Lu Wei. Tan Min stood beside her, half a head taller than Li Yao, with a round face and big eyes curiously watching the two. I was just saying you two are beautiful. He remained unfazed, stepping back quickly with lightning speed. I have something to attend to, I'll be leaving now. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn back and wink at Zhang Chun, his face clearly saying, brother, you're in for a treat. Zhang Chun couldn't be bothered to respond to him. To Lu Wei, the two girls might be considered pretty, but to Zhang Chun, they could only be described as delicately attractive. After all, having lived over 30 years in his past life, his aesthetic standards had long been elevated. Zhang Chun, can you fit in a tent by yourself? Li Yao walked up to him, looking up and asking, her tone filled with a sour envy. We 10 girls are crammed into one tent, and when we turn over we can kick the person next to us. What is the great beauty Li want to cohabitate? Zhang Chun chuckled, crossing his arms against the tent pole. Li Yao's face flushed, turning red from her neck to the tips of her ears. What nonsense are you talking about? She stomped her foot, her voice sharp. I just want to see what's different about a tent for. Zhang Chun enjoyed teasing such girls. At 18 their skin was as thin as paper, and a single sentence could set them ablaze. If this were 10 years later, the same sentence thrown out would likely make her even more flustered. Tan Min covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, her shoulders shaking, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Just as Zhang Chun was about to say a few more words to further tease Li Yao, suddenly. Everyone gather at the square. A deep voice erupted from the center of the camp, like a thunderclap ringing in their ears. It wasn't a broadcast nor a loudspeaker, it was purely a human voice. To project over the entire camp, what kind of lung capacity did that require? Zhang Chen's expression turned serious in an instant. He no longer engaged in pleasantries with the two girls and hurried towards the square. Li Yao and Tan Min exchanged glances and quickly followed. The square had already been neatly divided into sections, each area marked with white chalk with signs indicating the school names and class numbers. Having been a student for over 10 years, Zhang Chun could navigate this process with his eyes closed. He quickly found his class's position and after standing still glanced around. A sea of people. As far as the eye could see were senior students, a dense mass of black heads stretching into the distance. Rough estimates suggest there were at least several thousand, likely all the senior students from nearby schools concentrated in this area. At the forefront of the square stood a figure with his hands clasped behind his back. The man appeared to be in his 40s, not particularly tall, and even somewhat lean. But when he stood there, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. The invisible pressure poured down from the high platform like a mountain pressing down on each student's head. Hello, students. He spoke without a microphone, yet his voice clearly penetrated everyone's ears, as if he were speaking right beside them. The square of tens of thousands fell silent. I am the person in charge of this area, Chun Liang. He paused. A fifth-tier warrior. For simple words, but the square erupted in an instant. Fifth tier. Holy cow, a fifth-tier warrior. That's a standard punching power of 5,000 tons. The students around Zhang Chun whispered to each other, their faces filled with shock. Zhang Chun himself squinted slightly. Fifth-tier warrior. What does that concept imply? Zhang Chun quickly ran through it in his mind. The standard punching power was 500 kilograms for the first tier, 5,000 kilograms for the second, 500 kilograms for the third, 500 tons for the fourth, and 5,000 tons for the fifth. A single punch could pierce through several meters of reinforced concrete. A punch directed at the ground could cause a localized earthquake. Such a person would be top-tier combat power wherever they went. In all of China, there was only one 7th-tier warrior. 6th-tier warriors were exceedingly rare. 5th-tier warriors were already in existence that the vast majority of people would never encounter in their lifetimes. And now a 5th-tier warrior stood right in front of them as their camp commander. The military's emphasis on physical training exceeded Zhang Chun's expectations. You have 7 days to train. Chun Liang's voice suppressed all the noise, cold and devoid of any emotion. In 7 days there will be a field exercise in the outskirts of the misty zone. Silence. A deathly silence. Then an even more intense uproar erupted. 7 days, just 7 days. The outskirts of the misty zone. There are first-tier beasts there. I heard there are occasionally second-tier ones too. Fear spread through the crowd. None of these seniors had broken through to the first tier. Were they really going to face beasts in the outskirts of the misty zone? Instructor on standby. Chun Liang tossed out this phrase and turned to leave, completely unconcerned with the chaos below. The demeanor of a 5th-tier warrior was swift and decisive, without a word of nonsense. A middle-aged man in military uniform quickly walked to the front of Zhang Chun's class and stood still. Hello, I am your instructor Zhou Jun. His build was robust, and his palms bore thick calluses, a clear sign of someone who practiced boxing regularly. When his gaze swept over each student, it was sharp like a blade slicing through skin. In these 7 days I will teach you clever martial arts, the mountain-crushing fist. Zhang Chun's heart skipped a beat. Grade martial arts. He unconsciously tightened his fist. Grade martial arts cost 100 a copy, while grade martial arts cost 100. Such a price is astronomical for an ordinary family. Zhang Chun had trained for over a decade in basic boxing techniques, yet he didn't even qualify for the level of martial arts, at best achieving mere beginner skills. The military district is directly issuing grade martial arts, getting it for free at the cost of 100. If one doesn't take it seriously, they must be lacking in common sense. Zhang Chun quickly organized his knowledge of martial arts in his mind. A person's combat ability consists of 3 components: physical fitness, martial arts, and equipment. Physical fitness refers to basic boxing strength. Martial arts are classified from low to high as grade, and grade. Grade can increase attack power by up to 2 times. Grade can increase attack power by up to 5 times. Grade can increase attack power by up to 10 times. A grade can increase attack power by up to 20 times. Grade can increase attack power by up to 50 times. The martial arts levels are beginner at 10, proficient at 20, expert at 50, great success at 80, and perfection at 100. In other words, if he can master the mountain-crushing fist to perfection, the power of a single punch could unleash 6 times his basic boxing strength, an increase of 5 times, totaling 6 times. With the addition of equipment bonuses, Zhang Chun didn't dare to calculate further, fearing he would become too excited to sleep. Equipment is categorized from 1st to 7th rank. First-rank equipment has little effect, but can easily break the skin of first-rank monsters. Second rank can double attack power. Third rank can quadruple attack power, while Zhang Chun was unclear about anything above 4th rank. The grade martial arts mountain-crushing fist is valued at 100, which is the military district's investment in you. Zhou Jun's expression suddenly turned cold, his voice heavy like a block of iron hitting the ground. However, unauthorized dissemination to others is strictly prohibited. You should all be aware of the consequences, right? Clear. Dozens of students answered in unison. The ironclad rule of the martial artist era is that martial arts have copyrights. Teaching them privately is equivalent to theft, with penalties ranging from hefty fines to imprisonment. This rule protects the interests of the original creators of martial arts and is the foundation of the entire martial artist system. Now I will first demonstrate the mountain-crushing fist in its entirety. Zhou Jun took 2 steps back, spread his feet apart, and sank his waist. His right fist slowly pulled back to his waist. Then, bang, he threw a punch. There were no flashy movements or unnecessary techniques. But Zhang Chun distinctly saw the moment Zhou Jun punched. The muscles of his entire body moved in sequence like a line of dominoes. Ankles, knees, waist, shoulders, elbows, and fists. The force began to transmit from the ground, stacking layer upon layer, ultimately converging and exploding at the fist. The air was compressed, emitting a hissing sound. The punch's wind swept across the front row of students' hair, causing several girls to stumble back a step. This punch was incredibly powerful. Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled. The way the mountain-crushing fist generated force was so similar to the inch punch from his past life. Both techniques rely on coordinated force generation throughout the body, unleashing maximum power over a very short distance. The difference is that the force transmission chain of the mountain-crushing fist is more intricate and complex, involving more muscle groups, and its explosive power is far beyond that of the inch punch. Yet the core principle remains the same. Zhou Jun began to break down the movements one by one, explaining the key points of generating force. Other students looked bewildered, some furrowing their brows in imitation, their hands and feet completely uncoordinated. Some simply gave up on thinking and memorized the sequence of movements. Zhang Chun followed along and practiced twice. It wasn't difficult. This is not mere politeness, it really wasn't difficult. Having trained in basic boxing techniques for over a decade, he had fine-tuned his control over every muscle. Coupled with his understanding of the inch punch from his past life, he almost grasped the logic of generating force behind the mountain-crushing fist immediately. By the third repetition, he had already infused a hint of mountain-crushing fist into his punches. Zhou Jun was patrolling when he paused for a moment in front of Zhang Chun. He looked at Zhang Chun for a few more moments without saying anything and continued on. Zhang Chun withdrew his fist, feeling a slight warmth in his knuckles. Perhaps the 10 years of basic boxing training had not been in vain. Or perhaps his talent was finally beginning to show. In any case, he was learning the mountain-crushing fist faster than anyone else. In the very center of the camp, a military tent, 3 times larger than the others, stood quietly. The interior of the tent was simply furnished with a military table and 2 folding chairs. Chun Liang sat on one of the chairs, his military boots resting on the ground, leaning slightly back. At his feet lay a massive creature. It was a wolf dog, but certainly not an ordinary one. It was about the size of an adult water buffalo, with shiny black fur, every hair standing upright like steel needles. It lay there breathing steadily, its slit pupils half open, appearing lazy. Xiaohei. Chun Liang reached down to pat its head, his palm barely covering a small part of its massive skull. In 7 days it's time for your performance again. Upon hearing this, Xiaohei raised its enormous head and extended a tongue wider than a human face, licking Chun Liang's hand with a slurp. Then it grinned. Yes, it grinned. A third-rank wolf dog displayed a human-like, endearingly silly smile. 2 canine teeth longer than daggers peeked out from the corners of its mouth, combined with that smile, creating an odd, yet inexplicably amusing sight. I knew you loved this part the most every year. Chun Liang patted its forehead, not holding back on the strength, but Xiaohei remained completely still, instead nudging its head into his palm. In the era of martial artists, everything has mutated. Dogs are no exception. But dogs are interesting creatures. Even before their mutation, their intelligence was not low and their bond with humans was strong. After mutation, their strength surged. Logically, they could easily return to the wild, yet they chose not to. What kind of days do wild animals face? Uncertainty of survival, competing with other mutated beasts for territory and food, often going hungry for 3 days out of 9. But with humans, 3 meals a day, plenty to eat, some people patting their heads, others playing with them, safe and comfortable. What's wrong with being a dog? Xiaohei clearly thought the same. Every year during the 3rd year of high school physical training, aside from the first week learning martial arts in the camp, the remaining 3 weeks are spent on outdoor survival training in the outskirts of the Misty Zone. Most students haven't reached the entry level, and if they encounter danger, they are essentially fodder. Therefore, the military district sends a special group of nannies each year. The police dog unit. These police dogs are all German shepherds resembling wolves after mutation. With some makeup, ruffled fur, and fierce eyes, not only would students be fooled, even real wolves wouldn't suspect a thing. Their task is simple: to secretly protect the students' safety, and if necessary to act as wild wolves to create a bit of pressure and tension for the students. First-rank police dogs are more than capable of this task. Their intelligence is sufficient, their acting skills are on point, and since they come every year, they are more familiar with the process than the instructors. Xiaohei is their leader, possessing 3rd-rank strength. With it in charge, no mutated beast dares to approach within a 10-kilometer radius of the Misty Zone. Tell your dog team to be mindful of their limits. Chun Liang retracted his hand. Last year, they frightened hundreds of students, with some girls fainting, directly leading to parents filing complaints to the military district. Xiaohei tilted its head, a hint of innocence flashing in its black slit pupils. It lowered its head again, resting its chin on its 2 front paws, its tail lightly sweeping the ground. Haven't you eaten? Strike harder. Zhou Jun slapped the back of a tall, skinny boy, causing him to stagger 2 steps and nearly fall over. Your squat position is so far from standard, even a monkey could squat better than that. Look at you with your butt sticking up so high. Are you practicing martial arts, or looking for a restroom? A female instructor grabbed a girl by her collar and yanked her up, adjusting her knee angle by hand, making the girl wince in pain, with tears welling in her eyes. Sweat more in practice, bleed less in battle. You are the worst class I have ever taught bar none. The instructor's roars echoed back and forth across the square like a continuous barrage of firecrackers. The era of martial artists was completely different from Zhang Chen's past life. These instructors really knew how to teach through action. They were not just giving you a symbolic push, but delivering solid punches and kicks. Of course, they were very measured in their strikes. They would make you grimace in pain, your eyes glimmering, wishing to kneel down and beg for mercy. But this peculiar pain did not hinder your subsequent training. In fact, it could even sharpen your focus due to the intensity of the discomfort. The morning of early May in Yuqing was already heating up, and the training began the moment they lined up. Zhou Jun stood at the front demonstrating the complete routine of the crumbling mountain fist dozens of times. It seemed as if the air itself trembled when he struck, and the concrete ground beneath his feet cracked like spider webs. The students were left dumbfounded. What are you staring at? Practice along. A booming voice caused everyone to hurriedly mimic the movements. The club martial skill crumbling mountain fist was considered easier to learn among its peers. This was what the instructor said, and Zhang Chun believed it, but only half-heartedly. Easier to learn was relative to martial artists. For these high school students who had yet to step into the threshold of martial arts, just mastering the initial striking sequence was enough to tire them out. From pushing off the ground with their feet twisting their waist and hips arching their backs to channeling strength into their fists, this series of actions had to be completed within a fraction of a second, all while maintaining coordination. All morning the square was filled with the sounds of instructors scolding students, screaming, and the dull thuds of fists hitting the air. Occasionally a sharp clap would punctuate the noise as instructors corrected stances. Zhang Chun buried himself in practice, his face drenched in sweat, and he wiped it with his sleeve before continuing to strike. Zhou Jun walked past him twice, without scolding him, merely nodding slightly. That was already the highest form of praise. At noon, they headed to the military district's dedicated dining hall for lunch. The cafeteria was immense, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people at once. Long metal tables and chairs were arranged neatly, just like in the army. The food was plentiful with plenty of meat and generous portions. Lu Wei squeezed through the crowd with a tray and plopped down next to Zhang Chen, elbowing him. Zhang Chen, I have something big to tell you. Lu Wei lowered his voice, his eyes darting around like a thief. Zhang Chen was busy shoveling food into his mouth and didn't look up, saying, In our physical training area, several geniuses have emerged. Lu Wei leaned closer to his ear, his voice trembling with excitement. Zhang Chen finally put down his chopsticks, intrigued. Who are they? Zhou Qiang from No. 1 High School, Wang Feifei, Chun Hao from No. 3A, and Xie Ming from No. 8. Lu Wei counted on his fingers, his expression resembling that of someone reading a Hall of Fame list. Wang Feifei. Zhang Chen chewed his rice, furrowing his brows. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Lu Wei nearly dropped his chopsticks. My ancestors. I told you before. She's a stunning beauty. Lu Wei slammed the table, attracting the attention of a few people nearby. Zhang Chen responded with an "oh," but didn't show any particular reaction. He had always been indifferent to such matters, his mind filled only with training and the weight of ants. What makes them geniuses? Zhang Chen continued to ask, steering the conversation back on track. Lu Wei quickly lowered his voice. I heard their physical fitness has already reached the standards of a first-tier martial artist. Zhang Chen's chopsticks paused midair. They've already reached the first-tier martial artist standards. His voice involuntarily rose by half a pitch. A first-tier martial artist has a standard punch force of 500 kilograms. How hard he worked was unclear to others, but he knew it all too well. Over the past decade, he hadn't wasted a second practicing his punches every single day. Only after awakening his talent recently did he begin to make rapid progress. Every day he absorbed spiritual energy crystals, managing to endure just 1 minute on the first day, and now barely reaching 2 minutes. His standard punch force was 370 kilograms. He was still over 100 kilograms away from being a first-tier martial artist. Yet those few people had already stood at the threshold. Zhang Chen fell silent, lowering his head to eat faster than before. Lu Wei noticed his strange demeanor and quickly waved his hands. Hey, it's not as exaggerated as you think. Their families are in very good conditions. In that instant, Zhang Chen understood. Financial capability. The saying the poor study literature while the rich study martial arts was no joke. Wealthy families could have spiritual energy crystals placed in specially arranged rooms for training. They consumed meat from first-tier beasts, a luxury that ordinary people couldn't even smell, while they treated it like a common meal. They even had dedicated martial artist coaches and customized training plans. Zhang Chen didn't dwell on this matter any longer. Comparing backgrounds with others was the most foolish behavior. He only compared himself to himself. After finishing the meal, Zhang Chen quickly returned to the tent. Lifting the curtain, he saw the ground was clean and all the meat was gone. 1,000 ants lay motionless in the corner. Only 10 specially cared for ants continued to gnaw away, their mandibles moving rapidly, producing a faint crunching sound. Zhang Chen crouched down to take a look, beginning to calculate in his mind. In 7 days he would be heading out for physical training, entering the outskirts of the Misty Zone. By then beasts would be everywhere, and there would be plenty of meat. But for these 7 days the ants in the tent still needed to eat. He pulled out his phone to check his bank balance, and the corners of his mouth twitched. 480000. It seemed like a lot, but feeding the ants burned through it like paper. Alright, spend it all then. Zhang Chun went to Li Jianxing to buy some meat. Watching the rapidly shrinking number in his bank account, he suddenly felt a bit melancholic. When would the school's subsidies come through? Could those people speed up their evaluation efficiency? Forget it, thinking about that was useless. Zhang Chun crouched down, taking out a short knife he carried with him to start. He quickly calculated he could buy a total of 2,400 kilograms, feeding the ants 300 kilograms a day, with all excess given to those 10 larger ants. As soon as the chunks of meat were tossed down, the swarm of ants surged forward like a tide, a dark mass, and the sound of their gnawing merged into a buzzing noise akin to a small generator. As Zhang Chun straightened up, the loudspeaker outside the tent blared. All students gather at the square within 5 minutes. Physical training begins. Zhang Chun wiped his hands and stepped out. The afternoon sun was scorching. In Yuqing in May the temperature soared to 32 degrees, with not a decent cloud in the sky. The sun beat down mercilessly and the concrete ground of the square was heated to the point of burning. Even through his shoes he could feel the heat drilling into the soles of his feet. Tens of thousands of students stood under the sun, beginning to practice the crumbling mountain fist. Sweat poured from their foreheads, temples, necks, and backs, oozing out from every pore of their bodies. T-shirts were soaked through within 10 minutes, sticking to their bodies, both damp and clammy. The instructors, on the other hand, were full of energy, patrolling the rows like hungry wolves stalking their prey. Zhou Jun's face never changed expression from morning to night, as solid as iron. Regardless of whether you were male or female, crying or laughing, if your movements were incorrect you would receive a scolding. Zhang Chun was faring better. After a morning of practice he had gained a decent grasp of the basic routine. In the afternoon he focused entirely on the power techniques demonstrated by Zhou Jun, pondering how to channel strength from his feet, through his waist, and hips to his fists. This skill couldn't be learned just by watching. It required repeated practice. Push off the ground, no, the toes must grip the ground. Twist the waist, no, it's the hips that must lead the waist. Arch the back, yes, that's the feeling. Zhang Chun threw a punch, and the air emitted a low muffled thud. Zhou Jun glanced at him from several meters away, said nothing, and turned to scold other students. Most students had already practiced to the point of staring blankly, unable to lift their arms, their minds a complete muddle. They couldn't grasp a single word of the instructor's teachings on power and coordination. They mechanically swung their fists, retracted them, and swung them again. I'm not practicing anymore. This is too difficult. I simply can't learn it. A voice suddenly erupted from afar. Everyone's actions came to a halt. Zhang Chun turned his head to look. A boy stood there, his face flushed and veins bulging on his neck, his expression clearly conveying the sentiment of "I'm done practicing." Zhang Chun raised an eyebrow, impressed by the boy's audacity. The surrounding students sneaked glances at the instructor, too afraid to breathe. The air was silent for about 2 seconds. Then a figure darted in from the side, moving as swiftly as the wind. It was a female instructor, not tall, with a neat ponytail, her military uniform fitting snugly, her muscular lines more graceful than most of the boys present. Her face showed neither anger nor impatience, just a chilling calmness. She approached the boy, who still hadn't reacted, and with her right hand, she seized his wrist. In the next moment, bang! A textbook-perfect shoulder throw. The boy's body, weighing over 140 pounds, arced through the air before crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Immediately the female instructor kicked with her right foot, striking him in the side. Whoosh! The boy was sent flying like a soccer ball, tumbling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Ah! The heart-wrenching wails echoed throughout the square. The boy lay curled on the ground like a shrimp, his hands clutching his waist, his face contorted in pain. Zhang Chun glanced around. The surrounding students were all pale, and a few girls had red-rimmed eyes from fright. Lu Wei stood 2 positions to Zhang Chun's right, visibly trembling. 2 male instructors hurried over, one covering the boy's mouth, the other supporting his arm, quickly dragging him away from the square. The boy's cries slipped through the fingers covering his mouth, gradually fading into the distance before disappearing completely. The entire square fell silent. Continue practicing. The instructor's voice was low, yet each word felt like a nail driven into everyone's ears. No one dared to slack off anymore, nor complain. Even breathing was done quietly. Everyone was throwing punches with all their might. The 2 instructors took the boy to a shaded corner, out of the student's sight. The boy, who had been howling in agony, suddenly felt no pain. He wriggled free from the grip of the 2 male instructors, brushed the dust off his body, and jumped up energetically. That girl Xiao Jing really strikes hard. Damn it, it feels like my waist is broken from her kick. The boy grimaced, rubbing his side. Should keep it down. The male instructor on the left quickly raised a finger, scanning the area like a radar. Be careful, she hears you. Next time, she really might break you. Moreover, you need to work on your acting skills. The male instructor on the right lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, saying, was your wailing really that loud? That was exaggerated. The boy rolled his eyes. If I didn't shout louder, how would those students hear? It's quite far away. The male instructor on the left also pulled out a cigarette, squatting down, saying, "You know, this routine is done every year, and those little brats immediately become obedient. It's really effective. Classics never go out of style." Hee hee. The three exchanged knowing glances and laughed together. The training in the afternoon continued. The sun grew fiercer, the 36-degree heat enveloping the square like a giant pot. Fortunately, students in the era of martial artists generally had better physical fitness than ordinary people from the past. No one fainted from heat stroke. Yet despite this, many were already trembling, their movements clearly distorted. Sweat trickled down Zhang Chen's forehead, flowing past his brow, and eyelashes stinging his eyes. He blinked a couple of times, not wiping it away, and continued throwing punches. His t-shirt was soaked as if it could be twisted to wring out water. Every inch of fabric clung tightly to his skin, uncomfortable and constricting. But he paid no heed. Each punch was thrown with all his strength. The sound of his feet striking the ground echoed loudly, as if he were trying to crush the cement beneath him. The sound of his fists slicing through the air shifted from soft to sharp. Hips and waist engaged, transmitting power to his fists. Again and again. Other students began to slack off to some degree. Taking advantage of the instructor's turned back, they would shake their hands or bend over, pretending to adjust their posture. Some particularly crafty ones even stood there dazed, hidden behind their front row classmates. But Zhang Chun did not stop once. Not out of fear of the instructor, but because he understood the rules of this world too well. Only by becoming a martial artist could one have status in the era of martial artists. Only then can one discuss survival dignity in the future. Having lived 2 lives, he had etched this iron rule into his bones. The world of his past life was too competitive. Competition in education, jobs, and income, it became so intense that in the end one couldn't even find a direction for their efforts. You worked tirelessly to get into university, only to find graduates everywhere. You fought your way into a major corporation, only to discover that 35 is the death line. But Blue Star is different. The goal is as clear as can be: become a martial artist. As long as you are strong enough, everything will follow. This path, while brutal, is at least fair. Zhang Chun unleashed another powerful punch. At 6 in the evening, the whistle signaling the end of training sounded. The students, exhausted as if their bones had been removed, collapsed to the ground, unable to rise for a long time. Some lay directly on the scorching cement, lacking even the strength to move their fingers. Zhang Chun was tired too, but he didn't stop. He jogged to the cafeteria for dinner, moving so quickly that Lu Wei couldn't catch up. "Zhang Chun, wait for me. Are you rushing to be reincarnated?" Lu Wei shouted from behind. After finishing his meal, Zhang Chun returned to the tent and first checked on the ants. The 300 kilograms of meat from today had been almost entirely consumed. The ordinary ants lay still after eating. Only the 10 special care ants continued to open and close their mouths, seemingly never satisfied. Zhang Chun took out a small scale he carried with him and caught one of the ordinary ants to weigh it. 20 grams, 14 centimeters in length. He weighed the specially cared for ant number 175 grams. Zhang Chun placed the number 1 ant in his palm. This fellow's size was already as long as a normal banana. Its 6 legs fidgeted restlessly in his hand, and its mandibles opened and closed with a fierce energy. "It's growing quite fast," Zhang Chun muttered, placing the ant back. After checking the ants, he didn't rest, but immediately began practicing the collapsed mountain fist in the tent. The tent space was small, but enough for him to practice. With 2 steps to either side, he could perform a full routine. After about 40 minutes, Zhang Chun stopped. In the corner of the tent was a punching target testing device uniformly distributed by the military district. It looked like a thick sandbag, but inside was embedded a precise power sensor capable of measuring down to the single digit. Zhang Chun walked over and stood still. He shook his arms and moved his finger joints, adjusting his breath. Then his whole body suddenly exerted force. His toes gripped the ground, his ankles twisted, power flowed from his calf muscles to his thighs, and through his waist and hips he twisted fiercely. His back arched like a great dragon poised to strike, gathering all his strength into his right fist. Bang! A punch struck the punching target. The target dented significantly, the springs emitting a deafening creak. Beep! Zhang Chun punch force 400 kilograms. The mechanical electronic voice echoed in the tent. Zhang Chun stared at the numbers on the punching bag, clenching his fists. 400 kilograms. It was only 370 yesterday, an increase of 30 kilograms in a single day. Usually he could only increase by 20 kilograms each day, but now it was 30. He was making progress. This was likely due to the continuous absorption of spiritual energy combined with the practice of martial arts. His body was becoming more efficient at absorbing spiritual energy during training. Zhang Chun briefly analyzed the reasons in his mind, then his gaze returned to the punching bag. "Let's try the mountain-shattering fist." He stood firmly again, this time starting with a different posture. The mountain-shattering fist emphasizes layering strength from the ground up to the fist. Every joint, every muscle, must contribute to the force, amplifying it throughout the transmission process. He pushed off the ground, twisted his waist, arched his back, and struck. Bang! The moment he threw this punch, Zhang Chun felt the difference. The force transmitted more smoothly than before, as if he had found a certain knack. Ding Zhang Chun punch force, 600 kilograms. Zhang Chun stared at this number, his pupils shrinking sharply. 600 kilograms. His brain raced, and he almost instantly realized what it meant. He had mastered the fundamentals of the mountain-shattering fist. A club martial arts basics could unleash 10 of its power. A fully mastered mountain-shattering fist could increase attack power by 5 times, which meant 10 of 5 times would be 0. 5 times. 400, 10. 5, 600. It matched perfectly. Zhang Chen's heart raced. He paced back and forth inside the tent, forcing himself to calm down. It wasn't over yet. Power talent. He murmured slowly, clenching his right hand. The power talent activated. Hum. A surge of furious energy erupted from deep within his bones like a slumbering beast awakened. Veins on the back of his hand bulged, twisting under the skin like coiling dragons. Muscle fibers twisted and swelled beneath the skin, his right arm visibly expanding. His entire arm had thickened by nearly half. The joints cracked as if bearing pressure far beyond the ordinary. The sensation was not pain, but an overflow of power and overwhelming energy injected between the bone. Zhang Chun stomped his right foot hard. Bang! The sound of his fist striking the punching bag was entirely on another level, like a cannonball hitting the bullseye. The punching bag shook violently, the screws on the base creaking under the strain. Ding Zhang Chun punch force, 2,400 kilograms. Zhang Chun was stunned. 2,400. No way. His power talent was supposed to increase force by 5 times, so 400 multiplied by 5 should be 2,000 kilograms. An extra 400 kilograms. Zhang Chun furrowed his brows and threw 3 more punches. Each punch used only the power talent without stacking the mountain-shattering fist. 2380, 2,410, 2,390. The data stabilized around 2,400. The error was within a reasonable range, but the multiplier was clearly not 5 times. It was 6 times. 406, 2,400. Zhang Chun confirmed this 3 times, finally accepting the fact. His power talent had increased from 5 times to 6 times. With the improvement of his physical condition, the multiplier of his talent was also rising. Zhang Chen's lips trembled slightly, overwhelmed by an excitement that surged from the depths of his soul. Let's try the strongest burst. Power talent mountain-shattering fist. 2 enhancements stacked together. Zhang Chen stood before the punching bag, his feet shoulder-width apart. With the power talent activated, his right arm expanded again, veins bulging. The mountain-shattering fist began. He pushed off, twisted his waist, and arched his back. The force layered and amplified, perfectly merging with the brute strength granted by his talent. Boom! As this punch was thrown, the tent trembled slightly. The punching bag shook violently, swaying wildly, and 1 screw from the base flew off, hitting the tent canvas with a sharp sound. Ding Zhang Chun punch force, 3,610 kilograms. The tent fell silent for 2 seconds. Zhang Chun looked down at his right fist, the knuckles red and swollen, faintly aching. This full-force burst placed an enormous burden on his body. He estimated he could only swing a few punches in succession. But it didn't matter. 3,610 kilograms. The standard punch force for a second-stage warrior is 5,000 kilograms. His physical condition hadn't even reached that of a high schooler in the first stage, yet his full-force burst already exceeded the standard level of the first stage. Zhang Chun stood quietly there, staring at the numbers on the punching bag. Then he began to calculate. If the power talent and martial arts were simply additive, 6 times plus 0. 5 times equals 6. 5 times 400 multiplied by 6. 5 equals 2,600 kilograms. But the actual data was 3,610. There was a discrepancy of over 1,000 kilograms, completely misaligned. So it wasn't additive. Zhang Chun changed his perspective. 406, 10. 5, 3,600. A 10-kilogram error. Humans aren't machines, and each punch has slight variations in force. This error is entirely reasonable. It multiplies independently. The increases from the power talent and martial arts are not additive, but calculated independently, and then multiplied. What does this mean? It means that with the growth of the power talent multiplier and the improvement of martial arts proficiency, his explosive power would surge exponentially. Zhang Chun stood in the tent, feeling his blood boiling. His future life would be completely different. He rubbed his swollen right hand vigorously, taking a full 2 minutes to bring his heartbeat back to a normal range. Then he continued practicing the mountain-shattering fist. Again and again. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. There was not a scrap of meat left in the tent, and his bank card balance hit 0. Zhang Chen's base punch force steadily increased by 30 kilograms each day, reaching 580 kilograms on the 7th day. He crossed the 500-kilogram threshold and became a first-stage warrior. In that moment of crossing the threshold, Zhang Chun felt a qualitative change occurring within his body. It was as if an invisible barrier had been broken. Every cell felt reactivated. Then he tested his power talent. 10 times, jumping directly from 6 times to 10 times. Zhang Chun clenched his fist, the joints cracking crisply. He couldn't tell whether he was happy or shocked, Perhaps it was a mix of both. The mountain-shattering fist also made tremendous progress during the 7 days of intensive training, breaking through to mastery. It could increase attack power by 5 times. He quickly calculated. 580 10 1 2. 5, 20,300 kilograms. 20,300 kilograms. This number felt unreal even to Zhang Chun. To put it in perspective, the standard punch force for a second-stage warrior is only 5,000 kilograms. His current full-force burst was already 4 times the second-stage standard. Of course, this was an extreme burst, and he couldn't throw many punches. But as a trump card, it was enough. The transformation of the ants was equally earth-shattering. Ordinary ants, after 7 days of feeding, weighed 90 grams, roughly the length of a banana. Their black shells glinted with a metallic sheen under the dim light of the tent, sending chills down one's spine. What was truly terrifying were the 10 ants that had received special care. They ate nonstop for 24 hours a day, consuming an amount equivalent to 5 times their body weight each day. They managed to gain 5 times their weight. After 7 days, their weight skyrocketed to 18 kilograms. 18 kilograms. Roughly the weight of an adult wolf dog. Zhang Chun squatted inside the tent, observing these 10 ants before him. They lay quietly on the ground, 6 stout legs supporting their streamlined bodies, their serrated mandibles opening and closing, emitting a low crunching sound. Ants the size of wolf dogs were enough to drive one mad just to think about. Zhang Chun reached out and tapped the shell of ant number 1. The sensation was like knocking on steel plates. He had tested their speed. An ordinary 20-centimeter-long ant can run at 20 meters per second, exactly 100 times its body length. These 10 large ants were on an entirely different level. They could reach 120 meters per second faster than a high-speed train. Zhang Chun stood up, looking at the broad carapace of ant number 1. An absurd thought popped into his mind. In the future, could he ride an ant? As for their biting power, he couldn't measure it. The only thing he could confirm was that ant number 1 could easily bite through several centimeters of steel, like a human crunching a thin biscuit. Tomorrow was the day for outdoor physical training, to go into the outskirts of the mist zone and engage in combat with low-level beasts. Other students were probably so nervous they couldn't sleep. Zhang Chun was not nervous at all. What worried him was something else. His bank card balance had hit 0. The promised subsidies from the school had yet to arrive, and the professionals hadn't come to assess. Zhang Chun couldn't help but complain about their efficiency. In his eyes, the outskirts of the mist zone were not a dangerous trial ground. They were his personal ATM. The wilderness was filled with enough wild beast meat, and he wouldn't have to spend a dime. The ants could eat as much as they wanted. Valuable materials from first-stage beasts were hard currency. While others feared for their lives, he was driven mad by poverty. The morning sun just pierced through the edges of the thin mist as Zhang Chun tightened his backpack. 2 enormous snakeskin bags lay empty, neatly folded, and tucked into the side pocket of his pack. They were previously used for carrying ants, but now they could no longer hold any. The tent was teeming with ants. Zhang Chun had utilized every inch of space, with ants crawling up and down, even hanging from the support poles at the top of the tent. 10,000 ants crammed into this small space, resembling a compressed Black Arms depot. Zhang Chun directed the ants to crawl out of the tent. 10 large ants, each weighing 18 kilograms, stood at the forefront, their size comparable to that of an adult wolf dog, their black shells gleaming with a cold metallic sheen in the morning light. Behind them were ordinary ants, 100 rows perfectly aligned, stretching nearly 20 meters. He had previously wanted to keep the existence of the ants a secret because they were too small to impress anyone. Now with 10 18-kilogram ants, he could finally show off. Let's go. Zhang Chun stepped forward, a black torrent. The 10 large ants moved with synchronized alternating strides, their rhythm exceptionally strong. The ordinary ants followed closely, their formation straight, as if they were a well-trained army. Zhang Chun walked at the front, hands in his pockets, his steps relaxed. Holy crap! The first to notice was a boy brushing his teeth next to their tent, his toothbrush dropping to the ground. What the hell? What is that thing? Who the hell raised those? Screams erupted one after another. A girl with a ponytail poked her head out of her tent just in time to lock eyes with the first, and its compound eyes cold and emotionless. The girl let out a shrill scream and scrambled back into the tent. The boys fared a bit better, at least not screaming. But they were no better off standing close to the tent's edge, as if wishing to embed themselves into it. Is this a summoning talent? It must be, otherwise who could command so many ants? But the sheer number is absurd. And those 10 in front, look at their size, as big as wolf dogs. Ants already possess terrifying biting power, amplified to this size. I mean, wouldn't a bite break a leg? Whispers spread through the crowd. All eyes were glued to Zhang Chun, yet no one dared to approach too closely. Zhang Chun. Lu Wei ran over from behind, nearly tripping over the tail end of the ant army. He maneuvered to the side, his eyes wide as he stared at the black army, his mouth hanging open for several seconds before closing. This is what you call a specialty? Zhang Chun turned around and grinned. Wei Ge, how do you like this specialty? Lu Wei's voice cracked with excitement. I'm absolutely thrilled. He hurried a few steps to Zhang Chun's side, his eyes darting around. Foster father out here in the wild, I'll follow your lead, whatever you say goes. Zhang Chun, Li Yao and Tan Min jogged over, their expressions a mix of fear and excitement. Li Yao's gaze swept over the large ants, instinctively shrinking back slightly, but she still managed to ask, "Can we follow you?" Tan Min nodded vigorously beside her. Zhang Chun halted, and the ant army stopped in unison, not a single one moving an extra step. This scene caused a stir among the surrounding students. "Have you forgotten the rules?" Zhang Chun spread his hands. "In the wild, a maximum of 2 can team up." Li Yao's expression instantly fell. "Hey, who set that rule?" Tan Min also looked frustrated, pouting, as if she could hang an oil bottle on it. Zhang Chun said nothing more, and continued towards the square. The ant army resumed their march, the black line weaving through the camp, parting the students as they passed. No one dared to block their path. Several thousand senior high school students had already gathered in the square. The moment Zhang Chun appeared with the ant army, the noise in the square abruptly dropped a notch before exploding again. "Look over there. What the heck is that?" "Ants. Those are ants." Thousands of heads turned in unison, like sunflowers turning towards the sun. The students in Class 1 were the closest, stealing glances, while fearing to attract the ants' attention. Who would normally spare a second glance at ants? But magnified to the size of wolf dogs with 6 legs, compound eyes, and serrated mandibles, every detail exuded cruelty and danger. The patterns on their black shells were clearly visible, resembling natural armor. Majestic. No other word could describe it. Can it take on a first-tier beast? Anyone who dares say it's as easy as stepping on an ant again, I'll be the first to disagree. Let them try stepping on Zhang Chen's ants. The numbers. 10,000. Are you kidding me? The instructors stood in the square, their expressions varied. But one thing was the same, all their gazes were locked onto Zhang Chun. Summoning talent. Rare, extremely rare. And such a massive number was unheard of. A few instructors exchanged glances, each seeing the same thought in the other's eyes. As long as this person doesn't perish early, their future is limitless. Zhou Jun stood among the crowd, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had already prepared his boasting lines for the future. That Zhang Chun. He's a student I taught. I always thought he was extraordinary. I even trained him. The 3-week wilderness training officially begins. Chun Liang appeared on the high stage. His gaze inadvertently swept towards Zhang Chen's direction, lingering on the mass of black ants for 2 seconds. Such a multitude of summoned creatures was unprecedented. He withdrew his gaze, his expression unchanging. The homeroom teachers began leading the way. Tens of thousands of students were divided into several teams, each heading in different directions. The terrain of Yuqing was already magical, with undulating hills well arranged. Dozens of small mountains appeared in view. The forest's dense and thin mist occasionally concealed the distant woods. Wang Jian led their team to the entrance of the forest and stopped. "Your task is to survive in there for 3 weeks. The students instantly erupted. 3 weeks? In the woods? Are you kidding me? Wang Jian raised his hand to calm them. "Quiet down, you're allowed to come back here to sleep at night." The students breathed a sigh of relief. They thought they would have to survive in the wilderness, but it turned out they could return at night. Military personnel had already set up army tents at the entrance, and it appeared conditions wouldn't be too bad. Moreover, Wang Jian paused. "There are point rewards." "Point rewards?" Zhang Chen perked up. "Killing a first-tier beast rewards 1 point. 1 point equals 10,000 yuan. Zhang Chen's pupils constricted sharply. "A first-tier beast, 10,000 yuan. Don't worry about missing out on points. There are plenty of drones in the sky and many cameras ensuring no kill goes unnoticed." Wang Jian added. Zhang Chen clenched his fists. "A first-tier beast. Sorry, I'm already broke." The other students upon hearing this appeared numb. A first-tier beast. Send them to deal with a first-tier beast. It was like asking a centenarian to hang themselves. Who would want to live long? The wilderness training starts now. As soon as Wang Jian's voice fell, the students surged into the forest like a tidal wave. Most paired up, carefully taking a few steps before looking back. Zhang Chen didn't hesitate. "Wei Ge, run fast." The 10 large ants forged ahead, their speed remarkable. The frequency of their 6 legs, alternating, was extremely fast, darting through the forest like black lightning. The ordinary ants followed closely behind their formation, shifting from a square to a long line better suited for moving through the woods. Lu Wei ran desperately, his legs nearly spinning, but the distance kept increasing. "Zhang Chen, your ants are running way too fast. I can't keep up." Lu Wei panted like a bellows. Zhang Chen glanced back, slowing down. "Wei Ge, you need to exercise more. Being so out of shape won't do." "Out of shape, my ass." Lu Wei bent over, resting his hands on his knees, gasping heavily. "Is this even a speed a human can keep up with?" He straightened up and thought seriously for a moment. "Forget it, Zhang Chun. I really can't keep up with your speed. I'm going to find Tian Tao to train together. If anything comes up, I'll call you. You must come help." "Sure, Wei Ge, remember to call if there's anything." Zhang Chun didn't waste any more words. His mind was now filled with money. 1 first-tier beast for 10,000 yuan, 10 for 100,000, 100 for 1,000,000. The ants began to accelerate. Lu Wei watched as the black figures grew smaller in the forest, finally disappearing, completely unable to help but exclaim. It turned out that Zhang Chun had been holding back his speed. Once he let loose, the speed was. Lu Wei shook his head, and turned to find Tian Tao. There would be plenty of opportunities to hitch a ride later. First, he needed to get through these 3 weeks. Zhang Chen looked up at the sky. Sure enough, drones swarmed above like a group of metallic dragonflies hovering above the treetops. The reflection of cameras could also be vaguely seen on the tree trunks in the forest. There were no blind spots in the surveillance. That was perfect. The scene of killing a first-tier beast would not be missed. Zhang Chen controlled the speed of the 10 large ants, otherwise he wouldn't be able to keep up. 10,000 ants spread out like a gigantic black fishing net covering an area of dozens of meters. No prey could escape this net. Suddenly Ant No. 1 shot out explosively. With its 6 legs pushing off the ground, its entire body soared into the air, accurately pouncing towards a gray figure 3 meters away. A rabbit 3 to 4 times larger than an ordinary one had its front teeth protruding sharp like 2 small knives. It was gnawing on a bush, completely unaware that death was imminent. Ant No. 1 snapped its jaw shut, biting directly into the rabbit's neck. Squeak! A scream erupted and then abruptly ceased. The rabbit's body twitched twice before becoming completely still. Zhang Chen glanced at the size of the rabbit. 3 to 4 times that of a normal rabbit, but not nearly 10 times. It did not meet the threshold. Not worth much. Ant No. 1 released its grip and ignored the corpse, continuing to explore ahead. Its target was clear of first-tier beast. However, the smaller ants were not picky. A black tide surged forward as hundreds of ants began to bite. In mere seconds, the rabbit's muscles and organs were completely devoured. All that remained on the ground were a set of white bones and fur, not a scrap of meat left on the bones. Zhang Chen. Were they this hungry? He felt a bit guilty. Previously, the money was limited and the ants often went hungry. Along the way, the army of ants was like a moving meat grinder. Squirrels, wild rabbits, snakes, mice. Anything running on the ground or hiding in holes could not escape their fate. The ants' ability to burrow was naturally maxed out. Mouse holes and snake dens were no different from their own living room. The only ones that could escape were birds. Zhang Chen looked at the ants frantically consuming their food, utterly speechless. They were starving. Suddenly, a warning signal from Ant No. 1 echoed in Zhang Chen's mind. They had encountered a big guy. Zhang Chen immediately sped up, weaving through several large trees to reach Ant No. 1's location. In a small clearing, a massive wild boar was rooting around in the soil. Zhang Chen came to a halt. This wild boar appeared to weigh a ton. Its back bristles were stiff and long, standing upright like steel needles. Its tusks jutted from its mouth, measuring about 30 centimeters long, gleaming coldly. A first-tier beast. Zhang Chen's heart raced. A 1-ton wild boar worth around 200,000 in market price. No, there was also a 10,000-point reward. 210,000. Zhang Chen's hands trembled slightly. He began to calculate whether he should take action himself. In his strongest explosive state, he should be able to kill it instantly. Just as he was about to make a move, a wave of extremely intense emotions flooded his mind from 10 large ants. It was not fear or retreat, it was a battle intent. Scorching, boiling battle intent. Translated into human language, it meant, I want to take it down. The 10 ants transmitted this signal, simultaneously crashing together and making Zhang Chen's head buzz. He was stunned. 18 kilograms against 1,000 kilograms. Were they serious? Zhang Chen looked at Ant No. 1. Its 6 legs were slightly bent, body lowered, compound eyes fixated on the wild boar, jaw slightly ajar. That posture was clearly one of being ready to strike. The other 9 were in the same stance. Zhang Chen hesitated for half a second. Forget it, let them give it a try. He also wanted to know how capable these 10 ants were in combat. At worst, if the situation wasn't right, he could still intervene. Go. At the moment the command was issued, 10 ants burst into action simultaneously. The force of their 6 legs pushing off the ground left 10 deep holes in the earth, leaves and dirt flying. 10 black figures simultaneously pounced at the wild boar from different angles, moving so fast that they were almost a blur. The wild boar sensed danger and abruptly raised its head. It saw 10 ants the size of wolfhounds rushing towards it. It did not shrink back. A first-tier beast already possessed some intelligence that could assess the level of threat. These creatures being so small, could they even pierce its skin armor? Ant No. 1 precisely latched onto the wild boar's back bristles. At the same time, the other 9 ants landed on the wild boar's body. In the military surveillance room, thousands of large screens displayed images from the forest simultaneously. Zhang Chen was a key focus, with dozens of drones capturing him in real time, the clarity of the images comparable to a movie. Not good. Zhang Chen has encountered a first-tier wild boar. A monitor technician suddenly stood up. Chen Liang quickly walked to the screen, his brow furrowed. In the footage, the 10 ants were about to pounce on the wild boar. Can his ants defeat a first-tier beast? Someone near. No one could answer. The summoning talent was already rare, and ant-type summons were even more unheard of with no. Chen Liang's gaze shifted to the corner of the screen, where a few police dogs lay in a thicket not far from the wild boar, muscles tensed, ready to spring into action. Fortunately, in the footage, the jaws of the 10 ants simultaneously opened, biting into the wild boar's back. Crack. That sound could be heard even through the screen. Ant No. One bit down hard, piercing through the wild boar's skin armor. A large chunk of flesh skin and all was ripped away, blood gushing forth. Damn, someone in the monitoring room swore. That was the skin armor of a first-tier beast. The skin armor that ordinary knives couldn't penetrate was bitten through by an ant. As the 10 ants bit down simultaneously, 10 blood holes appeared on the wild boar's body at once. Blood surged from the wounds, staining the wild boar's gray-black fur. The wild boar let out a deafening howl, writhing in agony on the ground. Its one-ton body rolled, shaking the ground and causing leaves to fall. But the ant's 6 legs were like iron hooks firmly embedded in the wild boar's flesh, unmoving. Rolling around. Useless. The wild boar charged towards a tree trunk, attempting to shake off the ants on its back. The stout tree trunk shook violently, its bark splintering. The ants remained as steady as a rock. Their jaws did not stop, biting down one after another, each bite taking away a large chunk of meat. The wild boar's back was already a bloody mess with white bones faintly visible. Zhang Chen stood 10 meters away, staring in disbelief. He knew the ants had strong biting power, but never expected it to be to this extent. The defense of a first-tier beast was like paper in front of them. And no. One suddenly released its bite from the boar's back, exerting force with its 6 legs to crawl beneath the wild boar's abdomen. Then its body abruptly thrust upward. A 1-ton wild boar was lifted by an ant the size of a wolfhound. The wild boar's 4 hooves left the ground, thrashing wildly in the air, its howls piercing. Zhang Chen's mouth formed an O. The monitoring room fell into dead silence. Everyone saw the scene. An ant lifted a 1-ton wild boar. It was unscientific, yet it happened just like that. Ants are natural heavyweights in the ecosystem, capable of lifting objects 400 times their own weight. An 18-kilogram ant could theoretically lift 7,200 kilograms. 1 ton. Easily. The other 9 ants did not waste this opportunity. The moment the wild boar was lifted, its abdomen and neck were completely exposed. 9 ants simultaneously lunged at the wild boar's neck, their jaws tearing wildly. Blood rained down. 3 seconds. The wild boar's howls abruptly ceased. The massive body slumped down on top of Ant No. 1, its limbs falling limp. It was dead. From the moment of attack to the kill, it took no more than 10 seconds. The massive body slumped down on top of Ant No. 1, its limbs falling limp. It was dead. From the moment of attack to the kill, in the monitoring room, Chun Liang slowly sat back down in his chair. His expression was calm, but his fingers gripping the armrest trembled slightly. Document this, he said, Zhang Chun summoning talents level potential assessment. Notify the police dog unit to lower the alert level in Zhang Chen's area, Chun Liang added. No protection was needed. The combat power of those 10 ants far exceeded that of police dogs. In the forest, Zhang Chun looked at the 1-ton wild boar's corpse on the ground, his eyes shining with excitement. 200,000 worth of meat. Plus a 10,000-point reward, 210,000. And this was just the first one. Zhang Chun rubbed his hands together and issued commands. The 10 large ants began to dissect the wild boar, their sharp jaws more effective than any tool, quickly cutting the boar into large pieces. The smaller ants surged forward, starting to feast. The sight of 10,000 ants feeding at once was not particularly pleasant, but Zhang Chun found it particularly satisfying to watch. Eat up, eat hard, and get full to work well. There were still more first-tier beasts waiting to be hunted. Zhang Chun looked up at the deeper forest in the distance, a slight smile creeping onto his face. 3 weeks' time, not bad. Zhang Chun crouched down, staring at the pair of tusks on either side of the wild boar's head. Over 30 centimeters long, curved like blades, their surface shimmered with a faint glow of spiritual energy. What a good find. He quickly reached out to grasp the base of one tusk and twisted it forcefully. With a crack, the tusk fell off, feeling heavy in his hand, even more so than he had imagined. He efficiently removed the other tusk, as well, carefully tucking both into his snakeskin pouch. This was the most valuable part of the wild boar. A complete pair of tusks could fetch a good price at the military supply center. Zhang Chun then reached toward the shattered area of the wild boar's skull, his fingertips meticulously searching through the brain tissue. The slimy texture made him frown, but he did not stop moving his hands. No crystal. He wiped his hands on the wild boar's fur casually and stood up. Not disheartened, he recalled that the textbook clearly stated there was a low probability of finding a spiritual energy crystal in the brain of a first-tier beast. The odds were already low, so it was normal not to find one in the first beast. Zhang Chun looked down at the massive body of the wild boar, unable to suppress a grin. He favored the first-tier wild boar for its large size, offering plenty of meat. An adult first-tier wild boar weighed at least a ton, enough to feed the ants for quite a while. Unlike those cat-like monsters, which were fast and as agile as loaches, killing one yielded barely any meat, not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Zhang Chen's peripheral vision caught something, and he froze. The wild boar's meat was visibly diminishing. Thousands of ants were swarming, their jaws tearing at the flesh, creating the appearance of miniature shredders at work. Zhang Chun was startled. Wait. He quickly calculated in his mind. An ordinary ant weighed about 90 grams, and could consume 5 times its weight daily, which amounted to 450 grams. The daily food intake for 9,990 ants was 4,495, 5 kilograms. Upon calculating this number, Zhang Chen's face turned pale. Was a ton of wild boar meat not enough to last for 6 hours? He recalled the 10 specially cared for large ants. Their sizes were several times that of ordinary ants and their appetites were astonishing. Just those 10 could devour 900 kilograms daily. What kind of monsters have I raised? Zhang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This was no ant keeping, this was raising 1,000 hungry mouths. He couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't just watch the meat disappear. With a thought, Zhang Chen commanded the ants to adjust their formation, with part continuing to feast, while the others started transporting the remaining wild boar meat. As natural carriers, the ants found the wild boar meat quite easy to manage. Hundreds of ants worked in unison, lifting the massive chunks with astonishing efficiency. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Chen allowed them to eat while they transported. The army of ants flowed into the forest like fish in water. The underbrush, fallen logs, and intricate root systems in the dense forest posed obstacles for humans, but were highways for the six-legged ants. They infiltrated every nook and cranny, leaving no bug behind. Aside from birds, all other animals were their food. A tumtor-long flower snake sprang from the grass, but before it could flick its tongue, an ant dragged it into the swarm. Seconds later, only the snake's bones remained. Zhang Chen's gaze swept around continuously. However, the further he ventured, the more something felt off. In the nearby forest, first-tier wild beasts were exceedingly scarce. Most encounters were with ordinary animals that hadn't even reached the tier. A single ordinary rabbit, 2 common snakes, several squirrels. All were small fry. The ants didn't need his guidance, clearing these creatures effortlessly on their own. Zhang Chen's frown deepened. The meat of these ordinary animals held little spiritual energy, and their nutritional value was far inferior to that of first-tier beast meat. Eating them merely filled their bellies without contributing much to their growth. This won't do. Zhang Chen clenched his fists, feeling a wave of disappointment. Staying in this broken place was meaningless. He had to move to the middle region. The density of first-tier beasts in the middle region was far greater than in the front. That was the true hunting ground. The morning passed quickly. Zhang Chen didn't even get a chance to make a move. It was all the ants doing the work. He felt like a boss sitting in an office chair, not lifting a finger. The results of the morning: 5 first-tier beasts. Aside from the first wild boar, the other 4 were all relatively small creatures, 1 mutated badger, 2 spirit mice, and 1 lizard. Other than a small amount of wild boar meat left, all the other beast meat had been completely devoured by the ants. Zhang Chen looked at the nearly empty wild boar meat, feeling a pang of loss. Just this morning it had been a full ton. By noon, as Zhang Chen finally reached the middle section of the forest, he found a large tree to lean against, and pulled out a military-style compressed bread, taking a few bites with some cold water. As he ate, he examined the 10 specially cultivated ants. They had grown significantly larger. The other ordinary ants also showed visible growth, increasing from around 20 centimeters in the morning to nearly 25 centimeters. The overall strength of the ants had improved further, and Zhang Chen felt slightly reassured. After finishing the last bite of bread, he brushed off the crumbs from his hands. Continue. The atmosphere in the middle region was indeed different, with the presence of first-tier beasts noticeably denser. The air was filled with a distinct gamey scent, and deep growls occasionally echoed from the underbrush. The ants quickly hunted down 3 spirit cats. The spirit cats were long and muscular, with little meat beneath their fur. Combined, the 3 spirit cats weighed barely over 100 kilograms, and the ants finished them off in just a few minutes. Unfortunately, there was little meat, but their claws were valuable. The claws of spirit cats were as hard as iron and incredibly sharp, making them excellent materials for forging first-tier weapons. Zhang Chen carefully packed the 6 intact spirit cat claws into his snakeskin pouch. The 10 specially cultivated ants had gone completely berserk. They operated like 10 highly efficient hunting machines. Any beast that entered their line of sight had no chance of escape. A spirit cat that spotted the ants turned to flee, its limbs pushing off the ground with such speed that it left behind afterimages. Spirit cats pride themselves on their speed, with few natural enemies able to catch them in the forest. But ant number 1 pushed off with all 6 legs, its body nearly gliding along the ground. In 2 seconds, the spirit cat had not even covered 10 meters before ant number 1 bit down on its neck. With a snap, its vertebra was cleanly severed. Zhang Chen watched with satisfaction, nodding in approval. The 10 ants now served as the absolute main force, while the other ants were tasked with clearing small insects and transporting. With clear division of labor efficiency soared. He directed the army of ants to continue advancing into the middle region, and along the way beasts fell one after another. In the military district's monitoring room, it was a spacious underground chamber with thousands of giant LCD screens hanging on the walls, each corresponding to surveillance footage from different areas of the forest. The monitors were originally watching their own screens, but at some point most of their gazes converged on the same screen. Zhang Chen. In the footage, a dark swarm of ants was rampaging through the middle section of the forest. Another one. How many is this now? One monitor glanced at his glasses. I've counted 72. The person beside him gulped. Damn, is this really a high school senior? Several other screens displayed footage of other talented students. One boy wielding a long knife was facing off against a mutated wild rabbit, while another girl was being chased around by a first-tier rat. Compared to Zhang Chun, they were hard to watch. The monitors understood that these talented students were actually performing normally. After all, it was only the first day of outdoor training. They needed a few days of adjustment to reliably take down first-tier beasts. To be able to retreat unharmed after encountering first-tier monsters was already impressive. But people are always afraid of comparisons. Over in Zhang Chen's area, first-tier beasts were as fragile as paper. They dropped dead upon contact. He wasn't fighting, he was harvesting. He even felt that there weren't enough first-tier beasts and was instead searching the mountains for more. A young monitor couldn't help but glance back at his superior boss. Is this kid really just a senior in high school? The superior said nothing, merely silently lit a cigarette. The police dogs that had been released into the forest early had already received the notification to stay far away from Zhang Chen. The farther away the better. The police dogs squatted on a distant hillside, ears perked up, their expressions filled with confusion. They had undergone the strictest training, able to remain calm, even in the face of second-tier beasts. But facing that dense swarm of ants, they instinctively tucked their tails. Wasn't this just a high school senior? When did he become so fierce? One German shepherd whimpered softly, burying its head in its front paws. In the afternoon, as 10 ants continuously consumed the meat of first-tier beasts, their bodies grew larger once again. The first-tier beasts before them were essentially instantaneously killed. A first-tier wild wolf had just poked its head out of the grass, not yet able to snarl, when Ant No. 4's foreleg had already plunged into its chest cavity. The entire process took less than a second. The 98th one, Zhang Chen silently counted, feeling quite pleased. 98 first-tier beasts, the spoils of a day's work. However, the gains in terms of spiritual energy crystals were rather meager. He checked each of the 98 beast heads, only obtaining one spiritual energy crystal. This probability is just too low. Zhang Chun complained, holding the excised crystal that emitted a faint glow in his palm. 1 crystal out of 100 is truly stingy. He took out his phone to check the time. It was 6 p.m. The light in the forest was beginning to dim. The last rays of sunlight filtering through the treetops were fading away. Zhang Chun really didn't want to leave. This place was simply a treasure trove. First-tier beasts were everywhere, and he could kill them endlessly. But looking down at the 2 large snakeskin bags, which were stuffed to the brim with beast materials and nearly bursting, he sighed. Forget it, I'll go back to sell the materials and come again tomorrow. Zhang Chun took out some rope from his backpack and tied the 2 snakeskin bags onto Ant No. 2 and Ant No. 3. The rope wrapped around the smooth shell of the ants 3 times before he tied a knot. The other ordinary ants immediately began to transport the meat they had hunted today. There was so much that they couldn't possibly eat it all. For the first time, Zhang Chun felt an abundance of meat. There were several tens of thousands of kilograms of first-tier beast meat piled up, and the ants had not finished eating even after a whole day. Let's go back, Zhang Chun said, stepping onto the back of Ant No. 1. The surface of its shell had fine patterns, and stepping on it felt very stable with no worry of slipping at all. The terrain of the forest was a nightmare for humans, filled with thorns, ravines, fallen trees, and steep slopes. But for the 6-legged ants, these problems simply didn't exist. They moved stones as easily as walking on flat ground, and they didn't even slow down while crossing ravines. Zhang Chun comfortably sat on Ant No. 1's back, conserving energy. Wouldn't it be better to go back and practice punching? The ant army began to march back in a grand procession, a black torrent weaving through the forest. Damn, these beasts are really formidable. Lu Wei shook the military dagger in his hand, his wrist aching so much he could barely lift it. There were several cuts on the back of his hand inflicted by a low-tier rabbit. Yes, a rabbit. I didn't expect these low-tier rabbits to be so hard to deal with. Tian Tao panted, using the steel rod in his hand as a crutch. His pants had been torn, revealing a bruised calf. These basic weapons were all provided by the military district. Daggers, steel rods, short knives, of average quality, but free. Zhang Chun is still impressive. Lu Wei spat on the dagger and wiped the bloodstains with the corner of his shirt, saying he didn't even choose a weapon, just went into the mountains empty-handed. He has such big ants, why would he need a weapon? Tian Tao said, his face filled with envy. He thought for a moment and leaned in to whisper, by the way, Wei Go, weren't you planning to follow Zhang Chun? Why didn't you go after him? Lu Wei's expression suddenly became quite subtle. He was silent for 2 seconds, scratching the back of his head. To be honest, I can't outrun his ants. Tian Tao was taken aback. Are you talking about the big ants or the small ants? Zhang Chun had the most numerous ants, being the ordinary ones about 20 centimeters long, along with 10 giant ants. Well, it's fine if he can't outrun the big ants. After all, those look formidable. The small ants, Lu Wei said, his voice dropping even lower, feeling quite frustrated. Holy crap. Tian Tao's eyes widened. The small ants are faster than you. What about the big ants? They must be so fast that you wouldn't even see the exhaust. Lu Wei didn't want to talk anymore. While the two were licking their wounds, a dense sound of footsteps came from afar. No, it wasn't footsteps, it was the rustling sound of thousands of legs moving simultaneously. Weiga, why aren't you guys heading back yet? Zhang Qin's voice drifted over from afar, sounding relaxed and casual. Lu Wei and Tian Tao looked up at the same time. Zhang Qin stood atop Ant No, one hand in his pocket, exuding a casual demeanor that seemed out of place. A swarm of ants followed behind him. A dark mass of ants surged out from the forest, the sheer number sending chills down one's spine. They were even larger than those in the morning, with the smallest being over 25 centimeters. 2 large snakeskin bags were tied to the 2 giant ants, stuffed to the brim, clearly filled with beast materials. The ants behind were moving, transporting a mountain of meat. Tons of meat were being passed and carried over their heads at astonishing speed, showing no signs of slowing down despite the weight. From the energy fluctuations emanating from those meat chunks, it was clear they were all first-tier beast meats. The ants munched and carried at the same time, their mandibles ceaselessly chewing, as if enjoying a mobile buffet. Lu Wei watched the ants feasting, and his stomach suddenly growled loudly. Very loudly. Tian Tao's stomach followed suit. The two exchanged glances, their expressions complex. Their meals for the day had been 2 blocks of compressed bread and half a flask of water, which seemed to pale in comparison to the ants' feast. Zhang Qin, wait for us, let's head back to the camp together. Lu Wei shouted at the top of his lungs. With a thought, Zhang Qin immediately slowed the movement of the ant army. After all, they were just going back, so there was no rush. Lu Wei and Tian Tao jogged to catch up, walking in front of the ant swarm, their eyes darting around, taking in everything. The summoning talent is really impressive. Zhang Qin's summoning talent was even more impressive. All the work was done by the ants. This was not wilderness training, this was a wilderness vacation. As the team gradually approached the camp area, many students were making their way back. Most looked disheveled with varying degrees of injuries. When everyone saw Zhang Qin and his ant army marching past, they all stopped in their tracks. Many girls' gazes subtly fell upon Zhang Qin. He stood atop the ants, back the glow of the setting sun, casting a warm light on his profile, his features sharp and clear. His clothes were clean, without a single trace of blood. Handsome. He was already handsome, but now that he had awakened his summoning talent, he looked even better. A girl with a ponytail secretly snapped a photo of him, sending it to her roommate with the caption, "My husband today." Another girl looked at Zhang Qin, her mind racing with calculations. Surely he would need to find a woman someday. While she might not qualify, what if he had poor eyesight? The odds of that were surely higher than winning the lottery, right? Another girl was even more absurd, imagining names for their future children just by looking at Zhang Qin's back. If it's a boy, he'll be named Zhang Yiqin. If it's a girl, she'll be named Zhang Yidua. Zhang Qin was completely oblivious to these gazes, his attention focused elsewhere. Before him lay thousands of tents spread out, and the camp lights began to glow. Zhang Qin was about to command the ants to enter the camp, when he suddenly slapped his forehead. How foolish. Why bring all the ants back? They would be idle at night. Wouldn't it be better to let them hunt for themselves in the woods? Using the nighttime to continue eating meat and growing stronger is 100 times better than idly waiting in the camp. Just a few ants for carrying will suffice. Zhang Qin cursed himself for his slow reaction, foolishly wasting time. He quickly adjusted his deployment, having all the little ants wait outside the tent. 8 large ants were tasked with carrying meat and materials, with Ant No. 2 and Ant No. 3 still bound with snakeskin bags. Once everything was arranged, Zhang Qin hurried to the logistics office. The logistics office had a large volume of transactions every day, with students exchanging the materials they hunted. At this moment, it was peak trading time, with hundreds of students lined up, most of them holding only 1 or 2 materials like a tusk or a few pieces of beast hide. When Zhang Qin walked in, 10 ants followed behind him. Li Jianqing, the head of the logistics office, was sitting behind the counter. He raised his eyes to see Zhang Qin, and then the ants behind him along with their cargo, causing his hand holding the cigarette to tremble slightly. The students waiting in line turned around, all stunned. "Uncle Liam here to sell some materials." Zhang Qin stepped forward and casually pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to him. Li Jianqing took it and lit it with the end of his cigarette. "Zhang Qin, how many materials do you have?" he asked, casually, estimating that it was only the first day. Although this kid's ants were impressive, he figured he had only materials from a few first-tier beasts at most. Without any unnecessary words, Zhang Qin turned around and patted Ant No. 2 and Ant No. 3. The 2 large ants worked in perfect harmony, lowering their bodies. Zhang Qin untied the knots and unloaded the 2 large snakeskin bags onto the ground. Bang! A dull thud resonated, causing the ground to shake slightly. Li Jianxing's eyelids twitched. Just from the sound, he could gauge the weight. Could it be that this was all materials? Zhang Qin didn't keep it a mystery and grabbed the bag's opening to pour it out. With a whoosh, various materials spilled out, piling up on the ground. Wild boar tusks, spiritual cat claws, mutated wolf teeth, lizard scales, badger bones. A wide variety, each item processed exceptionally well. The meat was gnawed clean, and the bones were intact, needing no further processing. The students in line were dumbfounded. One boy, holding a solitary wild rabbit's tooth, quietly withdrew his hand back into his pocket. Li Jianxing dropped the cigarette from his mouth, the butt bouncing twice on the cement floor unnoticed by him. Damn it. This was the first day of outdoor training. He quickly scanned the materials on the ground, estimating based on experience. This must have involved killing at least 50 first-tier beasts. Moreover, each material was carefully selected with only high-value small items and nothing bulky. This kid not only kills, but also knows how to pick. Uncle Li, please count them, Zhang Chun said casually. All right. Li Jianxing picked up the cigarette from the ground, flicked off the ash, and put it back in his mouth. He squatted down to start counting, his fingers flying among the materials. A few minutes later he stood up. Zhang Chun, these materials are all excellent in perfect condition, totaling 1 million. How about that? 1 million. The surrounding students gasped. Earning 1 million on the first day? They were still waiting in line for materials worth a few hundred. Okay, Uncle Li, you call the shots. Zhang Chun had no real concept of the price, averaging around 2 per item. He trusted that Li Jianxing wouldn't cheat him. Li Jianxing nodded and Zhang Chun spoke again. By the way, Uncle Li, do you have large snakeskin bags for sale? I still have a lot of materials that can't fit and are left in the woods. Zhang Chun looked regretful. Li Jianxing's mouth twitched. Can't fit. Left behind. How many beasts did he kill? I do have some. He suppressed the shock in his heart. But I have something better than snakeskin bags, a professional materials bag, larger capacity, sturdy, and durable. How much for one? 10000. Zhang Chun thought for a moment and shook his head. Forget it, Uncle Li, I still prefer snakeskin bags. Give me 50 of them. Cheap, practical, and easy to use. As for the transport issue, he had over 10,000 ants following behind him, so carrying was never a problem. Li Jianxing was at a loss for words. He had never seen someone earn 1 million and still be reluctant to buy professional bags, insisting on using snakeskin bags. By the way, Uncle Li, can I freeze this meat here? I can pay. Zhang Chun nodded toward the mountain of meat outside. Li Jianxing leaned out to take a look. Good heavens, the meat the ants brought piled up at the entrance of the logistics office like a small mountain. The emanating spiritual energy fluctuations indicated that it was all first-tier beast meat. Sure, no problem, Li Jianxing readily agreed. The military district consumes a lot of meat every day. I will keep a separate account for you, and you can pick it up anytime. Thank you, Uncle Li. Zhang Chun expressed his sincere gratitude. Li Jianxing exhaled smoke and suddenly thought of something. Zhang Chun, now that you have money, why not consider buying some equipment? Zhang Chun's heart stirred. Previously he had been so poor that he couldn't even think about equipment. The free weapons provided by the military district were all ordinary items like daggers and steel rods, which were of no help to him. But first-tier equipment was worth considering. Uncle Li, please introduce me to it. Li Jianxing perked up, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray and dragging out a metal box from beneath the counter, opening it. Inside were various weapons and armor neatly arranged, each surface glistening faintly. There are many types of first-tier weapons: knives, guns, clubs, and fist wraps, all priced uniformly at 100 each. Having a first-tier weapon makes it much easier to attack beasts. He picked up a short knife and demonstrated its swish in the air. Combat suits cost 200 per set and can help you resist beast attacks. Zhang Chun glanced over the first-tier weapons, showing little interest. What about second-tier equipment? He thought of his strength talent. First-tier weapons offered limited enhancement. Li Jianxing lit another cigarette. Second-tier weapons are 1 million each and can double your attack. For example, if your martial skills increase your attack by 3 times, pairing it with a second-tier weapon will total a 5-fold increase. He patted beside a larger box. Second-tier combat suits are 2 million per set and can reduce attacks by 2 times. Zhang Chun's gaze locked onto a set of pitch-black fist wraps in the corner of the box. The material was unknown, with fine patterns on the surface resembling the bone structure of some kind of beast. Uncle Li, you'll take a second-tier fist wrap. The moment he spoke, Zhang Chun felt a pang in his heart. 1 million just received, and now it was gone before it even warmed up. Li Jianxing retrieved the fist wraps and weighed them in his hand. Good eye, these fist wraps are forged from the shell of a second-tier armored centipede, extremely hard. He handed the fist wraps to Zhang Chun and added, students can enjoy a 10 discount. Then he exhaled a puff of smoke. I'll give you an 8 discount. 80000. Zhang Chun's heart rate calmed slightly. All right, thank you, Uncle Li. What about a combat suit? Li Jianxing patted the large box. It can save your life in critical moments. Uncle Li, Zhang Chun smiled bitterly. I can't afford it. The income of 1,800,000 spent on the fist wraps and a few hundred on the snakeskin bags left him with less than 2,000. The second-tier combat suit was 2 million. Even with a discount, it would still cost 1.6 million a huge. Li Jianxing glanced at him and flicked ash from his cigarette. Zhang Chun. My. It's nothing, you can take it and wear it for now. Li Jianxing opened the large box and pulled out a black combat suit, tossing it into Zhang Chun's arms. Consider it on credit. Zhang Chun was stunned for a moment, looking down at the combat suit in his arms. It was thin and soft, yet he could feel a restrained toughness. Uncle Li, don't dawdle, try it on and see if it fits. Li Jianxing waved his hand and turned to organize the accounts. Zhang Chun held the combat suit for 2 seconds. Thank you, Uncle Li. He came to the logistics office, earned 1 million, spent 800 on the fist wraps and 1.6 million on the combat suit on credit. He owed a net of 1.4 million. As Zhang Chen walked out of the logistics office, his expression was complex. Having just escaped poverty, he was now in debt, and the speed was faster than his ants eating meat. He arrived in front of the mountain of meat and quickly allocated it. 10 ants were given 100 kilograms, 100 kilograms each as tonight's rations. The rest were all carried by the ants into the logistics office's cold storage. Zhang Chen watched the ants finish their task, stood up straight, and issued his last command for the day. Ant no. One stays, the others all go to the woods. The 9 large ants turned around in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. Zhang Chen watched them disappear into the night before looking down at the second-tier fist wraps and the second-tier combat suit in his arms. Desperate for money, he had to earn back that 1.4 million as soon as possible. Zhang Chen brought the first ant back to the tent and threw several hundred pounds of first-tier beast meat onto the ground. The first ant's mandibles clicked, and the half-kilogram chunk of meat was instantly crushed and swallowed at an astonishing speed. Take your time eating, I'm heading to the cafeteria. Zhang Chen patted the smooth carapace of the first ant and turned to leave the tent. The cafeteria was bustling with people. He found a corner to sit and quickly finished his meal. A few students nearby stole glances at him, whispering among themselves. Zhang Chen couldn't be bothered and set down his tray, heading back. Inside the tent, the first ant was quietly eating the meat. Zhang Chen took off his jacket, stretched his shoulders, and walked to the punching bag. Mountain breaking fist. He had practiced this set of martial arts many times, every point of force ingrained in his muscle memory. He retracted his fist, twisting his waist, channeling power from his feet through his spine, transmitting it to the fist, the entire process flowing seamlessly. Bang! The punching bag shook violently. Zhang Chen withdrew his fist, the muscles in his arm still twitching. Once mastered, the mountain-breaking fist could increase explosive power by 2.5 times. Every punch unleashed a thunderous sound. After practicing for over half an hour, Zhang Chen's breathing began to grow heavier. He didn't push himself too hard and directly sat cross-legged, pulling out a spiritual energy crystal from his backpack. The moment the crystal touched his palm, a cool energy seeped into his body through the meridians. After reaching the physical standard of a first-tier warrior, his capacity to absorb spiritual energy significantly increased. Previously, he could only sustain it for a few minutes, but now he could endure for half an hour. Moreover, the absorption became faster. His body felt like a parched sponge, greedily soaking up every bit of spiritual energy. Half an hour later, Zhang Chen opened his eyes and moved his fingers. He had become stronger again. This sensation was incredibly addictive, more so than anything else. He stood up and walked back to the punching bag. Lowering his shoulders, he coiled his strength. Bang! The punching bag shook violently, and even the iron frame holding it emitted a screeching sound. Ding! Zhang Chen punched, strength 620 kilograms. The electronic voice reported coldly. Zhang Chen clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. 620 kilograms, up from 580 yesterday, an increase of 40 kilograms in just one day. This visible progress sent his blood boiling. He practiced the mountain-breaking fist for a bit longer until his arms felt sore and heavy, then stopped to wash his face and go to sleep. The first ant lay quietly in the corner of the tent, peacefully eating meat like a loyal guard. The next day, dawn had just begun to break. The first thing Zhang Chen did upon waking was to look at the first ant. Goodness! It had grown significantly overnight, from the size of a medium dog to much larger. Its 6 legs were strong and robust, the carapace glimmering with a dull sheen, now the size of a cheetah as it lay there. Zhang Chen lifted it onto a portable scale. 45 kilograms. He whistled. This growth rate was more intense than taking hormones. The other 9 specially cared for large ants had been eating in the mountains and should be around this size too. Zhang Chen quickly packed his gear, bundling 50 snakeskin bags into a stack and tying them to his backpack. The bulging backpack weighed heavily on his back as he exited the tent. The first ant followed closely behind, its 6 legs making soft clicking sounds on the ground. Today's goal was simple: fill all 50 snakeskin bags. First-tier beast meat was abundant. If he couldn't use it all, he would store it with Li Jianxing. Most students in the camp were still asleep. Zhang Chen walked to an open area and jumped onto the back of the first ant. Go! The first ant responded to the command, all 6 legs exerting force simultaneously. Whoosh! A gust of wind filled Zhang Chen's ears, his clothes flapping wildly, and his eyes were nearly blown shut. The grass and gravel on the ground flew backward at high speed, the shadows of trees on either side becoming blurred remnants. Was this speed nearing 200 meters per second? Zhang Chen clung tightly to the protrusions on the ant's carapace, his body nearly flat against it. If his physical quality hadn't reached first-tier standards, he would have been thrown off by now. Amidst the whistling wind, he glanced at the second-tier boxing gloves on his hands and felt the second-tier combat uniform on him. He felt utterly confident. Today he planned to push further into the middle and rear sections of the forest. The first-tier beasts in the front section were of little use. The middle and rear sections were dense with first-tier beasts, and the materials there were much more valuable. As for the rear section, it was too close to the misty area where there might be third-tier beasts. No rush, he needed to play it safe. A few minutes later, Zhang Chun reached the encampment of the ant army. He jumped down from the ant's back, but as soon as his feet hit the ground, he froze. The ground was littered with bones. White skeletal remains were scattered everywhere, gnawed clean. 9 large ants formed a loose circle, processing the last few carcasses. Small ants swarmed the ground around them, each measuring 40 centimeters long. Zhang Chun crouched down and began to count the skeletons. 10, 20, 30. 100. His eyes lit up. Did they kill nearly 100 first-tier beasts in one night? This quantity equaled the total harvest from the entire day yesterday. The ants did not need long periods of sleep, nor did they require much rest. They were born machines of slaughter and consumption. During the day, Zhang Chun hunted with them, and at night, they continued to work, equivalent to a 24-hour production line. Zhang Chun began gathering materials. Beast skins, bones, claws. Everything that could be sold was stuffed into the snakeskin bags. For bags were packed to the brim. Nearby, there were also several thousand kilograms of meat piled up. Previously, he had complained about how much the ants ate, calling them gluttons. Zhang Chun looked at the meat and silently apologized in his heart. This was not a glutton, it was a walking money-printing machine. His previous orders were to let them eat the meat, but to keep all other materials. The ants executed the commands perfectly, leaving no claws or teeth behind on the skeleton. Come over and cut the meat smaller. The 10 large ants received the command, their sharp mandibles snapping open and shut swiftly, cutting several thousand kilograms of beast meat into smaller pieces. The small ants surged forward, each carrying a piece of meat to transport. This weight was no different from moving. The 4 snakeskin bags full of materials were also handed over to the small ants. The 10 large ants were the main combat force and did not participate in the transport. Zhang Chun climbed back onto the first ant, and along with the 10 large ants continued deeper into the middle and rear sections of the forest. The vegetation here was denser, and the trees were so thick that 3 people couldn't wrap their arms around them. The light was dim, and the air was filled with the scent of humus and the stench of beasts. Rustling sounds came from the bushes. A giant lizard covered in green scales burst out from the underbrush, hissing and lunging toward Zhang Chun. Before Zhang Chun could issue a command, the third ant had already charged in from the side. Crack! The giant lizard's spine snapped instantly, its massive body twitching on the ground twice before going still. Zhang Chun jumped off the ant and deftly extracted valuable materials with his dagger, bagging them. The entire morning consisted of repeating this process. Discovering beasts, ants executing kills himself, collecting materials, and small ants transporting meat. It was an assembly line operation, terrifyingly efficient. The first-tier beasts in the middle and rear sections were indeed more densely packed. Almost every few hundred meters they encountered 1 or 2, sometimes 3 to 5 appearing together, and the 10 large ants would swarm in without giving the opponents any time to react. As for the rear section of the forest, Zhang Chun glanced at it from a distance. It was not far from the misty area. Occasionally deep roars echoed, rumbling from the ground like thunder. Not going there for now. Third-tier beasts were not to be trifled with. His current confidence stemmed from his numerical advantage, and if he really encountered a third-tier beast, the first ant might not be able to withstand it. The military district's monitoring room. Dozens of monitors were gathered around the screens, displaying real-time footage of the mountains and forests. Zhang Chun and his army of ants were rampaging across the screen. Another one killed. 327. Are you counting? Since I'm just sitting here, I bet he won't fill up 50 snakeskin bags today. I bet he will. Look at those ants' efficiency, they're faster than a harvester. No. Why are this kid's ants so outrageous? No one answered. Everyone's gaze was glued to the screen, watching Zhang Chun command the ant army as they bulldozed through the mountains and forests. They had become numb. Meanwhile, at the front of the mountains and forests, tens of thousands of students were battling These beasts were not large and had limited attack power, but they still posed a significant challenge for these students who were just getting acquainted with combat. Screams, shouts, and the sounds of weapon clashes melded into one chaotic symphony. Most students were gradually adapting to the rhythm. Some began to pair up, while others figured out the attack patterns of the beasts. Fear was slowly suppressed by their successive victories. Suddenly, a low wolf howl resonated from deep within the dense forest. The sound was not loud, but carried a strong, penetrating force, drilling directly into everyone's ears. A girl who was grappling with a wild rabbit froze instantly, nearly dropping her short stick. She turned her head towards the direction of the sound, her pupils constricting violently. In the thicket, 2 emerald-green eyes were fixated on her. A wolf. There's a wolf. The scream pierced through the forest. The girl tossed aside her short stick and fled, scrambling towards the edge of the forest. The boys behind her also turned pale with fear from the wolf howl and ran without a second thought. From the thicket, a giant wolf, the size of a water buffalo, sauntered out. Its fur was gray-black and glossy, with smooth and powerful muscle lines, its sharp teeth slightly exposed, paired with its cold eyes. From the thicket, a giant wolf, the size of a water buffalo, sauntered out. Its fur was gray-black and glossy with smooth and powerful muscle lines, its sharp teeth. This was Xiaohei, a police dog, a specialized military dog of third-tier strength. Its task was simple: to disguise itself as a wolf and intimidate the students. Many first-tier police dogs were also on similar missions. They only occasionally intimidated students, unlike Xiaohei, who particularly enjoyed scaring them. There was great terror between life and death. In extreme fear, one could potentially awaken hidden talents. Xiaohei relished this task, especially enjoying frightening female students. Their screams were sharp and bright, which was exhilarating to hear. It howled at another group of students, then watched with satisfaction as they scattered in all directions. By the end of the day, surprisingly, a few students among the tens of thousands awakened their talents in the midst of extreme fear. Chun Liang received the news, a rare smile appearing on his face. Just on the second day, there were gains. Xiaohei was reliable, and he would reward it with a chicken leg upon its return tonight. Zhang Chen spent the entire day hunting, harvesting, and practicing punches, repeating the cycle. However, he did not fill up the 50 snakeskin bags, having only filled 20. He killed 500 first-tier beasts, obtaining 5 spirit crystals, which was about a 1 chance. Though the beasts in the mid to late section were dense, their distribution range was too wide, consuming a lot of time to traverse. There was a pile of over 100,000 kilograms of beast meat resembling a small mountain. Zhang Chen, accompanied by the first ant and several hundred little ants, began transporting the meat. The little ants carried the snakeskin bags while the meat was divided into countless small pieces, with ants lining up to transport them towards the camp. From a distance, it resembled a moving mountain of meat densely packed with ant legs underneath. The scene was quite shocking and eerie. Zhang Chen's exploits from yesterday had already spread throughout the entire camp. The snakeskin bags filled with materials and the ant army transporting meat had become a topic of conversation among the students during their meals. Today he returned carrying 24 snakeskin bags. Many students in the camp were resting, and upon seeing this scene, they fell silent. Then a wave of whispers erupted. He filled up the snakeskin bags again. 24 yesterday, it was just, how much has he earned? I heard the materials alone are worth several million. Several million. They gazed at Zhang Chen and his formidable ant transport team, their eyes turning red with envy. This was not training, it was clearly mining. Zhang Chen couldn't be bothered with their looks, heading straight to Li Jianxing's trading point. Li Jianxing watched as Zhang Chen brought another pile of materials, his mouth twitching. He lowered his head to record, his fingers moving so quickly they were almost invisible. Today's materials total 7.5 million, after deducting the 1.4 million you previously owed, the balance is 6.1 million. Li Jianxing raised his head, his expression complex. Zhang Chen felt a surge of joy. 6.1 million. Not enough, far from enough. The appetite of the ant army would only grow larger. By the way, Li Jianxing suddenly called out to him. You haven't wiped out all the first-tier beasts in the mountains, have you? Zhang Chen replied without looking back. Don't worry, the monsters in the mid to late section are densely packed, they won't run out. Li Jianxing watched his figure disappear into the crowd, silently sighing. This kid is simply inhuman. The news of Zhang Chen had of course reached the ears of Li Yao and Tan Min. In the tent, Li Yao was practicing punches against a punching target, her forehead glistening with sweat. Tan Min sat nearby drinking water, her phone screen displaying today's camp forum post. Zhang Chen's income today surpasses 7 million. 7.5 million in a day. Tan Min turned her phone to show Li Yao. Li Yao glanced at it, said nothing, and turned back to throw another punch at the punching target. Bang! The punching target shook slightly. The impact was not strong, far weaker compared to Zhang Chen. I know. Li Yao wiped the sweat from her brow, her voice muffled. That's why I need to work harder. Right? Tan Min set down her water cup and stood up as well. They both understood that if they didn't work harder, they wouldn't even be able to see Zhang Chen's back in the future. This realization was more effective than any motivational speech. The two practiced against the punching target until deep into the night. When Zhang Chen returned to the tent, he dealt with the stares and various attempts at camaraderie from his classmates before finally pulling down the tent flap. It became quiet. He walked to the punching target and began his routine training for the night. The mountain crumbling fist was practiced over and over again, each punch exerted with all his strength. After practicing until his arms felt sore, he sat down to absorb the spiritual energy crystals. The sensation of spiritual energy permeating into his body became increasingly smooth, like a highway that had been opened up, or it used to be a single lane, now it was a dual lane. Half an hour later he stood up and walked to the punching target. Bang! Ding! Zhang Chen punch force 660 kilograms. It had increased by another 40 kilograms. Zhang Chen clenched his fist, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. This feeling was absolute. The third day, Zhang Chen opened his eyes to find the tent stuffed full. The first ant nearly occupied 2/3 of the tent space. Its size had inflated further, with 6 legs as thick as an adult's arms. Zhang Chen weighed it, and it was 112.5 kilograms. It resembled a crocodile, no, it was even larger. Measuring 4 meters in length, its shell gleamed with a cold metallic luster in the morning light. The tent was truly on the verge of bursting. Zhang Chun patted its head, saying, "Let's go. If you grow any larger, you'll have to sleep outside." He jumped onto the back of the first ant, just managing to steady himself. Whoosh! As the first ant sprang into motion, Zhang Chun nearly got thrown off. He quickly laid down, gripping tightly onto the protrusions on its exoskeleton. The wind pressure was so great that breathing became difficult, and the scenery on either side blurred into color blocks. "Too fast. Slow down, slow down, slow down," Zhang Chun shouted. The first ant slowed down, reducing its terrifying speed to a level Zhang Chun could handle. He let out a sigh of relief, his heart still racing. This speed was significantly faster than yesterday. Riding the ant felt like riding a missile. When they reached the forest later section, he noticed the small ant's growth was equally astonishing. Yesterday they were 40 centimeters long, and today they had already reached half a meter. Each was shiny and robust, with jaws sharp enough to cut through stone. Today's haul was similar to yesterday's, comprising over 20 snakeskin bags of materials and several hundred kilograms of meat. The process had become familiar, and Zhang Chun felt quite satisfied. 2 days later, the first thing Zhang Chun did upon waking was to check the ant's condition. The first ant weighed 500 kilograms and measured 5 meters in length. 5 meters. Standing before it, Zhang Chun felt like a toy. The ant's shell was as thick as an armored vehicle, its jaws capable of easily snapping a rebar the thickness of a bowl. Its 6 legs were planted firmly on the ground, steady as a rock. It looked very intimidating. But a problem arose. Zhang Chun discovered that when it ate first-tier beast meat, its weight hardly increased at all. It wasn't completely stagnant, but the growth was as slow as a snail's crawl. Zhang Chun pondered the number 500 kilograms. The standard punching power of a first-tier warrior was also 500 kilograms. Coincidence? He observed for a while longer. The behavior of this first ant was clearly different from before. Previously it executed commands mechanically, now it actively observed its surroundings, pausing for a few seconds before simultaneously turning in a specific direction. Its intelligence had increased. The first ant transmitted a vague message to Zhang Chun. It wasn't language, but more like an instinctive urge. "This meat isn't sufficient, it needs better quality." Zhang Chun understood immediately. They had reached a bottleneck. The spiritual energy content in first-tier beast meat no longer met their growth needs. To continue evolving rapidly, they needed to consume second-tier beast meat. The issue for the small ants was even more urgent. Each small ant had already reached 3.5 kilograms. Calculating a daily consumption of 5 times their weight, each small ant needed to eat nearly 17.5 kilograms of meat per day. With almost 10,000 small ants, they required 1700 kilograms of first-tier beast meat daily. All the meat stored over the past few days had been completely consumed. The expenses were exceeding the income. Zhang Chun urgently needed second-tier beast meat. The reasons were threefold. First, second-tier beast meat had a rich spiritual energy content with the same weight, providing several times the benefits of first-tier meat, allowing the small ants to eat less. Second, second-tier beasts were larger, yielding a higher amount of meat per individual. Third, to ensure the rapid growth of 10 large ants, they had to consume second-tier meat. Moreover, the price of materials from second-tier beasts was several times that of first-tier. Second-tier beast meat cost 2,000 yuan per pound. This was no longer a simple monster upgrade. It was an entire industrial chain needing an upgrade. In the past 2 days, Zhang Chun's punching power had steadily increased by 40 kilograms, each day reaching 740 kilograms. He silently calculated in the tent. With a base punching power of 740 kilograms and a strength talent multiplier of 10 times, it amounted to 7,400 kilograms. The mountain-crushing fist increased it by 2.5 times, while the second-tier gauntlets added another 2 times. At maximum output, his punching power reached 40700 kilograms. The standard for second-tier punching power was 5,000 kilograms, making him 8 times that of second-tier. The standard for third-tier was 5,000 kilograms. He was less than 1,000 kilograms away from reaching the third-tier threshold. Zhang Chun clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. This was his true confidence. In the afternoon, at the front of the forest, Xiao He began its work again. It carried the chicken leg bone rewarded by Chun Liang at noon, feeling quite pleased. Wagging its tail, it burrowed into the bushes, shook its fur, and adjusted its expression to a fierce mode. It tucked its tail away to avoid wagging, made its gaze fierce, and curled its lips to expose its canine teeth. A whoa! A perfect wolf howl. A group of boys who were beating a wild rabbit instantly froze, then bolted away like cats that had stepped on their tails. Xiao He licked its lips with satisfaction, scanning the area for its next target. Oh! Not far ahead, 2 girls were cooperating to fight against an unranked rabbit. Their movements were quite impressive, indicating they had made significant progress over the past few days. Xiao He's eyes brightened. It particularly enjoyed scaring those who were earnestly fighting, fully focused and completely unguarded. The screams that resulted from such scares were the most delightful. Xiao He lowered its body and silently circled to their side and rear. Then it emerged from the bushes. Its body was the size of a water buffalo with gray-black fur, greenish pupils, and exposed fangs. Liao spotted it first. Her peripheral vision caught sight of a massive black shadow emerging from the bushes, and when she turned her head, she saw a giant wolf. It stood less than 50 meters away staring intently at them. Liao's mind exploded with shock. Run. She grabbed Tan Min's arm and fled. Tan Min was caught off guard stumbling as she was pulled along. When she turned her head to look back, her heart dropped. The two of them took off running with a slow but steady sound of pursuit behind them. Xiaohei wasn't even chasing at full speed yet controlled the distance, maintaining a steady 50 meters. Too close would frighten them, into a feint too far would diminish the sense of fear. It even had the presence of mind to open its mouth, revealing its full set of sharp teeth, and let out a low howl. A woo! Liao's legs nearly gave way. That howl seemed to echo right behind her head, sending chills down her spine. They ran like mad, feeling no pain as branches whipped against their faces. After running for about 10 minutes, Liao could no longer keep going, leaning against a tree trunk, gasping for breath. She glanced back and saw nothing behind them. We should have shaken it off by now, Tan Min panted, her voice trembling. They fell silent for 3 seconds. A whoa! The sound came from the bushes to their right, less than 20 meters away. Oh! Both girls screamed in unison and took off running again. Xiaohei yawned behind the bushes, finding it all so amusing. While running, Liao spotted 2 figures ahead. Lu Wei run. Lu Wei and Tian Tao were squatting on the ground resting. Hearing the shout, they looked up to see Liao and Tan Min rushing toward them, their faces pale. What's going on? Lu Wei stood up. A wolf. There's a wolf behind us, and it's huge. Liao pointed behind her, her hands trembling. Lu Wei leaned forward to take a look behind. A pair of green eyes stared at him through the bushes. Holy crap. The two who were running turned into a group of 4. Liao and the others were scurrying around in the forest like headless flies. Xiaohei leisurely followed behind, occasionally speeding up to block their path. Whenever they tried to run towards the outskirts of the forest, it appeared in front of them, forcing them to turn back. Is this what? Tian Tao cursed. It's playing us. Lu Wei gasped for breath, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. After running for a few more minutes, he said, I can't do it. Really can't run anymore. Lu Wei leaned on his knees, taking deep breaths, his face flushed. Tian Tao patted his shoulder, saying, if we don't run, we'll be eaten. You choose. Wait. Lu Wei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He might not be able to do it, but someone else could. Zhang Chun. That fierce guy who could take down a first-tier beast as easily as cutting grass, his good brother. No, it was his adoptive father. Lu Wei tremblingly took out his phone, nearly dropping it. Adoptive father, come save me. He shouted as soon as the call connected. Send your phone's location. The voice on the other end was steady. Lu Wei ended the call, his fingers shaking like he had Parkinson's, and he tapped several times before successfully sharing his location on WeChat. After sending it, he almost collapsed on the ground. Who did you call? Liao asked anxiously. Zhang Chun. As soon as those 2 words left his mouth, both Liao and Tan Min breathed a sigh of relief. But the wolf's howl sounded again from behind. A woo! The 4 of them began a new round of fleeing. Zhang Chun opened WeChat and glanced at the location. It was located in the middle of the forest, not far from him. Lu Wei's tone was not joking, he was genuinely terrified. There shouldn't be anything too dangerous in front of them unless something unexpected happened. Number 1 move. Zhang Chun leaped onto the back of number 1 and instantly flattening himself down and gripping tightly onto the protruding shell. Number 1 ant received the command. Its 6 legs simultaneously propelled it forward. Boom. The sound of air being torn apart erupted as number 1 ant's body transformed into a black shadow and shot out. The bushes along the way were blown away, and tree trunks as thick as barrels were directly broken by the thick shell, creating a chaotic storm of wood chips and leaves behind. Sonic barrier. Zhang Chun felt the air turn into a wall, slamming against his face. Tears were blown away, and his ears were filled with a sharp, whistling sound. Number 1 ant had broken the sound barrier. Just how fast it was he couldn't tell, but everything around him turned into elongated lines. In less than a minute, number 1 ant came to a sudden stop. Its 6 legs plowed deep grooves into the ground, sending mud and gravel flying several meters high. Zhang Chun flipped off and jumped down. Zhang Chun. Liao's voice was filled with sobs. She saw Zhang Chun jump down from the enormous ant standing against the light. He wore a second-tier battle suit with second-tier gauntlets on his hands, and behind him stood a 5-meter-long giant ant. He resembled a deity descending. Tan Min's eyes turned red immediately, while Lu Wei and Tian Tao nearly knelt down. Adoptive father. Lu Wei's voice cracked. Zhang Chun glanced at them to confirm that the 4 were unharmed, then turned his gaze to a giant wolf the size of a water buffalo, standing 50 meters away, quietly watching him. No attack, no escape. Not even the massive 5-meter body of number 1 ant made it take a step back. Zhang Chun's brow furrowed slightly, something was off. This size was definitely at the first-tier beast level. Yet Lu Wei and the others had been running in front of it for so long, without a single injury. A first-tier beast could kill them in no time. Moreover, it didn't run away from the 5-meter-long number 1 ant. This indicated 2 possibilities: either it was incredibly stupid, or it was overwhelmingly strong. Zhang Chun moved his wrist, the joints cracking. 6 days had passed without him taking direct action, only watching the ants hunt. His hands were itching to move. No matter, let's give it a try. His basic punching power was 740 kilograms combined with the second-tier gauntlets for a 2x attack increase. 2x attack increase 7403, just a normal punch would have over 2,000 kilograms of force, more than enough to deal with a first-tier beast. Number 1, don't move. Zhang Chun commanded the ant and walked towards the giant wolf. He took a couple of steps, then turned into a jog which escalated into a sprint. Zhang Chun moved like a bolt of lightning. In just a few steps he closed the 50-meter gap, his right fist clenched tightly. He threw a punch. Bang! His fist struck solidly against the giant wolf's shoulder. The wind generated by the punch stirred up the fallen leaves around, and dust on the ground erupted into a circle. The force exceeded 2,000 kilograms. The giant wolf remained completely still. Not a single hair was ruffled, its emerald green eyes calmly gazed at Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun noticed. There was a smile in its eyes, as if to say, "Is that all?" A chill ran down Zhang Chun's back. With 2,000 kilograms of punching power, the giant wolf didn't even blink. This was definitely not a first-tier beast. There was only one possibility. Zhang Chun did not hesitate. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, lowering his center of gravity, and activated his power talent. Buzz! An incredibly savage force erupted from deep within his bones, coursing through every muscle fiber. His right arm visibly swelled, veins twisting and bulging under the skin like worms. His knuckles cracked, and his entire arm grew nearly 1/3 thicker. Something beneath the fascia was surging wildly, as if it were about to burst his bones. Tenfold power. The mountain-breaking fist increased attack by 5 times, and the second-tier gauntlets added another 2x increase. Zhang Chun took a step forward, and the muddy ground exploded into a pit. His fist, carrying a scream of compressed air, roared towards the giant wolf. Boom! A muffled thunderclap. The air was visibly torn apart by the punch's wind, creating a white ring that spread from his fist. The shockwave toppled the nearby bushes, and Lu Wei and the others were forced to stagger back several steps, covering their ears and crouching down. It hurts my ears. This punch exceeded 4,000 kilograms. 40,000 kilograms, equivalent to 40 tons of force concentrated on one fist. The giant wolf swayed slightly. Just slightly. It lowered its head to inspect the shoulder that had been struck, its fur undisturbed. Then it lifted its head, and in its emerald eyes there was a hint of surprise, as if it hadn't expected a student to unleash such power. But it was merely surprise. No injuries, not a scratch. Zhang Chen's pupils dilated suddenly. 40,000 kilograms. His strongest burst, all his trump cards exhausted, and the giant wolf was completely unscathed. This was not a second-tier beast, it was at least a third-tier. Zhang Chen's brain made a judgment in 0.1 seconds. Number 1, save me, he shouted just as his body sprang sideways. What a joke, something that couldn't be harmed by his strongest burst. Even a second more would be a death sentence. Number 1, ant moved the instant Zhang Chen dodged. Its 5-meter-long body transformed into a black flash, moving so fast that its trajectory was completely invisible to the naked eye. With a weight of 500 kilograms and supersonic impact, this was no longer just an attack, it was a biological cannonball. Boom! Number 1 ant's shell head collided head-on with the giant wolf at supersonic speed. The giant wolf, it rolled in the air dozens of times, breaking 3 trees several meters thick, plowing a long groove in the ground before finally coming to a stop. Blood trickled from its mouth. But what left everyone dumbfounded was woof woof woof. The giant wolf's mouth opened, releasing not a howl, not a roar, but a bark. Clearly, distinctly a genuine dog bark. Woof woof woof. It tucked its tail and dashed into the bushes, disappearing quickly. The entire scene fell silent for a moment. Zhang Chen stood there, his face filled with confusion. Li Yao and Tan Min exchanged glances, equally perplexed. Tian Tao stood with his mouth agape, forgetting to close it. Was that a dog bark? Lu Wei was the first to speak. It was a dog bark, Zhang Chun confirmed with a nod. So what has been chasing us for so long is a dog. Zhang Chun hurriedly gave Number 1 ant the command to stop pursuing. Number 1 ant retracted its already extended front leg and quietly stopped in place. Zhang Chun stood there, his mind racing. A dog disguised as a wolf the size of a water buffalo could withstand his full force punch of 40,000 kilograms without injury. It only sustained minor injuries from the supersonic collision with Number 1 ant before running away with its tail between its legs. What the hell was going on? In the monitoring room, thousands of screens illuminated simultaneously. The fluorescent light from the screens cast a glow on the faces of dozens of monitors, all eyes fixed on the central screen, not daring to breathe. On the screen, a giant ant 5 meters long lowered its head and charged forward like lightning. Xiaohei was sent flying, spinning through the air multiple times before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. What the hell? Old Joe, the monitor in the front, didn't even notice the ash from his cigarette falling onto his pants. The younger monitors exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Xiaohei. That was Xiaohei. The new recruits didn't recognize him, but who in the monitoring room didn't know? He was the beloved dog of Commander Chen Liang, a genuine third-tier powerhouse. Though he had only recently stepped into the third tier, making him one of the weakest in that rank, he was still a third tier. The police dogs in the mountains were all first-year dutifully, playing the role of caretakers for the students, occasionally baring their teeth to put on a show. Xiaohei was different. He was most excited during the students' outdoor training, every year chasing after them, scaring the students into screams, then wagging his tail proudly. This was Xiaohei's happiest holiday of the year. But this year the holiday ended prematurely. He was knocked flying. He didn't even get to make a move in resistance. He instinctively sensed the danger. Although that ant was indeed absurd. How do we report this to the commander? The young monitor whispered. Old Joe stamped out his cigarette, but no need to report. Xiaohei is injured. He will definitely run back to find his owner. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. It was over. The commander would explode. Chen Liang was sitting at his desk reviewing documents. The pen scratched against the paper as the wind outside stirred the half-drawn curtains. Today's military affairs weren't too many. He estimated he would finish in half an hour. Suddenly, a sharp dog bark came from the door. The sound was too familiar. Chen Liang's wrist paused, ink spreading in a blot on the paper. No, something was off. The bark was trembling, not the usual high-pitched excitement, but one of pain. Chen Liang abruptly turned his head. Xiaohei was crouched at the door, his front legs trembling slightly. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, dark red streaming down his fur, dripping onto the floor. Seeing Chen Liang look over, he whimpered twice, his tail tucked between his hind legs. Chen Liang sprang to his feet, his chair sliding back half a meter from the impact. He took 2 steps at a time, crouching down, one hand lifting Xiaohei's chin while the other checked his body. There was a noticeable indentation on his left rib, and a few ribs might be fractured. Who did this? Chen Liang's voice was low, heavy. Xiaohei merely whimpered, his wet eyes looking up at him. Chen Liang's temples throbbed twice. He stood up and walked to the cabinet, retrieving a bottle of pills from a metal box and pouring 2 into Xiaohei's mouth. These pills were specifically for wild beasts, a third-tier healing medication costing 50,000 each. Xiaohei chewed a couple of times before swallowing. After a few seconds, his eyes regained their brightness. He tentatively tested his front legs, finding the pain less severe, and cautiously wagged his tail. Let's go. Chen Liang patted Xiaohei's head, his tone eerily calm. To the monitoring room. I want to see which blind thing dared to harm my dog. Xiaohei sprang to his feet, following behind Chen Liang. Although his left rib was still a bit stiff, his steps were already steady. The man and the dog exited the office area. The soldiers they encountered along the way stood at attention, saluting, but upon seeing Chen Liang's face, no one dared to say a word. The door to the monitoring room was pushed open. Old Zhou and the monitors stood up simultaneously. Commander. Chen Liang nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the screens. Without further ado, pull it up. Old Zhou was already prepared, his fingers flying over the keyboard. The central screen switched, and the footage rewound. The recording started playing from the beginning. Xiaohei burst out from the bushes, his black fur shimmering in the sunlight. His mouth was wide open, exposing his fangs, intimidating 2 girls. In the footage, Li Yao and Tan Min screamed in fright, retreating frantically. Upon hearing this, Xiaohei peeked out from behind Chen Liang, a look of near pride appearing on his dog face. His mouth curled up, tongue lolling out, tail wagging a couple of times. Old Zhou stole a glance, nearly unable to contain himself. This dog was truly mischievous. The footage continued. The duo fleeing turned into a quartet. Then Zhang Chen appeared. Chen Liang's expression grew perplexed. A student capable of injuring a third-tier Xiaohei. His attention was no longer on Xiaohei. The power behind that punch, the twist of the waist, the thrust of the hip, every movement was clean and precise, without any superfluous actions. This was not the punch of a beginner. The mountain-crushing fist had been perfected. How long had this kid been practicing the mountain-crushing fist? His right hand seemed to have grown a size larger. Chen Liang narrowed his eyes slightly, quickly calculating in his mind. The force behind that punch far exceeded the standard for a first tier. Then the ant appeared in the footage. 5 meters long with 6 legs like iron pillars, the shell on its head reflecting a metallic sheen in the sunlight. It lowered its head and charged at Xiaohei, moving so fast that the image became somewhat blurred. Bang! Xiaohei was knocked flying. In the footage, Xiaohei tumbled through the air, struggled a couple of times after hitting the ground, then got up and ran away with his tail between his legs. The monitoring room fell into a dead silence. Xiaohei beside Chen Liang saw this scene and immediately shrank his head back behind Chen Liang's leg, his ears flattened, tail no longer wagging. Chen Liang's mouth twitched. He originally thought it was someone from another military district looking for trouble, or some high-level martial artist who didn't understand the rules passing by. But it turned out to be an ant. Zhang Chen's ant. Chen Liang was certainly no stranger to the name Zhang Chen. The only student in the entire military district who had awakened a summoning talent. He had gone through his file more than once. But the file stated that the summoned creature was an ant with a strength of early first tier. Early first tier. Was this called early first tier? Xiaohei was third tier. Although he had only recently stepped into the third tier, making him one of the weakest in that rank, he was still a third tier. being knocked flying by an ant, and not even able to stand firm. Did that not mean this ant possessed at least third-tier strength? Chun Liang's fingers tapped unconsciously on the table, the rhythm growing faster. A third-tier summoned creature in the hands of a boy who had just awakened his talent. That was already astonishing enough. But what truly made him restless was another piece of data. How many of these ants does Zhang Chen have? Chun Liang's voice was calm, but old Zhou could hear the suppressed urgency within. 10. Old Zhou quickly switched the footage, pulling up recordings from other cameras. In the footage, 9 ants of similar size were scattered throughout the forest hunting beasts. They coordinated, seamlessly advancing and retreating in an orderly manner, each attack carrying overwhelming force. 10. Chun Liang frowned. His file stated 1,000 ants. Commander, the species of the ants is indeed the same. Old Zhou pulled up earlier monitoring records pointing at the screen, but according to our ongoing observations, Zhang Chen's resources are limited. He doesn't have much money, only enough to focus on training these 10. The remaining ants are still quite small, probably only around 60 centimeters long. Chun Liang remained silent, fixated on the screen, displaying the chaotic scene of 9 ants charging around. There were nearly 10,000 60-centimeter ants. If all of them were cultivated to the third stage, 10,000 third-stage ants. As this thought emerged, the hairs on Chun Liang's back stood on end. It was not fear but excitement. What nonsense. He slammed his palm on the table, startling the monitor technician. Why haven't we accelerated the cultivation of this species of ants? Does our military region lack that bit of money? Chun Liang's speech noticeably quickened. Notify Zhang Chen's homeroom teacher. From today onwards, the military will cover all the resources for ant cultivation. Old Zhou was stunned for a second, then nodded vigorously yes. Chun Liang turned to leave, but paused after a few steps. He glanced back at the screen where Zhang Chun was riding on the back of a giant ant, the wind billowing his clothing. The plight of humanity was far from as easy as it appeared. The misty zone was expanding a few meters each day, slowly yet inexorably. That grayish-white fog was consuming more and more land, and the beasts within were evolving rapidly. Several 7th-tier demon beasts had already appeared, while on the human side, there was only one 7th-tier warrior. The most lethal aspect was that once entering the misty zone, all communication devices and firearms became completely ineffective. Humans could only rely on warriors to fight. However, humans also enjoyed internal strife. No one could predict when the mist would suddenly accelerate its expansion. When that time came, the current ease would be crushed. Third-tier strength was merely the threshold to enter the misty zone. 10,000 third-tier ants. No, what if these ants could continue to grow rapidly? Chun Liang's breathing quickened. Such talent must be kept in the military region. Add one more condition. Standing at the door facing away from everyone in the monitoring room, Chun Liang's voice was steady and powerful. Tell Zhang Chun that if he can raise his standard fist force to the 2nd-tier level within 3 weeks, the military will reward him with strength martial technique, plus a complete set of 3rd-tier equipment. Old Zhou's hand hovered above the keyboard for a long time, without moving. Strength martial technique. That thing's market price is 1 billion each. Sir, does this require an application? No need, Chun Liang replied without looking back. I approve it. Xiao He followed closely behind, panting with a look of relief. At the front of the mountains and forest, the sunset painted the sky a fiery orange. Li Yao stood before Zhang Chun, her eyelashes still holding droplets of tears from earlier. She bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. Zhang Chun, thank you this time. Her eyes were still red, glistening with tears reflecting the afterglow of the setting sun. Zhang Chun, your ants are incredible. Tan Min squeezed over from the side, gesturing with both hands, her face filled with shock. When that giant wolf was knocked away, I was completely stunned. Zhang Chun waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual. We're all classmates, no need to be polite. Classmates. Li Yao's eyelashes fluttered, her smile freezing for half a second. Tan Min's expression also slightly faltered. Just classmates, huh? A wave of indescribable disappointment swept through both of them, but neither showed it. It's getting late, let's head back. Zhang Chun looked up at the sky where the orange hue was fading and dark blue was creeping in from the east. Suddenly he slapped his forehead. Oh right, wait for me a moment, I still have something to grab. Saying this, Zhang Chun leaped onto the back of Ant No. 1. Whoosh. Ant No. 1's 6 legs powered simultaneously, leaving 6 holes in the ground. With a muffled rumble, the 5-meter-long giant ant vanished into the forest in the blink of an eye. The ground continued to tremble slightly. Lu Wei stood in place, staring at the direction where the ant had disappeared, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. Li Yao and the others also fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Before long, the ground began to shake again. The distant bushes shook violently, and Ant No. 1 dash. Following closely behind were 24 6-centimeter-long small ants, each carrying a bulging snakeskin pouch on their backs. Those pouches were clearly used many times. Some parts were almost torn by sharp beast bones, and one could vaguely see the materials stuffed inside. Lu Wei's eyes nearly popped out. 24 bags. How much could these be worth? He instinctively swallowed, glancing back and forth at those snakeskin pouches. Let's go. Zhang Chun shouted to Li Yao and the others who were still in a daze. It was only then that Li Yao came back to her senses. She looked at the scene before her, a giant ant in the center with 24 small ants neatly arranged behind, each carrying cargo resembling a miniature transport team. The sunset elongated their shadows. To say it wasn't spectacular would be a lie. Get on, you're too slow, Zhang Chun patted Ant No, one's broad back waving at them. The 5-meter-long ant had a flat back spacious enough to hold several tables. Li Yao glanced at Ant No, one's legs as thick as pillars, her heart racing uncontrollably. Tan Min was already so excited her face was flushed, her eyes sparkling. Can we really get on? Hurry up, it's going to get dark. The four of them no longer hesitated and jumped onto Ant No, one's back. Underfoot was a hard shell, the slightly raised patterns providing enough friction to stand steadily. The view suddenly opened up with the treetops right before them and the distant ridges clearly visible. The wind rushed in from all directions, causing their hair to fly wildly. Li Yao instinctively grabbed a root of an antenna beside her, her heart pounding. It was not entirely fear, it was a thrill she had never experienced before. Zhang Chun did not accelerate Ant No, one but slowly climbed back. Trailing behind were 24 small ants arranged in 2 rows carrying snakeskin pouches, their 6 legs moving swiftly. The entire team marched grandly through the mountains and fields towards the camp. Upon returning near the camp, Zhang Chun greeted Li Yao and the others before parting ways. He needed to hurry and find Li Jianxing to sell the materials. As soon as he approached the military supply office, he spotted 2 people squatting on the steps from a distance. It was homeroom teacher Wang Jian and Li Jianxing. Both were smoking, the smoke swirling around as they chatted enthusiastically. Zhang Chun quickly pulled out a cigarette box from his pocket, walked over briskly, and skillfully flicked out 2 cigarettes, offering, "Teacher Wang, Uncle Li, have one." "Zhang Chun, you dare to smoke in front of the teacher?" Li Jianxing glanced at him, sideways, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Hee, Uncle Li, I'm of age now. Seeing you both smoke so vigorously, I thought I'd learn a bit too." Zhang Chun chuckled, smoke billowing from his nostrils. In his past life, he was a heavy smoker, but in this life, while still underage, he was strictly controlled by his uncle and not allowed to touch even one. After turning of age, his uncle had become lenient. "You rascal," Wang Jian laughed, shaking his head. In the era of warriors, smoking was hardly a big deal. Spiritual energy could accelerate metabolism, and the harm from nicotine was negligible. Wang Jian flicked away the ash from his cigarette, shifted his position against the steps, and suddenly spoke in a serious tone. "By the way, I have some good news to share with you." "Good news?" Zhang Chun perked up, his eyes instantly brightening. "Teacher Wang, did the professionals from the school arrive? Are they here to evaluate my ants?" Wang Jian's lips twitched slightly. In his heart, he cursed that group of so-called professionals for being useless. After so many days of urging, not a single shadow had been seen. How embarrassing. "That's not the case," Li Jianxing interjected, shaking his cigarette between his fingers. "It's the overall leader of the military district, Commander Chun. He sent word that the resources you need for raising ants will be fully covered by the military district." Boom. Zhang Chun was frozen in place. He didn't even notice the ash falling on his shoe. The military district is covering everything. His ants only need to eat meat. Unlike other summoned creatures that require special minerals or rare herbs. Although meat isn't particularly expensive, the consumption for 10,000 ants adds up to an astronomical figure. Is the military district really footing this bill? This happiness came too suddenly. Not only that, Wang Jian exhaled a puff of smoke and lazily added, "Commander Chen also mentioned that if you can achieve standard fist strength at the 2nd level within 3 weeks, the military district will reward you with strength martial art along with a complete set of 3rd-tier equipment." Zhang Chun nearly dropped his cigarette. "What?" His voice cracked. "And strength martial art costs, once perfected, it increases attack by 50 times. 50 times. A 3rd-tier weapon costs 10 million and increases attack by 4 times. A 3rd-tier combat suit costs 20 million and reduces damage by 4 times. But compared to the strength martial art, these are mere trifles. 1 billion. Zhang Chun felt his eyes about to burst from excitement. Only one thought remained in his mind: not striving hard would be an insult to the Huabi currency. But after half a second of calm, the harsh reality slapped him in the face. 3 weeks, standard fist strength at the 2nd level. 5,000 kilograms. Standard fist strength means not using any martial arts equipment or talent enhancements, relying solely on physical fitness. Currently, his daily fist strength growth is about 40 kilograms. In 3 weeks, that's 21 days at most, an increase of over 800 kilograms. He was still far from 5,000 kilograms. Almost impossible. "Teacher Wang." Zhang Chun extinguished his cigarette, his voice turning anxious. "Is there any way to quickly enhance physical fitness?" "Of course there are heavenly materials and earthly treasures," Wang Jian replied, flicking away the cigarette, and counting on his fingers. "There are many types of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, most of which speed up the absorption of spiritual energy, while a few have extraordinary effects, even allowing for the regeneration of severed limbs." Regeneration of severed limbs. Zhang Chen's heart jolted. He recalled his uncle's empty left sleeve. Once he has money, he must get one for his uncle. He buried this thought deep in his heart, not letting it show on his face. Speeding up absorption. Isn't there anything that can directly enhance it? Zhang Chun pressed further. There are, but the core function of the vast majority of heavenly materials and earthly treasures is to accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy, Wang Jian explained. This knowledge isn't written in textbooks and is only encountered after a martial artist advances. Zhang Chun then thought of another key question. What about martial arts techniques? Since we have martial arts, there should also be techniques, right? Of course there are. Wang Jian lit another cigarette, took a puff, and continued. But techniques have prerequisites. Only martial artists with second-level physical fitness qualify to cultivate them. Don't think too mystically about techniques. They are essentially just methods for absorbing and storing spiritual energy. Let me explain it more plainly. A martial artist has a limit to how much spiritual energy they can absorb daily, just like eating. Once full, they can't consume more. However, techniques and heavenly materials can break this limit. Imagine if a second-level martial artist can absorb 1 unit of spiritual energy daily. After cultivating a technique, that becomes 2. Add a level heavenly material to accelerate it by 2 times, making it 4. A level accelerates by 5 times, a level by 10 times, and a level by 20 times, and its level by 50 times. Zhang Chun finally understood resources are everything. Even among second-level martial artists, those with level heavenly materials can achieve in 1 day what others can in 100. The gap is despairingly large. No wonder the descendants of those top forces grow so quickly. It's not just talent, but a crushing advantage in resources. However, Wang Jian glanced at him. Your physical fitness is still at the first level, so you can't practice techniques or use heavenly materials. Zhang Chun. After all that, what does it have to do with me? Old Wang, can you say something practical? Li Jianxing, unable to listen anymore, rolled his eyes at Wang Jian and turned to Zhang Chun, saying, Zhang Chun, if you want to quickly enhance your physical fitness, the only way is to increase the absorption of spiritual energy crystals every day. Uncle Li, I know that. Zhang Chun scratched his head. But absorbing for half an hour each day is too much for my body. It can't take it. I feel overwhelmed. Old Wang, as a teacher, you're really not doing your job right. Li Jianxing shot back at Wang Jian, not waiting for a rebuttal before turning back to Zhang Chun. Absorbing spiritual energy is like eating. What do you do when you're full? Exercise to burn it off. Only by continuously consuming and replenishing the stored spiritual energy can it truly permeate your bones, cells, blood, organs, and skin. Every aspect will undergo evolution, and your bones can become 10 or even 100 times harder than diamond. A lightning bolt struck Zhang Chen's mind. He froze. That's right. When full, you have to move. After absorbing spiritual energy to the limit, you can't just lie there waiting for it to digest. Instead, you should fight, consume, and when depleted, absorb again. I'll repeat this cycle, and your physical fitness. Fighting not only hones your martial skills and accumulates real combat experience, but also accelerates spiritual energy consumption. It's a threefold benefit. Zhang Chun had seen countless web novels where the protagonist was always on the path of battle. He had previously complained about whether they could relax for a moment. Now he understood there was no way to avoid fighting. These days of just absorbing, without consuming, were a complete waste of life. Zhang Chun, don't listen to old Li's nonsense. Wang Jian shot a glare at Li Jianxing, somewhat annoyed. I planned to wait until you adapted for a week before telling you. You just entered the forest for training, and your physical foundation is not yet solid. Recklessly engaging in high-intensity battles can easily lead to injury. Teacher, I understand. Zhang Chun couldn't care less about any adaptation period. 1 billion, yes, the strength martial art was beckoning him. I'm going to train now. He turned to Li Jianxing and pointed at the snakeskin bag carried by the 24 little ants behind him. Uncle Li, sell the materials first. Li Jianxing got up and walked over, opened the first snakeskin bag, glanced at its contents, and raised an eyebrow. He didn't say much, quickly starting to count. Zhang Chun waited for the settlement, his toes constantly digging into the ground inside his shoes. His mind was already planning tonight's training schedule: absorb spiritual energy to the limit, then practice punches. The money arrived. Zhang Chun waved goodbye to Wang Jian and Li Jianxing, walking away without looking back. He gave orders to the ants to hunt in the forest. The first ant and the 24 little ants quickly vanished from sight. Zhang Chun had just lifted the tent flap when a realization struck him. Hadn't the military district taken full responsibility for the cultivation resources of the ants? He slapped his thigh, suddenly remembering. The 10 large ants now weighed 500 kilograms. First-tier beast meat was of no use to them. However, second-tier beast meat would surely be available at the supply office. Zhang Chun closed his eyes, his mind reaching out to lock onto the first ant through the faint connection. Come back. 2 simple words, clear and concise. A dull thud echoed from deep within the distant mountains, the treetops shaking violently, as if crushed by a runaway armored vehicle. In less than 30 seconds, the shiny black massive body of the first ant burst from the underbrush, its 6 legs skidding to a halt as dirt flew up, coming to a steady stop before Zhang Chun. Its compound eyes fixed on him, long antennae swaying side to side, as if asking what's the matter. Let's go get some meat. Zhang Chun jumped onto the ant's back, and the first ant turned around, its 6 legs moving in unison, a streak of black, darting toward the supply office. At the supply office, Li Jinxing and Wang Jian were still at their usual spot. 2 folding chairs, 2 cigarettes, the smoke curling as they chatted animatedly. Old Wang, you see this kid, this ant is really impressive. I've been in this for over a decade. Before he could finish, a gust of wind rushed towards them. Li Jinxing looked up to see the giant ant stop 10 meters away, with Zhang Chun jumping down and jogging over. Zhang Chun, is there something? Li Jinxing pinched the cigarette between his fingers. Uncle Li, it's like this. Zhang Chun got straight to the point. My large ant weighs 500 kilograms now, and first-tier beast meat is basically ineffective for them. I want to try second-tier beast meat to see if it can accelerate their growth. Li Jinxing flicked the ash off the cigarette, nodding nonchalantly. No problem, how much do you need? Since the military district has covered the cultivation costs, that means the supply is open. The order was personally approved by the higher-ups, and as a supply office director, he would surely comply. Uncle Li, this ant can eat 5 times its body weight every day. Zhang Chun calculated with his fingers. One weighing 500 kilograms means 2,500 kilograms for 1, and for 10. 25,000 kilograms. Li Jinxing finished his sentence for him. Wang Jian nearly dropped his cigarette. 25,000 every day. Yes, Zhang Chun nodded vigorously. Li Jinxing stood up, extinguishing the cigarette, but on his shoe, and patted his pants. All right, wait here. He turned and entered the supply warehouse where beast meat was in abundant supply. First-tier meat piled high, and there was also quite a bit of second-tier meat. The spoils brought in daily by various teams were all stored here, with anything uneaten kept. Li Jinxing dragged out specialized storage bags, military-grade sealed materials, each bag holding 1,000 kilograms. He filled them one by one with practiced ease. 1 bag, 2 bags, 5 bags, 25 bags. They were neatly stacked in the empty space at the entrance of the supply office. Wang Jian stood by, watching the pile of small mountains of supplies, his mouth twitching. This ant was more expensive than a tank. Without hesitation, Zhang Chun picked up a bag and began to tie it onto the back of the first ant. The specialized bags had buckles that fit perfectly into the gaps in the ant's carapace. After securing all 25 bags, the first ant remained completely still. This weight was nothing to it. Once Zhang Chun tied the last bag, he clapped his hands and jumped back on. Teacher Wang, Uncle Li, goodbye. Wait. Wang Jian suddenly called out to him, hesitating for a moment before saying, the evaluation team sent by the school will probably arrive in a few days. They'll need to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the ant, so don't wander too far. Got it. Zhang Chun elongated his response, and the first ant sprang forward with a powerful push of its 6 legs, darting away. That kid. Li Jinxing shook his head with a smile. Wang Jian watched the dark figure disappear in the distance, remaining silent. He was pondering the data, eating 5 times its body weight every day. This was not scientific. However, ants themselves defied science. Zhang Chun returned to the tent directly, taking a small tent, rolling it up, and stuffing it into his backpack. Sleeping bag, water bottle, first aid kit, all packed. From now on, he would be living in the wilderness. The tent area was a distance away from the mountains and forests, wasting time running back and forth every day. The ant army was a moving fortress. Where couldn't he sleep? He flung the backpack over his shoulder and jumped back onto the first ant. Let's go into the mountains. The first ant's long antennae shook wildly. The scent of those 25 bags of second-tier beast meat was overwhelmingly strong, so strong that its compound eyes trembled slightly. It wanted to eat very much so. Zhang Chun felt the urgency transmitted through the mental link from the first ant, chuckling to himself, pulling out a large chunk of meat weighing 30 to 40 pounds from the nearest bag and tossing it ahead. The first ant opened its mandibles wide, crunching down on the meat and bone in one bite. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It swallowed it down. Its compound eyes turned back to Zhang Chun. What's the rush? Zhang Chun patted its carapace. You can eat freely when we reach the forest. Right now we need to get moving. The first ant seemed to understand, retracting its antennae and powering up all 6 legs. Whoosh. The black giant ant sped through the woods like a supercar, unbound by traffic rules. Bushes were knocked aside and low-hanging branches were sliced off by its carapace as Zhang Chun lay on its back, the wind howling past his ears. From now on, he could completely say goodbye to the snakeskin bags. 25 military-grade bags, sealed and preserved, were far better than snakeskin bags. A few minutes later, in the middle of the forest, the ant army was camped here. From afar, one could see those massive black figures weaving through the trees, occasionally followed by the cries of beasts indicating the ants were hunting. Zhang Chun jumped down and began to untie the bags. All 25 bags were opened, and the pungent smell of second-tier beast meat instantly filled the air. The 10 large ants almost simultaneously halted their movements, turning towards Zhang Chun. Their antennae waved furiously, and their compound eyes reflected a dim light. Eat! The 10 large ants charged over, mandibles wide open, and began to feast ravenously. The sounds of crunching echoed, resembling 10 wood chippers working simultaneously. The small ants gathered around the first-tier beast meat, continuing to eat clearly distinguishing sizes without interfering with one another. Zhang Chen paid them no mind, setting up a small tent next to a large tree and sitting cross-legged inside. He took out a first-tier spiritual energy crystal from his pocket and placed it in his palm. Rich spiritual energy seeped from the crystal, entering his body through the pores of his palm and slowly flowing along his meridians. Zhang Chen could distinctly feel that energy soaking into his muscle fibers like warm water, causing each muscle to slightly swell. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Half an hour. Suddenly a throbbing pain surged in his palm, as if grasped tightly by someone. The bones ached. He had reached his limit. No more could be absorbed. Any excess spiritual energy would only run rampant inside, potentially damaging his meridians. Zhang Chen opened his eyes, shook his hands, and stepped out of the tent. He practiced boxing the mountain collapsing fist. He steadied his stance on the open ground, his right fist rising explosively from his waist. Bang! Again! Bang! 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 One punch after another. Zhang Chen continued to strike each punch, making slight adjustments to the angle timing of the force and direction of power. The night deepens. The dangers of the forest at this hour are far greater. The thick stench of blood surrounds Zhang Chen. Remnants of blood and shattered bones from 10 giant ants that feasted on the flesh of second-tier beasts are scattered everywhere, serving as a massive bait. Rustle. Something is moving in the bushes. Zhang Chen glanced around without pausing. A mutated wildcat over 5 meters long leapt out from the thicket, its eyes glowing green in the darkness, lunging straight at Zhang Chen. The antenna of the third ant twitched slightly. In the next second crack, the wildcat didn't even have time to cry out before its body was bitten in half by the giant jaws. The two halves of the carcass fell to the ground, still twitching, while the third ant lowered its head to begin feeding. A smile crept across Zhang Chen's lips. It turned out that there was no need to hunt at night. The beasts came to him willingly. The stench of blood is the best trap. The hunting strategy of this group of ants at night is surprisingly a form of passive defense. They wait for prey, quite literally. In just one night, at least 50 first-tier beasts wandered in to meet their demise. None could approach within 5 meters of the tent. During the intervals of battle, Zhang Chen continuously switched modes, practicing punches until his arms grew soft, then sitting down to absorb spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy reached a painful fullness, he continued to practice punches. This high-intensity cycle kept his body on the edge of its limits. Muscles stretched, repaired, and then stretched again, each repair making them slightly stronger than before. At 3 in the morning, he could no longer hold on. His arms were unresponsive, trembling even when raised. Zhang Chen crawled into the tent and lay down to sleep. Outside, the snapping sounds of the ant army echoed, interspersed with the occasional cries of beasts, but he paid them no mind. As long as the ants were around, no danger existed. He slept soundly. The next day, morning light streamed through the tent's seams and onto his face, waking Zhang Chen. He sat up, moved his arms around, and clenched his fists. Something feels different. Zhang Chen exited the tent, found a flat rock, and adjusted the strength measuring device. He charged up his right fist and struck. Bang! The number flashed: 800 kilograms. Yesterday, it was 740, an increase of 60 kilograms overnight. The effect is evident. This extreme training combined with spiritual energy absorption is faster than simply practicing punches or merely absorbing energy. Zhang Chen, satisfied, stored the measuring device and turned to look at the ants. The small ants that were only 60 centimeters long yesterday now measured a full meter. He walked over and squatted down to size them up. Just over a meter, with 6 sturdy legs and pincers sharp as scissors. Lifting one, he estimated it weighed around 8 or 9 kilograms. Looking at the giant ant, the first ant now appeared to be about 8 meters long. Zhang Chen circled around it, estimating its weight to be at least a ton. Indeed, second-tier beasts were the right choice. The flesh of first-tier beasts was like bland boiled vegetables to the giant ants. They could survive, but wouldn't gain any weight. The meat from second-tier beasts is the true high-protein feed. Zhang Chen cleaned up the carcasses of the beasts killed by the ants last night, collecting skins, bones, and horns. Everything that could be sold. Then he climbed onto the back of the first ant. Move forward, he commanded. The first ant's 6 legs began to march, and the entire army of ants followed suit. A dark mass advanced steadily into the depths of the forest. First-tier beasts posed no threat to Zhang Chen anymore. He needed stronger opponents, second-tier beasts, to hone his combat skills. In the military monitoring room, old Zhou fixed his gaze on the screen, showing Zhang Chen's figure moving rapidly towards the back of the forest. Commander Zhang Chen is preparing to head to the rear of the forest, please advise. He immediately picked up the intercom. Silence lingered for 2 seconds. Chen Liang's voice came through, calm in tone. Let him go. Commander, there are second-tier beast packs in the rear, and occasionally third-tier beasts appear. His ants are formidable, Chen Liang interrupted. I estimate that the combat power of those 10 giant ants is no less than that of mid-tier, third-tier beasts. The drones will follow and keep monitoring. If anything happens, they'll step in. Understood. Old Zhou hung up the communication. He was aware that the commander didn't underestimate Zhang Chen's safety. On the contrary, it was precisely because he valued it too much that he couldn't confine him within a safety zone and let him become useless. A genius needs combat to nurture their talents. A greenhouse cannot produce towering trees. The other monitors in the control room were also watching Zhang Chen's footage. The high-definition images transmitted back by the drones showed the striking scene of the black ant army moving through the forest. 10 giant ants led the way, followed by 99 small ants, each a meter long. Less than half an hour after entering the back of the forest, Zhang Chun encountered his first opponent. A massive wild buffalo blocked the clearing ahead. Zhang Chun, riding on the back of the first ant, spotted it from. The wild buffalo was over 10 meters long with limbs as stout as pillars, and its curved horns gleamed with a metallic luster. Its muscles bulged beneath its fur, resembling a natural suit of armor. A second-tier beast. Zhang Chen's heart raced with excitement. He jumped off the first ant, landing firmly on the ground. Then he turned back to give instructions to the 10 ants. "Don't move, I'll handle this myself." The 10 giant ants received the command and stopped in unison like 10 statues. Zhang Chun clenched his fists, feeling the slight tremor transmitted from the second-tier gauntlets. He quickly calculated in his mind the base punch force was 800 kilograms. The mountain shatter fist technique increased the attack by 5 times, and the second-tier gauntlets added another 2 times. Stacked together, that's a 4-5 multiplier. 5 multiplied by 800 equals 3,600. No, it should be 800 multiplied by 5, roughly around 4,400 kilograms. Still short of the second-tier threshold of 5,000 kilograms. If he activated his strength talent, he could crush it directly. But that wouldn't be honing, it would be cheating. What he wanted was genuine combat experience, skills forged in the crucible of life and death. "Come on," Zhang Chun said softly, pushing off the ground with his feet, launching himself like an arrow towards the buffalo. The buffalo sensed the threat. It lowered its head, massive horns thrusting forward, hooves scraping the ground, emitting a thunderous moo before charging forward. The ground trembled. The enormous beast charged at full speed, resembling an out-of-control heavy truck. Zhang Chun did not meet it heat-in. At the moment he was 3 meters away from the buffalo, he sidestepped and shot past the buffalo's side. The wind pressure stung his ears. The buffalo's musky scent was overpowering. Now at the side, Zhang Chun gathered strength from his waist and hips, channeling all his power into his right fist. Mountain shatter fist. Bang! His fist struck the buffalo's abdomen, the impact exploding, and visible ripples appeared on the surface of its muscle. The buffalo's massive body swayed to the side. That was all. It suffered no injury, but skin was tough, and its flesh dense. Hitting it with 4,400 kilograms of punch force felt like a tickle. Zhang Chun cursed inwardly, his feet moving rapidly as he instantly retreated. The buffalo reacted, turning in rage and sweeping its massive horns. Zhang Chun leaned back. The tip of a horn grazed his nose, creating a gust of bloody wind just a centimeter away. That was close. Zhang Chun rolled to the side, regaining his footing. The sheer size of the second-tier beast was its greatest advantage: thick skin, dense flesh, and resilience. Humans are small. A punch against a buffalo feels like a mosquito biting an elephant. But humans also have their advantages: equipment, martial arts, and agility. Zhang Chun began to circle around the buffalo. He did not confront it heat-in, but instead used his speed to run around the buffalo. The buffalo was clumsy and slow to turn, allowing Zhang Chun to consistently find its blind spots. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each punch landed in the same spot, aimed at the buffalo's right side, near its hind legs where the skin was relatively thinner. After 5 punches, a small bruise finally appeared on that spot. In the military surveillance room, all the monitors were fixated on Zhang Chen's footage, and no one spoke. A drone captured aerial footage clearly showing a small figure darting around a massive wild buffalo, over 10 meters long, resembling a bee harassing a bear. Each evasive maneuver was perfectly timed, and every punch accurately struck the same spot. Old Zhou instinctively clenched his fists. This kid has quite a technique. Of course, if he lacked technique, he would have been tossed aside by the buffalo's horns in the first round. Another person chimed in. On screen, Zhang Chen took a hit. The buffalo swung its tail, striking him on the shoulder like a whip. He was flung through the air, rolling twice on the ground before standing up. Several people in the surveillance room simultaneously gasped. However, after shaking off his arms, Zhang Chen charged forward again. 30 minutes. Zhang Chen's breathing had become completely erratic, each breath feeling like he was swallowing fire. The muscles in his arms twitched uncontrollably, and even his fists began to tremble. The high-intensity evasion and attacks drained his stamina at least tenfold. More critically, his mental state required absolute focus. Even a moment's distraction could result in being gored by the buffalo's horns. He had thrown hundreds of his earth-shattering punches, and the area on the buffalo's right flank was completely bruised, yet it remained unbroken. I can't go on. My stamina is depleted and my mental state is fraying. Continuing would not be training, but a death sentence. Number 1. Zhang Chun decisively called out. The moment Number 1 ant received the command, it sprang into action. The 8-meter-long black giant shot forward with a speed that was almost beyond the naked eye. Boom. Number 1 ant's body collided with the buffalo like a tank. The massive buffalo, over 10 meters long, was actually sent flying, landing on its back and smashing several trees before finally coming to a stop. The buffalo hadn't even had the chance to struggle. Number 1 ant's mandibles opened, covering the buffalo's head. Crack. The sound was like steel being crushed by a hydraulic press. The buffalo's head was bitten apart, bones and blood splattering everywhere. Its massive body twitched violently a few times before going still. Clean and decisive, a one-hit kill. Zhang Chun gasped for air, leaning on his knee with one hand. Sweat dripped to the ground, and his shirt was completely soaked, clinging to his skin. He watched as Number 1 ant effortlessly dealt with the buffalo, unable to find his voice. Damn, I am less capable than an ant. Zhang Chun was honing himself in battle. The gains from these 30 minutes surpassed an entire day of practicing the earth-shattering punch. 10 ants surrounded the buffalo's carcass, estimated to weigh around 10 tons, and in no time it was reduced to mere bones. The smaller ants followed behind, scavenging the remains, continuing to consume first-level beast meat. Zhang Chun sat on the ground, took out a crystal, and began to absorb spiritual energy. The moment he closed his eyes, he vaguely felt that the speed at which spiritual energy surged into his body seemed slightly faster than yesterday. It was a subtle difference, almost imperceptible without careful attention. Yet Zhang Chun was certain this was not an illusion. After high-intensity combat, his Buddhist demand for spiritual energy grew stronger, and it seemed that his meridian pathways had expanded. Just like muscles absorb protein more easily after exercise. After 30 minutes, his palms ached again. Saturated. He stood up and continued walking. Not far along, a hissing sound came from the bushes ahead. Zhang Chun stopped, noticing a massive python coiled around the roots of a large tree. The snake was over 20 meters long and thicker than several bowls combined, its scales shimmering with a chilling light under the sun. Second-level python. Zhang Chun observed for 2 seconds and shook his head. This creature wasn't suitable for close combat. The python's attack method involved constriction and strangulation. Once ensnared, he wouldn't be able to break free with his current strength. Number 2, go. Number 2 ant charged forward. The python sensed the threat, its head springing forward, mouth wide open to reveal its venomous fangs. But it had chosen the wrong opponent. Number 2 ant's mandibles clamped down precisely on the midsection of the snake. Crack. Like cutting through butter. The over 20-meter python was bitten in half, its 2 segments thrashing on the ground, blood gushing. Number 2 ant was unfazed, lowering its head to begin feeding. The time from attack to the python's death was less than a second. A one-hit kill. Zhang Chun scratched his head. This section of the forest, why does it seem so easy? The ants can sweep through it. That day Zhang Chun killed over 30 second-level beasts. Some he took on personally, those moderately sized beasts with straightforward attack patterns like wild buffaloes, wild boars, and mutated deer. The more dangerous ones he left to the ants, pythons, venomous creatures, and swarm-type monsters. Fighting during the day, absorbing spiritual energy in between. Continuing to practice punches at night, all the beasts attracted by the scent of blood were dealt with by the ants. An extreme cycle. The next morning Zhang Chun tested his punching power. 900 kilograms. He stared at the number on the measuring device, calculating silently. Yesterday, 800, today 900, an increase of 100 in one day. The intensity of yesterday's battles far exceeded the day before. The more high-intensity battles, the faster the Buddhist growth. However, it also consumed several first-level crystals. Speaking of crystals, he hadn't obtained a single second-level crystal from over 30 second-level beasts. Zhang Chun estimated the probability was similar to that of first level, about 1%. He looked at the ants again. The large ant had grown from 8 meters to 12 meters, its size significantly increased. Its exoskeleton was thicker, mandibles sharper, and the joints of its 6 legs bulged with muscle. The small ants had also grown from 1 meter to 1.5 meters, now capable of independently battling first-level beasts. Everything was developing in a positive direction. But Zhang Chun felt anxious. He roughly calculated currently, at 900 kilograms, he was still 4,100 short of the second-level standard punching power of 5,000 kilograms, if he continued to grow at a rate of 100 kilograms per day. 3 weeks wouldn't be enough. It seemed he would have to push himself harder. 7 days later, Zhang Chun's standard punching power reached 2,000 kilograms. In 1 week, he increased by 1,100 kilograms, a speed that would be explosive among any new arrival. The biggest breakthrough occurred on the night of the 6th day. That day, he battled a second-level mutated bear for a full 40 minutes. The bear was tougher than any beast he had encountered before, its skin as thick as armor, and its power astonishing, nearly hitting him in a vital spot several times. Yet it was this battle at the 37th minute that Zhang Chun unleashed the earth-shattering punch once more. In that instant, he felt something within him pop and shatter. The transmission of power suddenly became incredibly smooth from his feet to his fists without any loss. He felt like a knife that had been sharpened, all his strength converging at a single point on the tip of his fist. The earth-shattering punch had reached perfection. That punch struck the mutated bear's chest. Boom. The bear's massive body was sent stumbling back 3 steps, a large dent forming in its chest, the sound of several ribs cracking clearly audible. Zhang Chun was taken aback himself. At the perfected realm, the attack multiplier increased from 2.5 times to 4 times plus the glove's additional 2 times. The actual punching power exceeded 1,000 kilograms. It surpassed twice the second-level threshold. Of course, in the end, he still let the ants take the bear's life. After all his stamina had reached its limit, he couldn't take any risks. The ant underwent even greater changes. The large ant grew to 15 meters long, weighing around 5,000 kilograms. Its exoskeleton was as black as ink, shimmering with a metallic luster under the sun, and its mandibles became denser and sharper. Starting from the 3rd day, the giant ant's size no longer increased. 15 meters, 5,000 kilograms, as if they had collided with an invisible wall. Zhang Chun fed them second-tier beast meat, but it was ineffective. Even once when he killed a 3rd-tier beast and fed them its meat, it still didn't work. Their weight stagnated. All the giant ants were stuck at this number. Meanwhile, the smaller ants were growing rapidly. They grew at a rate of 2.5 times faster, and by the 6th day they all reached the standard of 15 meters and 5,000 kilograms. Then they too stopped. Not one more, not one less, all stuck at 15 meters. At this point there were no more small ants. All the ants were uniformly 15-meter giants. During this week, Zhang Chun sold a large amount of second-tier beast materials, and his account balance soared to 60 million. The evaluation team sent by the school finally arrived. 3 experts in white coats carrying a pile of instruments moved around among the army of ants. They measured sizes, collected samples, and recorded data, busy for several hours. When the final report came out, all 3 experts' hands were trembling. Potentials level. The ants could lift objects over 600 times their body weight. They could carry objects over 2,000 times their body weight. Their biting force reached 500 times their weight. They could move a distance equal to 100 times their body length per second. This is impossible. The lead expert took off his glasses and wiped them again. According to the square cubic law, when insects are scaled to this size, muscle efficiency should dramatically decline. Yet their metrics not only did not decrease, but instead, they even improved. Another expert flipped through the data book, his voice shaky. Based on this biting force, 5,000 kilograms times 500 equals 2,500,000 kilograms. 2,500 tons of biting force. What does this concept mean? What about the moving speed? The third expert interjected 15 meters in body length, 100 times per second, 1,500 meters per second. That's over 4 times the speed of sound. The 3 of them exchanged glances. They immediately called the school via video to report the data. The school was in an uproar, reportedly holding an emergency meeting to discuss what rewards to give. After dealing with the experts, Zhang Chun sat inside the tent staring at Ant No. 1 in a daze. 5,000 kilograms. This number felt off to him. 5,000 kilograms, exactly the standard punching power threshold for second-tier warriors. Coincidence? Zhang Chun didn't believe it. He recalled the growth process of the ants. Initially, first-tier beast meat could make them grow quickly. When their weight approached a certain critical value, first-tier meat became ineffective and second-tier meat was needed. Now second-tier meat was also ineffective and third-tier meat didn't work either. It wasn't a food issue. It was some kind of restriction. What was restricting them? Zhang Chun closed his eyes and sensed the state of Ant No. 1 through their mental link. Ant No. 1 was healthy and full of vitality, showing no signs of injury. But deep within its body, Zhang Chun faintly sensed a kind of restraint, like an invisible chain firmly binding the ant's potential. The other end of that chain was connected to himself. He suddenly opened his eyes. It was me who was restricting them. The ants were summoned by his talent, and they had a mental link with him. His physical quality was at the first tier, and he had not yet reached the second tier. The limits on the ants were constrained by his own strength. Zhang Chun asked Wang Jian, who thought for a long time, and said he had never heard of such a situation. There had never been anyone like Zhang Chun who could summon such powerful ants, and there was no precedent to refer to. But Zhang Chun already had an answer in his heart. It seems I must break through to the second tier, he muttered to himself. But breaking through to the second tier was not easy. His current standard punching power was 2,000 kilograms, far from the 5,000 kilograms needed. At the current rate, whether he could meet the standard within the remaining 2 weeks was still uncertain. Unless he went to a place with denser spiritual energy and stronger beasts to cultivate. Zhang Chun's gaze turned towards the last section of the forest. It was already shrouded in a faint mist. The misty area, that was a zone where third-tier warriors could only survive with great caution. Inside, the spiritual energy was abundant, far surpassing the outside, and the beasts were generally above the third tier in strength. Zhang Chun calculated the numbers. The ants weighed 5,000 kilograms with a biting force of 500 times their weight, totaling 2,500 tons. This number exceeded the defense limits of third-tier beasts. Even fourth-tier or fifth-tier beasts would have to think carefully in the face of such biting force. As long as he didn't go too deep and just linger at the edge of the misty area with the ants protecting him, it should be fine, right? Zhang Chun felt uncertain in his heart. He stood up and called the army of ants to advance towards the misty area. Suddenly something moved at the edge of the misty area. Something walked out from inside. An elegant figure emerged. It was a white fox. Completely snow-white, its fur shimmered with a pearlescent glow under the sunlight. About 3 meters long with a slender body, its limbs were delicate, yet full of strength. Its facial features were almost as exquisite as a human's, with a pair of golden vertical pupils that appeared cold and proud. The most striking feature was the tail behind it. 5 fluffy white tails swayed slowly behind it, resembling 5 blooming white clouds. 5-tailed white fox. Among the fox clan of demon beasts, the number of tails represents the level of strength. 1 tail for first tier, 2 tails for second tier. 5 tails for fifth tier. Fifth tier. After walking out from the mist, it glanced around with its golden vertical pupils and wrinkled its nose slightly. That expression was clearly one of disdain, like a noblewoman forced to walk into a vegetable market. The 5-tailed white fox gracefully sat on a protruding rock, its 5 tails spread out behind it, its golden vertical pupils lazily scanning the entire area outside the misty zone. It thought of the king's orders. Every year at this time it had to come out for a round, to see if there were any so-called extraordinary geniuses among the new generation of humans. The king said that humans are favored by heaven and earth, and that every time they are in the most critical situations, extraordinary talents will emerge. If such talents are not extinguished in their budding stage, they will become a great threat in the future. The 5-tailed white fox thought the king was being overly cautious. It had been observing for several years. Every year it saw only a group of weak humans fighting against unranked beasts at the front of the mountains, with only 1 or 2 slightly outstanding ones barely at the level of ordinary talents. Was it worth it for it to come out personally? A 7th-tier king actually worried about these little things that were not even at the 5-tailed white fox withdrew its gaze, a thought rising in its heart. The king always said that the extraordinary talents of humans were the greatest threat and should be eliminated at all costs. But over the years it had found not even a decent genius. Rather than fixating on the ants outside the misty area, it would be better to pay more attention to the genius monsters inside the misty area, as those were the true competitors. It stood up, flicked its 5 tails, and prepared to look around. Zhang Chun sat astride the first black giant ant as 10,000 of them surged forward like a dark tide toward the edge of the mist zone. 15 meters long, the ant advanced with its 6 legs alternating in powerful strides, each step cratering the earth and hurling clods of soil and shattered stone backward like shrapnel. Zhang Chun lowered his torso against the ant's back, wind roared in his ears, and his heart hammered in time with the swarm's relentless rhythm. Within minutes the boundary of the mist zone appeared at the horizon. Zhang Chun abruptly straightened upright. Before him the sight made his pupils contract sharply. White mist churned ceaselessly, light and ethereal as ordinary water vapor, yet possessing palpable substance, rolling, compressing, and exhaling in dense billowing clusters. Damn! Zhang Chun leapt down from the ant's back. The moment his feet touched solid ground, a tingling surge shot upward from his soles to the crown of his head. Exquisite pure bliss. Unbelievably blissful. Every pore on his body flared open, his cells like desiccated sponges plunged into water, greedily absorbed the spiritual energy seeping outward from the mist zone's periphery. Without thinking, Zhang Chun closed his eyes, his mind reduced to a single unwavering thought: I'll stay right here outside. He opened them again, fixed his gaze upon the churning white veil, and slowly ran his tongue across his lips. He felt an undeniable urge to step inside the mist zone. Forcing himself back half a step, he could not tear his eyes away from that surreal expanse of white. The mist's boundary was unervingly sharp, as if carved by a blade. On this side lay the ordinary world, beyond it stretched an ocean of spiritual energy. No gradient, no transition, only stark division. He couldn't resist pulling out his phone. This must be captured. Raising the lens toward the mist's edge, he snapped several rapid shots. On screen, the roiling white mist possessed an eerie, otherworldly beauty, like a sea of clouds inverted and resting upon the earth. Selecting the most striking image, he opened his class Weesoon group and added a caption: Behold nature's gift. Sent. Signal strength full, delivered instantly. Then cautiously extending his hand into the mist, he watched as the signal bar in the top right corner of his screen plummeted to 0. Withdrawing his hand, the signal immediately restored. Intriguing. His Weesoon group erupted. Messages cascaded upward in a frantic torrent. Zhang Chun, where is this? It's breathtaking. Wow, this mist is utterly celestial. Wait, hold on, this location. Amazing. Could this really be the edge of the mist zone? Seriously, you went all the way out there alone. Legend, legend, legend. Zhang Chun watched the flood of messages scroll past his lips, lifting unconsciously into a quiet smile. Lu Wei's message popped up: Zhang Chun, any tier 3 beasts around? As Zhang Chun began typing a reply, his peripheral vision caught violent movement in the shrubbery along the mist's edge. A wild boar burst forth, Its massive frame over 20 meters long, its tusks towering higher than Zhang Chun himself, its grayish-brown hide armored with rock-like keratin plates. Each footfall sent tremors rippling through the ground. Tier 3 Beast Rock-Scale Boar. Zhang Chun did not flee. Instead, he raised his phone and began recording the colossal creature. The video perfectly captured the beast's charge. The furious crimson glare of its eyes, the white steam erupting from its nostrils, the dust rising in explosive plumes. Sent. The Wei Sun group fell silent for 2 seconds, then detonated. What the hell, I asked that. Li Yao's messages flooded in. Zhang Chun, run. Now. Why are you filming? Are you insane? Tan Min fired off a barrage of exclamation points. Lu Wei stared at the video's still frame on his screen, fingers trembling. The 20-meter rock-scale boar filled the entire frame. The shadow of its tusks nearly swallowed the cameraman whole. He could picture the distance, no more than 30 meters. We're doomed, Lu Wei whispered, palms slick with sweat. Zhang Chun uploaded the second video to the group. The rock-scale boar lay on its back, belly exposed, a deep, bone-revealing gash, cleaving its body from snout to tail. Beside it stood a 15-meter black giant, and its forelimbs still streaked with fresh blood. The Wei Sun group exploded once more. 6666666666666. While we're barely surviving skirmishes with unranked beast, Zhang Chun is already obliterating Tier 3 monsters. How vast is this gap? I'm utterly stunned. Zhang Chun, do you need junior brothers? Standing by, urgently awaiting reply. Li Yao messaged again, you terrified me. Followed by a pounding fist emoji. Zhang Chun read the flurry of messages, gave a faint composed smile, and tapped the screen to power it off. He slid the phone back into his pocket. Beast density at the mist zone's edge surpassed even the deepest mountain forests by orders of magnitude. Tier 2 beasts moved in packs, while Tier 3 specimens appeared with unsettling frequency. A Tier 3 rock lizard lunged from the right. Ant no? 3 sidestepped and lashed out, its forelimbs sliced through the air like a precision cutter, sending the lizard's head flying over a dozen meters. Ant no? 7 carried the carcass of a Tier 2 gray wolf, chewed twice, then discarded it, satiated. Their weight had plateaued, no amount of meat increased it further, nor did their appetite grow. Zhang Chun paid it no mind. His focus now rested solely on materials. Tier 3 monster bones hides, each worth a fortune. Kneeling beside the rock-scale boar's corpse, Zhang Chun directed the ants with practiced efficiency. Their razor-sharp limbs proved superior to any tool. Within 3 minutes, the 20-meter Tier 3 beast was dismantled into neatly sorted components. These materials alone fetched several 100,000. Zhang Chun stowed them into a specialized storage pouch, calculating silently, a Tier 3 weapon cost 10 million, boosting attack power 4-fold. A Tier 3 combat suit cost 20 million per set, reducing incoming damage by 4 times. Total investment, 30 million. His current bare-handed striking force approached Tier 2 standards, synergized with his fully mastered mountain-crushing fist technique and innate strength talent. He easily met the operational threshold for Tier 3 gear. Lower-tier equipment offered negligible advantage compared to Tier 3 gear, which imposed strict physical requirements. Users' explosive power must meet minimum benchmarks. Insufficient striking force rendered Tier 3 weapons inert. Mere dead weight, like a 5-year-old attempting to wield a warhammer. Yet this threshold posed no obstacle for Zhang Chun. His first day training at the Mist Zone's periphery yielded far greater returns than anticipated. The spiritually rich environment accelerated his physical ascension exponentially. Day 2. Zhang Chun stood before the mist's boundary, eyes locked on the churning white veil. Yesterday's vow, to merely skim its edge, echoed faintly. Let's go inside. He stepped forward. The instant his foot crossed into the mist, reality shifted. His vision blurred violently, as though frosted glass had been pressed against his eyes. Trees, boulders, and sky, crystal clear moments ago, dissolved into hazy silhouettes. High definition reduced to standard definition. Yet his body responded in diametric opposition. Every cell screamed, not in agony, but in rapture. Like ice plunging into hot springs, like a desert wanderer collapsing into an oasis. Spiritual energy no longer seeped inward gradually. It surged autonomously, flooding pores, surging through meridians, saturating every fiber of muscle. Zhang Chun's body trembled slightly, his fists instinctively clenching tight. Damn, this feels incredible. He muttered under his breath, his voice shaking. His fists tightened, and then relaxed, power surging from deep within his bones. He could clearly feel that cultivating in this environment doubled the efficiency of his punch strength. But at the same time, he instantly understood why the physical training for the college entrance exam did not allow students in. He took out his phone, no signal. All communication devices were down, and the positioning system was paralyzed, making rescue impossible. Inside, the density of third-grade beasts was extremely high, and ordinary students would be walking into a death trap. If something went wrong, there would be no chance to call for help. However, these concerns meant little to Zhang Chun. The first-grade ant beside him emitted a low rumbling sound, while 10,000 ants automatically formed a defensive circle around them. It didn't matter. Zhang Chen looked down at his brand new equipment. Third-grade gloves, dark gold in color, fitting snugly to his palms, with spiritual energy patterns dancing across the surface. Third-grade combat suit, jet black, as light as paper, yet as hard as iron, covering vital areas of his body. He had purchased it yesterday. Li Jinxing gave him a 20% discount, costing 24 million. His account balance plummeted, but Zhang Chen felt no regret. Yesterday, Chen Liang watched him from a distance as he approached the edge of the misty area. 10,000 giant ants, each 15 meters long, lined up, entering the misty area. The scene was indeed spectacular. Chen Liang's expression was priceless, his mouth twitching several times, but in the end he did not intervene. There was no need to intervene. Each ant could annihilate third-grade beasts. This configuration offered a higher safety factor than most fifth-grade warriors. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Only 1 week remained until the end of the physical training for the college entrance exam. Zhang Chen stood before the strength measurement device and threw a punch. The number fluctuated 4500 kilograms. He was just 500 short of the second-grade standard. His class martial skill was within reach. These days of training in the misty area had been terrifyingly efficient. His physical fitness was significantly improving every day, and his strength talent was rising correspondingly, from 10 times the power output just a few days ago, soaring to 18 times. Zhang Chen clenched his fist, rapidly calculating in his mind. The standard punch strength was 4500 kilograms, with an 18-fold power talent that equated to 8100 kilograms. The completed collapse mountain fist increased damage by 4 times, and with the third-grade glove stacking another 4 times, the total increase was 8 times. A full-force explosion would yield 72900 kilograms, or 729 tons. As Zhang Chen calculated this number, he felt somewhat dazed. The standard punch strength for a 4th-grade warrior was 500 tons. He had already surpassed that. The 5th-grade standard was 500 tons, and he still had a long way to go, but this was only the 3rd week of physical training. Naturally, 729 tons of full-force output wouldn't last long. In that state, muscle fibers were tearing, bones were groaning, and blood vessels were swelling. His physical fitness could not keep up with the talent's power output multiplier, forcing it was self-harm. Moreover, a 4th-grade warrior wouldn't be a blank slate. They also had martial skills and equipment enhancements. In a real fight, it wasn't guaranteed he could win. But this pace of progress was already abnormally fast. The only thing that concerned Zhang Chen slightly was that the ants had not changed. The 10,000 ants were still 15 meters long, not a bit larger. Having consumed so much third-grade beast meat, and spent several days in such a rich spiritual energy environment, their size remained unchanged. It seemed they were stuck at some sort of bottleneck. Nighttime. Outside the misty area on a spacious hillside. Zhang Chen had trained all day, his muscles were sore, and his stomach began to protest. He built a fire, lighting dry branches and leaves, the flames dancing in the night. He took out a piece of hind leg meat from a 2nd-grade gray rabbit, its texture firm and delicate, slowly roasting over the flames. Fat dripped down, sizzling and crackling. He sprinkled some seasoning, and the aroma wafted in the wind. Zhang Chen tore off a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, unable to stop, because it was so delicious. He raised his phone with one hand and took a picture. The roasted meat, illuminated by the fire, appeared golden and shiny with a backdrop of the starry sky and the hazy glow of the distant misty area. He sent it to the class group with the caption, "Snack time, good night everyone." 3 seconds later. Zhang Chen, are you a devil? Poisoning us late at night? Looking at the compressed biscuits in my hand suddenly makes them taste bland. Just looking at it makes my mouth water. I can't stop salivating. Help, what should I do now that my stomach is growling? Lu Wei, Zhang Chen, send your location. I'm coming right now, it feels so atmospheric, brother. Liao, same here. I want to come too. Tan Min quickly followed up. 1. Zhang Chen looked at the 3 messages lined up and twitched his mouth. He silently opened the location and shared it in the group. The group fell silent for 5 seconds. The location showed the back of the mountain forest 37 kilometers away from the camp. I take my leave. Forget I said anything. Lu Wei immediately backed down. Zhang Chen, aren't you returning to the camp tonight? Someone finally reacted. You're spending the night in the back of the mountain forest where there are all 2nd and 3rd grade beasts. The big shot is indeed a big shot. I, a mere mortal, will take my leave. Lu Wei sent a worship emoji, the kind of bowing down. Liao said nothing further, but after a while she privately messaged Zhang Chen, be safe. A moon emoji followed. Zhang Chen stared at the private message for 2 seconds, didn't reply, and turned off his phone, putting it back in his pocket. The fire crackled. The 1st grade ant lay nearby, its massive body shielding against the night wind. The other ants patrolled the perimeter, occasionally interrupted by the screams of beasts, which soon fell silent. Such days were quite pleasant. The next morning Zhang Chen stretched his wrists and stood before the strength measurement device. He poured all his strength into his right fist. Bang! His fist struck the measuring device, and the number fluctuated wildly, 4800 kilograms. Zhang Chen stared at this number, his breath quickening. Tomorrow he would reach 5000. Second grade warrior standard qualification to receive class martial skills. He retracted his fist, his fingers trembling slightly. Overnight, the ant swarm cleared a large number of second grade beasts. All 25 specialized storage bags were stuffed to the brim, with zippers nearly unable to close. Zhang Chun lifted one bag and weighed it. It's too heavy to carry. No choice, he had to go back and sell some as materials. Sitting idle were just numbers, turning them into money was what mattered. He secured the 25 storage bags one by one onto the back of the first grade ant, tightening them with special straps. The first grade ant remained motionless. This weight was nothing to it. Zhang Chun mounted it and patted its carapace. Let's go back. The first grade ant began to crawl, while the other ants continued hunting nearby. Meanwhile, on the edge of another misty area, a five-tailed white fox was traversing through the forest. Its size was several times larger than an ordinary fox, its completely snow-white, fur flickering in and out of visibility in the mist. Most notably, behind it 5 fluffy tails spread out like banners, each tail's tip swirling with light blue spiritual energy. The five-tailed white fox possessing 5th grade strength. Its speed was absurdly fast, passing through the thicket without stirring a single fallen leaf, gliding over the ground without leaving a footprint. It had come running from a neighboring military region, cursing inwardly. A peerless genius. What a load of crap. The higher-ups had sent it to scout human prodigies, and it had already traversed several military districts. After looking around, there was nothing but trash. Those so-called geniuses wouldn't survive a single day in the misty area. Compared to the real prodigies inside, they were worlds apart. A waste of time. It was preparing to return and report this half-hearted effort. It stopped. Ahead in the forest, a giant ant was moving. Not far away, there was also a large group of giant ants. The five-tailed white fox's pupils suddenly constricted, its vertical pupils becoming pinprick thin. Instinctively lowering its body, 5 tails instantly folded tight against its back, its breath completely concealed. 15-meter-long black giant ants, a total of 10,000. The five-tailed white fox was shocked. What kind of ant is this? It had lived for decades and had never seen such. There were indeed ant-type demon beasts, but none could grow to 15 meters, nor could they appear in the thousands outside the fog zone. No way. The five-tailed white fox squinted, its gaze locking onto the ant number one's back. There was a person. A human boy sat casually on the ant's back as if riding a horse. Summoning talent. The heartbeat of the five-tailed white fox suddenly quickened. It had seen humans with summoning talents summoning 1 or 2 spirit beasts as battle pets. Rare, but not unheard of. But 10,000. It held its breath and continued to observe. A second-tier rock wolf. Just as the wolf revealed its fangs, the nearest ant slashed with its foreleg, and the wolf's head rolled 3 meters away. The entire process took less than 1/10 of a second. The five-tailed white fox's claws instinctively dug into the soil. A peerless genius. This was the true definition of a peerless genius. If this human were to grow up, it reached for a crystal hanging from its neck. A 6th-tier special spiritual energy crystal, dark purple, the size of a fist, with strange patterns swirling on its surface. This was something specially transmitted down from above. Once shattered, a 50-kilometer radius would be shrouded in mist for several days. Animals within the covered area would undergo a rapid evolution for a short period, and distant wild beasts would swarm over, forming a small beast tide. Human technological devices would all fail in the mist. No communication, no positioning, no fire support. In the beast tide, that peerless genius. The five-tailed white fox licked its lips, a cold calculation flashing in its vertical pupils. It did not need to confront 10,000 ants hidden. It only needed to create chaos, making the humans neglect their own safety, and then take advantage of the turmoil to eliminate its target. Its speed was faster than the capture frame rate of all cameras. A white shadow darted through the mountains and forests, silent and without a trace, not even disturbing the leaves. It bypassed Zhang Chen's ant swarm, evaded the patrolling police dogs, and avoided all surveillance devices, heading straight for the front of the forest. It stopped on a hillside overlooking the densely packed tents and the students training below. Its claws gripped the dark purple crystal beneath its neck. With force. Boom. A deafening sound like the collapse of heaven and earth. The dark purple light erupted, and a thick mist suffocating in its density spread wildly from its center. This was not the normal mist that spread at a few meters a day, but a speed akin to light crushing outward like the shockwave of a nuclear explosion. Within a second, the entire mountain forest, the entire military district camp, everything within a 50-kilometer radius was engulfed by the white mist. The world turned into a blank white. All drones simultaneously lost signal, their propellers still spinning, but completely out of control, crashing awkwardly to the ground. The camera feeds turned to static, and there was no sound on the communication channels. The indicator lights of the power system extinguished one by one, and the roar of the generator abruptly ceased. The whole world fell silent. Then came the screams. What is happening? Zhang Chun was riding on the back of ant number 1 when the mist suddenly surged from all directions, instantly swallowing him. His vision blurred sharply and familiar spiritual energy surged wildly into his body with a concentration several times higher than that in the fog zone. Something was off. This was definitely not right. The spread of the fog zone was a few meters a day, and now it directly enveloped dozens of kilometers in an instant. What was going on? Zhang Chun took out his phone, no signal. He abruptly lifted his head, unable to see far. The white mist churned visibility reduced to less than 100 meters. The military command center. At the moment all screens turned black, the entire command room fell into silence. Chun Liang's teacup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. This is impossible. His voice was low, barely audible to himself. The mist covered the entire military district. All technological devices were paralyzed, communication was cut off, and power was at zero. This meant that tens of thousands of students were now trapped in the mist without any technical support or means of communication. Chun Liang slammed his hand on the table, causing it to shatter. Something abnormal must be related to a demon. He turned to the small black figure in the corner, which was now the fastest messenger in the military district. Xiao He, notify all police dogs to immediately evacuate all students from the fog zone. He paused mid-sentence. The fog zone had already covered a 50-kilometer radius. Where to take them? Gather them at the camp. All class teachers and soldiers mobilized to ensure the safety of the students. Hurry. Whoosh. The black figure of Xiao He vanished without a trace. Chun Liang rushed out of the command center, the dense fog enveloping him. He could feel the spiritual energy filling the entire space at an abnormal speed. This was not a natural spread. Everyone listen up. Chun Liang's voice boomed like thunder, penetrating the mist for several kilometers. All military personnel set off immediately into the mountains to search for students. Class teachers lead the team, prioritize student safety. Communication was entirely reliant on shouting. Orders echoed in the mist, transmitted layer by layer. In the forest, mutations began. Roar. A gray wolf, originally the size of a puppy, began to swell violently. Its bones cracked, muscles surged beneath its skin, and its size surged from 0.5 meter to 3 meters in just a few minutes. Without entering a tier, it directly leaped 1 tier. Nearby, another wild boar, already a first-tier beast, began to grow rocky armor on its skin. Its eyes turned from a dull yellow to blood red, its fangs extending visibly as it jumped from first tier to second tier. This kind of transformation was happening simultaneously throughout the entire forest. Thousands of animals were evolving at the same time. Howls, the sounds of bones cracking and restructuring, and the thunderous crashes of trees being broken created a hellish symphony. Even more terrifying was the distant scene. The wild beasts that had been behaving in the fog zone caught the scent of something, not the smell of blood, but the special frequency emitted by the shattered 6th-tier crystal. It was like a horn summoning all beasts to converge in this direction. Beasts of 3rd tier and 4th tier began to move towards the forest. A small beast tide was forming. The student's world was completely overturned in that instant. The boy who had just been fighting an untired gray rabbit found himself knocked away as the rabbit suddenly swelled to over 1 meter tall. Oh! Screams erupted one after another. Zhang Chen's classmate Zhou Ming was battling an untired spirit cat when it suddenly inflated. The cat, originally the size of a basin, transformed into a leopard-like spirit beast over 1.5 meters long with blue spiritual light shimmering on its claws. First tier. Zhou Ming's pupils dilated as he instinctively raised his first-tier long knife to block. The spirit cat's claws struck the blade a tremendous force, sending Zhou Ming sliding back 3 meters, his grip breaking, blood dripping down the knife handle. It was still changing. Ascending from first tier to second tier, its size continued to swell 2 meters, 2.5 meters. Zhou Ming's face turned pale. Damn. He turned and ran. The spirit cat's green eyes fixed on him, ready to pounce. Just as its sharp claws were about to tear into his back, a black shadow suddenly lunged from the side, precisely biting the spirit cat's throat. The shadow rolled once, its sharp teeth piercing the spirit cat's windpipe, blood gushing out. The spirit cat struggled twice before going completely still. Zhou Ming fell to the ground, breathing heavily, and looked back. Wolf. No, not a wolf. It was a black military dog. It was several times larger than a normal military dog, 3 meters long with muscular lines flowing smoothly, its eyes filled with extraordinary intelligence. It had also evolved now at second tier. The military dog released its prey, wagged its tail, and approached to lick Zhou Ming's trembling hand. The moment its warm, rough tongue touched his skin, Zhou Ming's anxious heart dropped. Good dog. His voice trembled. The military dog seemed to understand, wagging its tail even more joyfully. Then it turned and stepped toward a certain direction, glancing back at him after taking a few steps. Follow me. Zhou Ming scrambled to his feet, closely following. This scene was playing out simultaneously throughout the entire mountains and forests. Thousands of police dogs that had evolved to second tier were scattered everywhere, using their keen sense of smell and hearing to pinpoint every student in the dense fog. They bit and killed the wild beasts blocking their path, guiding the students to retreat to safety. But there were too many wild beasts. The evolution was too rapid. In the distance, a small beast tide was quickly approaching. The police dogs were only buying time. Without stronger forces intervening, everyone would eventually be overwhelmed. The spiritual energy surged like a tide. This sensation was unlike that of absorbing spiritual energy crystals. This special spiritual energy was much easier to absorb. The students were the first to sense the anomaly, as the air became thick and every breath felt like sipping thick soup. An invisible energy drilled into their pores, tingling and numb, leaving them uncertain whether it was comfortable or uncomfortable. While my strength has increased, a boy clenched his fists and excitedly struck the nearby tree trunk, causing the bark to splinter. However, this slight enhancement was nothing compared to the animals in the surrounding forest. It was simply laughable. From a distance came the sound of bones cracking, like someone snapping bundle after bundle of sugarcane. It was the wild beasts swelling wildly. Human physiques were limited, capped at around 1.70 meters or 1.80 meters, while the upper limit for absorbing spiritual energy was far inferior to those beasts that were several meters tall. The gap was widening at a visibly fast pace. Zhang Shun sat atop the first ant, similarly feeling the ferocity of this spiritual energy. The spiritual energy surged as if it had come to life, rushing into his body. A faint white mist rose from the surface of his skin. Muscle fibers tore and reassembled in an extremely short time, and the bones emitted a series of crackling sounds. It was a feeling of power swelling to its peak, about to break through a certain threshold. More and more, stronger and stronger. Boom. It was as if a glass wall shattered in Zhang Chen's mind, with the fragments dissolving into points of light that infused his limbs. Second stage. This thought naturally arose in his consciousness, requiring no one to inform him. His body provided the answer. The baseline value of his punching power soared to 5,000 kilograms, and the multiplier for his strength talent jumped up by one tier, now at 20 times. What he previously thought sufficient in the first stage of physical fitness now seemed like mere paper. Before Zhang Shun could fully experience this newfound power, the first ant suddenly trembled violently. It was growing larger. 16 meters. Zhang Shun could feel his sitting position being passively lifted, the area beneath his feet expanding as the previously snug leg positions gradually widened. 17 meters. The 6 legs of the first ant heavily stomped into the soil, leaving half-meter deep footprints. Its mandibles became sharper and a metallic sheen glistened on its exoskeleton. Zhang Shun quickly switched his mental perception to the second and third ants. All were growing larger. In the back section of the forest, the sounds of giant ant exoskeletons crushing trees and snapping shrubs echoed everywhere. These 10,000 ants were like 10,000 balloons, inflating simultaneously, evolving in unison. Zhang Shun wished he could take root here and absorb the spiritual energy clean. However, he frowned. This spiritual energy was peculiar. The energy in the misty area was gentle and stable, flowing like a stream. But here the spiritual energy carried an unsettling agitation, as if disturbed by some force. Its nature was strange, and its source unknown. He realized he could not be greedy. First, find the homeroom teacher Wang Jian to clarify the situation. Let's go. He patted the exoskeleton of the first ant. The first ant's 6 legs moved alternately, bursting forth with astonishing speed. The colossal creature, now 20 meters long, traversed the forest, sending trees flying like paper. From the back section to the middle section, it only took a few breaths. Suddenly, a series of urgent barks echoed ahead. Woof, woof, woof. Dog barks. Zhang Chen's heart stirred as he directed the first ant to circle towards the source of the sound. In an instant, his field of vision opened up, and he saw the scene clearly. In the center of a trampled thicket, 3 gray-furred wolves formed a half-circle, baring their teeth at a massive black-brown creature opposite them. That was a rock-armored wild boar, nearly 4 meters tall at the shoulder, covered in slate-like gray armor, with 2 tusks curving upward, their tips stained with blood. A third-stage beast. The 3 wolves were clearly no match for it. They were stalling for time. Behind them stood, both were in combat suits. One was at the second stage, the other at the first stage. But whether it was the first or second stage combat suit, it seemed useless against the third stage rock-armored wild boar. The 2 girls huddled together, their faces pale. The girl in the second stage combat suit was exceptionally beautiful. Even in such a dire situation, Zhang Chen couldn't help but admit that. With looks like hers, she would definitely be the campus beauty. The combat suit clung tightly to her, unable to conceal her waistline and curves. However, at that moment, a trace of blood was at the corner of her mouth, and she clutched her right arm with her left hand, clearly injured. The other girl had a delicate appearance, on par with Li Yao and Tan Min. She too had blood at the corner of her mouth, her eyes reddened, biting her lower lip to keep herself from crying out. The sight of those bloodstains, combined with their terrified, unfocused eyes, tugged at one's heartstrings. Yet the rock-armored wild boar was unconcerned. It lowered its head, targeting the nearest wolf with its tusks pawing at the ground, preparing to charge. Zhang Shan took another glance at the 3 wolves. They had the physique of wolves, the fur of wolves, and the barks of dogs. Their stance was also off. When wild wolves attacked prey, they spread out in a fan shape, coordinating with each other to attack the hind legs and abdomen of their prey. Yet these three were tightly guarding the two girls, forming a defensive formation, showing no intention to attack. They were protectors. Zhang Chun understood instantly. Dogs, the military district's guard dogs. Guard dogs disguised as wolves. No wonder Li Yao and the others had been chased by wolves for so long, running out of breath, yet remaining unharmed. At that moment he felt something was off. Which wolves chased two girls for so long without catching them? The military district used guard dogs disguised as wild wolves to create pressure, forcing students to train their physical fitness and adaptability while secretly protecting their safety. It was a meticulous plan. However, in this situation, 3 second-stage guard dogs faced off against a third-stage rock-armored wild boar unable to protect anyone. They themselves were struggling. Boom. The first ant burst from the woods, its 20-meter-long massive body directly crushing 2 trees as thick as a person's hug. The 2 girls simultaneously looked up, their eyes nearly popping out. A massive black ant larger than a house with its 6 legs spread wide and mandibles reflecting cold light was rushing towards them. Oh! The girl in the first-stage combat suit screamed. The beautiful girl in the second-stage combat suit stumbled backward, her injured right arm colliding with a tree trunk, nearly bringing her to tears, but she held back. The reactions of the 3 guard dogs were even more intense. Woo-woo. They emitted canine whimpers, tails tucked. Clearly they had received some kind of warning signal from the little black one, and upon seeing the giant ant were immediately frightened. The rock-armored wild boar, however, did not run. It turned its thick neck, its small eyes fixed on the charging first ant, blood still dripping from its tusks. Zhang Chun did not give it a second chance to decide. The mandibles of the first ant had already closed. Snap! The sound was like a giant pair of scissors cutting through steel. The rock-armored wild boar's proud slate armor was like a cookie before the giant ant's mandibles completely bitten through. Blood gushed forth. The massive body of the rock-armored wild boar collapsed with a crash, its 4 legs instinctively kicking a few times before it lay completely still. From the moment the first ant appeared to the fall of the third-stage rock-armored wild boar, it took less than a second. The 2 girls were stunned. That was a third-stage rock-armored wild boar. The 2 of them alongside the 3 guard dogs had been unable to handle it, nearly paying the price just now. Yet this giant ant had killed it with a single bite. Come up and walk. Zhang Chun stood atop the giant ant, looking down at them with an urgent tone. The distant roaring grew louder. The chain reaction triggered by the anomaly in spiritual energy was spreading, and they couldn't stay here for long. The 2 girls finally snapped out of their shock. The girl in the first-tier combat suit recognized him first, saying, "You are Zhang Chun." Her voice carried a mix of surprise and relief, as if she had survived a disaster. The beautiful girl in the second-tier combat suit also reacted, her gaze landing on the giant ant beneath Zhang Chun's feet. "So it's you." In the entire military district, he was the only one capable of summoning giant ants. "Am I that famous?" Zhang Chun flicked the short hair off his forehead. "Who in the entire military district doesn't know you can summon 10,000 giant ants?" The girl in the first-tier combat suit replied quickly, "No more nonsense, hurry up and get on." The 2 girls exchanged. The giant ant's back was wide and flat with numerous natural protrusions that served as handholds. They lightly jumped and landed steadily on the ant's back. The hard shell beneath their feet felt cold, yet inexplicably reassuring. Who wouldn't want a mount capable of instantly killing third-tier beasts? The 3 police dogs glanced over, confirming that the 2 girls were safely on the giant ant, barked twice, and then turned to dash in another direction. There were still many students in the forest needing rescue. "Zhang Chun, thank you for saving us." The girl in the first-tier combat suit wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and forced a smile. "Let me introduce myself, I'm Lu Ying, and this is my best friend Wang Feifei." She pointed to the beautiful girl beside her. Wang Feifei. Zhang Chun's brow twitched slightly. He felt like he had heard that name somewhere before. He couldn't recall. "How did you end up in the middle section?" he asked. "The beasts in the front section were too weak, so we ventured further in." Wang Feifei replied, her voice steady despite the blood still at the corner of her mouth, having regained her composure. Lu Ying interjected, raising her hand. "My Feifei has awakened her talent." Her tone was filled with pride. Zhang Chun glanced at Wang Feifei. If she had awakened her talent, she indeed qualified to be in the middle section for training. No wonder she could withstand the pressure of a third-tier wild boar for a short time without breaking down, and her foundation was solid. "Hold on tight," Zhang Chun reminded, pulling back his gaze. Wang Feifei and Lu Ying quickly grabbed onto the nearest protrusions on the shell, their fingers tightening. The first ant suddenly exerted force with its 6 legs. Whoosh! The sound of the wind instantly filled their ears. The 2 girls' hair was blown straight back, and Lu Ying almost lost her grip, letting out a short scream. Wang Feifei gritted her teeth and remained silent. The speed was faster than any vehicle she had seen. Trees on both sides flew past like a scene fast-forwarded. Along the way, Zhang Chun continuously received information from the first ant. Nearby, a group of students was trapped by 3 mutated venomous snakes, and Zhang Chun steered the ant around them. As the first ant charged in, the 3 snakes had not reacted before they were crushed into a pulp. "Get on quickly." A few boys climbed onto the ant's back, their faces filled with joy at having survived. To the west, a girl hung in a tree, crying heart-wrenchingly, while two enlarged wild rabbits were below. Yes, wild rabbits kicking the tree trunk madly with their hind legs. After the anomaly in spiritual energy, even rabbits had become ferocious. As the first ant passed by, it crushed the rabbits, and the girl jumped down from the tree, crying as she climbed onto the ant's back. Thus they made their way, stopping and going as Zhang Chun rescued dozens of students along the way. The ant's back became increasingly crowded with dozens of people sitting haphazardly. Some clung to the shell's protrusions, others embraced each other, and some simply lay flat on the shell, afraid to move. The scene resembled an overloaded bus. Soon Zhang Chun saw the square. From a distance, the square was crowded with people. The students were gathered together, arranged by class, with soldiers maintaining order around the perimeter, while class teachers counted heads among them. However, the order was poor. A girl squatted on the ground, hugging her head and crying while her classmates couldn't pull her up. A boy looked pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. 3 weeks of training had taught them how to deal with first-tier beasts, but the sudden anomaly in spiritual energy shattered all rules. Beasts that were once manageable had suddenly grown several times stronger. Areas that were once safe had transformed into death traps. Class teachers squatted beside the crying students, patting their backs and offering quiet comfort. The first ant landed at the edge of the square, and the dozens of students on its back jumped down one after another, quickly running toward their respective classes. Wang Feifei and Luing jumped down as well, with Luing turning back to wave vigorously at Zhang Chun, saying, "Zhang Chun, thank you." Wang Feifei remained silent, but nodded at him, and then the two disappeared into the crowd. "Zhang Chun, you need to leave quickly." Wang Jian rushed over, sweat on his forehead, his expression both urgent and tense. Seeing Zhang Chun arrive, he first sighed in relief, then began to urge him to leave. "Teacher Wang, I can help." Zhang Chun frowned. Wang Jian grabbed his arm, speaking rapidly, "Zhang Chun, the teacher suspects this change may be related to you." "Me?" Zhang Chun was momentarily stunned. He hadn't done anything unusual, just training martial arts and nurturing ants normally. Wang Jian's expression was extremely serious. He glanced around to confirm that no students were eavesdropping, then continued, "There are things you don't know about. Within the Misty Zone, our talents often face assassination attempts. It was just that the previous scale was small and the commotion was minor, so the outside world was completely unaware. But this time," he glanced at the distant ridge, which was violently shaking. "The commotion is too great. Assassination." That word pierced into Zhang Chen's mind like a cold needle. He wasn't foolish. He instantly pieced together the situation. His awakening of the summoning talent and the news of summoning 10,000 giant ants had spread throughout the military district. Then the anomaly in spiritual energy came, and the greatest beneficiaries of the anomaly were the animals, not humans. "All right, I will leave," Zhang Chen said without any hesitation. Not because he feared for his life. It was because he understood that if he stayed here, Wang Jian and the soldiers would have to divert their attention to protect him. His greatest combat strength was 10,000 ants. The ants could stay, but he himself did not need to remain. "I will leave the ants to help." A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Wang Jian's eyes. This kid was quick to react and did not drag his feet. Zhang Chen closed his eyes, swiftly issuing commands in his mind. 9,999 giant ants gathered from the rear of the forest, lining up at the front of the square. They had all grown to 20 meters long, their black shells gleaming with a metallic sheen in the sunlight, their mandibles snapping, producing a dense cracking sound. A dark mass resembling a living wall. Zhang Chen glanced in the direction of his class. Li Yao, Tin Min, and Lu Wei were present, and most of the other classmates were there as well. He felt a sense of relief in his heart. "Damn, I was saved by the police dog." A boy shouted from the crowd. "Me too, I almost thought I was done for. And then that wolf grabbed my collar and ran off. It even wagged its tail at me. I felt something was off at that moment. I want to raise a dog like that, it's amazing. What would the police dog that saved me died?" Voices of discussion rose and fell. Zhang Chen's lips twitched slightly. It seemed the police dogs in the military district had played a significant role in this anomaly, saving countless students' lives. The distant roaring grew closer. The ground trembled. He could clearly feel the increasingly frequent and intense vibrations beneath his feet. The beast tide is coming. Chun Liang stood at the forefront of the defense line, his complexion a dark shade of iron. Behind him were tens of thousands of soldiers arranged according to combat formations, creating a defensive line stretching several hundred meters. The soldiers' gazes were resolute. No one faltered, no one trembled. Even though most of them were merely at the second tier of strength, they faced an unknown scale of beast tide. But soldiers are still soldiers. Chun Liang glanced sideways. Giant ants lined both sides of the soldiers' defense line. His pupils constricted. The defensive line, formed by tens of thousands of soldiers, was only a few hundred meters long. Meanwhile, the line of giant ants extended for several kilometers. Each one was 20 meters long. Each could kill a third-tier opponent in an instant. What does that even mean? For the first time, Chun Liang was truly faced with the full scope of this ant army, and his heart began to race involuntarily. This Zhang Chun. His potential was more terrifying than he had imagined. The soldiers and the giant ants together formed a defensive line stretching several kilometers. But no one knew that just in the direction Zhang Chun was retreating, a white figure was approaching silently near the exit where the students were streaming out. The five-tailed white fox. It curled up behind a massive rock, its 5 fluffy white tails swaying slightly. In its golden vertical pupils there was no sign of the wild fury common to beasts, only a cold, almost rational calculation. Its front paw clutched a dark red orb the size of a thumb. The surface of the orb swirled with strange patterns, exuding a scent that humans could not detect. But for beasts this scent was more lethal than blood and flesh, serving as a catalyst that drove them to lose their reason and charge wildly. The beast tide was created by it, and its true target had always been singular: Zhang Chun. The students began to orderly retreat under the arrangements of their homeroom teacher and the soldiers. The line formed into a long queue departing from the square, moving along the designated safe passage toward the outskirts. Zhang Chun sat atop the first giant ant positioned in the midst of the main force. He did not leave all the ants behind. The first giant ant was still with him. Better safe than sorry. The speed of the retreat was rapid. With tens of thousands of students and support personnel, even though the path was not wide, the speed of the retreat was not slow. Zhang Chun could feel the ground trembling beneath his feet, and it grew increasingly violent. The beast tide had already reached the defense line. He switched to the perspective of the second giant ant. The scene made his fingers clench unconsciously. A black tide of beasts surged forth from deep within the mountains and forests, the largest among them over 20 meters long, while the smallest were still 7 or 8 meters in size. Second-tier beasts were just starting, while third-tier beasts came in swarms. Their eyes were bloodshot drool dripping from their mouths, completely devoid of reason, resembling machines of destruction that knew only how to charge. The first row of soldiers was scattered the moment they made contact. A soldier raised his alloy sword and struck the head of a mutated mountain cat, but the blade got stuck in its skull and couldn't be pulled out. The next moment another spirit cat lunged from the side, knocking him over. Blood splattered. The soldiers behind immediately filled his position. There were no cries, no fear, only the mechanically precise replacement of positions. As one fell, another stepped forward. The dull thud of blades entering flesh mixed with the roars of beasts. Zhang Chen's heart trembled violently. He had never witnessed such a scene. This was true war. Lives here were as thin as paper. Zhang Chen's army of ants originally flanked the soldiers on both sides. Chen Liang had previously reminded him to pay attention to the casualties of the ants. If all summoned creatures died, the summoning talent would be wasted. Preserving the ants meant preserving Zhang Chen's future. But at this moment, watching the soldiers fall one after another in the perspective of the second giant, and seeing those charging forward despite knowing they were walking to their deaths, Zhang Chun tossed Chen Liang's words into the trash. Charge, he commanded in his mind. 9,999 giant ants surged simultaneously. The earth truly trembled at that moment. The 20-meter-long giant ants formed a dense array, crossing the soldiers' defense line and charging to the forefront of the beast tide. Crushing. That is the only word to describe this scene. Second-tier beasts could not withstand even a second before the jaws of the giant ants. Third-tier beasts could last a second, but after that they too would turn into shredded meat on the ground. The array of giant ants functioned like a massive meat grinder, flattening the waves of beasts layer by layer. The soldiers were stunned. They held their weapons, maintaining their combat stance, but before them, there were no beasts left. The giant ants' defensive line was impenetrable, not a single beast slipping through. What's going on? A bloodied soldier gasped, forgetting to lower his weapon. No beasts getting through. Another soldier looked ahead in disbelief. After 10 years of service, this is the first time I've encountered an impenetrable defense line. Chen Liang stood on a high point in the rear, his eyes wide with shock. The combat power of a single giant ant was already formidable. However, when combined at scale, their combat power increased not linearly, but exponentially. A defense line composed of 9,999 20-meter-long giant ants completely blocked the small beast tide. Even as fourth-tier beasts began to appear larger in size, thicker in shells, and fiercer in attack, the giant ants only required a few more seconds. Chen Liang gazed deeply at the vast ocean of black shells ahead. The value of this young man was 10 times higher than he had previously assessed. No, 100 times. Report, Commander. A communications soldier scrambled, over his face pale. A 5-tailed white fox has appeared in the direction of the team's retreat, chasing after Zhang Chun. Chen Liang's expression turned grim in an instant. What? A 5-tailed white fox? His voice cracked. 5 tails, 5th tier. The combat power of the Fox clan is not particularly outstanding among the Beast clan. They often play the role of strategists. But no matter how unremarkable, they are still 5th tier. The standard punching power for a 5th tier beast is 5,000 tons, enough to collapse a small hill with a single blow. This creature is pursuing a student who just broke through to the 2nd tier. Which direction? Chen Liang shouted. This direction. The communications soldier pointed out a direction, then lowered his head. Our men simply cannot keep up. His voice was filled with shame and helplessness. How could second-tier and third-tier soldiers chase a fifth-tier beast? Boom. The ground beneath Chun Liang's feet exploded, and his figure turned into a shadow charging in that direction. He was the only one in the entire camp who could possibly reach Zhang Chen in time, but he was unsure if he could make it. Zhang Chen was about to leave this area. The exit was just a few hundred meters ahead, and the retreating line of students was nearly complete, leaving the path vacant. The first giant ant was crawling. Suddenly, the first giant ant's antennae shot up. Zhang Chen had never seen the first giant ant react. The two antennae trembled at an extremely high frequency, transmitting an unprecedented signal to Zhang Chen through the neural link. Danger, extreme danger. Zhang Chen's hair stood on end. His body reacted before his brain did. Retreat. No need to think, no need to judge. Receiving such a high-level danger signal, the only correct response was to run. The first giant ant's 6 legs propelled it simultaneously, its entire body shooting sideways like a cannonball. The wind howled, and the trees on both sides became a blur of colors. Just as Zhang Chen burst out, a white fox appeared out of thin air, where he had just stood. With a 3-meter-long body completely snow-white, 5 fluffy tails spread behind it, like a blooming white lotus. Its golden vertical pupils coldly gazed in the direction Zhang Chen had fled. There was no sound, no warning. Whoosh! The 5-tailed white fox pursued without hesitation. Its speed was extraordinarily fast. A little faster than the first giant ant. Zhang Chen glanced back, and that white figure was visibly closing the distance. His heart felt like it was about to leap out of his throat. 5th tier. This is definitely 5th tier. He rapidly issued commands in his mind for the nearest 1,000 ants to come and assist. The 5-tailed white fox was 5th tier, its combat power unknown. If 1,000 giant ants could not stop it, then even 10,000 would merely be offering themselves up as food. It would be better to leave the remaining giant ants on the beast-tied defense line, as they might save a few more soldiers' lives. However, it would take time for 1,000 giant ants to arrive. And the 5-tailed white fox would not give him that time. Boom! The first giant ant's body was suddenly sent flying sideways. It was not a voluntary move, it was struck away. The 20-meter-long Tintin giant ant was swatted away like a plastic toy flying several hundred meters. Zhang Chen could not hold on. He was thrown out by the immense inertia, flipping several times in the air before crashing hard to the ground. His shoulder hit, first bones cracking with a sharp pain radiating throughout his body. His second-tier physical constitution prevented him from shattering on impact, but a metallic taste filled his mouth. He flipped over and pushed himself up from the ground. The 5-tailed white fox stood 50 meters away, tilting its head to observe him. Its gaze was filled with excitement. Zhang Chen's mind raced. Second-tier physical constitution, standard punching power of 5,000 kilograms. With a power talent amplifying by 20 times, that's 1,000 kilograms, or 100 tons. With the perfected mountain crushing fist, which increases attack by 4 times, and a third-tier gauntlet, adding another 4 times. The strongest burst could reach 900 tons. Meanwhile, the standard punching power of a 5th-tier beast is 5,000 tons. What is the difference? Almost 6 times. This is a gap that cannot be bridged by skill or combat experience. This is a crushing disparity in dimensions. Zhang Chen swallowed a mouthful of blood, his palms slick with sweat. Suddenly a wave of pain surged through Zhang Chen's mind from the first ant. His heart raced, and his palms instantly became sweaty. Could it be that the first ant had been defeated in an instant? Whoosh! The figure of the first ant darted in front of Zhang Chen, like lightning, its 6 stout legs as thick as iron pillars deeply embedded in the ground, firmly blocking his way. The surface of the armored shell bore several shallow cracks, but apart from that it was unscathed. Zhang Chen's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled back down. The 5-tailed white fox stood 10 meters away, its snowy fur speckled with a few fragments of leaves, and its 5 fluffy tails stood high. Its golden slit-like pupils suddenly contracted into thin lines fixated on the first ant. What is this thing? An ant that survived a claw from it. Having lived for decades, it had seen countless creatures, but this ant with its massive size and armored body was unheard of. The first ant's antennae quivered rapidly, like 2 trembling antennas capturing signals. Its 6 long legs alternated in striking the ground, producing a dense muffled thud sound, causing the entire ground to tremble slightly. It was gathering strength. Whoosh! The first ant shot out, its entire body gliding low to the ground like a black cannonball. The 5-tailed white fox's pupils suddenly shrank, its right front paw enveloped in a faint white spiritual glow, striking down fiercely. Bang! The first ant was knocked away, crashing through several trees and creating a long trench in the ground before coming to a halt. It flipped over and got back up, with spiderweb-like cracks now appearing on its armored surface, debris falling off. But its 6 legs remained solid and powerful, its antennae twitching. Is that all? It didn't seem so impressive. Zhang Chen felt completely relieved. The 5-tailed white fox's attack was indeed fierce, but not enough. Not enough to completely shred the armor, then it would be useless. This white fox within the 5th rank, could it really be the lowest tier? Rumbling. The ground shook violently beneath him as if 1,000 troops were charging. A black tide surged from the thicket ahead, dense and overwhelming. Zhang Qin's 1,000 giant ants had arrived. They swiftly surrounded him from the direction indicated by Zhang Qin's mental commands, creating a dark mass that blotted out the sun. Each ant was of the same size as the first, their armor glimmering with a faint cold light in the mist. The five-tailed white fox's 5 tails erupted at once. 1,000 of these monsters. It instinctively took a step back, its claws carving deep scratches in the mud. Zhang Qin stood behind, arms crossed, his mental power fully deployed, enveloping the entire battlefield like a gigantic net. Surrounded. The silent command was transmitted into the perception of every giant ant. 1,000 giant ants quickly formed an encirclement around the white fox. They did not rush in all at once, but instead divided into several tiers, with the inner 3 layers attacking and the outer layer maneuvering for support, while a reserve team stood ready to fill any gaps. This coordination resembled an elite force. The 5-tailed white fox roared angrily, swatting 2 giant ants away with a single paw. Bang! Bang! The 2 ants flipped in the air, shook their heads upon landing, and crawled back into formation. Injured. Just a bit, but the impact. Not much. The white fox's pupils trembled. It swatted 1 ant away, only to have 3 more take its place. Swatting 3 away, 6 more rushed in. The giant ant's massive jaws constantly bit and probed around its legs, belly, and tail like a group of tireless steel machines. Zhang Qin observed calmly from the back, his mental power branching out into countless lines, simultaneously controlling the rhythm of advancement and retreat for each tier. When the white fox lunged to the left, he tightened the right tier. When it attempted to jump out of the encirclement, he ordered the reserve team to seal the gap. The information gap was simply too large. The white fox could see the ants in front of it, but it had no idea what the mind guiding them was thinking. Zhang Qin, however, could monitor the white fox's every move from a 360-degree perspective through each ant's view. This battle has been unfair from the start. Zhang Qin calculated in his heart that each giant ant weighed about 10 tons, with a biting force 500 times their weight. That amounts to 5,000 tons. Just at the threshold of the 5th rank. A single ant was indeed insufficient to make an impact, but when there are so many, with 1,001 mouths taking turns, even a peak 5th rank creature would shed layers of skin. Moreover, this white fox was clearly at the bottom of the 5th rank. Crack! 1 giant ant finally bit through the white fox's hind leg's spiritual shield, its sharp jaws deeply embedded in flesh. Blood gushed forth. The white fox let out a wretched scream, violently shaking its hind leg to throw off the giant ant, but the wound had already torn open, blood pouring uncontrollably. Get lost, you damned ants. Zhang Qin, strategizing from the back, was taken aback by the sudden shout. It spoke. You dare to harm the noble white fox clan. The white fox's voice was sharp and piercing, laced with unmistakable fear and rage, each word clear as day. Zhang Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. It can talk. This isn't just a wild beast, is it? Is it a demon beast? Has it become sentient after decades of living? His mind raced. The ability to speak implied intelligence, and intelligence meant knowledge of inside information, which meant valuable information. A living being is worth 10,000 times more than a dead one. Don't kill it. Zhang Qin instantly conveyed a new command with his mental power. Make sure to exhaust this bastard. Bite it to death, but do not target the vital spots. The 1,001 giant ants immediately adjusted their attack strategy, their jaws deliberately targeting the limbs and torso non-lethal areas like a pack of trained hunting dogs wearing down their prey. The white fox dashed through the swarm of ants, increasingly desperate. Its snow-white fur was soaked in blood, its spiritual shield shattered, breaths growing heavier. Zhang Qin noticed an interesting phenomenon. Whenever an ant approached its tail, the white fox's reaction was particularly intense, even exposing vulnerabilities to prioritize protecting its tail. Interesting. Focus the attack on the tail. The command was issued. 7 or 8 giant ants simultaneously pounced on the outermost tail of the white fox, their jaws crossing as they bit down. Sizzle. You beast, my tail. The white fox let out a heart-wrenching wail as that tail was torn off, its fluffy white fur instantly soaked in blood. From the severed end, spiritual energy surged out wildly, and the white fox's entire aura diminished. Zhang Qin's eyes lit up. Just as expected. The tail was not merely a decoration for it, it possibly directly correlated to its strength. 1 less tail, 1 less strength. Continue biting the tail, all tiers prioritize attacking the tail. No, stop. You despicable human. The white fox's voice trembled as it desperately clamped its remaining 4 tails beneath it for protection. But there were too many ants. It protected one side, and the other side was torn open. Protecting the right side, it was bitten 3 or 4 times from behind. Another tail was torn off. The white fox's screams grew increasingly tragic. No, I surrender. Zhang Qin ignored the plea. Surrender? What a joke. Would he foolishly approach a talking 5th-rank demon beast? What if it was a feigned surrender? 1 claw, and he would be left with nothing. He wouldn't get close until it was half dead. It was a principle. Damn human, despicable, shameless. The white fox cursed, but its voice grew weaker. The third tail was severed. The fourth was lost as well. 10 minutes later the battle came to an end. The five-tailed white fox. Oh no, now it was just a single-tailed white fox. Lay on the ground like a bloody tattered rag, its chest heaving violently each breath, bringing forth blood froth. Zhang Chen stood at a distance, sincerely amazed. Fifth rank is still fifth rank. 1,001 giant ants attacking in shifts for a full 10 minutes were only able to bring it to such a half-dead state. If he had only a few dozen ants, he would have been the one to perish today. He left 10 giant ants to guard the area, and withdrew the rest to support the battlefield. Zhang Chen then leisurely approached, squatting down to curiously examine the white fox. Up close it appeared even larger. Its over 3-meter-long body exuded a sense of pressure even while lying on the ground. Its snowy fur was now a gruesome sight, riddled with torn wounds and dried blood clots. The only remaining tail hung limply to the ground, barely able to lift itself. But its golden slit-like pupils remained fierce. Human, don't get too proud, the white fox gasped, its voice hoarse yet venomous. You will surely die at the hands of my clan in the future. Zhang Chen rose expressionlessly. Mountain-crushing fist. Boom. His fist struck the white fox squarely. Arg. Pain, 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 pain. Just kill me already. The white fox arched its entire body, its 4 legs thrashing spasmodically. Ordinarily Zhang Chen's strength could not even scratch its fur. But now, grievously wounded and utterly weakened, its spiritual energy barrier had completely collapsed. Mere contact felt like death itself. Zhang Chen shook out his fist. Why target me? The white fox kept its mouth tightly shut, its golden vertical pupils blazing with pure hatred. Mountain-crushing fist. Boom. Arg. Another blow. Boom. The fox rolled its eyes back in agony, its 4 legs convulsing as it scraped desperately at the earth. Yet not a single word escaped its lips. After dozens of strikes it clenched its jaws shut, refusing to utter a syllable. Stubborn mouth. Zhang Chen stood, circled the creature slowly, his gaze settling upon the ragged stumps of severed tails, and then upon the single remaining one. That tail trembled. Zhang Chen reached out, seized it, and weighed it thoughtfully in his hand. The fox's body stiffened for an instant. They say your fox clan, upon reaching a certain cultivation realm, can assume human form, and always appear as breathtaking beauties. He idly toyed with the tail as he spoke. Is that true? Nonsense. I'm male. The fox blurted, voice cracking with fury. Oh, male, right. Zhang Chen released the tail and stroked his chin as though pondering some profound existential question. Your foxes and dogs share similar anatomies, don't you? He murmured, not too softly, not too loudly, just enough for the fox to hear. Its golden vertical pupils dilated sharply. Hey, 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 what are you doing? Don't touch me. I'm male, not female. Do you hear me? Male. Its voice shattered into a shriek. The last tail snapped tight beneath its belly. A 5th-rank demonic beast, its expression now nothing short of sheer terror. Zhang Chen chuckled darkly. Let me tell you, our military base keeps a male police dog, enormous in size, and quite fond of interspecies romance. He paused, voice dripping with implication. It'll surely take a liking to you. The fox's face turned ashen. Arg, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. It nearly slammed its head against the ground in despair. It had endured beatings for decades, but this? Unbearable. It cursed its own formidable vitality with bitter resentment. Why didn't I just die outright? Death would have been merciful. It was my sovereign's command, the fox muttered dejectedly, voice thick with humiliation and resentment. Each year at this time the sovereign dispatches me to scout human territories. Scout for what? Zhang Chen pressed. To detect whether any peerless geniuses have emerged among humans, the fox spat blood. If so, we eliminate them at all costs. We cannot allow such talent to mature. Zhang Chen fell silent for 2 seconds. I only summon ants. Surely that doesn't qualify me as a peerless genius, he ventured cautiously. The fox lifted its head, glanced at him, and then at the 10 colossal ants surrounding them, their chitinous armor gleaming coldly. Speechless. Doesn't qualify. Are you mocking me? Zhang Chen crouched low and questioned it meticulously for several minutes, extracting nearly every detail of its reconnaissance route. The fox spilled every secret like beans from an overturned bamboo tube, answering each query, instantly terrified that the male police dog might be let in at any moment. When the interrogation ended, Zhang Chen tore strips of rope and bound the fox tightly within moments, then hoisted it onto the back of Ant No. 1. The fox let out a pained yelp, shuddering violently. Zhang Chen vaulted onto the ant's back and sped toward the military combat zone. By the time he arrived, battle still raged across the field. Moments later, Chun Liang burst breathlessly from the side, forest sweat pouring down his face. The senior officer had clearly taken a wrong turn and doubled back. Zhang Chen. At the sight of him, Chun Liang's anxiety melted into uncontainable elation. You're alive? Thank heavens. He rushed forward, scanning Zhang Chen head to toe, only exhaling fully once he confirmed no limbs were missing or broken. How did you escape pursuit by a 5th-rank white fox? That's a 5th-rank beast. Chun Liang frowned, voice trembling with lingering dread. Chaos reigned across the region. His misdirections multiplied, his heart pounding all the way, dreading the sight of Zhang Chen's corpse. Escape, eh? Zhang Chun tilted his head slightly and jerked his chin backward. Chun Liang followed his gaze to the blood-smeared, tail-reduced, tightly bound white mass slumped on Ant No one's back. His expression froze. His mouth hung open, unmoving, for several long seconds. This is a 5-tailed white fox, though now reduced to 1 tail. Zhang Chun said matter-of-factly. The ants severed 4 of them. Chun Liang's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. Zhang Chun added casually. Oh, and it speaks human language. What a... Chun Liang staggered inwardly. A live 5th-rank demonic beast, capable of speech. In his 20 years at the base, he'd never witnessed anything like it. Zhang Chun leaned close, whispering the fox's intelligence report, every word precisely and without omission, into Chun Liang's ear. The Fox Clan's surveillance mission. The extermination protocol targeting human prodigies. Not a single syllable omitted. Chun Liang's face grew steadily darker. He remained silent for several seconds, then abruptly raised his gaze to meet Zhang Chen's. I'd heard rumors that foxes above 5th rank could speak human tongues. So it's true. He murmured, then quickened his pace. Zhang Chun. This white fox holds immeasurable value. A living 5th rank demonic beast capable of intelligence extraction. The research potential is incalculable. He paused, holding up 1 finger. The base offers 10 billion credits. Take it. How does that sound? 10 billion. Zhang Chen's heart leapt. Agreed, he nodded. Senior officer, please send medics immediately. If we delay, it'll perish, and a dead fox isn't worth 10 billion. Chun Liang glanced back at the near lifeless fox and promptly summoned 2 military physicians. Warm words mattered less than cold cash. Zhang Chun savored the thought with quiet delight. Oh, and one more thing, Chun Liang turned again. Upon exit, you'll receive and steer martial technique, and a full set of 3rd-tier equipment. Then he noticed Zhang Chen's current gear. Make it 4th-tier equipment, he amended decisively. Zhang Chun grinned broadly. And steer martial technique. A complete set of 4th-tier gear. 10 billion credits in cash. This thin mist anomaly had paid off beyond imagination. Chun Liang personally oversaw the fox's removal while physicians administered emergency hemostasis. Zhang Chun watched them depart, then turned his gaze toward the distant battlefield still ablaze with conflict. The beast tide had yet to fully recede. 3rd and 4th-rank beasts continued assaulting the frontline defenses. Ant No. 1 advance. Obeying instantly, the ant launched forward, 6 powerful legs driving it like a black artillery shell straight into the fray. Zhang Chen issued his second command. All giant ants were to fight and feed simultaneously. Dozens of 4th-rank beast carcasses lay scattered, rich high-energy flesh. To waste it would be folly. On the battlefield, the giant ants tore into living beasts while devouring already dead ones. Jaws snapping relentlessly, crunching bone and sinew alike. Outside the mist zone, chaos erupted. This was the first-ever mutation event within the thin mist zone, an unprecedented occurrence. Compounded by this year's National Student Physical Aptitude exams coinciding precisely with the incident, public attention surged, catapulting the event to the top of global trending lists. Crowds swarmed the mist zone's perimeter. Parents, journalists, military personnel, and curious onlookers packed shoulder to shoulder. Students streamed continuously from within the mist. Each new group triggered fresh waves of commotion outside. Some parents rushed forward, embracing their children and sobbing uncontrollably. Others, having confirmed safety, collapsed limply onto the ground. Still others stood frozen, eyes locked unblinkingly on the mist zone's entrance, waiting. Reports trickled out. Over a dozen students had perished. Not many, but enough to tighten every parent's chest until their child emerged safely. Dozens. Could their child be among them? Many parents possessing 1st-tier martial prowess waited only for military approval, then charged headlong into the mist zone. The military offered little resistance. 1st-tier cultivators possessed sufficient self-defense capability. Entering to search was safer than sending civilians. Those lacking 1st-tier strength were barred outside the perimeter. They could only wait. Central Media Network broke precedent, launching a live broadcast of the mist zone anomaly, its anchor grave-faced, conducting real-time interviews with frontline correspondents. Across the nation, citizens clung to their screens, scanning every scrolling update with bated breath. As of now, over 85% of students have safely evacuated the mist zone. Military authorities confirm that several students remain inside, and rescue operations are underway. Zhou Hua stood outside the fog zone, his one arm tucked into his pocket, neck stretched long. He had once been a 1st-tier warrior. 18 years had passed, his left arm was severed, his martial path abandoned, and his physical condition deteriorated. Now he couldn't even reach the threshold of the 1st tier, and he couldn't pass the military's blockade. He could only wait outside. Batch after batch of students emerged from the fog zone, and every time Zhou Hua stood on tiptoe, straining to see into the crowd. Still no sign. Zhang Chen's figure never appeared. The number of students dwindled. Finally, the last few students trickled out, and Zhou Hua scrutinized every face. No Zhang Chun. His breath momentarily halted. Around him, other parents waiting for their children embraced them, overwhelmed with joy, laughter, and tears intertwining. These sounds pierced Zhou Hua's ears like daggers. His eyes gradually reddened. 18 years ago, his sister had left and his brother-in-law had also gone. As a one-armed man, he struggled to care for his newborn nephew. He had only one thought: to raise this child healthy, and now, Zhou Hua felt as if his spine had been pulled out, slowly sliding down to the ground. He fumbled with his remaining right hand to reach for a cigarette in his pocket, his hand trembling violently, taking a long time to finally retrieve it. The lighter clicked multiple times, the flame flaring up and extinguishing, then flaring up again and dying down once more. Finally it lit. He took a deep drag, the smoke obscuring his reddened eyes. "Uncle Zhou." A crisp female voice came from beside him. Zhou Hua looked up to see a girl with a ponytail standing in front of him, her clothes torn in several places, but she seemed unharmed. "Uncle Zhou, are you waiting for Zhang Chun?" Li Yao recognized him. Zhang Chun had mentioned that his uncle had lost his left arm. This one-armed man sitting on the ground looking utterly despondent was exactly as Zhang Chun had described. Zhou Hua's voice was so hoarse it was almost inaudible. Seeing his condition, Li Yao quickly crowed, "Uncle Zhou, don't worry. Zhang Chun is inside, he's fine. His aunts are extremely capable, helping the military district fight off beasts." Li Yao spoke hurriedly, fearing that her uncle would worry even a second longer. Zhou Hua suddenly grasped her arm. "What did you say? He's still alive?" "Yes, alive and well." Li Yao nodded vigorously. "Teacher Wang is still inside. He told us that if we encountered you after coming out, we should inform you that Zhang Chun is very safe, and not to worry. Wang Jian is Zhang Chen's class teacher, highly regarded among the students, and his words carry weight." Zhou Hua finally released his grip on Li Yao's arm. He tilted his head back, exhaling a long plume of smoke, something sliding down the corner of his eye obscured by the smoke. "That's good." He repeated it twice. "That's good." After a while, Zhou Hua's complexion gradually regained some color. He looked at Li Yao, then at her clothes smeared with mud and grass. This girl had just emerged from the fog zone, narrowly escaping death, yet instead of seeking her own parents, she came to comfort him. Zhou Hua's heart warmed slightly. "Uncle, may I ask you something?" He flicked the ash from his cigarette. "How did Zhang Chen perform inside?" This question struck Li Yao's excitement. "Uncle Zhou, let me tell you." Li Yao's eyes sparkled like two stars. She spoke animatedly, gesturing vividly, eager to depict every detail. Zhou Hua listened, forgetting to smoke the cigarette burning down to his fingertips before he gasped and tossed it away. 3 weeks, just 3 weeks. Zhang Chen's ants could take down 4th-tier beasts. Or could each one do it? He had 10,000 ants. Zhou Hua's pupils trembled slightly, his lips moved, but no words came out. Looking at Li Yao, who was animatedly praising Zhang Chun, his thoughts suddenly took a turn. This girl was quite pretty and had a straightforward personality. Zhang Chun was 18 this year. Shouldn't he as an uncle be making plans early? Just then another figure rushed up. "Uncle Zhou." Tan Min also spotted him. She was a bit more reserved than Li Yao, but when it came to Zhang Chun, she couldn't contain her excitement, and added many details that Li Yao had missed. Zhou Hua glanced between Li Yao and Tan Min. They were both quite good. Li Yao was lively and generous, while Tan Min was gentle and attentive. Which one should he help his nephew choose? Zhou Hua fell into a dilemma, and pulled out another cigarette to light. An hour later, a tall figure emerged from the fog at the entrance of the fog zone. Zhou Hua recognized that figure from a distance. He suddenly stood up from the road, the cigarette he had been holding for a long time falling to the ground without him noticing. "Xiao Chen, over here." Zhou Hua called out loudly, his voice exceptionally clear amidst the noisy crowd. Zhang Chun heard his uncle's voice, and turned to see Zhou Hua frantically waving his right arm on the outskirts of the crowd. He walked over quickly. When he reached Zhou Hua, he didn't rush to speak, but instead pulled a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Zhou Hua. Zhou Hua accepted it, and Zhang Chun took one for himself. The two stood side by side, exhaling smoke. "Xiao Chun," Zhou Hua spoke softly, "these two girls are quite good." Zhang Chun exhaled a puff of smoke, not responding. "If it weren't for them coming to tell me about the situation inside, I would have been worried sick." Zhou Hua paused here, and then gave Zhang Chun a knowing look. Zhang Chun was speechless. How could he not understand his uncle's intentions? This man had always worried about his affairs since childhood, and now he was even trying to arrange a partner for him. Zhou Hua glared at him when he didn't move. "Li Yao, Tan Min, thank you both." Those words were sincere. Li Yao's ears instantly turned red, but she said boldly, "What are you thanking us for?" "It's what we should do." "It's nothing," Tan Min said softly, her lashes fluttering, not daring to look Zhang Chun in the eye. The two greeted Zhang Chun and hurriedly left, blushing. Zhou Hua gave him a meaningful glance, saying nothing, but he couldn't hide the smile at the corners of his mouth. "Xiao Chun, where are your ants?" "Oh, I sent them to counterattack." Zhang Chun exhaled a smoke ring. "Waiting for the beast to come over is too slow. Taking the initiative is more efficient." Zhou Hua almost choked on his smoke. "Counterattack. Taking the initiative. Xiao Chun, what level are your ants at?" Zhou Hua's voice involuntarily lowered. "Their attack power is barely at the 5th tier." Bang! The cigarette in Zhou Hua's hand fell again. It landed on his shoe, burning him slightly, but he didn't even notice. Fifth tier, 10,000 of them, 1,000 of the fifth tier. What does that concept imply? Do the fifth tier powerhouses in the entire military district add up to even 1,000? Zhou Hua's breathing quickened. He knew Zhang Chun had dual talents, but he had never imagined that his growth speed would be terrifying to such an extent. In a corner of his heart, a flame that had been extinguished for 18 years suddenly roared back to life. That flame burned him with heat, causing his right hand to clench into a fist uncontrollably. Xiaoqun, come with me. Zhou Hua's voice suddenly turned serious. Zhang Chun was taken aback looking at his uncle. That face, usually adorned with a simple smile, now looked like a different person. His eye sockets were deep-set, his gaze intense, and his jaw was tightly clenched. What is it, uncle? You're being all mysterious. No time for nonsense, just follow me. Zhou Hua turned and walked away, his steps quick and urgent. Zhang Chun quickly followed. The two of them wove through the crowd, reaching a secluded spot. There was no one around. Zhou Hua still wasn't at ease and looked around 3 times. After confirming there were absolutely no third parties, he turned back to face Zhang Chun. Xiaoqun, actually your parents were not killed by beasts. The silence around them was terrifying. Zhang Chun's mind felt like it was pressed on the pause button. They were killed by the Wang family. Boom. A silent thunderclap exploded in Zhang Chun's mind. He stared wide-eyed at his uncle, his pupils constricting violently. His ears buzzed, all surrounding sounds disappeared, leaving only his uncle's words echoing. His hands trembled, starting from his fingertips, spreading to his wrists, to his forearms, and then to his entire arm. Since childhood, there had only been one version of the story told by his uncle. His parents had died in the fog zone from a beast's ambush. He had believed it for 18 years. Zhang Chun lowered his head, looking at his trembling hands. Was his uncle's left arm also cut off by the Wang family? He lifted his head, gazing at Zhou Hua's empty left sleeve. For 18 years he had seen that empty sleeve countless times. To be honest, Zhang Chun didn't have a deep impression of his parents, but he knew all too well about his uncle's struggles over the years. Zhang Chun's teeth ground together, his jaw muscles bulging. Which Wang family? The 4 words squeezed out between his teeth. Zhou Hua looked at his nephew's expression, feeling both pained and gratified. This child did not crumble, nor did he cry out loud. The 3 major families of Yuqing. Zhou Hua said slowly, the Wang family. The 3 major families. Zhang Chun's fist slowly clenched, his knuckles making a faint cracking sound. He had certainly heard of the 3 major families of Yuqing. Among the 3 major families, powerful figures were numerous with deep roots in both the military and political realms. This was a colossal entity. Uncle, what exactly happened? Zhang Chun's voice was very low. How could we possibly be involved with such a colossal entity as the Wang family? Uncle, no matter the reason, just tell me first. Zhang Chun looked into Zhou Hua's eyes, speaking each word clearly. Just give me time, and the Wang family will mean nothing. The 3 major families of Yuqing were indeed formidable. But in this world, strength always spoke loudest. If problems couldn't be solved, it was because one's strength wasn't sufficient, and his own strength would only grow faster. Zhou Hua inhaled deeply, the cigarette tip flickering erratically, casting a dim glow upon the deep, crisscrossing wrinkles etched across half his face. He did not speak immediately. Instead, he rubbed his face hard, as if trying to crush those lines and whatever lay beneath them into dust. Xiaoqun, 18 years ago your parents and I ventured into the Misty Zone. Back then it wasn't like today. Few third-tier beasts roamed the Misty Zone, most were merely first-tier. Your parents possessed extraordinary talent, their synergy flawless. They were nearly at second-tier strength. As Zhou Hua uttered the word talent, his right hand clenched instinctively, causing his empty left sleeve to sway faintly. Zhang Chun did not interrupt. He simply held the cigarette between his lips, listening in silence. Truth be told, it was damned absurd. Zhou Hua suddenly laughed, a hollow grim sound. We hunted a second-tier fox. Second-tier foxes fetched high prices, their pelts were exquisite, easily sold for a fortune. We were destitute then. We wanted to save every coin we could. The ash lengthened, dangling precariously before falling onto Zhou Hua's trousers. He remained oblivious. But just as we closed in, a small squad intervened. They slaughtered the fox outright. Zhou Hua's voice quickened, hurried as though afraid that slowing down would sever the thread of memory entirely. Zhang Chun noticed his uncle's fingers trembling where they gripped the cigarette, trembling not from weakness, but from something tearing outward from deep within the bone. Ordinarily we'd have conceded defeat. Out there might makes right. We couldn't overpower them, so we prepared to At this, Zhou Hua's entire face seemed seized by an invisible hand, features twisting inward. He crushed the cigarette stub, then dug his fingernails fiercely into its filter. But one of the youths, his Adam's apple, bobbed violently. He claimed we'd marred the fox's pelt. Damaged, that was his reason. They struck without warning. Zhang Chun's fist tightened on his knee, silent, unyielding. The 3 of us stood no chance, not even a moment to resist. Zhou Hua's voice began to tremble. A taut string stretched for 18 years finally snapping under unbearable strain. We fled deeper into the Misty Zone, hoping its dense wilderness and swarming beasts would throw them off our trail. But escape was impossible. Your mother, my sister, shielded me with her body during the flight. Zhou Hua's eyes flooded with blood. He did not cry aloud. His lips pressed into a thin, rigid line, the muscles along his jaw pulsed rhythmically. A mortal blow. Your father perished too. This left arm, he glanced downward at his empty sleeve, was lost that day. I lost consciousness. Your mother threw herself over me, her body shielding mine, burying me beneath her. Zhang Chen's cigarette had long gone out, unnoticed. His ears rang with a hollow, explosive drone, as if something inside him had shattered. To them we were mere ants scuttling beside the road. Zhou Hua gave a bitter, hollow laugh. Crushed without thought. Killed then ignored. That is how I survived. When I awoke, your parents' bodies were gone. I searched endlessly, but found nothing. Later I spent a full year piecing together fragments of truth. Zhou Hua fumbled for a second cigarette. His hands shook so violently that the lighter sparked 4 or 5 times before catching flame. Zhang Chun reached over and lit it for him. That youth belonged to the Wang clan's direct lineage. Wang Xian. Those 2 syllables emerged from Zhou Hua's mouth with eerie, unnatural calm. Too calm, unnervingly so. 18 years of hatred compressed beyond endurance had solidified into a deadweight iron lump lodged deep in his throat. Impossible to expel, impossible to swallow. Uncle, I failed you. These 5 words tore from his chest like shards of broken glass. I dared not seek vengeance. What power does the Wang clan wield? What weapon does a one-armed cripple possess to challenge them? Zhou Hua drew a sharp breath. The smoke billowed from his nostrils and mouth simultaneously, and choked twice, coughing harshly. I resolved only to raise you, to let this secret rot inside me, buried with me in my coffin. He lifted his gaze to Zhang Chun. In those bloodshot eyes burned a light Zhang Chun had never seen before. But Xiao Chun, you possess such extraordinary talent. Uncle saw hope. As soon as the words left his lips, tears spilled forth. Zhou Hua was not a man who cried. It was the first time Zhang Chun had ever seen his uncle weep. Tears forced from the corners of his eyes, falling one by one, shattering upon impact with the ground. 18 years. Knowing the name of the enemy. Knowing his whereabouts. Yet lacking even the standing to This agony was no sudden stab. It was slow, relentless, grinding, bones reduced to dust, heart worn to ash night after night. Zhang Chun relit his cigarette and inhaled fiercely, so deeply the burning ember seared his fingertip, pain flaring sharp and bright. He reached for the pack, withdrew another, and lit it. Uncle. Zhang Chen's voice was soft, but each word carried the weight of lead. You've done more than enough. Let me handle what comes next. Zhou Hua jerked his head up sharply. He beheld his nephew's expression, not reckless, not enraged, strangely, unnervingly serene. But Zhou Hua knew this boy better than anyone. Zhang Chun. He seized his wrist, grip fierce, unyielding. Until you attain absolute strength, forget this matter entirely. Do you hear me? His face contorted into near ferocity. Forget it. Uncle. I understand. Zhang Chun did not pull away. Oh, he nodded solemnly. Without strength, going would be suicide. I will not gamble my life recklessly. Zhou Hua stared into his eyes, unblinking, for 10 full seconds before slowly releasing his grip. He drew another drag, voice regaining its usual steadiness. Then you understand. Now that this has happened, how will the academy proceed? Zhou Hua deliberately shifted the subject, as if that raw wound had been hastily stitched shut and bound anew with bandages. Oh, uncle. Zhang Chun inhaled deeply. Almost forgot. I'm to receive in strength martial technique and a full set of 4th-tier equipment from the military district later today. Zhou Hua nearly dropped his cigarette. What did you say? And strength martial technique. And a complete set of 4th-tier gear, Zhang Chun repeated calmly. Zhou Hua opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. His mind raced. 1 4th-tier weapon, 100 million credits, 1 4th-tier combat suit, 200 million credits. Just those 2 items totaled 300 million. Yet in strength martial technique commanded 1 billion credits. A low hum vibrated behind his temples. Xiao Chun, are you jesting with me? Why would I lie to you? How did this happen? Zhou Hua massaged his temples, dazed, feeling as though the most valuable thing he'd ever laid eyes on was worth mere millions. A billion. Unimaginable. He dared not even conceive of it. Zhang Chun patiently broke it down step by step. He recounted the Ant Army's triumph, the military district's pledge of reward, every detail clear and precise. Zhou Hua sat motionless for a long while after hearing it all. So the military intends to recruit you. He tapped ash from his cigarette, squinting at Zhang Chun. Xiao Chun, what's your take? Then I'll join, Zhang Chun replied without hesitation. After all, once I enter university, I'll need to align with a faction anyway. This simply skips the middle steps. Zhang Chun knew well, even with supreme talent, going it alone early on was perilous. Previously, access to major factions had been out of reach. He'd planned to stay under the academy's protection, at least securing shelter from the storm. Now the military extended its hand, voluntarily. What was there to hesitate over? Good. Excellent. Zhou Hua nodded approvingly. His nephew's clarity of thought reassured him. He was no hot-headed fool, and that brought profound relief. Zhou Hua brushed dust from his trousers. Since you're unharmed, I'll head home. The household still demands attention. Uncle, go on, get back quickly. Zhang Chen smiled as he gently nudged him forward. If you're absent, won't Xiao Hong tear the roof off? Zhou Hua chuckled a rough, affectionate curse, then strode away, paused after several paces and halted. He did not turn around, merely stood back to Zhang Chen for 2 silent seconds. His empty left sleeve fluttered softly in the wind. Xiao Chen, live well. Then he strode off, resolute, unwavering, never looking back. Zhang Chen watched his uncle's figure disappear among the tents of the military camp, his gaze slowly sinking. Now is not the time to think about these things. The strength martial arts and the 4th-tier equipment are waiting for him to. The concentration of spiritual energy in this special fog area far exceeds that of the misty zone. With every breath, he could feel his cells greedily absorbing energy. If it weren't for the concern that his uncle was waiting outside, he wouldn't have wanted to come out at all. Staying here for an hour is equivalent to 3 hours in the misty zone. It was simply too enticing. Zhang Chen, why are you back again? A strong voice came from the side. Zhang Chen turned to see Wang Jian standing there looking tired, but still spirited, probably having drunk several cups of strong tea just to hold on. Teacher Wang, I just went out to see my uncle. The ants still need my help to clear the bees here, so I hurried back. Zhang Chen said casually, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and expertly flicking one out to offer it. Those ants of yours are indeed quite impressive. They've been a great help. Wang Jian accepted it, lighting it up and taking a satisfying puff. After such intense work for so long, this hit of nicotine was like a breath of life. He looked Zhang Chen up and down and suddenly asked, with your current physical condition, you could choose any martial arts university in the country. Which one do you want to go to? Teacher Wang, I don't think I will go to university, Zhang Chen said as he exhaled a perfect smoke ring. My. Wang Jian was taken aback for a moment before quickly reacting. That makes sense, he nodded. A talent like you would definitely not be let go by the military district. To be honest, developing in the military district is indeed better than going to university. There are more resources, a higher platform, and you won't waste those 4 years of time, Wang Jian sighed. He had taught for so many years, and he had at least 800 students. He had never encountered anyone of Zhang Chen's caliber. He knew in his heart that the path this child would take could not be contained within a school. But Zhang Chen, Wang Jian's expression suddenly became serious and his tone changed. Although you are powerful, the stronger you are, the more likely you are to be targeted. This incident is the best example. The demon race will not give up on us, and they could come up with new tricks at any time. He lowered his voice. A dead genius is no longer a genius, do you understand? Don't worry, Teacher Wang, I am very afraid of dying, Zhang Chen said, scratching the back of his head and grinning. This was not a lie, having crossed over once he valued his life more than anyone. Wang Jian looked at his nonchalant demeanor, both amused and exasperated, waving his hand. All right, as long as you know. I'll go check on the other students, some of them are seriously injured. After saying that, he stepped away. Zhang Chen watched him leave and turned to look for Chen Liang. However, the fog area was quite large with tents one after another, and he didn't know where Chen Liang was stationed. He needed to find someone familiar to ask. Zhang Chen quickly found Li Jianxing. Uncle Li. Zhang Chen jogged over and naturally offered him a cigarette. Li Jianxing took it when he saw it was him and put it in his mouth. What's up? Where do I collect my strength martial arts? Zhang Chen got straight to the point. I don't have that. Li Jianxing exhaled a puff of smoke. You need to look for Chief Chen. I just don't know where the chief. Li Jianxing pointed. That direction, keep going, and you'll see the biggest tent. Got it, thanks Uncle Li. Zhang Chen thanked him and dashed off in that direction. Strength martial arts, that's 1 billion. Just thinking about it made his heart race. In his past and this life combined, he couldn't even scrape together 100 million. A few minutes later, he saw a military tent that was significantly larger than the others. Before he could get close, he heard a sharp barking. Woof, woof, woof. Zhang Chen paused in his steps. A large black dog darted out from the side of the tent, its 4 legs planted firmly on the ground, arched its back, bared its teeth, and let out a low, threatening growl. Xiaohei. Zhang Chen recognized it as the dog that had been knocked away by his ants before. Goodness, this dog's grudge-holding ability is comparable to a cat's. Xiaohei clearly recognized him too. Its fur bristled, and the corners of its mouth curled up, revealing 2 rows of sharp white teeth. Its eyes seemed to convey a message: your ants bumped into me. Zhang Chen raised both hands to signal that the ants were not present. Xiaohei didn't understand and barked even more fiercely. The tent flap was lifted. Chen Liang walked out, and upon seeing the standoff between man and dog at the entrance, he raised an eyebrow. Zhang Chen, what are you doing here? Chief, I haven't seen what strength martial arts looks like yet. His tone, his eyes, his impatience were all evident. Chen Liang instantly understood that this kid couldn't wait to get his hands on it. He glanced down at the still snarling Xiaohei, patting its head. All right, it's one of us. Xiaohei reluctantly tucked its teeth away, but still huffed out a breath of hot air at Zhang Chen. Let's go out of the fog area, and I'll pass the martial arts on to you. Chen Liang turned to grab something. Out of the fog area? Zhang Chen asked, somewhat confused. Isn't it possible to do it here? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Chen Liang didn't look back. Martial arts rank B and above are all transmitted via mobile phone, and there are complete text explanations and video demonstrations inside. Mobile transmission. Zhang Chun instinctively frowned. Such an expensive thing transmitted via mobile. What if someone intercepted it? What if it leaked? 1 billion. It's very secure. Chun Liang seemed to have eyes in the back of his head responding to his doubts without turning around. These martial arts videos are encrypted with special authorization, only your own biometric information can unlock them. Anyone else will see gibberish, and even if your phone is lost there's no need to worry. I see, so it comes with anti-theft tech. Zhang Chen thought about it, and found it reasonable. If strength martial arts were passed down through paper manuals, that would indeed be unsafe. There is no signal in the fog area, so you have to go out to receive it. Chun Liang pulled out a dark green military box from the tent and handed it to Zhang Chun. Here, this is your set of 4th-tier equipment. He opened the box, and Zhang Chen's gaze was immediately drawn in. Inside was a neatly arranged set of black combat gear, the fabric feeling like a mix of metal and silk, lightweight, yet exuding a reassuring toughness. Beside it was a pair of gloves entirely black with dark red spiritual energy patterns embedded at the knuckle positions, looking quite impressive. I know you like to use your fists, so the weapon is equipped with gloves, Chun Liang said. Zhang Chun accepted the box with both hands, and the moment his fingertips touched the gloves, that cool sensation surged into his skin. Thank you, Chief. He was genuinely grateful. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Chun Liang closed the tent flap, signaling him to walk out of the fog area. Zhang Chun, what type of martial arts do you need? Generally, martial artists practice basic fist techniques and basic sword techniques before entering their ranks. But after entering, they need to choose a specialization. Martial arts. Zhang Chun answered without hesitation. He possessed a natural talent for strength. Not practicing martial arts would be a disservice to the gifts bestowed upon him by heaven. Good. Chun Liang's lips curled slightly. Coincidentally, there's an strength martial art in the military district, the Breaking Heaven Fist. Breaking Heaven Fist. Zhang Chun silently repeated the name in his mind, feeling that the 3 characters were rigid and infused with a sense of dominance. Chief, is it difficult to practice strength martial arts? He couldn't help but ask. Of course it's difficult. Chun Liang continued walking. Do you think in strength martial art that can increase your attack by 50 times comes for free? You need to have talent in martial arts to achieve that. Without talent you could practice for a lifetime without making any progress. He glanced at Zhang Chun. If it weren't for seeing that you've already mastered the mountain-shattering fist, I wouldn't give you this martial art. Without that talent, even obtaining it would be a waste of time. Zhang Chun pondered for a moment. Practicing in strength martial art to perfection grants a 50 times attack bonus. Even if he only entered the basics and achieved 10 of the effect, that would still be 5 times. What does 5 times mean? It's equivalent to mastering a crank martial art. In other words, the difficulty of entering strength martial arts is comparable to mastering a crank martial art to its peak. Isn't that a ridiculous gap? Let me explain it this way. Chun Liang saw him deep in thought and took the initiative to make an analogy. Entering strength martial arts is like getting a very difficult Olympiad problem. The entry level means you at least need to understand the answer. Proficient. Understanding the answer and being able to solve the original problem. Expert. Changing the problem type and you can solve it. Mastery. No matter how it's altered, the essence remains the same and you can solve it all. Perfection. Chun Liang paused, looking at Zhang Chun. You would even be able to create such level problems yourself. After hearing this, Zhang Chun fell silent. A very difficult Olympiad problem. In his previous life, he didn't even touch the last question of the math exam, let alone a very difficult Olympiad problem. Whether he could understand the answer was another matter. This is truly deadly. But he was not an ordinary person. As a transmigrator, he possessed a hidden benefit with a memory far surpassing that of an average person. Things he couldn't memorize in his previous life, he could imprint in his mind after watching twice in this life. This was a huge advantage in learning martial arts. The two walked quickly, and in just a few minutes they reached the edge of the fog zone. As soon as they stepped out of the layer of white mist, the phone's signal immediately became full. Come, let's add each other on WeChat. Chun Liang took out his phone and displayed the QR code. Zhang Chun scanned it, sending a friend request which was approved. Ding. Chun Liang operated on his phone, going through various verifications, authorizations, and fingerprint confirmations, taking about half a minute. Zhang Chen's phone vibrated. A 30-minute video appeared in the chat window marked with a prominent red S rank label. It's in hand. Zhang Chun tightened his grip on the phone slightly. A 1 billion item just quietly lying in his phone like an ordinary WeChat message. Done. Chun Liang put away his phone, not in a hurry to leave, but looking at Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun, what are your plans for the future? This is a recruitment offer, and Zhang Chun discerned it. Chief, I want to stick with the organization. Simple, direct, without a single superfluous word. Chun Liang's eyes lit up. He was in charge of physical training for the college entrance examination in the military district and had another task assigned from above, to pay attention to high potential talents. A genius like Zhang Chun, if poached by other forces, would be a loss for the military district. Good. Chun Liang clapped his hands. A genius like you can't follow the normal process. They'll go back and report to my superiors to make a special arrangement for you. Thank you, Chief. Alright, off you go. Chun Liang waved his hand. Understood, Chief. I'll go study martial arts first. Zhang Chun found a secluded corner, leaned against a huge rock, and opened the video. The moment the screen lit up, Zhang Chun's breath paused. The person who appeared in the video was someone he recognized. No one in the entire Blue Star was unfamiliar with him. Li Jun, the only 7th-tier martial artist in the entire Blue Star, the overall commander of the military district, the man standing at the pinnacle of human martial prowess. This legendary figure appeared to be around 30 years old, dressed in an ordinary gray training suit, standing on a vast training ground. There were no unnecessary embellishments, no pomp, but just standing there, the image exuded a sense of oppression. So the Breaking Heaven fist was created by him. Zhang Chen's heart trembled slightly. His decision to join the military was not only due to the resources available, but also for one unspoken reason: the military had Li Jun. If he was to find a backing, he would certainly seek the strongest tree to lean on. In the video, Li Jun wasted no time. He even omitted a greeting. He began by explaining the method of absorbing spiritual energy. This method was similar to other techniques of absorbing spiritual energy, detailing the guiding routes and the rhythm of breathing. After watching this section, Zhang Chun suddenly understood. No wonder it could increase the absorption rate by double. Next, the main event arrived. The Breaking Heaven fist emphasizes momentum. Charging forward, a single punch can punch a hole in the heavens. When Li Jun said this, his tone was flat, as if he were stating an obvious fact. But when Zhang Chun saw him raise his fist, the screen seemed to vibrate. Then came the detailed explanation. The method of exerting force was not simply about muscle explosion, but a complete integration from the feet to the fist. The flow of spiritual energy in the meridians had to be completely synchronized with the rhythm of exertion. Even a slight deviation would not do. Breath coordination, each punch corresponding to a specific breathing frequency, inhaling to gather strength, exhaling to strike, but interspersed with a brief pause for breath. That was the critical moment for compressing and exploding the spiritual energy within. The key to the movements involved the angles, speeds, and sequences of force exertion for the shoulder, elbow, and wrist joints. Each punch was different, combining into hundreds of variations. Zhang Chun watched attentively, his brow furrowing tighter. He seemed to understand, yet not fully. He comprehended every word and saw every movement clearly. But when combined, he just couldn't execute it. His mind told him it should be like this, but his body had no idea how to coordinate. This feeling was too familiar. It was exactly like listening to a math teacher explain analytical geometry in his previous life. He understood everything in class, but couldn't solve a single problem afterward. The value of strength martial arts was indeed well-deserved. However, Zhang Chun wasn't flustered. As a transmigrator, his greatest advantage was his memory. He watched the 30-minute video 3 complete times. The first time grasping the general framework. The second time remembering all the key movements and details. The third time repeatedly replaying every key point in his mind, establishing a blueprint for muscle memory. After watching it 3 times, he could already visualize the entire set of martial arts in his mind with his eyes closed. The angle of every joint, the rhythm of every breath, the route of spiritual energy flow, all engraved into his memory. Now the army of ants was still clearing the remaining beasts, so he didn't need to worry. Just right, he could take this time to practice slowly. Zhang Chun stood up, moved his wrist, and assumed the starting posture of the Breaking Heaven fist. The movements were there, the breathing was correct. But the punch he threw was soft, completely different from the one Li Jun delivered. It was far off. Zhang Chun retracted his fist, opened the video again, and compared it to his previous movements. Indeed, the angle of his shoulder's abduction was off by about 3 degrees, and his wrist had a slight inward rotation at the moment of impact, unlike what was shown in the video. A 3-degree difference was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. But it was precisely this 3 degrees that caused a significant drop in the efficiency of force transmission. Strength martial arts are this precise. Take it slow, Zhang Chun muttered to himself, adjusting his posture once again. He had time, talent, and memory. Zhang Chun stood firmly in the open space, his feet planted as spiritual energy gradually infused into his right fist. He had already grasped the basic movement route of the Breaking Heaven fist to a considerable extent. The shoulder drove the upper arm propelled the forearm, and the force was transmitted from his waist to his fist. None of this was particularly difficult. The real challenge lay in the core principle that Li Jun repeatedly emphasized in the video. Once the spiritual energy envelopes the fist, it must form a rapidly rotating spiral force, just like a bullet exiting the chamber spins at high speed. Only then can the fist create penetrating lethality when struck. In the video, Li Jun demonstrated, and the surface of his fist visibly radiated a faint blue aura, spinning at an incredible speed, humming softly. When he struck out, the air was directly torn apart, leaving a white trail. Zhang Chun had watched this segment repeatedly 7 or 8 times. He understood it, but he couldn't replicate it. Enveloping the fist with spiritual energy. No problem. He was currently brimming with spiritual energy, easily wrapping both fists. But getting the spiritual energy to rotate on the surface of the fist. Zhang Chun tried it. and just as the energy showed a tendency to rotate, it immediately dispersed. Trying again, it still scattered. It was like rubbing a smooth glass bead with his hand. He couldn't find a point of leverage. In which direction should it turn? Clockwise or counterclockwise? Should it spread from the fist's core outward, or converge from the back of the fist to its core? He had no clues, not a single one. Zhang Chen shook his wrist and replayed the video again. Li Jun's explanation was very detailed, but the more detailed it became, the more Zhang Chen felt he was missing something. It was like understanding the arrangement of every note in a piece of music, but being unable to play it. The strength martial art is indeed no joke, Zhang Chen mumbled, yet he wasn't too disheartened. It was only the first day. If one could master it on the first day, then strength martial arts would be too worthless. He stood properly again, covering his right fist with spiritual energy, attempting to guide the rotation. This time he changed his approach, not pursuing a full rotation, but trying to get the spiritual energy at a specific point on the fist to move. It moved. A small cluster of spiritual energy indeed rotated halfway around the fist. Then with a pop it shattered like a soap bubble. Zhang Chen smacked his lips. There was a response, but it was far from enough. After practicing for about half an hour, progress was roughly zero. Zhang Chen simply stopped, realizing that martial arts couldn't be rushed. He decided to call it a day. Outside the thin mist, Zhang Chen wandered around and found the atmosphere completely different from before. Although the physical training had ended a week early, the students' conditions had improved significantly. The impact of that special spiritual energy was like a torrential rain soaking a parched land, and everyone had absorbed it to some extent. Is that Tong Bo? Wasn't it said he would only be lingering at the first tier? Zhang Chen watched a sturdy boy deliver a punch, feeling that he had already firmly stepped into the first tier. Well, not bad. Several students who had been previously evaluated as geniuses. Their spiritual energy fluctuations were noticeably stronger, almost approaching the standard of the second tier. The benefits of the special spiritual energy were shared by everyone. Zhang Chen didn't linger, finding a secluded corner to close his eyes and shift his consciousness into the perspective of an ant. The perspective of Ant No. One instantly unfolded. Deep within the mountains and forests, the ant colony was advancing. On the ground lay the remnants of wild beasts, some cut in half, the severed ends as neat as if sliced with a knife. Ahead there were quite a few fourth-tier beasts. Beasts above the fourth tier were no longer called beasts, but demon beasts. Their spiritual intelligence was not low, capable of understanding advantages and disadvantages, and even able to set simple traps and cooperate. Typically over 40 meters in length, with tough skin and thick meat. A fourth-tier giant lizard blocked the path of the ant colony, its yellow vertical pupils coldly scanning the group of black bugs. It opened its large mouth. Ant No. One moved. Its 20-meter-long body shot out like a black arrow, its massive pincers closing together with a snap. The giant lizard's head was crushed, and boiling blood splattered all over Ant No. 1. Instant kill. Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. The ants grew another meter. Their individual combat power was more than sufficient to deal with ordinary fourth-tier demon beasts. The scene continued to advance. A larger fourth-tier demon beast, a black giant python, coiled atop a pile of rocks ahead, its scales gleaming with a metallic sheen. This one was clearly stronger than the previous giant lizard. Ants No. 3 and No. 7 charged simultaneously, attacking from the left and right. The giant python violently swung its tail, striking the side of Ant No. 3, who was knocked back a few steps, a white mark appearing on its shell. But that was all. Ant No. 7 seized the opportunity to bite the python's head, while Ant No. 3 lunged back to clamp down on the python's body. The giant python struggled for a few seconds before completely stilling. In cooperation, even a formidable fourth-tier demon beast couldn't last more than 3 seconds. Zhang Chen felt much more at ease. The ant colony's intelligence had significantly improved, no longer needing his constant guidance. Basic tactical coordination could now be accomplished autonomously. He issued a command through his consciousness: clear this area, do not go deep, and proceed steadily. The ant's antennae twitched slightly in acknowledgement. Zhang Chen withdrew from the ant's perspective, entering the misty area as he walked toward the military district. He pondered the breaking heaven fist as he walked. Spiritual energy rotating. Rotating. But what about the direction? What about the angle of force entry? He couldn't figure it out. This felt like solving an advanced math problem where he recognized every word but couldn't find the breakthrough. He could sense that the answer was hidden in some corner, just a step away from the inspiration needed to kick it out. Zhang Chen scratched his head. Forget it, no need to stubbornly insist. Let's think differently. He stopped, set his stance, and prepared the mountain-crushing fist. This was something he was familiar with. He had already mastered the mountain-crushing fist, only one last layer away from perfection. Instead of obsessively struggling with the breaking heaven fist, it was better to return to his area of expertise and regain his feel. Spiritual energy surged into his arms. Bang! He struck out with a fist, the fist wind wrapped in spiritual energy colliding with the air, producing a crisp sound. It felt as if the air had been dented by this punch. Not enough again. Bang! This punch was even fiercer than the last, the roar of the air, dragging out a brief tail sound. Zhang Chun did not stop unleashing his third, fourth, and fifth punches in an unbroken succession. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch felt like smashing against an invisible wall. The air was repeatedly compressed and exploded while the surrounding grass blades and gravel were swept away by the fist wind. Zhang Chun grew more and more in sync. The feel was back. Every point of force in the mountain-crushing fist was precise, transferring power from the waist, urging with the shoulders, and exploding at the fist's surface, all in one fluid motion. Bang, 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 bang. He no longer thought about the movement's essentials or analyzed which parts could be optimized. His mind went blank, and his body moved on its own. One punch after another. He lost count of how many punches he had thrown and how much time had passed. Zhang Chen's consciousness entered a strange state. He forgot he was practicing punches, even forgetting who he was. Only a single thought remained: punch out. Punch out. Relentlessly punch out. Regardless of whether it was a mountain or the sky ahead, he would shatter it with a punch. Bang. The final punch was struck, and the sound of the air exploding was completely different from before. It was not a crisp sound but a deep muffled boom, as if something inside had been torn apart. Zhang Chen suddenly came back to his senses, stunned in place. His fist still hung in the air, spiritual energy surging on the surface of his fist, thicker and more abundant than at any previous moment. An unprecedented sensation filled his entire body, complete. The mountain-crushing fist had reached. Zhang Chun was stunned for several seconds before realizing what had happened. While practicing the breaking heaven fist, although he had not mastered the spiral force, the momentum of one punch breaking all had already deeply etched itself into his muscle memory through repeated contemplation. The breaking heaven fist emphasized momentum, a punch as powerful as the collapse of the heavens. The collapsing mountain fist also emphasized momentum, a punch that could shatter mountains. The core essence of both techniques was surprisingly interconnected. Zhang Chun expressed doubt. Could it be that the collapsing mountain fist was also created by Li Jun? When he switched to the collapsing mountain fist, the momentum of the breaking heaven fist unknowingly seeped in. It was like two rivers that were originally parallel converging at an invisible point. This additional influx of momentum perfectly filled the last layer of thin paper that separated the collapsing mountain fist from its perfection. Damn! Zhang Chun muttered under his breath. He never expected that despite being unable to grasp the breaking heaven fist, he would instead perfect the collapsing mountain fist. What is this? A case of accidental success. Zhang Chun began to calculate in his mind. A fully mastered class martial technique increases attack power by 5 times. His physique had already surpassed the second tier. He couldn't specify exactly how much it had exceeded, so he would use the standard of 5,000 kilograms for the second tier. Starting at 5,000 kilograms, a third-tier gauntlet boosts the power by 4 times, and the perfected collapsing mountain fist adds another 5 times, resulting in a total of 9 times the attack power. The punch's power reached 500 kilograms, a figure that precisely hit the threshold for third-tier warriors. The key was the power talent. If he stacked the 20-fold explosive power of his strength talent, it would be 2100 kilograms. 1 million kilograms, 1,000 tons. The threshold for fourth-tier warriors is 500 tons. This means that if he unleashed his full strength in a punch, his lethality would already surpass the fourth-tier standard. Of course, the price was steep. A second-tier physique simply couldn't withstand such a level of output. He couldn't deliver more than a few punches at full power, or he might injure himself in the process. Zhang Chun clenched and then relaxed his fist. The fourth-tier equipment that Chen Liang had provided required a punch power of at least 500 tons to unleash its full potential. Currently, when he executed the collapsing mountain fist, not counting the third-tier gauntlet, his punch power was approximately 30 tons. Indeed, stacking the 20-fold strength talent could exceed 500 tons, but that was only for desperate situations and not sustainable. To effectively wield fourth-tier equipment in regular combat, he still had a long way to go. The fourth-tier gauntlet increased attack power by 10 times. The fourth-tier combat suit could reduce the opponent's attack power by 10 times. These two pieces of equipment together were simply otherworldly, but the prerequisite was that he had to be able to support them. Zhang Chun tightened his fist, determined to train harder so that he could use the fourth-tier equipment normally. Having the equipment, but not being able to utilize it at all times was an incredibly frustrating feeling. 3 days later, the special fog zone had completely dissipated. Whether in the military district or the forest, everything had returned to its normal state before physical training. The sky had become clear and bright again, and the residual concentration of spiritual energy in the air had returned to daily levels. Zhang Chun got up early to test himself. His fist struck the force measuring device. The numbers fluctuated a few times before settling. 5,900 kilograms. 3 days ago, it was still 5,000, and now it had jumped directly to 5,900. The lingering effects of the special spiritual energy were still ongoing, and coupled with his uninterrupted training over the past 3 days, the speed of his physical enhancement was astonishing. He once again switched to the ant perspective to check. The size of the ant colony had grown to 23 meters with an average weight of about 300 tons. 10,000 ants, each 23 meters long and weighing 300 tons. The daily food intake was an astronomical figure. The military district was indeed providing him with resources, but at this rate, even if the military had deep pockets, they would eventually be overwhelmed. He couldn't rely solely on others for sustenance. Zhang Chun issued a new command to the ant colony: relocate to the mist zone and freely hunt third-tier beasts. No deep incursions. Upon encountering a group of fifth-tier or higher monsters, retreat immediately. The mist zone was rich in spiritual energy with plenty of third-tier beasts. The ant colony could hunt there at will, ensuring they would be well fed. Self-sufficiency was quite good. Zhang Chun. A voice came from behind him. It was Chun Liang. Zhang Chun turned around to see Chun Liang approaching, holding a set of keys. This is the villa arranged for you by the military district. Ziyuan No. 6. Chun Liang handed over the keys. Go home and reunite with your family for 3 days. Have a good rest. There are arrangements after 3 days. Ziyuan No. 6. Zhang Chun took the keys. The metallic feel was icy, but his palm was burning hot. He tightened his grip on the keys. The three of them could finally leave that cramped little rental apartment. Ding, ding. 2 consecutive notification sounds. Zhang Chun took out his phone, and the screen lit up. First message: account ending in 3347 received 1,000 yuan. 1 billion. The military's funds had arrived. Second message: account ending in 3347 received 2,000 yuan. 20 million. This was the school's point reward. The school had previously promised that 1 point would be exchanged for 10,000 yuan. Of course, if the points were truly calculated based on the number he killed and the beast tied, the school would likely go bankrupt. Wang Jian had privately told him that the cap was 10 million. With the previous promised rewards from the school, the total was 20 million. Zhang Chun didn't mind. 20 million was just a drop in the bucket for him now. He exited the message page and dialed a number. Uncle, we're moving today. The other end of the phone fell silent for 2 seconds. Xiaochen, what did you say? Zhou Hua's voice was filled with evident confusion. The military district gave us a villa. Ziyuan No. 6. Oh, we're moving there to live. Ziyuan No. 6. Zhou Hua's voice sounded abnormal. Isn't that where I work? Zhou Hua was a security guard at the Ziyuan community. After his left arm was broken, he technically no longer qualified to be a security guard, but he was a first-tier warrior, which made him tougher than an ordinary person, so the property made an exception and hired him. His salary was slightly higher than that of a regular guard, but with the family's expenses it was just enough to make ends meet. Ziyuan was a high-end residential area, and he knew full well about Villa No. 6. It had 2 floors, each over 1,000 square meters with gardens in the front and back. He passed by that villa every day during his patrol. He had never dreamed that one day he would be able to live there. Okay. Zhou Hua's voice trembled slightly, repeating the word okay 3 times, and the following words seemed to be choked by something, unable to continue. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Hua lit a cigarette. His hand trembled. It wasn't from the cold, it was from overwhelming excitement. He took a puff, and the smoke blurred his vision, or rather it wasn't just the smoke. He thought of his sister, the woman who had always protected him since childhood. Even when he got into trouble, his sister always stood in front of him, even at the last moment of her life. Zhou Hua took a deep drag of the cigarette, pushing down the sour emotion. Sister, can you see? His voice was hoarse. Xiao Chun has grown up and has made something of himself. Ashes fell and were scattered by the wind. Zhou Hua extinguished the cigarette butt and rubbed his face vigorously. When Zhang Chun rushed home, he found Zhou Hong and his uncle both present. Oh, Zhou Hong isn't going to school today. Brother, it's Saturday, we don't have school. Zhou Hong jumped up from the sofa, his eyes shining like 2 lamps. Dad said we are moving. Is it true? Of course, when has your brother ever lied to you? Zhou Hong immediately raised a finger. You once told me when I was little that if I didn't eat, I wouldn't grow taller, and now I'm only 1.70 meters. That was a scientific fact. That's not right. My classmate eats snacks every day and is 1.80 meters. That's a genetic issue. Anyway, you lied to me. Alright, I did lie to you. Zhang Chun was too lazy to argue, turning to look at Zhou Hua. Then he was stunned. Zhou Hua was stuffing everything that could be packed into boxes. Pots, bowls, old quilts, a floor fan used for 7 or 8 years, and even a plastic stool with a missing corner. Uncle, my, just bring some basic daily necessities. There's everything in the villa. How can that be? Zhou Hua pressed the cornered plastic stool into the box. These can still be used. Uncle. Zhang Chun took out his phone and lit up the screen. I have money now. How much do you have? Raising ants doesn't require money. Zhou Hua questioned verbally, but his feet honestly moved closer. Zhou Hong also squeezed his head over. The two heads stared side by side at the balance on the phone screen. Silence. Very quiet. Zhou Hong's mouth slowly opened wide. He was counting zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4. It became unclear, so he started counting again. Brother, how much is this? Zhou Hong's voice became light and airy, as if he were afraid of waking from a dream. About 1 billion, I suppose. Zhang Chun said casually. Thud. Zhou Hong plopped down on the ground. It wasn't weakness, his mind short-circuited, and suddenly his legs didn't obey him. Zhou Hua rubbed his eyes and looked again. confirming that he hadn't read the string of numbers wrong, confirming that the balance displayed on the phone was real, not some fake number from a lottery interface. 1 billion. He was once a first-tier martial artist, and understood that martial artists earned money faster than ordinary people. But Zhang Chun had only been in physical training for less than a month. The plastic stool in his hand slipped away at some point, and fell to the ground with a thud. Uncle will transfer you 10 million first. Zhang Chun had already opened the transfer page. Wait. Zhou Hua suddenly came back to his senses. Xiao Chun, listen to me, you just became a martial artist, and there will be many places you'll need to spend money in the future, don't blindly. Ding. Transfer completed. Zhou Hua was dumbfounded. He'll transfer it back to you. He hurriedly began to. Zhang Chun pressed his hand down. Uncle, how much is this? I will earn more in the future, you keep it for now by whatever. Zhou Hua's hand stopped in midair, his lips moved a few times, but no words came out. He lowered his head, staring at the 10 million arrival number on his phone, his throat bobbing several times. Beside them, Zhou Hong got up from the ground, patted the dust off his butt, and leaned in front of Zhang Chun. Brother. My real brother. Speak plainly. You transferred 10 million to Dad. What about me? Zhou Hong rubbed his hands, his expression practically screaming, give me money. Now that you have so much money, can't you give your brother a little help? You make a good point. Zhang Chun nodded, and opened the transfer interface. Zhou Hong's eyes instantly locked onto the screen, unmoving, even his breathing became lighter. Zhang Chun tapped a few times. Ding. Zhou Hong looked at the screen with unprecedented speed. Arrival amount 1000 yuan. 1000 yuan. Zhou Hong's smile froze on his face, then gradually crumbled. Brother. He raised his head, his expression extremely amusing. My. Did you forget to add a few zeros? No, it's 1000, a whole number. Zhang Chun replied without changing his expression. I think it's too little. Then transfer it back, and he'll give you a new one. Zhou Hong's finger had already touched the transfer button, but pulled back at the last second. No, this is a trick. Transferring it back means it's gone. He silently tucked his phone into his pocket and turned his head away. Getting 1000 for free is still money. Hell, just ask Dad for it later. Dad has 10 million. Alright, just pack up a bit, and let's go. Zhou Hua finally gave up his obsession with packing old furniture. Moving to a new house with money, there's no need to bring that broken plastic stool. He sorted out the usable items in the house and knocked on the neighbor's door. Old Zhang, do you want any of these? Old Zhou, are you moving? The neighbor poked his head out, looking surprised. I'm moving to Ziyuan over there. Ziyuan. The neighbor's voice rose an octave. That's a high-end community, Old Zhou, have you struck it rich? It's not me, it's Xiao Chun who's successful. Zhou Hua smiled, his tone calm, but he couldn't hide the smile at the corners of his mouth. The news spread quickly. Before long, all the neighbors on the floor poked their heads out, some congratulating, some sighing, some feeling sour. But most were genuinely happy for Zhou Hua. For these years, he had single-handedly raised his nephew and son, enduring hardships even after breaking an arm. Who wouldn't say it wasn't easy when they saw him? Old Zhou, you finally made it through. The lady selling breakfast downstairs rushed up and stuffed a bag of buns into his hands. Take this to eat on the way. Zhou Hua couldn't refuse and had to accept it. Zhang Chun called a moving company. There wasn't much stuff, and a small truck finished loading quickly. They arrived at the entrance of Villa No. 6 at Ziyuan. Zhang Chun stopped and looked up. 2 stories, gray and white exterior walls, floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting the afternoon sun. The front yard had neatly trimmed shrubs, and the backyard connected to a small lawn measuring over 1,000 square meters per floor. He took out the key, inserted it into the keyhole, and turned. Click, the door opened. The interior was already decorated, simple and elegant. The living room was nearly 5 meters high with a full-wall bookshelf and a sectional sofa in the center. The kitchen, bathroom, and bedrooms were all fully equipped. Zhou Hong darted in like a bird out of a cage, dashed up and down the stairs yelling, "This room is mine. No, this one is mine." Zhou Hua stood at the door, not entering immediately. He touched the door frame with his real hand, his fingers slowly gliding over the wooden texture. He had worked as a security guard in this community for 2 years, passing by this villa every day. He had never been inside. "Uncle, come in." Zhang Chun called from inside. "Coming." Zhou Hua stepped in, his steps steady. After the movers brought in the items, the 3 of them tidied up a bit, and Zhang Chun pulled his uncle to sit on the sofa. "Uncle, there's something I want to discuss with you." Zhang Chun intentionally avoided Zhou Hong, who was wandering around the second floor, and lowered his voice. "What is it? Shouldn't we go pick up Annie?" Zhou Hua's body noticeably stiffened for a moment. He said nothing, instinctively reaching for the cigarette in his pocket and lighting it. Zhang Chun observed his reaction without pressing him. Aunt Qianlan. Zhang Chun had a pretty deep impression of her. Her attitude towards him was neither good nor bad. She wouldn't deliberately draw close, but had never mistreated him either. Qianlan was an ordinary person. When she married the first-tier warrior Zhou Hua, she had a certain pride in front of relatives and friends. Even after Zhou Hua lost his left arm, she never once mentioned leaving. It was her parents. Qianlan's parents later made some money in business, and increasingly looked down upon their son-in-law who had lost his left arm and was cooped up in a rental as a security guard. They would call Qianlan every now and then to pressure her. Eventually the two separated peacefully. There were no arguments, no tearing of faces, they just signed the papers, and Chunlan moved out. But she never remarried, and during holidays she would still visit Zhou Hong bringing gifts for the child. Each time she didn't stay long, just dropped off the gifts and exchanged a few words before leaving. When leaving she would always stand at the hallway for a while, as if waiting for someone to call her. I held her back. Zhou Hua finally spoke, his voice very soft. They'll go pick her up later. That's more like it, Zhang Chen smiled. Tomorrow invite all your friends over to liven up the house a bit. It's a celebration for the new move. Okay. Zhou Hua nodded and suddenly remembered something. By the way, Xiao Chun, you should also invite a few people. Sure, we'll call a few. Inviting classmates is fine, but make sure to invite those 2 girls from last time, don't forget. Zhang Chun was taken aback. Which 2? The 2 from a few days ago. Uncle, they are my classmates. Classmates are great. Zhou Hua said with the tone of someone with experience. You know each other well, the relationship is solid. You must invite them tomorrow. But we really are just ordinary classmates. Are you inviting them or not? They'll call a few more classmates to join, alright. Inviting a few more people won't seem deliberate. Yes, that's settled. Uncle, should we go to the tech park to get a better Zhang Chen looked at Zhou Hua's empty sleeve, trying to keep his tone casual. Zhou Hua was holding a teacup, his fingers slightly pausing. Zhang Chen knew him too well. In the past, whenever prosthetics were mentioned, his uncle would change the subject, either saying, I've gotten used to it, or, there's no need to waste money on that. Hundreds of thousands had indeed been astronomical figures for them before. But now things were different. Alright, Zhou Hua simply said one word. There was no hesitation, no refusal. He set down the teacup, his eyes slightly reddening, yet he turned his face away, pretending to look at the scenery outside. Zhang Chun said nothing more, patting his uncle's shoulder. The 3 headed to the tech park. The prosthetic center at the tech park was more advanced than Zhang Chun had imagined. The exhibition hall displayed various models ranging from basic to military grade with prices from tens of thousands to over $1 million. This model is our latest bionic series made from the tendons of second-tier demon beasts, offering elasticity and toughness far superior to alloys. The salesperson enthusiastically introduced. Once worn, it's nearly indistinguishable from a real limb, and daily activities are totally fine, though it can't bear over 200 kilograms of force. How much? Zhou Hua asked. 680000. Zhou Hua instinctively wanted to retract his hand. 6800 was something he couldn't earn in several years. This one, Zhang Chun decisively said. Zhou Hua opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. The installation process was quick. The technicians completed the fitting and debugging in less than an hour. Zhou Hua moved his brand new left arm, spreading his fingers, making a fist, and rotating his wrist. Each motion was smooth and natural. He stood in front of the mirror for a long time. Both arms intact. How does it feel? Zhang Chen asked. Not bad. Zhou Hua's voice was a bit hoarse as he lowered his head, pretending to check the flexibility of his finger joints. But Zhang Chen could see that the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were all scrunched together. Not bad. He was clearly overjoyed. Zhang Chen didn't expose him, and just smiled. Upon returning to Villa 6 of Ziyuan, the first thing Zhou Hua did was pull out his phone. He held the phone with his newly fitted left hand, while dialing with his right, a motion he hadn't performed in over a decade. Oldly, I've moved, come over tomorrow. Yes, Ziyuan 6. The villa area, I'm not lying. Zhou Hua hung up and made a second and third call. His voice grew louder, laughter became more boisterous. Then he glanced at Zhang Chen, hesitating for a few seconds. He'll go pick up your aunt. Zhang Chen nodded, go ahead. Zhou Hua almost ran out the door. He wanted Chunlan to see his complete self right away, no, to see their complete new life. Zhang Chen watched his uncle leave, then turned to open the class micro-message group. I've moved Ziyuan 6, all classmates are welcome to come tomorrow. He sent the message and casually tossed out a red envelope. The group chat exploded instantly. Zhang Chen, I will definitely be there tomorrow. Li Yao replied in a flash, as if she had been watching the group messages closely. Me too. Tan Min quickly followed. I can't miss it. Lu Wei sent a grinning emoji. Ziyuan 6. Brother, did you strike it rich? A villa area? Zhang Chen, how much did you earn this time? The messages flew by rapidly. Zhang Chen couldn't be bothered to reply to each one, tossing out a line saying, you'll know when you come tomorrow, and exited the group chat. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong's class group chat also exploded. Classmates, I've moved Ziyuan 6, those who come will get a... After sending the message, Zhou Hong leaned back on the sofa feeling smug. Ziyuan 6. You must be kidding. Is your brother Zhang Chun from the third year class 1? Someone suddenly asked. Zhou Hong was taken aback. Yeah, is there a problem? I don't believe it unless you send a photo to prove it. Cut it out, is this not proof? Zhou Hong casually raised his phone and snapped a picture of Zhang Chun lounging on the sofa, sending it straight to the group. The group was silent for 2 seconds. Then it went completely crazy. Wow, it really is Zhang Chun. So handsome. Zhou Hong, can you introduce us? Please, Zhou Hong, does your brother have a girlfriend? Zhou Hong stared at the messages flooding the screen, his expression gradually twisting. Damn, I thought you were classmates. Do you all want to be my sister-in-law? Isn't that good? It brings us closer. Yes, we'll be one family from now on, Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong was so furious that he slammed his phone on the table. What a bunch of ingrates. Zhang Chen glanced at him. What's wrong? Nothing. Zhou Hong gritted his teeth. My classmates have gone mad. That afternoon Zhou Hua went to pick up Chen Lan. Chen Lan stood at the door of Villa 6 of Zhu and her whole being seemed frozen. It was a two-story detached house with front and back gardens and a garage that could fit more than 10 cars. The stone steps at the entrance were clean and tidy with neatly trimmed shrubs planted on both sides. This is the place she would be living. Let's go in and take a look. Zhou Hua stood beside her, his left hand casually resting on her shoulder. Chen Lan glanced down at that hand. A complete flexible warm hand. She suddenly looked up at Zhou Hua, tears welling up in her eyes. Don't cry, don't. Zhou Hua fumbled to wipe her tears, saying, It's a joyful day, why are you crying? Your hand. Chen Lan held on to his left hand, turning it over and over, her voice trembling. When did you get this? Today Xiao Chen took me. Zhou Hua smiled like a child. It cost 680,000 materials from a demon beast high quality. Chen Lan cried and laughed, giving his chest a playful punch. You refused to go before. I didn't have the money back then. Zhou Hua scratched his head. Zhang Chen stood on the balcony on the second floor watching this scene, a slight smile on his lips. Uncle has endured too much hardship in his life. Now it's time to enjoy some blessings. Uncle, there might be quite a few people coming tomorrow. Zhang Chen leaned out from the balcony and called out, You know a lot of people, can you find a few more chefs? And hire a few more hands to help. Sure, I'll contact them right away. Zhou Hua replied energetically, pulling Chen Lan inside, already starting to think about who might take charge of the cooking. Tomorrow is destined to be a lively day. As it turned out, the word lively was an understatement. On the day of the housewarming parties, Yuan No. 6 was bustling with people from 9 in the morning. Zhou Hua's friends, Chun Lan's colleagues, Zhang Chen's classmates, Zhou Han's classmates. A throng filled the villa. Zhang Chen was surrounded by a group of female classmates in a corner, his smile frozen. Zhang Chen, your skin is so good, is it because of your training? Zhang Chen, what level are you at now? Zhang Chen, do you have a girlfriend? A hand reached in from outside the crowd, grabbing Zhang Chen's arm and pulling him out of the encirclement. It was Li. Enough already. Liao stood with her hands on her hips in front of Zhang Chen. Can you give him some personal space? Tan Min also moved in from the other side, forming a protective formation with Liao. Zhang Chen felt as if he had been pardoned. Thanks, he said softly. No problem. Liao turned back and winked at him. You owe me a meal. Looking back on that day, Zhang Chen felt his scalp tingle. The enthusiasm of the female classmates was like a stampede of demon beasts. If it weren't for Liao and Tan Min protecting him, he feared he would have been overwhelmed. The housewarming party was over. 3 days later. Uncle An, I'm leaving. Zhang Chen stood at the door with a simple backpack, waving his hand towards the house. Zhou Hua hurried out, his newly attached left hand unconsciously clenching into a fist. Xiao Chenyu. Be careful. He had so much he wanted to say. But looking at his nephew's tall figure, all the admonishments lodged in his throat, and in the end, he could only squeeze out these 4 words. Xiao Chen, stay safe. Chen Lan followed closely behind, her eyes reddening again. She looked at Zhang Chen, her heart filled with gratitude. Without this child, she and Zhou Hua might not have had a chance to be together. The villa, the prosthetic, the new life, all thanks to him. Got it. Zhang Chen smiled, turning to board the black SUV arranged by the military district. The moment the car door closed, he saw through the window Zhou Hua with his arm around Chun Lan's shoulders, both standing at the villa's entrance, watching him leave. Uncle's left hand rested naturally on Aunt's shoulder. Zhang Chen withdrew his gaze, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes. Scenes from the housewarming party flashed through his mind. The warmth of Li Yao's fingers gripping his arm, Tan Min's serious profile as she stood in front of him. That day they had almost stayed glued to his side. Zhang Chen could sense that their physical fitness had reached the first stage level, with long breaths, light steps, and reaction speeds far exceeding those of ordinary people. If in the future, Zhang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and vigorously shook his head. What was he thinking? Improving his strength was the priority. He hadn't been idle these past 3 days. During the day he celebrated, and at night, he trained using several second-stage spirit energy crystals. His foundational punching power had steadily increased to 6,500 kilograms, averaging an increase of 200 kilograms per day. The ants had also wildly grown to 25 meters. 10,000 ants rampaged through the misty area with almost no demon beasts able to last even a second against them. However, the length of the ants no longer increased, and Zhang Chen guessed that it was his own strength that limited their growth. The weight of the ants had reached the 3rd stage limit, about 500 tons. The vehicle quickly arrived at the military district. Chen Liang was already waiting at the entrance, dressed in camouflage, arms crossed over his chest. Zhang Chen. He got straight to the point. The higher-ups highly value your talent. Initially they wanted to wait for Li's opinion, but he's gone deep into the misty area and hasn't returned yet. You should go stay at the military school inside the misty area for a few days. Chen Liang patted him on the shoulder. The higher-ups will notify you once they make a decision. Okay, no problem. Zhang Chen nodded nonchalantly. As long as it's in the misty area, that's fine. The spiritual energy there is dense, and the training efficiency is several times higher than outside. Chun Liang looked at him and suddenly asked, "By the way, how's your practice of the breaking heaven fist going?" Zhang Chen's expression stiffened slightly. "I haven't even begun to grasp it yet." He confessed honestly, "It feels like something is missing. The spiral force always dissipates at the last moment." "It's okay, take your time." Chun Liang patted his shoulder, his tone quite casual. But what he was thinking inside was enough. When he practiced the breaking heaven fist, he spent a whole year without touching the threshold, and ultimately gave up decisively. Class martial arts require extremely strong talent. Without that comprehension, one will never master it. The moves of breaking heaven fist are absurdly simple, just a few straightforward punches. But the core spiral force is as difficult as climbing to the sky. They'll have someone take you over there. Chun Liang turned and waved his hand. A tall soldier walked quickly over. "Comrade Zhang, hello, I will take you into the military school in the misty area." Zhang Chun recognized the face of the person and was taken aback. Instructor Zhou. Zhou Jun, the instructor who taught them the mountain-crushing fist in the square before. Chun Liang, this guy has a rough exterior, but is quite thoughtful, specially arranging for someone familiar to lead the way. "Comrade Zhang, there's no need to be polite." Zhou Jun's expression was very serious. "I should be thanking you, your ants saved many of my comrades." As he said this, his Adam's apple moved slightly. He recalled the battle from a few days ago. In the past, the casualty rate during confrontations with demon beasts was never low. But that time, with 10,000 ants charging ahead, their casualties were incredibly low. "This is what I should do." Zhang Chen said no more and instead asked, "How far is it to the military school from here?" "Over 100 kilometers. Zhou Jun thought for a moment. "Over 100 kilometers. Zhang Chen frowned. "That's not right. The mist has appeared for 20 years, expanding a few meters each day, which would only account for a few dozen kilometers of expansion. There are still several dozen kilometers from the military district to the edge of the misty area. How can there still be over 100 kilometers inside? The numbers don't add up." Zhou Jun noticed his confusion and explained, "Although the mist has only expanded a few dozen kilometers outward, the inside is different. It's somewhat like a folded space. What seems like a few dozen kilometers actually has no bounds within. The deeper you go, the stronger the demon beasts become." He paused and added, "Moreover, the demon beasts inside are not only mutated creatures from Blue Star, but also many species that have never appeared on Blue Star." Zhang Chun remained silent for a few seconds. Folding space, unknown species. The situation within this thin mist was far more complex than he had imagined. Currently, humanity has yet to discern the boundaries. Zhou Jun's tone became solemn after he finished speaking. "Understood." Zhang Chen nodded. "Let's go." "All right, follow me." "Wait a moment." Zhang Chen interrupted him, closing his eyes. With a single thought, his mental energy instantly penetrated several dozen kilometers, precisely locking onto Ant No. 1. After a few seconds, boom, the ground trembled violently, resembling a minor earthquake. Trees in the distance fell in clusters as a massive black shadow rushed in at a speed almost impossible to perceive, halting abruptly before Zhang Chun. Ant No. 1. Its 25-meter-long body loomed before the 2-6 sturdy legs deeply embedded in the ground, and its massive mandibles reflecting a metallic glint under the sunlight. Zhou Jun stepped back 2 paces. It wasn't fear but shock. He had seen this ant a few days ago when it was only 20 meters long. Now, 25 meters. The growth rate was terrifying. Zhang Chun had already skillfully clambered onto the ant's back, finding a wind-sheltered protrusion to sit steady. "Instructor Zhou, get on up here," he waved below. "Riding this is faster." Zhou Jun came to his senses, took a deep breath, and leaped onto the broad back of Ant No. 1. This was a giant ant capable of taking down 4th-tier monsters, and now he was standing on its back. To say he wasn't excited would be a lie. "Hold on tight," Zhang Chun reminded. "Which direction?" Zhou Jun pointed towards the 1 o'clock direction. "That way." Whoosh. Ant No. 1's 6 legs exerted force simultaneously, and its 25-meter body instantly shot forward. Zhou Jun felt a terrifying thrust slam into his face, and the scenery before him blurred into indistinct lines. Instinctively, he gripped a protrusion on the back tightly. The sound of the wind was not whistling, it was a shrill scream. Ant No. 1 was now 25 meters long with a maximum explosive speed 100 times its length. At 2,500 meters per second, it approached 8 times the speed of sound. Of course, the complex terrain of the Yuqing Mountains made it impossible to maintain this speed continuously. But even in a decelerated state, Zhou Jun felt as though his skin was about to be torn off by the wind. Zhang Chun had long since nestled into a perfect wind-sheltered position, motionless. After a few seconds, Zhou Jun reacted, enveloping his entire body with qi, making it much more bearable. Moments later, they entered the misty area. But he could see nothing. The speed was too fast, the mist was torn apart and reassembled, leaving only a white expanse before him. "Comrade Zhang, slow your ant down." Zhou Jun shouted. "I can't see the road." "Ant No. 1 decelerate," Zhang Chun issued the command. The speed of Ant No. 1 suddenly decreased. Zhou Jun gasped, feeling as if his lungs were about to explode. He was a second-tier warrior, his physical capabilities far surpassing the average person. Yet those few seconds had left him unable to discern direction. The ant's speed was too outrageous. Zhou Jun began to direct the course, turning left, right, straight ahead. Ant No. 1 moved with an agility that belied its 25-meter length, weaving through the mountains like a leaf on the wind. Minutes later, Zhang Qin's vision became clear. A massive city towered within the mist. The city walls soared over 100 meters high with a thickness of several dozen meters, entirely constructed of reinforced concrete. Vague silhouettes of patrolling figures were visible on the city walls, and the gates were wide enough for several trucks to pass side by side. In front of the gates, gigantic horses, several meters long, were hauling supplies in and out. Their coats varied in color, muscles rippling each step, generating a dull tremor. Zhang Chun was dumbfounded. This was clearly a fortress. City No. 3. Zhou Jun leaped down from the ant's back and stood beside Zhang Chun. City No. 3. Zhang Chun keenly caught onto the number. Are there others? Zhou Jun nodded, gazing into the depths of the mist, his voice dropping. Currently, there are 3 types of cities in total, with City No. 3 primarily training talents, housing warriors ranging from 1st to 3rd tier. He raised his hand, pointing into the distance. A further 1,000 kilometers deeper from here is City No. 2, where the warriors are mainly 3rd to 5th tier. He continued, pointing deeper. Another 2,000 kilometers further. City No. 1 of the core combat force of humanity comprises 5th to 6th tier warriors. Zhang Chun remained silent. Zhou Jun turned to look at him, an expression of weight in his eyes. Zhang Chun, humanity's situation is far from what you imagine as easy. His voice was low, as if afraid it would be blown away by the wind. In City No. 1, warriors die in battle. If it weren't for them desperately holding the line in the depths, the things in the thick mist would have long since burst forth. Every second of stability we enjoy outside is bought with their lives. As Zhou Jun said this, his right hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. His nails dug into his palm, and he seemed utterly unaware. And there were his instructors, his comrades, his. There are many such City No. 3s across the entire Blue Star. Zhou Jun calmed his emotions, but the deeper you go, the fewer City No. 2s there are, and in the end there is only one City No. 1. Only one. The foremost line of defense for all humanity consists of just one city. Zhang Qin clenched his fist. He had previously thought the misty area was merely a dangerous wild zone where humanity fought monsters and gathered resources. He was wrong. This was a war humanity might lose. Moreover, as the mist continued to expand, the number of City No. 3s would only increase. Perhaps in the future there would even be City No. For a City No. 5. The defensive line was constantly retreating. Comrade Zhang. Zhou Jun suddenly faced him, his gaze unusually serious. You are the most talented summoner I have ever seen. He spoke deliberately. You must survive. Zhang Chun remained silent for 2 seconds before breaking into a grin. Instructor Zhou, don't worry, he nodded towards his back. I have 10,000 little brothers. Zhou Jun was momentarily stunned, then recalled the image of those 10,000 ants sweeping through everything at the mist's edge. He smiled, genuinely smiling. Let's go, I'll take you to report to the military academy. After saying this, Zhou Jun leaped down from Ant No. 1's back. Zhang Qin followed suit, patting Ant No. 1's leg. Follow me, walk slowly. Ant No. 1 obediently retracted its 6 legs, slowing its pace, and trailed behind Zhang Chun towards the city gates. The 25-meter-long black, giant, ant slowly passed through the city gates. Everyone paused their action. Soldiers transporting goods stood frozen, the transport team, riding giant horses, halted, and sentinels patrolling the walls leaned out to look down. Gazes converged on Zhang Chun and the colossal creature behind him. Is that a summoned beast? An ant. Summoning ants. Look at its size, 25 meters bigger than our transport horses. Look at those mandibles. Damn, they resemble 2 giant chainsaws. Whispers spread at the city gates. Zhang Qin walked forward without changing his expression, while Ant No. 1 quietly followed behind. With each step the ground trembled slightly, leaving deep imprints from its 6 legs. Some were curious, some shocked, while others wore contemplative expressions. Summoning talent was already rare, but raising a summoned beast to such a size was unprecedented. And it was an ant. What combat power could an ant possibly have? Yet looking at Ant No. 1's size comparable to a giant armored vehicle, its sharp mandibles reflecting cold light, and its steady, powerful steps. It seemed that ants were quite formidable. No, it should be said they were extremely strong. Zhang Chun followed Zhou Jun's footsteps, crossing the main avenue of City No. 3. Yet his mind remained restless. The recent spiritual energy upheaval outside the fog zone lingered vividly in his memory, revealing that humanity's situation was far more challenging than he had imagined. Mutated creatures emerged endlessly, and the levels of demonic beasts rose higher and higher. He wanted to help, but with his current strength, rushing in would only mean delivering himself as food. He had to grow stronger. 10,000 giant ants were restricted to their current size, measuring 25 meters in length, weighing 500 tons, and no longer growing. It was not that he didn't want them to continue growing, but rather that they couldn't. Only when his physical quality broke through to the third stage could the ants continue to evolve rapidly. But the third stage? Zhang Chun clenched his fists, feeling the surging, yet insufficient power within him. His current punch strength was 6,500 kilograms, but the threshold for the third stage was 500 kilograms, nearly 8 times off. However, even if the ants were stuck at their current stage, their biting force had already reached 2,500 tons. What did this figure signify? The fifth stage standard was 5,000 tons. Their biting force was 50 times the fifth stage standard, and they were only halfway to the 5,000 tons threshold of the sixth stage. 10,000 ants. Each one possessed strength surpassing the fifth stage standard. Zhang Chun couldn't help but calculate in his mind a smile, unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. Thinking of 10,000 fifth-stage battle-capable ants striking together sent shivers down his spine. Even if a sixth-stage powerhouse came, they would surely suffer. Steady himself, grow a bit stronger, and then take care of the Wang family. What's the rush? The Wang family can't escape. Swoosh. The massive body of the first ant stomped on the cement pavement, producing a dull thud. Its 6 legs moved in an alternating manner each step, causing a slight tremor, small stones on the road bouncing slightly. The roads of City No. 3 were extremely wide with more than 8 lanes in both directions, enough for the giant ants to pass through. Occasionally large horses pulling carts passed by on the road. These docile animals were the main means of transportation within the city. Without electricity, humanity had reverted to the most primitive methods of transport. On both sides of the cement road were sidewalks. There were quite a few pedestrians, most of whom were busy with their own matters. Until the first ant appeared. A 10-meter-long horse was the first to notice. It suddenly stopped, its nostrils flaring rapidly, then let out a sharp whinny, its front hooves raised high, nearly tossing its cargo off. This was followed by a chain reaction. 7 or 8 horses on the road all panicked, whinnying in succession, their hooves striking the cement road and creating fine cracks. Pedestrians on the sidewalk turned their heads, then froze in place. A 25-meter-long giant ant was slowly advancing along the main avenue, its black shell glistening with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, its enormous compound eyes reflecting the terrified faces of everyone around. Its upper jaw opened and closed slightly, as if it could snap a cart along with its horse and driver in two at any moment. Demonic beast. How did a demonic beast get into the city? The crowd instantly erupted into chaos. Some retreated, while others instinctively assumed combat stances, and a few patrolling soldiers even drew their knives. But soon someone noticed a crucial detail. The giant ant did not attack anyone. It quietly followed behind a young man, its steps steady, its antennae swaying slightly, like a well-behaved dog. Wait, is that a summoning talent? Holy shit, an ant. A giant ant this big. I heard that the recent upheaval outside the fog zone was resolved by a senior, high student summoning 10,000 giant ants. The crowd's fear quickly transformed into astonishment, which then morphed into blatant envy. They craned their necks, staring at Zhang Chun's back, and the colossal creature behind him, their eyes practically glowing green with jealousy. Summoning talent. Something countless people dream of possessing. Zhang Chun felt the gazes directed at him from all directions as he continued forward with Zhou Jun. Zhang Chun, there are many universities in City No. 3 affiliated with Wu University. Zhou Jun spoke as they walked, pride evident in his tone. Most of Wu University's colleges are concentrated in City No. 3. This is the place where first-year students can enhance their strength the fastest. With abundant resources, numerous training grounds, and plenty of practical opportunities. Zhang Chun nodded, his gaze sweeping over the buildings on either side of the road. There were no skyscrapers, just uniformly low-rise buildings, brick and concrete structures, simple yet sturdy. If it weren't for the absence of cars on the road and the faint aura of spiritual energy lingering in the air, Zhang Chun would have thought he had arrived in a remote county. The overall terrain of the fog zone resembles a trumpet shape. Zhou Jun gestured with his hand. The deeper you go, the smaller the space becomes, and the stronger the demonic beasts grow. Our City No. 3 is on the outermost edge. Of course, there are countless City No. 3s around the world. Zhang Chun took these details to heart. This year our military district has recruited quite a few first-year students. Zhou Jun's lips curled up slightly, a rare smile though barely noticeable, yet Zhang Chun caught it. Zhang Chun took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and shook out 2. He handed one to Zhou Jun and placed the other in his mouth, the lighter snapping to life with a click. Zhou Jun didn't hesitate, taking it and bringing it to the flame, taking a deep drag, the smoke billowing from his nostrils, visibly relaxing a bit. In previous years our military district generally recruited 100 new students in Yuqing. Zhou Jun flicked the ash off his cigarette. But this year we recruited 1,000. Zhang Chun almost dropped his cigarette. Instructor Zhou, that's a huge difference, tenfold. It's all due to this crisis. Zhou Jun exhaled a smoke ring. His expression returned to its usual seriousness. Many students have been impacted by the mutated spiritual energy. Their strength has noticeably improved, and their potential is significantly higher than previous years' new students. After research, the higher-ups decided to expand recruitment. In these extraordinary times, every additional warrior trained means added combat power. Zhang Chen finally understood. This sudden spiritual energy upheaval, although troublesome, had inadvertently catalyzed a batch of exceptionally talented young individuals. Crisis and opportunity indeed are two sides of the same coin. Zhang Chen surveyed the details within the city, noting that there was a sentry post every so often. By the time the two finished one cigarette, the entrance to the military academy was already in sight. The school gate was constructed of massive stones, rugged and heavy, with the words Yuqing Military Warrior Academy inscribed on the lintel, the strokes vigorous, clearly carved by a high-level warrior. For soldiers holding knives stood at the entrance, their postures erect and alert. Before Zhang Chen could approach, the four of them had already fixated their gazes on the first ant behind him. The first ant's 25-meter-long body was fully exposed in the open area of the school gate, its black shell reflecting the afternoon sunlight. Its massive head and 6 sturdy limbs firmly planted on the ground, each as thick as an adult's waist. The 4 soldiers instantly entered combat mode. The closest soldier drew his knife in a swift motion, the blade ringing as it left the sheath, glowing faintly under the infusion of spiritual energy. The other 3 took a half-step back, creating distance and forming a tactical stance. The air suddenly tensed. "Wait." Zhou Jun stepped forward, waving his hands. "Don't be nervous, this is Zhang Chen's ant." The soldier with the drawn blade paused for a moment, shifting his gaze from the giant ant to Zhang Chen's face, then back to the giant ant, his eyes suddenly widening. "Is he the one who can summon 10,000 ants?" "That's right, it's him." Zhou Jun nodded. The 4 soldiers simultaneously sheathed their blades. They certainly knew of Zhang Chen. When the battle report from the disturbance outside the Misty Zone came back a few days ago, the entire military academy was in an uproar. The legion of 10,000 giant ants swept across the battlefield, annihilating mutated beasts and completely turning the tide of battle. Many of their comrades returned alive thanks to these ants. An examination training student with a summoning talent commanding 10,000 giant ants. These 3 labels combined have already become legendary within the military academy. The 4 soldiers exchanged glances, then stood at attention and saluted. Their movements were synchronized, imbued with genuine respect. Zhang Chen quickly extinguished his cigarette and returned a military salute, earnestly saying, "Thank you for your hard work, seniors." "Not at all." The leading soldier grinned. "Comrade Zhang Chen, welcome to the academy." Zhou Jun led Zhang Chen through the school gate, walking along the internal road. The scale of the military academy was far greater than Zhang Chen had imagined. Playgrounds, training grounds, martial arts practice areas, various functional buildings were distributed on both sides of the road. Everywhere he looked, students in training uniforms were running, practicing punches and sparring. The sounds of shouting and the whoosh of punches intertwined, creating an atmosphere of fervor. The first ant followed closely behind Zhang Chen, its massive body towering like a moving hill within the campus. Everyone turned to look. A student running nearly collided with someone nearby. 2 students who were sparring simultaneously halted, staring in shock at the giant ant. An instructor was giving a speech, but halfway through he noticed no one was listening and turned his head, following the students' gazes. "Oh my, is that Zhang Chen? The one with the 10,000 ants? Damn, that's huge. I thought he wouldn't come to the military academy, though I heard those with such extraordinary talents would be given special arrangements. But he's really here." Whispers surged from all directions. Zhang Chen felt a more concentrated gaze than he had on the main street of the city. The oppressive aura emanating from the first ant was palpable to everyone present. Many instructors' expressions began to shift subtly. A summoned beast with such a strong aura. What about those 10,000? No one dared to think further. Zhang Chen maintained his composure and continued walking with Zhou Jun. "Zhang Chen, this is your residence arranged by Director Chen." Zhou Jun stopped and pointed to a 2-story standalone building by the roadside. Zhang Chen looked up. A 2-story small building with blue bricks and gray tiles, solidly constructed. Most importantly, it featured a huge yard in front, at least a few thousand square meters, with a compacted gravel surface suitable for the first ant to move around. It was clearly prepared specifically for him. Ordinary freshmen stayed in dormitories with 6 people per room. A wave of warmth surged in Zhang Chen's heart. Although Chen Liang had not made an appearance, these details spoke volumes. "Thank you for the arrangements, Superior," Zhang Chen said sincerely. He pushed the door open and quickly scanned the interior. The first floor had a living room and kitchen, while the second floor had 2 bedrooms, simple but clean. All necessary living supplies were present, and even a few sets of spare training uniforms had been prepared. Zhang Chen tossed his backpack onto the sofa, turned, and walked into the yard, giving the first ant the command, "Stay active in the yard, don't go out." The first ant waved its massive antennae twice, as if in response. Then it slowly curled its body, folding its 6 legs, lying quietly in the center of the yard, like a black sculpture. "Zhang Chen, let's go, I'll take you to meet your instructor." Zhou Jun urged at the door, gesturing for him to not be polite. Zhang Chen changed into a military green training uniform, locked the door, and quickly followed. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the military academy's playground. The sight before Zhang Chen made him pause slightly. 10 formations were lined up neatly on the playground, each formation consisting of around 100 people. Everyone wore the same military green training uniforms and were undergoing basic training. Some formations were running, some were practicing punches, while others were doing physical conditioning. The rallying cries were thunderous. Zhang Chun immediately understood. These were the ones of 0 freshmen admitted this year. 10 formations, 100 people per formation, just right. Zhou Jun looked towards one of the formations and waved at a female instructor. The female instructor was facing them, correcting a student's punching stance. Seeing Zhou Jun wave, she immediately jogged over. Her steps were brisk and decisive without a trace of hesitation. Zhang Chun recognized her at a glance. It was this female instructor who had kicked a disobedient boy 10 meters away during the training outside the Misty Zone. That scene was still vividly etched in Zhang Chen's memory. Zhang Jing ran up first, saluting Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun returned the salute, then stepped aside to introduce Zhang Chun. Instructor Zhang, this is Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun, you've been assigned to Class 1. This is your instructor Zhang Jing. Zhang Chun stood at attention, raised his hand in salute. Hello, Instructor Zhang. Zhang Jing appraised him from head to toe. At 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned physique and standard posture. He showed no signs of the usual awkwardness or nerves common among freshmen. His gaze was steady, looking far from being an 18-year-old. Zhang Jing nodded, her face showing no excess expression. She was unremarkable in appearance, with ordinary features, but exuded a strong military presence. With her short hair neatly styled, standing tall with a straight back, her gaze contained a force that commanded respect without anger. She resembled a sword sheathed in its scabbard, inconspicuous most of the time, but one could tell she was always ready to draw. Fallen. Not a word more was spoken. Yes. Zhang Chun responded crisply, turning and jogging towards Class 1's formation. The closer he got to the group, the more Zhang Chun raised his brows. Familiar faces, all familiar faces. Li Yao with her ponytail was struggling to demonstrate punching stances. Tan Min stood beside her, drenched in sweat, her training uniform soaked. Lu Wei was in the third row, his punches weak and flabby, clearly still a novice. Tian Tao and Tong Bo were side by side, whispering to each other while practicing. Zhang Chun took a quick glance around. There were nearly 10 students from his senior year alone. What kind of fate was this? After the examination training, they could still continue as classmates. As Zhang Chun approached, Class 1 erupted. Zhang Chun. Holy crap, Zhang Chun is here. Over here, over here. Li Yao and Tan Min reacted instantly, waving excitedly. Lu Wei stopped practicing punches, his face full of disbelief. Tian Tao dropped his jaw while Tong Bo nearly tripped over himself. Not only were there old classmates, but many other students in the class were also from Yuqing Tu High School, well aware of Zhang Chen's great reputation. The remaining freshmen from other schools had also heard the legend of the 10,000 giant ants these past few days. They never expected that the legendary figure would end up in the same class as themselves. The girls' reactions were particularly intense. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure, fair skin that was not too delicate, and a strikingly handsome face, he exuded a unique, youthful vigor and brightness. Dressed in the most ordinary military green training uniform, he somehow carried the aura of a model. With that face, paired with his talent, he was the perfect boyfriend. What made it worse was that he was in the same class as her. He was a classmate she would see every day. A few girls exchanged glances, their eyes filled with sparks. Oh my god, he's so handsome. Isn't the focus on his looks? What about 1,000 giant ants? Looks are important too. Keep it down, or hell hear you. Their chattering voices were impossible to suppress. Zhang Chun found a spot to stand, and felt the scorching gazes from all directions, giving him goosebumps on his back. Zhang Chun, where's your ant? Lu Wei squeezed over, his eyes full of anticipation. Why didn't you bring it? If you rode an ant into the playground, that would be something. TSK. This guy's logic was as quirky as ever. It's outside in my yard, Zhang Chun replied helplessly. What a pity, Lu Wei said with a look of distress, as if he had missed out on a fortune. Zhou Jun and Zhang Jing exchanged a few brief words at the front of the line, before turning to leave. Zhang Jing watched Zhou Jun walk away, then turned and jogged back to the front of the line. The noise instantly vanished. Everyone straightened their backs, hands at their sides, standing like wooden posts. Zhang Jing's gaze slowly swept over the entire class, lingering for a moment longer on a few girls who were still secretly watching Zhang Chun. The few girls immediately straightened their heads, not daring to breathe. Continue practicing the mountain-crushing fist. Zhang Jing's voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Tomorrow we'll learn knife techniques, followed by sword techniques and staff techniques. A week later you'll each determine which martial art to focus on. She paused for a moment, her tone becoming more serious. You have all already studied the mountain-crushing fist for a month. Starting today, I expect improvements. Those who don't perform adequately will have to practice extra. Zhang Jing took 2 steps back and demonstrated a complete set of the mountain-crushing fist. Her execution was of a high mastery level, with smooth movements and a fierce punch, each strike accompanied by a heavy wind. The sleeves of her training uniform fluttered wildly in the gusts from her punches. The new students in Class 1 watched in rapt attention. Once the demonstration ended, Zhang Jing stood firm. Begin. 100 people moved simultaneously, albeit unevenly. Most of the new students were still at the introductory stage of the mountain-crushing fist, with some not even having entered it yet. Their movements were stiff, their power misaligned, their centers of gravity unstable, with various issues arising. Zhang Jing moved through the line, correcting each student as she went, continuously calling out, "Lower your waist. Keep your fist flat. Power comes from your feet." Zhang Chun stood at the back of the line, silently, starting to practice the mountain-crushing fist. His first punch. The initiation, sinking the waist, gathering strength, and striking. His movements were completely different from everyone else's. There was no unnecessary tension in his muscles, no deliberate piling of strength. The entire set of movements flowed seamlessly, every detail just right, like a rushing river, finding its perfect channel. Bang! At the moment his fist struck the air, trembled violently. This was not an ordinary punch, it was a real explosion of air. The ground within a radius of 2 to 3 meters shook with the force, sending fragments of stone flying. Zhang Jing's head snapped around. She was correcting a girl's stance when she heard the sound, and for a moment she froze. That punch was perfect, undoubtedly at the pinnacle level. How many years had she practiced the mountain-crushing fist? 7 years, starting from her enlistment until now. In those 7 years, she had progressed from beginner to proficient, from proficient to mastery, with each step being incredibly difficult. After reaching mastery, she had been stuck for 2 whole years, unable to touch the threshold of perfection. She had even doubted whether the perfect realm of the mountain-crushing fist, as a clever martial art, truly existed. Yet now an 18-year-old freshman had demonstrated the perfect mountain-crushing fist before her. Zhang Jing did not go over immediately, but stood still, watching Zhang Chun continue his practice. The second punch, the third punch. The entire set of moves flowed together seamlessly. Each punch carried a natural charm, with power, speed, rhythm, and breath perfectly fused together. By the time he finished the last strike, Zhang Chen's breathing was even and calm. Not only was it perfect, but he was also enjoying it. Zhang Jing could tell that as he performed the mountain-crushing fist, a subtle joy lit up his face. This was not about showing off or performing, it was the inner enjoyment of an individual who had pushed something to its limits. Zhang Jing had only seen this kind of feeling when Li Shouzhang demonstrated martial arts. She moved her lips, swallowing the complex emotions that surged within her. Holy crap! Lu Wei was the first to explode. He stood right next to Zhang Chun, and the air explosion from that punch nearly blew his hair away. He stopped his own flaccid punches, staring wide-eyed at Zhang Chun. This is just absurd, isn't it? Tian Tao and Tong Bo also paused, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Li Yao and Tan Min were similarly stunned. They exchanged a glance, and saw the same message in each other's eyes. Is this even human? The surrounding new students who knew Zhang Chun were also left dumbfounded. They had practiced for a month, struggling just to get started, yet he threw punches that looked better and were more powerful than their instructors. What kind of monster was this? Zhang Jing waited until Zhang Chun finished his punches before walking over. Her pace was a beat slower than usual, and her expression was one of deliberately maintained calm. Zhang Chun, have you perfected the mountain-crushing fist? She asked, knowing the answer, but wanting to confirm it with her own ears. Instructor Zhang, yes. Zhang Chun replied nonchalantly. It was not that he was trying to downplay his achievement. For him, perfecting the mountain-crushing fist was not something that warranted much excitement. What concerned him more was the heavenly breaking fist. Zhang Jing's lips twitched. Perfected, and he spoke of it so casually. Lu Wei, standing beside him, looked utterly defeated. He looked down at his own fists, then at Zhang Chun, and let out a sigh filled with despair. Damn it, I haven't even begun with the mountain-crushing fist. Tian Tao patted his shoulder, signaling that he felt the same. Tong Bo was even more straightforward, directly squatting down in worship. The girls' gazes towards Zhang Chun had changed, qualitatively shifting from so handsome, so strong, I want to marry him. Some girls' eyes were practically sparkling with pink hearts. Li Yao instinctively clenched her fists. She had known Zhang Chun since the first year of high school, having been classmates for 3 years, and now they were in the same class again. She had an advantage over anyone else, but also felt more pressure than anyone else, with too many girls wanting to get close to Zhang Chun. Tan Min noticed Li Yao's small movements and gently nudged her elbow. The two exchanged a subtle glance. They said nothing, yet understood everything. Zhang Chun, you don't need to practice the mountain-crushing fist anymore. Zhang Jing made a decision, her tone firm. When you have time, just demonstrate a few times for your classmates. It will be more effective than my teaching. As soon as she said this, Zhang Jing herself felt a bit bittersweet. As a third-level martial arts instructor, the effectiveness of teaching a clever martial art was not even as good as that of a student. But facts are facts. Demonstrating the perfected realm would inspire the other new students far more than the math. Oh! Zhang Jing suddenly changed the topic, her eyes reigniting with a spark of enthusiasm. Zhang Chen, have you practiced any other martial arts? She was confident if the crumbling mountain fist didn't work, surely she had other skills to offer. She was a standout among third-tier warriors, and being chosen as an instructor meant her martial arts repertoire was undoubtedly solid. She had practiced dozens of C and B grade techniques. Surely, there was something she could teach Zhang Chun. Instructor Zhang, I've also learned the Breaking Dawn Fist. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. He had been pondering the Breaking Dawn Fist recently, but hadn't made much progress. If Instructor Zhang knew it too, he could ask for guidance. Zhang Jing's expression froze. The Breaking Dawn Fist. Her voice tightened slightly. Is it the sacred martial art of the Breaking Dawn Fist by General Li? Yes. Zhang Chen looked at her with eager anticipation. Instructor Zhang, do you know it? Zhang Jing fell silent for 2 seconds. Do I know it? Of course she had tried it. 3 years ago the military academy offered advanced martial arts electives, and the Breaking Dawn Fist was among them. She signed up with great confidence and practiced for 3 months. Yet she hadn't even grasped the basics. In the end she withdrew from the elective in disgrace. This incident was one of the few dark chapters in her teaching career. Zhang Jing averted her gaze, her voice dropping a notch. I haven't learned it. You should practice. Not learn, not unable to learn, but simply not learned. Zhang Jing silently corrected her wording in her mind, maintaining the authority of an instructor, though her ears subtly flushed red. Could she tell Zhang Chun that she had actually studied it for 3 months, without even making it past the threshold? No, absolutely not. Zhang Chun felt a bit disappointed, but didn't press further. It was normal for someone not to have learned in grade martial art, which was inherently rare and expensive. However, the eavesdropping Lu Wei and the others were completely stunned. The Scrade Breaking Dawn Fist. We're still struggling with the Crade Crumbling Mountain Fist, and he's already learning the Scrade Breaking Dawn Fist. Lu Wei murmured, his voice filled with existential doubt. Tian Tao expressionlessly patted his shoulder. Stop thinking about it. Overthinking leads to baldness. Zhang Jing quickly adjusted her state, instructing Zhang Chun to stand at the front of the line and demonstrate the Crumbling Mountain Fist. The effect was surprisingly good. With every punch Zhang Chun threw 100 pairs of eyes below, followed his movements. After he completed a full set of the Crumbling Mountain Fist, the crowd fell silent, then erupted into a flurry of discussions. The attention of the girls was unprecedentedly focused. No, it should be said they were entirely fixated, their gazes never leaving Zhang Chun for even a second. From his stance, to his finishing position, from his fists to his face, from his face to the lines of his arms, and back from the arm lines to his face. It was a repetitive cycle, endlessly enjoyable. Zhang Jing stood by and observed for a while, finally realizing that these girls weren't learning the Crumbling Mountain Fist, they were watching Zhang Chun. Her lips twitched slightly. But as long as the effect was good, that was what mattered. Whether they were watching him or the fist technique, as long as they could learn, that was enough. As for the boys, they were indeed more focused than usual. After all, being crushed by a peer was a stimulating experience. They had to step up their game. An entire afternoon of training passed in the blink of an eye. At 6 in the evening, Zhang Jing announced dismissal. Zhang Chun returned to his quarters and took a refreshing cold shower. After changing into clean clothes, he pulled out large chunks of beast meat and tossed them into the yard. The first ant's mandibles quickly opened and closed, and under its 2.50-ton biting force, the 100-odd pounds of meat was instantly ground into powder and swallowed. Zhang Chun watched in amazement. Every time he saw the first ant eat, he could vividly sense that terrifying power. What did 2.50 tons of biting force even mean? The standard punching power of a 5th-tier warrior was only about 5.000 tons, which couldn't even fill a gap in the ant's mouth. Eat well and rest. Zhang Chun patted the first ant's front leg and turned to head to the cafeteria. The military academy's cafeteria was located on the east side of the playground, simple and practical like other functional buildings. There was no exquisite decoration, just rows of long tables and benches with the aroma of meat wafting from the serving window. The food was much better than Zhang Chun had anticipated. There was plenty of beast meat, and the staple food was abundant as well. The agricultural system in the Misty Zone was far more stable than outside. After all, the density of spiritual energy here accelerated crop growth. Zhang Chun buried his head in 2 large bowls of rice and gnawed on a whole roasted beast leg before feeling somewhat full. Warriors had astonishing appetites, especially for someone like him, who was in a rapid growth phase. The energy he consumed daily was more than a dozen times that of an ordinary person. After eating, Zhang Chun contemplated taking a stroll around the boys' dormitory. During the afternoon training, Lu Wei had pulled on his arm, insisting that he come by in the evening to hang out, saying it was a gathering of a few old classmates. Zhang Chun thought it was a good idea. Life would only become more intense after entering the military academy, so he should take the chance to relax while he could. He walked along the campus path toward the boys' dormitory area. Before he even reached the entrance of the dormitory building, he saw a crowd gathered from a distance. Upon closer inspection, they were all girls. The girls from Class 1 had changed out of their training uniforms, donning skirts, short sleeves, and various pretty outfits, clearly having dressed up with care. Some had new hairstyles while others had applied light lip gloss, and he wondered where they had gotten such cosmetics. Li Yao and Tan Min stood at the front of the crowd, excitedly waving as soon as they spotted Zhang Chun. Li Yao was wearing a white dress today, her hair cascading down her shoulders, a stark contrast to her tidy appearance during training. Tan Min paired denim shorts with a t-shirt, exuding youthful vitality. Zhang Chun was momentarily dazed. Had they become more beautiful since their senior year? It wasn't an illusion. The impact of mutated spiritual energy not only enhanced warriors' strength, but also subtly improved their physical qualities. Their skin had become better, their eyes brighter, and their overall vitality was different. Before Zhang Chun could reach them, the girls swarmed around him. 7 or 8, then a dozen, then 20 or more. More kept joining. Zhang Chun suddenly felt like he had fallen into a kingdom of girls surrounded by faces, the buzzing voices exploding in his ears. Zhang Chun, how do you train usually? Where's your aunt? I want to see. Do you have a girlfriend? The last question was particularly loud. Zhang Chun's lips twitched wildly. Zhang Chun. A short-haired girl squeezed to the front, her eyes shining with excitement, her voice bold and direct. What's so interesting in the boys' dormitory? Let's go check out our girls' dormitory. Yes. Come to our side. Our dorm is super clean. Come on. The other girls chimed in, their voices rising higher and higher. When there were so many girls, they spoke so recklessly. Facing Zhang Chun alone, they might have felt shy, but in a group they were emboldened and would say anything. Zhang Chun, what kind of joke was this? If he entered the girls' dormitory, he might not get out tonight. No, he might not even get out tomorrow. I have plans with Lu Wei and the others, maybe another day. Zhang Chun hastily declined. The girls let out a chorus of disappointed wails. Li Yao and Tan Min stood aside, their expressions complex. Watching the girls circle around Zhang Chun, they couldn't quite articulate what they felt. The boys' and girls' dormitories were on opposite sides of the road, just a few dozen meters apart. Zhang Chun finally managed to escape the encirclement of the girls and quickly walked toward the boys' dormitory. The girls didn't give up and continued to follow him. Not far from the entrance of the dormitory building, two groups of people were in a standoff. On the left were Lu Wei, Tian Tao, and 7 or 8 others, all of Zhang Chun's old classmates. Their faces looked grim, some clenched their fists, some gritted their teeth, but no one made a move. On the right were also 7 or 8 boys, none of whom Zhang Chun recognized. Leading them was a burly boy with a square face, fierce eyes, and a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. In between the two groups, Tong Bo lay on the ground. Blood trickled from his mouth, his left eye socket already swollen, half of his face pressed against the ground. He tried to get up, but his arms felt weak, failing to support him even after 2 attempts. Standing next to Tong Bo was a boy from the opposing group with a crew cut. He was flexing his wrist, a bit of blood on his knuckles, clearly belonging to Tong Bo. The air was thick with tension. Zhang Chun's brows furrowed. What was going on? Weiga, what's going on? Zhang Chun spotted the commotion from a distance and hurried over. Lu Wei turned around, his voice laced with suppressed anger. Tian Tao and several others were struggling to help Tong Bo up, each face etched with the words "cannot endure any longer." Tong Bo gradually stood straight, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, staring hard at the opposite side, with eyes as tough as stone. Bullied. Zhang Chun frowned, scanning the crowd before him. Zhang Chun, those are the seniors from the second year. Li Yao leaned over, lowering her voice. Yesterday we were also blocked by the second-year girls, who declared that from now on all cleaning around here would be the responsibility of the freshers. It's a tradition. Tradition. Zhang Chun rolled the word around in his mouth, choosing to remain silent. Tan Min and the others beside him nodded, repeatedly voicing their agreement, but the frustration in their tone was unmistakable. Zhang Chun remained quiet, his mind racing. In his past life, he had heard veterans say that when newcomers entered the army, the first thing they faced was a beating from the veterans to knock out their youthful bravado and teach them to follow the rules. A military academy should be similar. The leaders turned a blind eye, not because they didn't see, but deliberately so. They wanted the new students to understand early on that strength is the only truth. Exactly. They are bullying us too much, it's simply inhumane. Lu Wei grew more agitated, his face turning red. Across from them, 7 or 8 individuals stood with their hands in their pockets, watching with expressions that suggested they were enjoying the show, their gazes drifting towards Zhang Chun with obvious provocation. Zhang Chun glanced at Lu Wei's furious face and suddenly looked terrified. Wei Gu, they wouldn't have chosen to confront a guy, would they? He instinctively glanced towards Lu Wei's rear, his expression subtle. Li Yao froze for 2 seconds, then realized her expression, instantly turning incredibly strange as she secretly glanced at Lu Wei before quickly averting her gaze. Tan Min directly covered her mouth, her shoulders beginning to shake. What the hell? Zhang Chun, don't say such things. Lu Wei jumped up, they made me wash their underwear. Oh. Zhang Chun raised an eyebrow, washing his seniors. Weiga, you've struck gold. No, it's guys. Damn, that's definitely intolerable. Zhang Chun nodded. Cleaning the place he could endure. But washing men's underwear was an insult. You little brat, are you trying to be a hero? The boy with the crew cut stepped forward lazily, his tone dripping with a condescending arrogance. He glanced at Zhang Chun, having heard Lu Wei call his name. But he didn't think in that direction. Zhang Chun, who had defeated a small beast, tied. What did that have to do with this new student before him? Don't misunderstand. Zhang Chun spread his hands, his expression innocent. I merely wanted to spar with you all. As soon as he finished speaking, he subtly shifted his intention. The ground first trembled slightly, as if something massive was moving. Then came a second heavier tremor. Then, boom. The first ant emerged from behind Zhang Chun, its 25-meter form casting a shadow over the surroundings, its sharp mandibles slicing through the air, creating a faint sound of wind, while its massive body pressed down, sending deep vibrations through the ground. The 7 or 8 people on the opposite side suddenly found their legs growing weak. Someone instinctively took a step back, stepping on a companion's foot, nearly causing both to fall. The arrogant expression on the crew-cut boy shattered in that instant. His lips moved, but no sound came out. He truly was the legendary figure. Lu Wei and the others were stunned for a moment. They hadn't seen Zhang Chen's ant in a long time, and unexpectedly, it had grown several sizes. Last time it wasn't this exaggerated. Having a summoning talent bringing out an ant is quite reasonable, right? Zhang Chun pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke. His demeanor relaxed. Big brother, we were wrong. The crew-cut boy's voice changed. All traces of previous arrogance vanished. What about the cleaning issue? We'll do it ourselves. All right. Zhang Chun flicked the ash off his cigarette. I'm not unreasonable. The girls should do the same, taking responsibility for the cleaning around them. That's not too much, is it? Not too much, not too much. My classmate was beaten by you. Zhang Chun glanced sideways at Tong Bo, then slowly turned back. How do we address this? Boom. The first ant lifted a leg and slammed it down. The tremors traveled directly into everyone's feet, turning the faces of the opposing group pale. I have a first-tier spiritual energy crystal here. The crew-cut boy pulled it out of his pocket, his hands trembling. Tong Bo, what do you think? Zhang Chun tilted his head. Tong Bo stared at the crystal for 2 seconds, reached out to take it, weighed it in his hand, and smirked. Sounds good. Deep down he was actually calculating if a beating yields a first-tier spiritual energy crystal. It seems he could get beaten every day. Seeing that Zhang Chun had no intention of pursuing further, the others exchanged glances, quietly stepping back, disappearing into the crowd, in an instant, running faster than rabbits. Zhang Chun, thanks. Tong Bo clenched the crystal in his palm, the previous defiance dissipating, replaced with genuine satisfaction. Lu Wei and the others stood beside him, their eyes glued to the crystal, faces filled with regret. The atmosphere fell into a subtly awkward silence for 2 seconds. Several people simultaneously looked down at their intact hands, expressions complex. Why was it not themselves who got beaten to receive a first-tier spiritual energy crystal? We're all old classmates, no need for formality. Zhang Chun pinched the cigarette between his fingers, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and handed it towards the boys. Lu Wei was the first to reach out. Tian Tao followed, and several others casually accepted the cigarettes, passing around a lighter as smoke spread through the crowd. Zhang Chun waved goodbye to the girls and turned towards the boys' dorm. Indeed, the boys' dorms all had the same smell. Bold and unrestrained, free-spirited shoes could be placed anywhere, clothes could hang anywhere. Zhang Chun and Lu Wei chatted for a while, their conversation drifting from the ant to spiritual energy crystals, and from spiritual energy crystals to which instructor was the toughest. They complained about Zhang Jing's strictness, which female classmate was the most beautiful, discussing animatedly. Back at their place, Zhang Chun took out a second-tier spiritual energy crystal and sat cross-legged. The spiritual energy in the misty area was considered abundant, but compared to the concentrated energy in the crystal, it was far from enough. He hadn't trained for long when he discovered one thing: there was no night in the misty area. Looking up, the sky was always gray, like a piece of worn-out cloth, neither bright nor dark, just hanging there. The size of the first ant hadn't increased in the past few days, and its food intake had decreased, as if it had reached a certain bottleneck. Zhang Chun felt a bit anxious, but being anxious wouldn't help. Strength couldn't be rushed. 40 minutes later, a sharp pain surged through his palm, as if it had been pricked by fine needles countless times. He stored the crystal away, stood up, and first practiced a set of collapsed mountain fist to loosen his body. Zhang Chun began to practice the breaking sky fist. And strength martial skill is indeed not to be trifled with. The spiritual energy must not only envelop the fist, but also form a high-speed rotating spiral force around it. Both tasks must be performed simultaneously, with neither being dispensable. He tried several times, but the moment the spiritual energy gathered, it dispersed. There wasn't even a trace of the spiral. Take it slow, no need to rush. Zhang Chun switched to the perspective of Ant No. 2 and took a glance. Goodness. A swarm of ants was rampaging not far from City No. 3, with the corpses of third-tier beasts scattered all around, bones and fur everywhere. The ants had no sense of gathering. They trampled and crushed, wasting most of the good stuff, leaving only some hard bones. That was money. Zhang Chun jumped up, grabbed 25 specialized collection bags, and leaped onto the back of Ant No. 1, setting off. Half an hour later, he returned fully loaded. The 25 bags were stuffed to the brim. The staff at the military supply office weighed them and handed over a check. 10 million. Zhang Chun stared at the check, silent for 2 seconds. Instructor, do you have any treasures for sale? The staff member didn't say much and took out a thick booklet from the drawer, handing it over. It was filled with various treasures, names, effects, and prices. Zhang Chun flipped it open, scanned for a few seconds, then closed it. Poverty truly limits imagination. The worst drank treasure doubled the chi absorption, costing 10 million. Crank was 100 million, brank 1 billion, a rank 10 billion, and shrank 100 billion. He thought for a moment, handed over the check, and exchanged it for a drank treasure. Purple rose. With a dozen petals, taking one a day could last nearly 2 weeks. Zhang Chun held the flower in his palm and felt no pain. Anyway, with the ants working, he didn't have to worry about money, just needed to collect materials periodically. He returned to his residence and plucked off a petal to consume. The effect was immediate. The speed at which spiritual energy surged into his body doubled, and the absorption rate also soared, flowing much more smoothly than before. Zhang Chun closed his eyes to feel it and was satisfied. The next day, Zhang Chun wake up. Someone shouted outside the window, the voice crisp and slightly playful. Zhang Chun opened his eyes. The sky in the misty zone still appeared gray, but his biological clock had adjusted, waking him up naturally at the right time. Upon stepping outside, he saw Li Yao. She was holding breakfast, and upon seeing Zhang Chun, she handed it over, and then bounced away, her braids swinging behind her. Zhang Chun stood at the door looking down at the breakfast in his hand, stunned for a second. How did she know where he lived? He instinctively turned his head, and Aunt No. One was resting nearby, obediently, its antennae twitching. Zhang Chun. Okay, understood. After washing up and finishing breakfast, someone shouted outside again. Zhang Chun. This time it was a female voice, brisk and somewhat militaristic. Stepping outside, he saw Zhang Jing. Instructor Zhang. Instructor Zhang, is there something? Zhang Chun, it'll be straightforward. Zhang Jing stood there, her expression serious. You're wasting time at the military academy. Zhang Chun did not refute, honestly stating, Director Chen said to wait until Commander Li returns from deep within the misty zone to arrange for me. For now, I should stay at the military academy. Commander Li. Zhang Jing was taken aback for a moment, a glint of envy flashing in her eyes before she suppressed it. That makes sense. So with your talent, this arrangement is reasonable. She paused as if recalling something. By the way, do you know about the secret realms in the misty zone? Secret realms? Zhang Chun frowned. That wasn't mentioned in the textbooks. It's content you encounter only after becoming a martial artist. Zhang Jing explained. In the misty zone, there are certain areas that may manifest as special zones. Entry is restricted. Only third-tier and below martial artists can enter. Those with low energy fluctuations, while higher-tier martial artists cannot enter at all. The secret realms are graded according to energy fluctuation intensity. No. 3 no. 2 and no. 1 with lower numbers indicating stronger energy fluctuations. What's inside? Zhang Chen's gaze shifted. Treasures, Zhang Jing said. Most of the equipment and martial skills we initially acquired were obtained from secret realms. Treasures. Zhang Chen's mind automatically translated these 2 words into dungeon supplies. Is it dangerous? He asked, his tone calm, but his eyes were already starting to shine. Yes. Zhang Jing did not hold back. Aside from the beasts inside, the main danger is time. After entering a secret realm, there is an invisible mental pressure that increases over time. If you can't withstand it, you'll suffer a mental breakdown. Zhang Jing's expression was serious. Generally, an average person can last a day. Those with good talent can last 2 days. The current record is from Director Li 20 years ago. He stayed inside for an entire week. Hiss. Zhang Chun inhaled sharply. The name Li Jun carried even more weight now. The only 7th-tier martial artist in the entire Blue Star didn't achieve that for no reason. The longer you endure, the better the rewards. Currently, only Commander Li has received in rank evaluation. Rewards. Zhang Chun couldn't stand still any longer. His soles began to itch. Instructor Zhang, take me there. It's not far from here. Zhang Jing turned around. Follow me. Aunt No. Zhang Chun grabbed the 25 specialized collection bags and jumped onto the back of Aunt No. One with Zhang Jing following suit, sitting steadily. She also wanted to experience riding a mount capable of annihilating 4th-tier beasts. Aunt No. One, following Zhang Jing's directions, stopped within a few minutes. Zhang Chun jumped down and looked. A white vortex several hundred meters in diameter hung in the air, slowly rotating, its edges glimmering faintly, like some living thing breathing. Beside the vortex stood a white stone tablet over 10 meters high, covered with names. At the very top, a line reads rank evaluation Li Jun. Below were all a rank with brank, not even qualifying to be listed. Zhang Chun glanced over. A rank basically required surviving 2 days inside. The entrance to the secret realm was bustling with people. Those who emerged had ashen faces, fists clenched, clearly having not obtained anything good. Others exited with shining eyes, their steps light and breezy, as if the very air was behind them. Zhang Chun, with your talent, 2 days should be no problem, and a rank evaluation is secure. Zhang Jing said beside him. But remember, if you can't hold on retreat, the secret realm can be entered once a month. No need to gamble with your life. All right. Zhang Chun responded, his mind focusing. Linking with the ants, he issued a command, come quickly. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, then 10 seconds. Boom. The ground began to tremble, continuous vibrations, as if something massive was moving. Then came the sound, a rhythmic thundering of footsteps rolling in from afar. Zhang Jing turned her head, stunned. A swarm of giant ants, each 25 meters long, formed a long line surging from a distance, extending several thousand meters, resembling a moving mountain. She stood in place speechless, her lips slightly parted. After several seconds, the last ant slipped into the vortex and vanished. The ground's tremors ceased. Instructor Zhang, I'm off. Zhang Chun greeted her and stepped into the vortex. A flash of white light, and he disappeared. Zhang Jing stood in place, staring at the vortex for a long time. Zhang Chun felt a blur in front of him as the scene shifted. Before him lay an expansive plain bustling with people and a cacophony of noise. However, when these people saw 10,000 giant ants, their faces instantly turned pale. What the hell? Are these ant monsters? Someone exclaimed. So many ants. We're doomed, another person stuttered. Isn't the entrance supposed to be relatively safe? How could there be such things? Quick retreat. Retreat. The crowd scattered, some even abandoning their backpacks, desperately fleeing towards the entrance of the secret realm. Zhang Chen smirked. He patted the hard shell of the number 1 ant. Let's go, we'll head deeper in. The number 1 ant immediately took 6 long strides, moving away. Zhang Chen glanced at the panicked crowd around him, contemplating. Those entering the secret realm typically wouldn't stray far from the entrance, as mental pressure increases with time. If they strayed too far and couldn't withstand it, they wouldn't even have time to retreat. Only those with considerable talent or exceptional confidence in their own strength would dare to venture deeper. Zhang Chen felt no psychological pressure. The speed of the ants was incredibly fast. They could even carry him out of the secret realm, so what was there to fear? What treasures lay at the entrance of the secret realm? It was likely that even the ground had been thoroughly scavenged by a crowd. Zhang Chen's goal was clear: to move away from the entrance as far as possible. Whooshed! A swarm of ants suddenly accelerated, disappearing in the blink of an eye at the entrance of the secret realm. 10 minutes later, there was no trace of humanity in front of Zhang Chun. The ants measured 25 meters in length, moving at a speed of 2,500 meters per second. In just 10 minutes, Zhang Chun had distanced himself over 1,500 kilometers from the entrance. Zhang Chun was certain that there were few who could run farther than he did. With a thought, the swarm of giant ants immediately halted. They then spread out, the ants rushing forth like a tide of darkness. In an instant, the roars of beasts echoed around him. But soon the sounds ceased as the giant ants swiftly eliminated them. Zhang Chun sat atop the number 1 ant, beginning to gather materials. After a day, he had yet to find any treasures, but the 25 specialized material bags were already full. Zhang Chun had to cease gathering and gradually set off searching for treasures. Even the lowest grade D treasures are worth 10 million. Yet after a whole day of searching, no treasures were found. It seemed that treasures were not so easily acquired. The deeper he ventured, the more beasts appeared. However, they were all of 3rd-tier strength, unable to stir any waves against Zhang Chen's army of giant ants. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the secret realm, as time went by, Zhang Jing's previously calm expression began to grow serious. She stood at the entrance of the secret realm, her brows furrowed. Zhang Chun had entered the secret realm for 5 days and had yet to return. Zhang Jing felt anxious, her fingers unconsciously tightening. If someone as talented as Zhang Chun encountered an accident in the secret realm, the responsibility would fall heavily on her. She gritted her teeth, unable to hold back any longer, and notified Chun Liang. Zhang Jing, are you being reckless? Chun Liang was extremely angry. We are all waiting for President Li to arrive and decide his future direction, and yet you managed to lose him. Chief Chen, I didn't expect. Zhang Jing lowered her head, filled with regret. The secret realm is actually safe. Chun Liang roared. Wasn't the area outside the mist safe enough? And yet a riot still broke out. Zhang Jing's face turned pale, her heart jolting. Chief Chen, should I take people in to search? Hurry up, take more people. Chun Liang urged. He looked at the entrance of the secret realm, stroking the head of the little black beside him. Little Black, take your little brothers to find Zhang Chun. Little Black called out, and immediately went to find the police dog squad running swiftly. Deep inside the secret realm, Zhang Chun was eating grilled meat, having to admit that the beast meat in the secret realm was truly delicious. After 5 days, he finally found a treasure. It was a red fruit. Zhang Chun could smell the strange fragrance from a distance, and a large group of beasts surrounded the fruit. As the army of ants approached, the world fell silent. Zhang Chun couldn't tell if it was a grade or crade treasure, but he felt it should have a stronger energy fluctuation than the grade purple rose. Damn, I should have brought that book with me. Zhang Chun felt a twinge of regret. He took out a wooden box from his backpack, carefully placing the red fruit inside. Having made his first harvest, he was sure a second one would follow. Zhang Chen's gaze turned towards the depths of the secret realm, excitement flashing in his eyes. Now he had experience. Where there were treasures, there would undoubtedly be a large number of beasts. Zhang Chen suddenly felt puzzled. Wasn't it said that upon entering the secret realm, an invisible mental pressure would increase with time, and if one couldn't withstand it, they would mentally collapse? But why did he not feel any pressure? On the 7th day, Zhang Chun yawned, looking utterly confused. Where was did this pressure only make him yawn? He began to suspect whether Zhang Jing had been misleading him. Suddenly a message came from the ants. Zhang Chen's heart stirred as he immediately switched perspectives. He saw a giant bear preparing to raid a beehive. The bear stood over 40 meters tall, its muscles bulging, appearing incredibly fierce. The beehive was oval-shaped, measuring over 20 meters long, hanging from a giant tree. Each bee was about a meter in size, fiercely attacking the giant bear. The giant bear wailed as it was stung, yet refused to give up, stretching out its massive claws towards the beehive. Zhang Chen's heart raced. He might not know the functions of other treasures, but honey was definitely a good thing that could be eaten directly. Fear you won't be having honey today. With a thought, hundreds of giant ants swiftly assembled. Upon seeing the dark tide of ants, the giant bear's eyes flashed with fear as it fled wildly. But it couldn't outrun the ants, soon being caught and eliminated in seconds. Though there were many bees, they posed no threat to the ants, and were quickly wiped out. Zhang Chen gazed at the massive beehive, each honeycomb a meter deep, lost in a state of blissful worry. There must be a lot of honey. But how could he take this honey? The specialized material bags were meant for materials, not for honey. He didn't bring any jars or containers. He only had a few plastic bottles filled with water, which couldn't hold much. He regretted his poor planning. Zhang Chen scratched his head, frustrated. Forget it, let's taste a bit first, and see what effect it has. He took out a small knife and carefully pried open the honeycomb. A rich fragrance wafted out, sweet enough to intoxicate. Watching the light yellow honey slowly flow inside, Zhang Chen couldn't help but drool. He pulled out a mineral water bottle, emptied its contents, and filled it with honey. Zhang Chen eagerly took a sip. Hiss! Zhang Chen's eyes widened, and he was left stunned. This is too delicious. He felt like he was floating, warmth enveloping him, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Is this honey? Zhang Chen took another sip, his eyes squinting with delight. The flavor, the texture was simply exquisite. Moreover, he could clearly feel the spiritual energy within him rapidly increasing. This honey was not only delicious, but also enhanced his strength. Zhang Chen looked at the enormous beehive, a hint of regret flashing across his eyes. With so much honey, he could only take away a little bit. No, he had to find a way to take more. He began rummaging through his backpack to see if there was anything that could hold honey. Zhang Chen filled every liquid container he could find with honey. Forget it, let's fill up first. After all, this honey can enhance strength, so eating more won't be a loss. Zhang Chen started gulping down the honey, getting his mouth all sticky. As he ate, he felt the changes in his spiritual energy. The effects of this honey were even better than he had imagined. The speed of his spiritual energy growth was clearly accelerating. Zhang Chen grew more and more excited, wishing he could consume the entire beehive. However, he soon realized that he could no longer eat. His stomach felt full and uncomfortable. Any more, and he would be sick. Zhang Chen rubbed his round belly, feeling somewhat helpless. Looking at the remaining beehive, he felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Such a good thing wasted just like that. No, he had to find a way to take it with him. Suddenly an idea struck Zhang Chen, and he scolded himself for being foolish. He could have the ants help carry it. The more Zhang Chen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. If he couldn't take the honey, he could just take the beehive with him. He immediately commanded a few ants to come over. The ants cautiously picked up the beehive and followed behind Zhang Chen. Satisfied, he nodded and continued deeper into the secret realm. On the 8th day, Zhang Chen yawned. He followed it with another, and then a few more, his eyes becoming moist. Moi. He paused for a moment, wiping away the physiological tears with the back of his hand, his heartbeat inexplicably quickening. The mental pressure arrived. The legendary mental pressure that caused all warriors to falter had finally descended upon him. Was this all there was to it? After yawning a few times, his head felt a bit heavy, like the sensation of wanting to doze off after a hearty lunch. Zhang Chen scratched the back of his head, his expression complicated. No way is this it. He recalled Zhang Jing's repeated warnings before entering the secret realm. The mental pressure in secret realm no. 3 is extremely terrifying. Even the strongest recorded in history could only endure for 7 days. Shrank rated Li Jun, the only 7th-tier warrior of Blue Star. He had been forced back on the 7th day. Here he was on the 8th day, and all he felt was a desire to nap. What the hell is this? Were all the others useless? Including that shrank-rated warrior, they couldn't endure beyond 8 days. The more Zhang Chen thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. His gaze unconsciously swept around him. 10,000 giant ants stood neatly aligned beside him like a silent legion. They maintained a highly alert posture, their compound eyes scanning the surroundings, their antennae quivering slightly. Then Zhang Chen noticed a detail. The head of Ant No. 1 suddenly jerked back slightly as if stung by something. Then Ant No. 2 jerked as well. Ants 3 and 4 followed suit. It wasn't simultaneous, but rather a wave-like response, as if they were enduring some invisible impact. Zhang Chen's pupils constricted sharply. Wait a minute. A wild thought sprang to his mind, one that scared him. Was the mental pressure imposed on him by the secret realm being distributed among the 10,000 ants? If that were true, everything would make sense. No matter how terrifying the mental pressure, divided by 10,000, how much would be left? Not even a fraction. No wonder he only felt sleepy. That was already 1/10th of the mental pressure, which was a normal reaction. The more Zhang Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. But he calmed down and pondered a question: why had no one ever discovered this situation? The answer was almost self-evident. Warriors with summoning abilities were already a minority among the minority, and those who possessed summoning abilities usually summoned only one or two. The summoned entities helped them share a portion of the mental pressure, but the effect was limited, only allowing them to endure half a day longer, a day at most. From the outside it looked like, this person has decent talent. But that was all there was to it. Who would have thought the number of summons was the key? Who would have thought that once the quantity surpassed a certain threshold the mental pressure would be diluted to such an extent? No one had ever summoned 10,000 at once. Zhang Chun couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. He felt utterly at ease. He had been cautious before, afraid to push too deep into the secret realm, fearing that the mental pressure would suddenly erupt at some critical point, just as Zhang Jing had warned. But now accelerate. With a single thought, Ant No. One charged ahead. The ants behind followed closely. 2, 10, 100, 1,000, a full 10,000 giant ants surged forward at full speed, 60,000 legs striking the ground in sync, producing a deep and rhythmic rumble. The scene could only be described as terrifying. 10,000 black missiles roared forth, tearing through the mist of the secret realm and leaving countless afterimages. The formation remained intact, the speed undiminished, the momentum overwhelming. Zhang Chun walked at the center, his smile wildly rising. Let's do this. As they delved deeper into the secret realm, the environment began to change dramatically. The air was thickening with increasingly rich spiritual energy, and the colors in his vision transformed from dull gray to vibrant hues, as if someone had cranked the saturation to the maximum. Then treasures appeared. Not just one or two, but a flood of them. A 7-colored lotus bloomed serenely in a pond, its petals shimmering with rainbow light, filling the air with a clarifying fragrance. Zhang Chun had Ant No. 3 carefully pick it up, and just as he secured it, news came from ahead. Ant No. 5 had discovered a fruit tree. There were several fist-sized fruits, their skins translucent, the aroma rich enough to be detected from dozens of meters away. The scent was not like fruit, but rather akin to the essence of hundreds of floral fragrances distilled and concentrated, drilling straight into his nostrils. Pick them all. Zhang Chun did not hold back and gathered them all. Before he could catch his breath, there was another discovery on the left wing. Pine nuts, each as big as a fist, their shells gleaming like metal, hard enough to be as tough as stone. Zhang Chun cracked open one and tasted it. Instantly a wave of spiritual energy exploded from his tongue, coursing through his veins. Good stuff. Gather them all. Just under 200 meters further, a more outrageous sight, appeared a bunch of grapes. To be precise, they were grapes the size of watermelons. Each one was as large as a watermelon, the dark purple skin coated with a layer of white frost hanging heavily from a vine several meters thick. Zhang Chun stared with wide eyes. His current mindset was no different from that of a happy little squirrel. He collected each one he saw, leaving no trace behind. The purple wooden boxes had long been used up. They were standard containers for holding treasures. Zhang Chun hadn't brought that many boxes. He couldn't care less about that now. He stuffed everything into the material bags first. One material bag filled up, emptied the second, and continued to fill. Once the second was full, he emptied the third. By the time he reached the fourth material bag, Zhang Chun felt a bit embarrassed himself. This didn't feel like exploring a secret realm, it felt more like a supermarket sweep. But what he didn't know was that outside the secret realm the atmosphere was entirely different. At the entrance of the secret realm, Chen Liang had been stationed there for a full 3 days. His eyes were bloodshot, his lips cracked, and peeling, his stubble had grown wild, and he looked as if he had aged 10 years. Clutching a military water bottle in his hand, the water had long been consumed. It was the 8th day. Zhang Chun still hadn't come out. Chen Liang's heart had shifted from anticipation on the 6th day to anxiety on the 7th, and had now plunged into despair. He didn't believe Zhang Chen's talent could surpass Li Jun's. Who was Li Jun? The only 7th-tier warrior of Blue Star, who could only last 7 days in Secret Realm. No. 3. Zhang Chen's talent was indeed extraordinary. 10,000 giant ants were unprecedented. But that was a talent of quantity, not of mental strength. The fact that he hadn't emerged on the 8th day could only mean one thing. Something had gone wrong. Chen Liang's fists clenched silently. 10,000 giant ants. Such strong combat power entering a theoretically safe secret realm. No. 3. And yet an accident occurred. Had they encountered an unknown mutated area, or had the mental pressure exceeded the threshold, causing irreversible damage? Regardless of either possibility, the outcome was not what he wanted to see. Chen Liang cast one last glance at the twisted vortex of the secret realm's entrance. His lips moved, but no words came out. He turned around, his back stiff, leaving step by step. This young man was someone he had personally discovered. From the beginning of the physical training for college entrance exams, he had witnessed every step of the growth of the 10,000 ants. He had thought Zhang Chun would become the brightest star of Blue Star, but unexpectedly, Chen Liang shut his eyes tightly. Zhang Jing had long been forced to leave the secret realm. She and the police dog were the second to withdraw the next day. She wanted to continue searching, but 2 consecutive days of high-intensity mental strain had pushed her to the brink. As Zhang Chen's direct instructor, she could only wait anxiously. Waiting was more tormenting than being on the front lines. On the 6th day, Zhang Jing still comforted herself thinking that Zhang Chun might hold on for another day or two. On the 7th day, she began to feel restless. Li Jun's record was 7 days. Had Zhang Chun broken the record? Or was it? On the 8th day, one thought repeatedly circled in Zhang Jing's mind: it was I who let him in. Secret realm, no. 3. Theoretically safe. As long as precautions are taken, the only threat is the increasing mental pressure. Military Academy cultural class time. In the classroom, Zhang Chen's seat had been empty for several days. Zhang Chen hasn't come again. A boy in the back row stretched his neck to glance at the empty seat in front and asked the person next to him in a vague tone. I heard he was reassigned to carry out a mission. What kind of mission takes so long? The person next to him shrugged. I don't know, it's classified. Just think about those 10,000 big ants of his. How could they not send him on an important mission? Maybe he's out exterminating some beast's den. That makes sense. The boy clicked his tongue, his tone mixed with envy and an indescribable complexity. No one knew that at this moment Zhang Chun was crazily transporting treasures deep within Secret Realm. No. 3. Hoarding them like a hamster. On the 10th day, Zhang Chun finally felt something different. His head began to feel fuzzy, a heavy sense of confusion. It was as if he had drunk 3 or 4 bottles of beer, and the entire world was slightly swaying, his thoughts lagging a beat. He shook his head. 10,000 ants shook their heads in unison, the frequency noticeably higher than in previous days, shaking every few seconds. Some even showed brief signs of unsteady movement. The mental pressure began to rise exponentially after the 7th day, something Zhang Chun could feel. Even with 10,000 ants sharing the load, by the 10th day the portion weighing on him had become impossible to ignore. That's enough. Zhang Chun rubbed his temples and scanned his surroundings. He had filled 5 material bags with treasures, each one bulging and on the verge of bursting. The harvest had far exceeded expectations. There was no need to be greedy and risk himself. After all, he could enter once a month. He decided to take his time. Withdraw. He issued the command, and ant no. One changed direction. The 10,000 ants began to turn back. However, at that very moment, he turned around. Boom. A sound reverberated directly in his mind. It was as if someone had struck a great bell within his skull. The buzzing echo made his vision blur. Immediately after, a cold voice exploded deep within his consciousness. Conditions met. Inheritance begins. Zhang Chen froze. What was happening? First layer of the Diamond Sutra. Inheritance begins. What? Before he could react, a torrent of information surged into his mind, like a flood breaching a dam. There were texts and images, a kind of direct knowledge that bypassed all senses and reached the core of his consciousness. The methods, operational routes, and required treasures for cultivating the Diamond Sutra were instantly etched into his brain. If the first layer of the Diamond Sutra is successfully cultivated, using the Diamond Sutra will instantly enhance physical attributes tenfold. Zhang Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Tenfold. Instantly enhancing physical attributes tenfold. What kind of concept was that? But the next sentence caused the ecstasy on his face to freeze. Inheritance time 5 days. Failure to inherit results in death. Death. Those 2 words fell like a bucket of icy water over his head. Zhang Chun stood frozen in place, even his breath halted for a moment. The 10,000 ants around him sensed the intense fluctuation of their master's emotions, simultaneously halting their steps, their antennae waving frantically, and their alert postures heightened to the maximum. Zhang Chen's mind raced. Inheritance. This secret realm actually concealed an inheritance. Secret realm no. 3. Universally acknowledged as a safe and harmless mental trial ground. Everyone believed its value lay solely in testing mental strength. But in reality, it was a selection mechanism. The mental pressure was not a punishment, it was a test. Only those who stayed in the secret realm for a full 10 days were eligible to trigger the inheritance. 10 days. The strongest record in Blue Star history was 7 days. 3 full days short. If it weren't for the fact that he had 10,000 ants to share the mental pressure, and if he hadn't suddenly encountered this mechanism today, this inheritance would likely have remained asleep within Secret Realm no. 3 forever. No one would discover it. Zhang Chun licked his dry lips, his heart pounding fiercely in his chest. The first layer of the Diamond Sutra instantly enhancing physical attributes tenfold. He began to calculate in his mind. During these days in the Secret Realm, he had been hoarding treasures while cultivating, and he hadn't stopped consuming spiritual energy, which was almost overflowing from his pores. His foundational punching power had skyrocketed from when he first entered, now conservatively estimated 1200 kilograms, which is 12 tons. This was purely foundational punching power without any martial skills, talents, or equipment enhancements. His strength talent had increased with the improvement of his physical attributes, and the multiplication factor had quietly climbed from 20 times to 24 times. The clevel peak of the mountain-shattering fist increased attack power by 5 times, and he could fully harness the tenfold enhancement of the 4th-tier boxing gloves. 5 times plus 10 times equals an increase of 15 times. Multiplying by the 24 times of strength talent results in 4,608 tons. This number was already close to the standard punching power of 5-tier fighters at 5,000 tons. However, what if he learned the Diamond Sutra and his physical attributes were enhanced tenfold? An enhancement in physical attributes means a direct tenfold increase in foundational punching power, becoming 120 tons. The leap in physical attributes would simultaneously elevate the output level of strength talent, and the multiplication factor would only rise higher, not lower. Calculating based on this conservative number, 120/24, 115. Zhang Chen's fingers trembled as he calculated halfway. Under the strongest state, his punching power would far exceed the standard punching power of 5-tier fighters, though he was still far from the 60-year standard of 500 tons. As a newly enrolled military academy student, he could contend with 5-tier warriors in terms of punching power output. Of course, 5-tier warriors wouldn't be inexperienced. They also had martial skills, talents, and equipment enhancements. But this punching power was already terrifying enough. Zhang Chun felt his blood boiling in his veins. What Wang family? What does the Wang family matter? The strongest combat power of the Wang family was only 6th-tier. If he could obtain this inheritance and stabilize his strength, the Wang family would have to steer clear of him in the future, keeping a low profile. When he had no strength, of course, he had to keep a low profile, retract his neck, and endure. But with strength, who still keeps a low profile? A low profile is a virtue reserved for those without trump cards. Wealth and honor do not return to the hometown, like wearing a brocade robe in the night. But Zhang Chun quickly calmed down for 2 seconds. The conditions for inheritance were to complete the cultivation within 5 days, or death. 5 days. Moreover, the mental pressure in the secret realm was still rising. He had already stayed for 10 days, staying 5 more days would bring him to the 15th day. By then, even with 10,000 ants sharing the load, the mental pressure he faced would reach an extremely terrifying level, cultivating an unknown high-tier martial skill in a state of mental confusion. 5 days. Fail and perish. Zhang Chen's Adam's apple rolled up and down as his tongue licked over his cracked lips. The stakes were too high, but the rewards were even greater. Blood red slowly appeared in Zhang Chen's eyes. 5 days right. Zhang Chun clenched his fists, the joints cracking loudly. 10,000 ants closed in synchronously, building an impenetrable black barrier around him, antennae like a forest, their compound eyes sparkling like stars. I'm definitely going to learn it. Zhang Chun sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. A flash of golden light appeared in his mind, and the entirety of the first layer of the King Kong art surfaced like a brand. Every character, every pathway was crystal clear, impossible to forget. He silently read it word by word. Good heavens, the more he looked, the more horrified he became. The cultivation path of this technique was extremely perverse. The spiritual energy had to circulate along specific meridians. Moreover, each meridian had strict requirements for order and timing. Even a slight deviation would lead to total failure. What was even more outrageous was that relying solely on spiritual energy was not enough. It had to be catalyzed with the energy of treasures. Without the treasures, this technique was nothing but a pile of waste paper. Zhang Chen quickly summoned the list of treasures in his mind, checking them one by one. Rainbow lotus needed. Scarlet flame spirit fruit needed. The more he looked, the colder his heart became. Didn't this cultivation of the first layer require too many things? However, he soon felt immense joy as he had packed 5 material bags. After confirming everything, all the treasures were accounted for. Zhang Chun let out a long breath, his scalp tingling with fear. If he forgot 1 material bag today, he would have wasted this inheritance. He wasn't worried about the meridian routes. The human meridian map was a compulsory subject in high school. He had memorized it thoroughly in his first year of school and could draw it with his eyes closed. However, the operating route of the King Kong art was so complex, it was mind-boggling, almost requiring the connection of all 365 main meridians and 1,200 branch meridians. This wasn't just cultivating a technique, it was like giving the entire body a thorough health check. Zhang Chen no longer hesitated. He took out the rainbow lotus from the material bag. A warm sensation filled his palm. The lotus petals were crystal clear, with 7 colors gently swirling on the petals, the light, soft yet brilliant. The knowledge of the inheritance discerned in his mind. Rainbow lotus and strength treasure. Zhang Chun was frozen in place. And strength treasure. His hands trembled. He was well aware of the market price of strength treasure starting at 100 billion, where there were no buyers at that price. He looked down at the softly glowing lotus in his hand, his mind racing with calculations. 100 billion, how much is that? And now he had to eat this thing. Zhang Chen felt his heart bleed. No, it was gushing blood. He took one last deep look at the rainbow lotus, his gaze akin to watching a pile of cash about to be burned. Damn it. He closed his eyes, bit down, and stuffed the entire rainbow lotus into his mouth. Crunch. The moment his teeth broke through the lotus petal, an intense fragrance exploded in his mouth. That fragrance was not an ordinary floral scent, but a shockwave carrying terrifying energy, piercing through his entire cranial cavity from the tip of his tongue. Immediately, boom. The violent energy swelled in his mouth like he had swallowed a bomb. Zhang Chen's cheeks bulged instantly, his mouth was stretched round, and his entire face contorted. He clenched his teeth tightly, lips sealed, refusing to leave even a tiny gap. What a joke. This was 100 billion. 100 billion. Even if a wisp of energy escaped, that would be a loss of several hundred million, which he could not afford. Zhang Chen's face turned red, his cheeks puffed out like a frog, as if he were practicing some long-lost frog technique. The energy surged in his mouth, constantly battering his teeth and lips, trying to escape through any crack. He mustered every ounce of strength and swallowed hard. Glug! That violent energy was forcibly pushed down his throat, rushing into his stomach. In an instant, Zhang Chen's belly felt like it had been pumped full of hundreds of liters of air, visibly bulging. His clothes were stretched tight. Not just his belly. His arms were swelling, his legs were swelling, his neck was swelling, even his fingers grew thicker. He felt like a balloon that was being inflated wildly, ready to burst at any moment. Pain, excruciating pain. It felt like every blood vessel and muscle fiber was being torn apart by the energy. It felt as if thousands of red-hot iron needles were simultaneously piercing his entire body, or as if someone had set fire to him from the inside out. Damn! Zhang Chen cursed inwardly. It was just swallowing a treasure, wasn't it a bit too exaggerated? Wouldn't he explode directly? Would he end up as a puddle of meat instead? The sense of fear surged sharply. No, he couldn't panic. Zhang Chen forcibly suppressed the terror in his heart, and without time to think further, he immediately began to operate the King Kong arts route. The first step started from the heart. He focused his consciousness on his heart, guiding the spiritual energy into the heart meridian. Thump, thump, thump. His heart beat like a drum, each beat heavy, as if a hammer was striking his chest. The speed increased so fast Zhang Chen felt that his heart would leap out of his throat at any moment. The spiritual energy started to flow from the heart meridian, following the route prescribed by the King Kong art. Slow. So slow it was despairing. The spiritual energy crawled along the meridians like a half-dead snail, inch by inch. With every inch forward, intense rejection and tearing sensations coursed through his body, as if the meridians themselves resisted this route. Cold sweat dripped heavily from his forehead. Zhang Chen's back was already soaked. He gritted his teeth and operated for about a minute, and the spiritual energy had only traversed 1% of the first main meridian. At this speed, to complete the first layer of cultivation, 5 days, 50 days wouldn't be enough. Zhang Chen felt a chill in his heart. The time in the secret realm was limited, and the mental pressure was mounting. He couldn't afford to lag behind. His mind raced. Since it was an inheritance and something left for future generations, it couldn't be a dead end. The inheritor wouldn't design a technique that was fundamentally impossible to cultivate just to toy with people. There must be some key step he had overlooked. Suddenly Zhang Chen thought of the violent energy still rampaging. That's right. The technique mentioned needing treasures to work in conjunction, so the energy of the treasure wasn't just to be swallowed, it had to participate in the circulation of the spiritual energy. Zhang Chen immediately shifted his focus to his abdomen. The energy of the rainbow lotus was rampaging within him, darting about like a wild beast trapped in a cage, constantly slamming into his internal organs and meridians. Zhang Chen carefully extended a wisp of spiritual energy, cautiously separating a small portion of power from that rampaging energy. His technique was extremely cautious, as if he were dismantling wires in a pile of explosives. A wisp of energy was successfully separated. He guided that wisp of energy to merge with the circulating spiritual energy. Boom! A cataclysmic change erupted. The moment the two powers collided, it was as if a spark had ignited a barrel of oil. The spiritual energy and the treasure's energy underwent a violent fusion reaction, and its operating speed skyrocketed. The spiritual energy, which had been crawling like a snail, instantly transformed into a surging torrent racing through the meridians at breakneck speed. At least 10 times the speed. Zhang Chen's eyes widened, nearly shouting out loud. Yes, this is how it should be. This is the cultivation speed the King Kong art should have. He ignored the tearing pain coursing through his body, fully guiding more of the rainbow lotus energy into the spiritual energy's route. The two powers intertwined, forming a golden energy torrent within him, rapidly penetrating through every meridian along the complex route prescribed by the King Kong art. The swelling throughout his body began to recede. It was like a balloon that had been pricked. The inflated limbs and torso slowly returned to their original state. The rampaging energy was incorporated into the spiritual energy's operation, no longer a destroyer, but a catalyst and fuel. Zhang Chen felt a lot more relaxed. The pain persisted, but it had decreased from a life-and-death level to a bearable range. The energy of the rainbow lotus was rapidly depleting. Cultivating the King Kong art was like a bottomless pit, devouring energy at an outrageous speed. Before long, that once formidable strength treasure energy was completely exhausted. The speed of the spiritual energy's operation immediately slowed down. Zhang Chen did not hesitate. He reached for the material bag, took out the scarlet flame spirit fruit, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Having already consumed 100 billion, did he care about this little bit of money? Did it hurt? Yes. It hurt so much he wanted to cry. But now was not the time for self-pity. The cultivation of the King Kong art had just begun. Giving up halfway would be the greatest waste. That would mean the rainbow lotus was eaten for nothing, and 100 billion would be in vain. Rather than waste 100 billion, it was better to spend a little more to complete the technique. Zhang Chen calculated this clearly. The energy of the Scarlet Flame Spirit Fruit was nowhere near as intense as the Rainbow Lotus, but it excelled in endurance. The speed of the spiritual energy's operation returned to normal, continuing to rush along the meridians. As the Scarlet Flame Spirit Fruit was depleted, he switched to the Jade Essence. After the Jade Essence was used up, he switched to the Purple Gold Spirit Mushroom. One after another, the material bags visibly shrank. Zhang Chen was completely immersed in his cultivation. All external perceptions were blocked, and his entire consciousness was focused on the circulation of spiritual energy within his body. He felt the tremors as every meridian was connected, sensing the subtle changes occurring in his body under the baptism of energy. Time lost its meaning in such an extreme state of concentration. 10,000 ants surrounded him, clustered tightly in a circle. The mental pressure continued to slowly increase, but with the burden shared by the 10,000 ants, the portion on Zhang Chen was still within tolerable limits. However, the condition of the ants was not good. The first ant closest to him trembled slightly with its 6 legs, its head swaying left and right like a drunken man who had consumed 3 pounds of liquor. The other ants were not much better off, wobbling and stumbling, with a few even flipping over, struggling for a long time with their 6 legs in the air before managing to right themselves. The mental pressure affected them far more than it did Zhang Chen. He did not know how much time had passed. Finally, the last meridian in his body was connected by the torrent of spiritual energy. All 365 main meridians and 1,200 secondary meridians had been opened. The first layer of the golden body technique had formed a perfect closed loop for the circulation of spiritual energy. At the moment the loop was completed, a golden light suddenly erupted from the surface of Zhang Chen's skin. The light appeared quickly and disappeared just as fast, like a fleeting glimpse, but the sense of power surging from the depths of his very marrow remained. It worked. Zhang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and felt so exhilarated that he nearly jumped up. He had successfully cultivated the first layer of the golden body technique in just under 5 days. The joy of success had not lasted 3 seconds before an overwhelming fatigue hit him like a tsunami. 5 days of intense mental concentration, 5 days of spiritual energy circulation, and 5 days of repeated energy cleansing had finally taken their toll at this moment. Zhang Chen's eyelids felt as heavy as lead, his head buzzed, and his limbs were as soft as noodles. He could not sleep. Absolutely not here. The mental pressure was still present, seeming to have reached a certain limit and no longer increasing, but if he lost consciousness here, the ants would not hold out for long either. Number 1. Zhang Chen called out hoarsely. The first ant shook its head, struggling to steady itself on its 6 legs clumsily, bringing its body closer to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen jumped onto the ant's back. Let's go back. The first ant let out a low, throaty cry, leading the ant swarm to turn around. The 10,000 giant ants began to charge forward. The speed was fast, but the formation was crooked. The ants swayed left and right as they ran like a drunken army on an urgent march. A few ants nearly crashed into a rock wall while running, correcting their course only after nudging their heads against nearby companions. Zhang Chen lay on the first ant's back, gripping tightly onto the protrusions of its shell. He glanced down at the material bags beside him, his heart skipping a beat. Of the 5 treasure material bags, only half of one still contained items. He had consumed 4.5 bags of treasures just to cultivate the first layer of the golden body technique. 4.5 bags. Zhang Chen did not dare to calculate the exact amount. That 7-colored lotus alone was worth 100 billion, plus all those miscellaneous spiritual fruits, jade marrow, and spiritual mushrooms. The total value must have reached 400 to 500 billion. It hurt, it truly hurt. But then Zhang Chen clenched his right fist. A surge of warmth flowed through his chest, washing away the pain. Was it worth it? He would know once he tried. Zhang Chen steadied himself on the ant's back and suddenly struck out with his right fist. His fist ripped through the air. Bang! A crisp sound of air exploding. The punch's wind swept forward, hitting a protruding rock wall ahead, causing a web of cracks to explode on its surface. Zhang Chen's pupils constricted sharply. Most of the energy from the treasures he had consumed over those 5 days had indeed been used to cultivate the golden body technique. However, a small portion of residual energy had seeped into his muscles and bones, genuinely enhancing his physical quality. He silently felt it and made a rough estimate. His standard punching power was around 20 tons. How much was it before? Did it increase by that much? Zhang Chen had no time to ponder further, silently chanting. Golden body technique. Boom. A series of crisp cracking sounds erupted from his bones, and a faint golden sheen appeared on the surface of his skin. This was not the fleeting light from before, it was a stable golden glow that covered every inch of his skin. His power was exploding in growth. Muscle fibers tightened and expanded in the golden light, bones hardened like iron, and the pliability and hardness of his skin reached terrifying levels. Tenfold. His physical quality had increased tenfold. The base punching power of 20 tons multiplied by the tenfold enhancement of the golden body technique equaled 200 tons. Zhang Chen's body was covered in goosebumps, and he even forgot his fatigue. He carefully sensed his power talent again. Before cultivating the golden body technique, his power talent multiplier was 24 times. And now, Zhang Chen closed his eyes, perceiving the operation of his power talent within his body. 40 times. The multiplier had skyrocketed from 24 times to 40 times. Zhang Chen lay on the ant's back, his gaze lost for a while. He began to frantically calculate in his mind. Base punching power 20 tons. Golden body techniques 10-fold enhancement 200 tons. Power talent of 40 times 8,000 tons. Then adding the 5-fold attack bonus from the Clevel martial skill mountain shattering fist. Finally adding the 10-fold attack bonus from the 4th tier fist wraps, that's 1 to 8,000 tons. Zhang Chen's pupils shook violently. 1 to 8,000 tons. The standard punching power of a 6th tier warrior is 5,000 tons. His strongest burst was about to reach the 6th tier standard, and his physical quality had not even broken through the 3rd tier. Zhang Chen opened his mouth, but no sound came out for a long time. This expedition into the secret realm was worth it. The explosive increase in strength gained from treasures worth 4 to 500 billion had been spent perfectly. The ant swarm rushed through the secret realm at breakneck speed. Zhang Chen lay on the first ant's back, letting fatigue and excitement wash over his nerves, a silly grin plastered on his face. Secret realm exit. Near the exit, several people stood scattered about, some just coming from the secret realm, others preparing to go out, chatting in small groups about their harvests. What good stuff did you get this time? Don't mention it, just picked a few wild fruits, what a loss. I had decent luck, found a. The conversation was cut off. Suddenly the ground beneath their feet began to shake. The slight tremor quickly escalated into a violent shaking, as if some enormous beast was moving at high speed, getting closer. Debris rolled across the ground, dust flying everywhere. Everyone's face changed dramatically. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? No, it's coming from over there. Beast tide. I haven't heard that the 3rd secret realm would have a beast tide. A few timid ones had already begun to retreat, preparing to flee. The shaking grew more intense. A rumbling sound approached from afar, like 1,000 troops galloping. A dense swarm of giant ants poured out of the secret realm's exit like a flood, their 6 sturdy limbs striking the ground with a rhythmic and muffled thud, kicking up dust clouds that obscured the sky. On the back of the foremost giant ant was a person. The person's hair was disheveled, looking utterly exhausted, yet a grin that could not be suppressed tugged at the corners of their mouth. The ant swarm whistled past, bursting out of the secret realm and quickly disappearing, leaving a group of people standing in place, staring at each other. They remained silent for a full 10 seconds. Is that Zhang Chen? One person stuttered. It seems so. The military has been searching for him ever. Wait, didn't he enter the secret realm 15 days ago? Yeah, he went in 15 days ago, and now he just came out. Did he stay in there for a full 15 days? How did he endure the mental pressure of this secret realm? He went in alone with 10,000 ants and stayed in there for 15 days. Everyone looked at each other, seeing the same bewilderment in each other's eyes. No one could answer these questions. One person rubbed their eyes, doubting whether they were hallucinating. Did I just see things? No one answered, because everyone was thinking the same question. What kind of extraordinary evaluation would the secret realm give? Outside the secret realm, on the 7th day after Zhang Chen entered the secret realm, City 3 was in an uproar. The news could not be hidden at all. That day there were at least several hundred people who personally witnessed Zhang Chen leading 10,000 giant ants into the entrance of the secret realm. The military district continuously dispatched several search teams, each returning empty-handed. 7 days passed with no news. In the tea houses, training grounds, and supply exchange stations of City 3, people were discussing this matter everywhere. There are many entrances to the 3rd secret realm within the Misty Zone, but they all lead to the same realm. Have you heard? The newcomer who could summon 10,000 giant ants is gone. This, what a talent. One person could match a small army yet. What could possibly be in the secret realm that could... But that's 10,000 giant ants. No one could answer this question. Outside the Misty Zone, the trending topics on major platforms were dominated by the same name. Zhang Chen, the strongest dark horse of the college entrance examination training, suspected to have perished in the secret realm. The fall of a genius, the mystery of the annihilation of the 10,000 ant army. What has Blue Star lost? An in-depth analysis of Zhang Chen's combat potential. The comments section was in an uproar, with some expressing sorrow, some questioning, and others mockingly saying he overestimated himself. When Zhou Hua scrolled past this news, his phone slipped from his hand. The large headline on the screen felt like a dull knife stabbing into his heart with each word. His body swayed, his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. Impossible. How could Zhang Chen possibly be? The ants he summoned could tear apart 4th-tier monsters. What kind of monster could wipe them all out? The 3rd secret realm was considered relatively safe. But reason told him it had been 7 days. Currently the record for the longest stay in the 3rd secret realm was held by Blue Star's number 1 Li Jun. With an S rating, he had stayed inside for 7 days. No matter how much Zhou Hua believed in Zhang Chen, he couldn't say his talent could surpass Li Jun's. He clenched his fists and remained motionless for a long time. Then he silently took out a cigarette and lit it. But a voice deep inside him said, "Wait a little longer, wait another day." Chunlan looked at his pale face and quietly sat beside him. In the misty zone at the military academy, Liao was cleaning her weapon in her dormitory. Suddenly, she heard a discussion entering her ears. On the 7th day after Zhang Chun entered the 3rd secret realm, there is still no news. The military has stopped searching. Bang! Liao suddenly stood up, her chair sliding back and crashing against the wall. Yao Yao, what's wrong? Tan Min poked her head out from the upper bunk. Liao did not reply, her face pale, grabbing her coat and rushing outside. Tan Min saw her expression and felt a jolt in her heart, flipping out of bed to chase after her. The two of them ran like mad towards the entrance of the secret realm. The distance from the military academy to the secret realm entrance was not short. They ran out of breath, their shoes scraping the ground with a harsh sound. At the entrance of the secret realm, 2 soldiers blocked their way. Entry is not permitted. This is a military order. Let me in. Liao said, her eyes red, her voice trembling. My classmate is inside. Sorry, your strength is insufficient. Going in would only lead to your demise. Tan Min grabbed Liao's arm, and the two of them stood outside the secret realm, staring at the white entrance, as if it were a swirling vortex that devoured everything. Liao bit her lip, her nails digging into her palm. She couldn't believe it, she couldn't believe that Zhang Chun would die in a place like this. In the boys' dormitory at the military academy, Lu Wei lay on the bed, feeling completely drained. Did my adoptive father just disappear like that? His voice was hoarse as his fist slammed down on the bed, producing a dull thud. Beside him, Tong Bo remained silent, his lips pressed into a line. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ying leaned against the wall, her eyes red. Her voice trembled slightly. Fei Zhang Chun entered the secret realm and hasn't come out yet. After all, during the training period, Zhang Chun saved our lives. How long has he been in there? Wang Fei's voice was calm, but her speech was a beat slower than usual. It's now the 8th day? Oh, just a single word. Wang Fei's beautiful face showed a dazed expression. Wang Jian was at the military district, his cigarette nearly burned to the filter without him noticing. Li Jianxing lit another one beside him, taking a hard puff, the smoke concealing his expression. Damn. Wang Jian crushed the cigarette, but on the ground, such a good seedling, how could it be? The two big men stood there silently smoking. Zhang Chun, with such great talent, had actually died in the sea. Deep within the misty zone atop a high mountain, a throne made of bones and ice stood at the peak. Your Majesty, a 6-tailed white fox knelt on the ground, its fur as white as fresh snow, speaking with the utmost respect. According to reliable sources, the human genius Zhang Chun has fallen within the secret realm. On the throne, a 7-tailed fox lazily flicked its tail, its vertical pupils narrowing slightly. Which Zhang Chun? The one who can summon 10,000 ants. That one. The 7-tailed fox paused its tail-flicking motion. It shouldn't be. There's nothing in the 3rd secret realm that can threaten him. It's already the 8th day, Your Majesty. He has not come out. The 7-tailed fox fell silent for a moment, its tail starting to sway again, its tone returning to a casual indifference. The 8th day. Then he is indeed dead. I forget it. Dead people aren't worth wasting time on. The 6-tailed fox retreated in response. The mountaintop returned to silence, with only the cold wind whistling through the gaps of the bones. On the 15th day, at the entrance of the 3rd secret realm, a white stone tablet stood silently, its towering body covered in the names and ratings of martial artists throughout the ages. Then, boom, the stone tablet suddenly shook violently without warning. The ground cracked, debris flew, and the station soldiers staggered back, nearly falling. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? A strong white light burst forth from within the tablet, so blinding that one could not open their eyes. The pillar of light shot into the sky, tearing a rift in the gloomy mist. Not just this one. Throughout the misty zone, all the white stone tablets at the entrances of the 3rd secret realm trembled and glowed simultaneously. At the very top of the white stone tablet, golden letters appeared stroke by stroke. SS level rating Zhang Chun. Everyone who saw this scene was frozen in place. SSS. A soldier rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misread. 3 S's. Isn't level the highest rating? What the hell is going on? The news exploded at the speed of light, instantly drowned in various exclamations and inquiries. An emergency meeting among military high-ups was convened within 3 minutes. Reporters from various media outlets surged toward the misty zone like sharks smelling blood. Outside the misty zone, all platforms' trending topics were refreshed at the same second. The 3rd secret realm has produced an SS level rating. Zhang Chun is not dead. He has set the highest record in Blue Star in 20 years. S level is not the limit. The evaluation system of the secret realm has been rewritten. The comments section crashed immediately. Zhou Hua saw the message and instantly became excited. I told you Xiao Chen wouldn't die. His voice trembled, his eyes growing warm as he gripped his phone tightly, causing it to creak. Chen was also moved to tears. At the entrance of the secret realm, Li Yao and Tan Min would come to check every day, and today they simultaneously witnessed the violent reaction of the stone tablet. Li Yao stared at the 3 golden SS tears falling to the ground. He's out, she murmured, then suddenly grasped Tan Min's hand tightly. Lu Wei was also at the entrance of the secret realm. SSS. My adoptive father is amazing. At that moment Zhang Chun was sitting on the broad back of Ant No. 1A, and as he burst out from the secret realm the blinding white light made him squint. Behind him a swarm of 10,000 giant ants poured out, a black tide of ants covering the entire exit area stretching for thousands of meters. On the back of one giant ant was a massive beehive over 20 meters long, golden honey seeping from the cracks, exuding an overwhelming sweet fragrance. The stone tablet continued to tremble, and golden light flickered. Zhang Chen glanced at the inscription on top of the tablet, noting the SS level rating. Oh, no wonder it was shaking so violently. However, he didn't have the heart to focus on that right now. The moment he exited the secret realm, 2 wooden boxes appeared out of nowhere in his hands. One was as black as ink, and the other was bright red, warm to the touch, as if something alive was stirring inside. He understood the rules. The longer one stayed in the secret realm, the better the rewards upon exiting. 15 days, that should be unprecedented. But now was not the time to ponder the rewards. Because everyone's gaze around him was fixed on him. They looked at him with the eyes of a monster. Zhang Chen's expression remained unchanged as he quickly shoved the 2 wooden boxes into his backpack. Just as the zipper was pulled up, boom, the air exploded. A dozen waves of energy surged from different directions, wrapped in killing intent, rushing towards him like lightning. A dozen martial artists sprang from the crowd. With long knives, short swords, and chains, various weapons whistled through the air, all aimed at Zhang Chen. The ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart made everyone cringe. Zhang Chen's pupils shrank. Assassination. In the city. In front of so many people. Were these people insane? Assassinations shouldn't be happening inside the city. Sneaky and undercover, right? Whoosh. The swarm of ants shot out like lightning, moving so fast that the naked eye could only catch black after images. Sizzle. Blood mist erupted. A dozen ambushers were torn to shreds in midair, not even having time to severed limbs, and broken weapons clattered to the ground. From the moment they attacked to when it ended, it was less than a second. The surrounding crowd screamed in terror, retreating in a frenzy. Zhang Chen smirked. Is that all? Do I have 10,000 ants beside me just for show? He glanced at the wreckage on the ground, his gaze turning icy. It seemed that his SS level rating had provoked these people. Just as he had emerged, they were eager to kill him. Zhang Chen. A familiar voice called from afar. Zhang Chen turned to see Li Yao, Tan Min, and a group of military academy classmates desperately running towards him. Li Yao's eyes were still red, her tear streaks still visible. The moment she saw Zhang Chen sitting fine on the back of the ant, she felt as if all her strength had been drained and her knees buckled. Tan Min supported her, also laughing, but as she laughed, tears fell again. Zhang Chen looked at their disheveled appearance, feeling a slight warmth in his heart. He waved at them. Li Yao wiped her face and, pulling Tan Min, climbed up onto Ant No. One's back using both hands and feet. The female classmates from the class followed closely, one after another, climbing up. A few male classmates from high school, Lu Wei and Tong Bo, all squeezed up as well. The back of Ant No. One was wide enough to comfortably accommodate dozens of people. Zhang Chen. Awesome plus. Lu Wei exaggeratedly patted Zhang Chen's shoulder, his voice cracking. 15 days, you stayed in the secret realm for 15 days. How did you manage that SSS level? The number 1 in Blue Star. Zhang Chen, you are incredible. Tong Bo gave a thumbs up, his face flushed with excitement. Wow, what a big beehive. Tan Min's attention was drawn to the gigantic object on the back of the giant ant, her eyes widening. What is this? Brought out from the secret realm. Zhang Chen did not elaborate, simply responding coolly. Let's go back to school first. Ant No. One began to stride forward, the ant swarm automatically clearing a path ahead, the black tide parting the crowd, and no one dared to approach. Just less than 100 meters out. Whoosh. 2 more black figures sprang from the street corner, their daggers aimed directly at Zhang Chen. Clap. The forelimbs of 2 giant ants blocked the daggers, while the mandibles of 2 other giant ants snapped shut simultaneously with a crunch. The 2 corpses were tossed to the roadside. Still coming. Li Yao frowned, her beautiful brows knitting together, her tear streaks still not dried, her gaze turning sharp. Who sent these people? Zhang Chen did not answer, his eyes scanning the surrounding buildings and dark alleys. Nearby martial artists were frightened and scattered, pressing against the walls to keep their distance, fearing the ants would mistake them for enemies and kill them. The entire street was cleared by the swarm of ants, leaving only Zhang Chen and his group marching forward with great momentum. The military academy's support troops quickly arrived. Fully armed soldiers rushed over, swiftly establishing a perimeter around the ant swarm to maintain order. Upon seeing the giant ants, Zhang Jing felt as if she had come back to life. For the past few days, she had been blaming herself for approving Zhang Chen's entry into the secret realm. If Zhang Chen had truly died inside, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Now it was all good. Not only did he come out alive, but he also achieved an SS level rating from the secret realm. Zhang Jing's expression fluctuated between seriousness and relief. Zhang Chen, what unexpected events happened in there? Nothing, just stayed a few extra days inside, Zhang Chun replied. Zhang Jing twitched her lips. A few extra days? You broke the 20-year record of Blue Star, how can you call that just a few extra days? She did not press further, simply waving her hand to have the soldiers escort the ant swarm forward. On the way there were 3 more waves of assassination attempts. All were resolved by the ants in less than half a second. Zhang Chun couldn't even be bothered to take a second look. At the entrance of the military academy, Zhang Chun jumped down from Ant No. 1's back and issued commands to the ant swarm. 9,999 giant ants turned in unison, the black tide surging towards the city exit, the ground trembling slightly beneath their feet. Only Ant No. 1 remained quietly lying beside Zhang Chun, its enormous compound eyes reflecting the surrounding people's terrified and awed gazes. Zhang Chun patted Ant No. 1's leg and turned towards the school gate. In his backpack, the weight of the 2 wooden boxes was heavy. What exactly were the rewards for the SS level rating? He was eager to find a secluded place to open and take a look. Besides the diamond technique provided by the secret realm, what other good things were there? Zhang Chun looked at his classmates in the courtyard, knowing that it would be inconvenient to take out the 2 treasures from the secret realm reward. Liao suddenly pointed at the corner of the wall, her eyes wide with surprise. Zhang Chun followed her gaze. A beehive over 20 meters long sat there, shimmering with a faint golden hue in the sunlight. Yes, honey is delicious, Zhang Chun said, walking over and reaching out to touch the surface of the hive. He had been eating it every day for the past few days, and there was still plenty of honey. The hive was filled to the brim, far too much to consume. Other classmates gathered around, their eyes full of curiosity. A few brave boys even leaned in to smell it, drooling from the rich aroma. Zhang Chun felt a spark of inspiration. With so much honey, why not let everyone have a taste? He turned and went inside, rummaging through the storage room for a box of mineral water. He emptied the water inside, took out a small knife, and pried open the hive. In an instant, a rich, almost tangible aroma burst forth, sweet enough to make one intoxicated. Wow! Lu Wei couldn't help but exclaim. The light yellow honey flowed slowly from the hive, resembling liquid gold. Everyone's mouths watered uncontrollably, even the girls couldn't help but lose their composure. Zhang Chun picked up a mineral water bottle and aimed it at the cut in the hive. The honey flowed slowly into the bottle, making a gurgling sound. Soon 1 bottle was full. Wei Ge, here you go. Zhang Chun handed the honey to Lu Wei, who received the bottle with shining eyes. Without hesitation, he licked the honey off the outside of the mineral water bottle. The next moment, Lu Wei froze. Wow, this is way too delicious. He widened his eyes. Wait, is this a treasure? Lu Wei felt the spiritual energy within him surging wildly, the speed astonishing. Such an effect could definitely not be achieved by ordinary food. This was something only rare treasures could accomplish. It certainly wasn't something of great quality. Buzz. The courtyard instantly erupted in excitement. Treasure. Is this for real? Damn, Zhang Chun is being way too generous. How much is this worth? The classmates discussed among themselves, their gazes towards Lu Wei filled with envy. Don't worry, everyone will get some. Zhang Chun waved his hand. Liao suddenly stepped forward, her beautiful face filled with seriousness. Zhang Chun, we can't accept such an important treasure. Tianmin nodded, as well, biting her lip. Yes, it's too precious. Zhang Chun smiled. It's fine, this honey probably weighs several tons. Just come and fill a bottle each, it's just for a taste. As he spoke, he filled several more bottles effortlessly, as if pouring plain water. A bottle of mineral water was only about a pound in volume. He could afford that much. Come on, you all can fill your own bottles. Zhang Chun beckoned to his classmates. Boom. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm. Zhang Chun, you're so kind. One female classmate's eyes sparkled. Father of virtue, thank you. Tian Tao and Tong Bo among the boys kept shouting, eager to bow down. Everyone carefully filled their mineral water bottles with honey, afraid to spill even a drop. After the boys finished filling their bottles, they didn't care about their image and directly licked the honey off the outside. Each of their faces displayed pure bliss. The girls were a bit more reserved, dipping their fingers in the honey on the bottle and secretly tasting it. The next moment, expressions of pure happiness bloomed on their faces. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was distracted, Zhang Chun quietly took several more bottles. He handed them to Liao Tenmin and Lu Wei. Liao received the honey, her face slightly flushed. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately just softly said, thank you. The classmates chatted for a while in the courtyard before reluctantly leaving. As they departed, everyone glanced back several times at the massive beehive. Zhang Chun was about to return to his bedroom to check the rewards from the secret realm when he suddenly noticed Chun Liang and Zhang Jing standing outside the courtyard. Xiao He followed closely beside Chun Liang, watching the first ant with some trepidation. The enormous ant was resting in the corner, its antennae twitching slightly. Director Chen, Instructor Zhang, is there something I can help you with? Zhang Chen quickly jogged over. Zhang Chen, you have brought us honor this time. Chun Liang said with a broad smile. I never expected the secret realm evaluation would be SSS level. Director Chun, it was just good luck. Zhang Chun scratched his head. Chun Liang's expression suddenly turned grim. Zhang Chen, we have found out who tried to assassinate you this time. It was the Blood Moon Cult. Blood Moon Cult? Zhang Chun asked perplexed. The Blood Moon Cult is an evil cult, Chun Liang said solemnly. They believe that humanity cannot withstand the beast tide, and have already allied with the beast, secretly assassinating the talents of the human race. They used to operate in secrecy, but this time it seems your talent provoked them, leading to an open assassination within the city. Zhang Chun understood. Such traitors existed at all times. Zhang Chun, you should avoid going out in the future to prevent encountering danger, Zhang Jing reminded from the side, her eyes filled with concern. Okay. Zhang Chun nodded. He still had a half bag of treasures left with enough resources, so there was no need to go out for adventures. Suddenly Zhang Chun remembered something, and hurriedly grabbed 2 mineral water bottles. He emptied the water, filled them with honey, and handed them to Chun Liang and Zhang Jing. Director Chun, we can't accept your things. Chun Liang quickly waved his hand. Zhang Jing nodded as well. Xiao Hei, smelling the sweet scent of honey, became restless. It stuck out its long tongue, drooling continuously, its eyes fixed on the mineral water bottles. Zhang Chun reacted quickly, filled another bottle, and tossed it to Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei caught the mineral water bottle skillfully with its mouth. In that instant, Xiao Hei's eyes widened, its tail wagging like a fan. It made satisfied sounds almost. Chun Liang felt a bit embarrassed. Wasn't this taking advantage of a student? Director Chun, this is just a small thing to taste. Zhang Chun pointed at the huge beehive behind him. Look, I still have several tons here. Alright then, I won't be polite, Chun Liang said, reaching out to take it. He was also curious. Xiao Hei had never been this satisfied before. What kind of honey was this? Seeing that Chun Liang had accepted it, Zhang Jing took one as well. She was drawn in by the honey's aroma, and couldn't resist taking a small sip. Instantly, Zhang Jing's eyes widened. This isn't a grade special treasure. As an instructor, she was already well versed in the knowledge of treasures. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy within her, she quickly made her judgment. As in a grade special treasure, the honey's effects were self-evident. Most importantly, it was delicious. Unlike other A-grade treasures which had good effects, but questionable taste, some felt like eating grass. A grade special treasure. Chun Liang was taken aback. He had only heard of such treasures, but had never had the chance to taste them. Treasures of this level were usually used to cultivate the most elite talents. No wonder Xiao Hei was so satisfied. Hearing Zhang Jing say this, he felt embarrassed to ask for more. The mineral water bottle in his hand suddenly felt heavy. Director Chun, it's just one bottle, just for a taste. Zhang Chun saw Chun Liang intending to return the honey, quickly stopping him. I still have several tons. Woof! Xiao Hei, seeing that Chun Liang was unwilling to accept it, started barking in a worried manner. It rubbed its head against Chun Liang's leg, its eyes filled with pleading. Xiao Hei, come here. Zhang Chun beckoned to Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei, with its relatively high looks, quickly came over. It rubbed its big dog head against him, displaying extreme charm. Zhang Chun petted its head a few times. The texture felt really nice. He filled 2 more bottles of honey for it. Xiao Hei's drool began to flow again, its tail wagging even more energetically. Chun Liang felt utterly embarrassed. This stubborn dog, who never let anyone touch it except for itself, was easily bought off with just 1 bottle of honey. Zhang Chun filled 4 more bottles of honey and handed them to Chun Liang. Zhang Chun, 1 bottle is enough, Chun Liang refused. Director Chun Hei raised the situation. Zhang Chun explained, these 4 bottles are for my homeroom teacher Wang, Jian, Uncle Li Jianxing, instructor Zhou Jun, and my uncle. Alright. Chun Liang accepted the honey. He was very satisfied with Zhang Chun. Unlike other geniuses who looked down on everyone with a bit of strength, he was humble. Chun Liang turned to leave, took a few steps, then turned back. Zhang Chun, don't leave the military academy. Zhang Chun nodded solemnly, watching as Chun Liang and Zhang Jing's figures faded into the distance. He rolled his neck, the joints cracking crisply. At last it was utterly serene. His gaze fell upon the 2 items from the secret realm rewards in his backpack. One was a red wooden box, the other a black wooden box. Zhang Chun picked up the red wooden box first. It felt slightly heavy in his hand, the surface intricately patterned, its texture smooth and warm like jade. He pushed the latch with his thumb, and it popped open. The moment the lid was lifted, an incredibly fresh fragrance assaulted his senses, as if the entire spring had been compressed into this small space. Inside the box lay a fruit, quietly resting. It was lush green, the size of a longan, its skin glistening like a jewel with a faint glow shimmering beneath the surface. Zhang Chun did not recognize it. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a piece of paper resting inside the box. He raised an eyebrow and pulled out the paper. Could it be an instruction manual? A secret realm with after-sales service. Quite considerate. The paper was yellowed, but the handwriting was remarkably clear, with just a few lines. Talent fruit. Consuming it can increase one's talent. Zhang Chun was taken aback. Increase talent. He flipped the paper over, and it was just that plain line of text. His hand trembled slightly. Talent is inscribed in one's genes from the moment of birth. Among the billions of people in the world, no treasure or technology has ever been able to alter a person's talent. What level of treasure is this fruit? Strength. What a joke. Strength treasures can enhance the body, boost spiritual energy, and accelerate cultivation speed, but change talent. There has never been a precedent, never. This item transcended the known rating system. Zhang Chen steadied his hand that held the fruit. Hesitation. Non-existent. He shoved the fruit into his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and swallowed it whole. He didn't even spit out the pit. What if the seed was the essence? What if it was a loss? The flesh of the fruit exploded in his mouth, sweet juice sliding down his throat. In the next moment it felt as if something in his mind had been unblocked. It was an unprecedented sense of ease. Like a tightening spell worn for over a decade, it suddenly vanished like murky glass being wiped clean. The world became clear. No, it was his thoughts that became clear. It was like a person with 800 degrees of myopia suddenly took off their glasses and realized they no longer needed them. The fog in his mind dissipated and his thoughts surged forth like a spring. Is this the feeling of talent enhancement? Is this what a top student's world is like? Others solve problems as easily as breathing while he used to scratch his head for ages without understanding, and now Zhang Chen suddenly thought of the Breaking Heaven Fist. And strength martial art created by Li Jun, its core lies in the spiral technique of spiritual energy. How many days had he studied? He pondered for hours each day, but couldn't even reach the threshold. The operation of that spiral technique was like trying to make someone who couldn't swim understand the buoyancy of water. They understood the principle, but their body couldn't execute it. But now it was different. Zhang Chen closed his eyes, and the movement path of the Breaking Heaven Fist appeared in his mind. What he had never understood before was now crystal clear. Every spiritual energy meridian's direction, every rotating node, was all perfectly clear. It was as if someone had installed a navigation system in his brain. Zhang Chen opened his eyes and extended his right fist. Spiritual energy automatically covered the surface of his fist, a thin layer of white light shimmering. With a thought, he commanded it to turn. Buzz. The spiritual energy on his fist began to rotate. The speed was slow like a fan, just starting up, trembling as it began to turn. But it was indeed turning. Zhang Chen's pupils dilated suddenly. He had entered the threshold. Just like that, he had entered. How many days had he practiced before, not even able to make the spiritual energy tremble? Now with just a thought it began to turn. What was that saying by Edison? Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration, but that 1% of inspiration is often more important than the 99% of effort. I used to think this was just motivational fluff, but now I believe it completely. Talent is a door, behind it lies two different worlds. If you understand, you understand. If you don't, you'll wander outside that door for a lifetime. It's like swimming. Those who learn think it's easy, while those who can't learn will flounder in shallow waters 100 times and still choke. And now he had pushed open that door. Zhang Chen stared at the spiritual energy that was slowly rotating around his fists, unable to suppress a smile. Though the rotation speed was slow, it was stable. As long as he continued to practice, acceleration was just a matter of time. The most challenging part of the Breaking Heaven Fist was entering the threshold. After that, it was the accumulation from quantitative change to qualitative change. The spiritual energy rotated faster and faster, faintly, emitting a buzzing sound. Zhang Chen looked down. Once this thing started spinning, it resembled a power drill somewhat. A ridiculous thought suddenly popped into his head. Could Li Jun's inspiration for creating the Breaking Heaven Fist really have come from a power drill? Never mind, don't think about useless stuff. Bang! Zhang Chen executed a punch according to the Breaking Heaven Fist technique. The air exploded, the punch wind howling as it struck the bedroom wall, causing the entire wall to shake violently, with fine dust cascading down from the ceiling. And this was still a restrained punch. Zhang Chen quickly retracted his fist, glancing nervously at the clear crack on the wall. Goodness, if he had thrown a full-force punch, the house would probably be completely ruined. Zhang Chen hurriedly stepped into the dedicated training room. The walls, floors, and ceilings were made of alloy, designed specifically as a training space for martial artists. He could strike freely, it wouldn't break. Once the door was closed, Zhang Chen began to officially train the Breaking Heaven Fist. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. With each punch he threw, the speed of the spiritual energy spiral increased. The punch wind struck the alloy wall, producing a dull metallic roar. Zhang Chen punched with unrestrained vigor, releasing all the frustration accumulated over the past few days. Finally, he had entered the threshold, finally no longer staring blankly at the martial art techniques. After practicing until his arms were sore and half of his spiritual energy was depleted, Zhang Chen finally stopped. He sat cross-legged, took out a second-tier spiritual energy crystal, and began to absorb and recover. The energy from the crystal streamed into his meridians like a flowing creek. While recovering, Zhang Chen calculated that his current standard punch force was 20 tons, while the threshold for the third tier was 50 tons. The gap was considerable, but the speed of progress was rapid. By consuming rank treasures like honey daily, the growth rate of his punch force far exceeded that of martial artists at the same tier. At this rate, reaching the standard for physical fitness was just a matter of time. But the real challenge did not lie in physicality. Breaking through from the second tier to the third tier hinges on opening the dantian. The dantian is located in the lower abdomen. It seems to have limited space, yet its internal structure resembles a mustard seed space. The sumi contains the mustard seed contains the sumi. The capacity for storing spiritual energy expands with the enhancement of power directly determining a martial artist's upper limits. However, opening the dantian requires talent. Without sufficient talent, spiritual energy can only cover the surface of the body and circulate through the meridians and can never condense into an independent space in the lower abdomen. Many martial artists are stuck at the peak of the second tier for a lifetime because they can't pass this hurdle. Zhang Chen was not worried at all. Not enough talent. That talent fruit he consumed was not eaten for nothing. Zhang Chen felt a bit regretful. After careful consideration, it seemed that the enhancement of his talent only affected his comprehension of martial skills and control of spiritual energy. As for his summoning talent, there was no change whatsoever on the ant side. He had originally hoped that the talent fruit would help him break certain limitations of the ants, such as numerical limits and size constraints. It turned out he was overthinking. Zhang Chen sighed, but it was not entirely a loss. The gains from mastering the Breaking Heaven Fist alone were worth it. He continued to immerse himself in training, striking with one punch after another, while quietly absorbing the spiritual energy crystals. Time passed silently amidst the rumbling of the alloy walls. What he did not know was that his SS level evaluation from the third secret realm had exploded like a bomb throughout the entire Blue Star. The human side was in an uproar and the demon clan was no less shaken. In the royal court of the demon clan on the mountain peak, a six-tailed white fox lay low on the cold stone ground, its massive body stretching several hundred meters. As it pressed itself close to the earth, its six tails tightly pinned to the ground. Before it stood a throne made of giant stones. On the throne lay a white mass. A seven-tailed white fox several thousand meters long curled up atop the throne, its seven tails rising like seven snow-capped peaks. Simply lying there, the entire royal court felt stifled under its aura. "Your Majesty," the six-tailed white fox said in a low voice, in the third secret realm. Zhang Chen has been inside for 15 days. It paused for a moment as if organizing its words. He obtained an SS level evaluation. Silence, a deathly silence. Then, boom, the throne shattered. The seven-tailed white fox stood up from its resting position, its several thousand-meter-long body resembling a living snow mountain. Its seven massive tails swung violently, creating a storm that shook the entire mountain. At that moment, its momentum was fully released, and a terrifying pressure spread out like a tsunami in all directions. Distant low-level demon beasts crumpled to the ground, instinctively trembling. What? The vertical pupils of the seven-tailed white fox suddenly constricted. An SS level evaluation, this term had never appeared in the history of the third secret realm. Everyone had previously thought that S level was the limit. Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. The six-tailed white fox trembled uncontrollably, its several hundred-meter-long body resembling a leaf swept up by a storm. The source of the news is reliable. Notify the Tiger Demon King and the Elephant Demon King. Send out 6th-tier powerhouses to the third city. The cold light in the vertical pupils of the seven-tailed white fox flickered. Kill him. It slowly paced, each step causing the mountains to tremble slightly. This is the emergence of the unparalleled genius of the human race. SS level evaluation. Achieving such results in the secret realm, give him 10 years, no 5 years, and he will become a significant threat to our clan. We must go to any lengths. The six-tailed white fox suddenly raised its head. Your Majesty, should you personally? I cannot leave. The tone of the seven-tailed white fox rarely showed a hint of impatience. The situation with Li Jun has already reached its final step. If that old fool notices, all will be for naught. It turned its head, its golden vertical pupils staring directly at the six-tailed white fox. Remember to send an ordinary 6th-tier powerhouse. Do not use one with invincible 6th-tier strength, lest it attract the attention of the human race. It must be a one-hit kill. Do not give the human race any reaction time, and you can contact the Blood Moon sect to act together. The six-tailed white fox bowed deeply, its forehead touching the ground. Yes, Your Majesty. It respectfully exited the royal court, its massive body transforming into a white light that vanished at the cave entrance. Only the seven-tailed white fox remained in the royal court. It curled up again, but did not close its eyes. Those golden vertical pupils stared into the distance, murmuring, I hope it's not too late. Its seven tails swayed slightly, as if calculating some probability. A genius of SS level. Cannot be allowed to live. In the training room, Zhang Chen sat cross-legged, the spiritual power circulating through his meridians like a tide. Suddenly he opened his eyes and slapped his forehead. Damn, I almost forgot. That black wooden box was still lying in the corner gathering dust. There were 2 rewards for the SS level evaluation. He had already consumed the talent fruit, but this one had yet to be opened. Zhang Chen took 2 steps at a time, crouched down, and picked up the wooden box. The box was not large, but it felt heavy in his hands, the surface engraved with intricate patterns and cool to the touch. He rubbed his hands together and opened the lid of the box. Inside lay a metallic device quietly. About the size of an apple, it was entirely silver gray, covered with a honeycomb-like microperforation, and embedded in the center was a crystal the size of a thumb, refracting a pale blue light. Zhang Chen picked it up and examined it from every angle, shook it, and tapped it. No sound. What is this thing? Zhang Chen frowned deeply. He had gained a talent for cultivation, but this kind of precision instrument was completely beyond his knowledge. Fortunately, there was a neatly folded piece of paper pressed under the bottom of the box. Quite thoughtful, Zhang Chen muttered, pulling out the paper and unfolding it. The paper was yellowed rough to the touch, but the writing on it was very clear. The first line contained 5 large characters, signal transmitter. Zhang Chen was taken aback and continued. Below were densely packed diagrams and formula symbols, including wave frequency modulation, spiritual energy conversion matrix, and fog zone ion penetration rates. A bunch of things he had never seen in his life arranged together like a celestial script. Zhang Chen stared at those symbols, his eyes almost crossing. He did not recognize a single one. Signal transmitter. He flipped the paper over and back again. What signal is it transmitting? To whom? What's the use of this? In the fog zone, even electricity was unusable, let alone any signals. Once inside the fog zone, all electronic devices became scrap metal. Phones, computers, communication base stations, all rendered useless. Scientists had studied for 20 years and still could not crack the energy interference barrier of the fog zone. So, a signal transmitter. What use is it in a world without signals? Zhang Chen almost threw the thing back into the box. But his hand stopped. Wait a minute. Had the rewards from the secret realm ever been a scam? Something as heaven-defying as the talent fruit was given without hesitation. This signal transmitter being on par with the talent fruit, could it be useless? Zhang Chen sat down again, forcing himself to calm down, skipping over the incomprehensible formula symbols and specifically looking for the textual descriptions interspersed in the middle. A line of text caught his eye. This device uses spiritual energy waves instead of traditional electromagnetic waves, allowing stable signal transmission within the fog zone effective radius of 100,000 kilometers. Zhang Chen's hand trembled. He brought the paper closer to his eyes and read it again. Spiritual energy waves replacing electromagnetic waves, stable signal transmission in the fog zone. He recognized every word, but when put together, what the hell? Zhang Chen suddenly stood up. This thing could transmit signals in the fog zone. It used spiritual energy waves to replace electromagnetic waves. The fog zone blocked electromagnetic waves, but spiritual energy waves were not within the shielding range. This was equivalent to bypassing the lock that scientists had struggled to unlock. Zhang Chen's hands trembled. He knew all too well what this meant. Once humans entered the misty zone, communication between cities relied entirely on couriers. Military dispatch depended on carrier pigeons. The distance between outposts was several hundred kilometers. Once danger struck, early warning messages were delayed by at least 10 minutes. How many lives had been lost because of those 10 minutes? Not to mention the lives of martial artists. Without communication, without the internet, without electricity, living every day was like being a primitive man. For Zhang Chen, even making a phone call was a luxury. Want to see the girl from the video? Dream on. But now, if I could hand this thing over to scientists. Zhang Chen murmured, his mind racing. This signal transmitter was a finished product, which meant the technical route inside had been successfully developed. What was holding the scientists back? Wasn't it just the direction of not knowing what to use as a substitute for electromagnetic waves? The direction was established, the finished product was ready, and reverse engineering the principles could be done at the level of human scientists. Soon, perhaps in a few weeks, perhaps in a few days. Once communication could be established, how far could electricity be behind? Since spiritual energy waves could transmit signals, they could certainly transmit energy. By then the misty zone would be electrified and humanity's technological level would soar. Zhang Chen paced 3 laps in the training room, unable to sit still. He snatched up the signal transmitter, stuffed it into a black wooden box, snapped the lid shut, and hurriedly tucked it under his arm as he dashed outside. He had to find Chun Liang. After the physical training for the college entrance examination, Chun Liang returned to the military academy. He was originally the principal of the military academy in City No. 3, and his placement during the training period was temporary. Before leaving, Chun Liang had specifically told Zhang Chen his location at the military academy and said to come find him anytime. This time Zhang Chen didn't bring the no. It wasn't far. Chun Liang's residence was just north of the community area, a few minutes run. He sprinted off. With the full power of his second-tier physical abilities, the wind rushed into his ears with a whooshing sound. In just over a minute, Zhang Chen stood at Chun Liang's residence. Before he could knock on the door, a dark shadow leaped down from the yard. It was Little Black. The large black dog rushed up to Zhang Chen, wagging its tail so fast it seemed to create a blur, grunting as its big head rubbed against Zhang Chen's leg. All right. Zhang Chen was licked hard on the back of his hand by Little Black. He reached out to rub Little Black's head and stroked its back fur. Little Black squinted in satisfaction, its tongue hanging out, drool nearly dripping onto Zhang Chen's shoes. Director Chun. Zhang Chen shouted towards the door. The door creaked open from the inside. Chun Liang revealed half of his body, and upon seeing Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Zhang Chen, what's the matter? There's something, a big deal. Chun Liang glanced at him, noticing Zhang Chen's eyes shining like bright stars clutching a black box protectively resembling a hen guarding her chicks. Come in and talk. Chun Liang stepped aside. Zhang Chun crossed the threshold and paused. The room was very simple with a single bed, a wardrobe, and a set of tables and chairs. On the table was a tea set with wisps of tea smoke curling upwards. Sitting beside the table was an old man appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, thin, but with remarkably bright eyes. He wore a gray Taoist robe with slightly worn sleeves, and was leisurely pouring tea from a purple clay pot into his mouth. The old man's gaze fell on Zhang Chun, evaluating him from head to toe. That kind of gaze was peculiar. It wasn't condescending, but rather filled with curious scrutiny. The hairs on the back of Zhang Chen's neck stood up. This old man was no ordinary person. He hadn't sensed any fluctuations of spiritual energy from the old man, which was the most frightening part. Zhang Chun, let me introduce you. Chun Liang closed the door, his tone carrying a respect that Zhang Chun had never heard before. This is Senior Zhang Hua's 6th-tier powerhouse assigned to be your guardian by the upper authorities. Guardian. Zhang Chen's mind buzzed. A guardian was someone specifically tasked with protecting the growth of a genius. Generally, only top geniuses prioritized by the state were eligible for such protection. Moreover, being a 6th tier, he was likely a very powerful 6th tier level. No wonder Chun Liang's attitude was so respectful. Chun Liang himself was a 5th tier powerhouse and considered a high-ranking figure in the military. But in front of a 6th tier, a 5th tier was merely an underling. The upper authorities were quick to act just after he made a big news in the secret realm. A guardian was arranged. However, Zhang Chun felt a surge of joy in his heart. With a 6th tier expert by his side, not only did his sense of security skyrocket, but the most crucial part was that he could ask so many questions about cultivation. Previously, he had relied solely on his own exploration for cultivation, but now he had a living dictionary at his disposal. Having an elder at home was like possessing a treasure. Hello, Senior Zhang. Zhang Chun straightened his posture, showing respect. After speaking, he skillfully pulled out cigarettes from his pocket, tapped out 3-handed, one to Zhang Hua, one to Chun Liang, his fingers precise, as if he had worked in a cigarette factory. Zhang Hua accepted the cigarette, naturally holding it between his index and middle fingers, the cigarette end facing up like a seasoned smoker. Chun Liang also took one, placing it at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Chun put one in his own mouth first, leaning over to light Zhang Hua's, the flame flickering twice as the tobacco crackled to life. Then he turned to light Chun Liang's and finally lit his own. Zhang Hua took a deep puff, letting the smoke slowly escape from his nostrils. He squinted at Zhang Chun for a few seconds, a trace of a smile appearing on his withered face. You're not bad, kid, very considerate. A few words of praise, but coming from a 6th tier powerhouse, they carried significant weight. Chun Liang nodded secretly beside him. Zhang Chun, despite any shortcomings, was truly commendable as a person. By the way, Zhang Chun, you rushed over in a hurry. Oh, what's the matter? Chun Liang asked, taking a puff of smoke. Zhang Chun suddenly recalled the serious matter, and his expression changed immediately. He placed the black wooden box from his arms onto the table and opened the lid with both hands. Inside the black wooden box lay a silver-gray metal device, its surface honeycomb-patterned, reflecting the light, with a blue crystal in the center gleaming brightly. This is one of the SS-level rewards I obtained in the secret realm, a signal transmitter that can be used in the Misty Zone. The room fell silent for a moment. The cigarette in Chun Liang's hand fell to the ground with a thud. The butt hit the concrete floor and bounced, rolling half a meter away, sparks scattering. Chun Liang was completely oblivious, standing there as if struck by lightning, his pupils suddenly constricting. What did you say? His tone had changed. Zhang Hua's reaction was even more direct. The lid of the purple clay pot in the old man's hand clattered onto the table, spilling tea all over half of it. He stood up, taking 2 steps to the table, staring intently at the silver-gray metal device. The old eyes that had been half-squinted moments ago were now wide open. Are you certain? Zhang Hua's voice trembled with urgency. Can it really function within the Mist Zone? Absolutely. Zhang Chun handed over the instruction manual. It explains the principle, replacing electromagnetic waves with spirit energy waves to bypass the energy interference barrier of the Mist Zone. I can't decipher the equations, but the textual explanation is crystal clear. Zhang Hua snatched the manual from his hands. Chun Liang leaned in closely as well. Their heads pressed together, both staring intently at the yellowed sheet for a full 2 minutes. The only sound in the room was their quiet breathing. Zhang Hua's finger lingered over line after line of formula. Though incomprehensible, something deep within told him it was right. Spirit energy waves. Zhang Hua murmured, awestruck. Using spirit energy waves as a carrier. How could those scientists have overlooked this? Chun Liang stood speechless. Having served in the military for decades, he knew all too well what communication blackouts meant for humanity. Every delayed beast-tide warning, every sluggish intercity coordination, every rescue team failing to locate wounded personnel, each carried the weight of human lives. If communication networks could be established within the Mist Zone, he dared not contemplate the implications. Actually, there's another reward. Zhang Chun scratched his head. A talent fruit. Enhances innate aptitude, but I've already consumed it. He shrugged helplessly, wearing an expression that said plainly it's gone and no amount of regret will bring it back. A talent fruit. Both Chunliang and Zhang Hua whirled toward him simultaneously. Zhang Hua's mouth opened slightly, then snapped shut. A muscle twitched along his jawline. Chunliang's atoms apple bobbed sharply, as if swallowing something bitter and unyielding. They exchanged a glance. Such artifacts as the talent fruit were legends, mentioned only fleetingly in rare ancient texts, even after lifetimes spent traversing the known world. They'd always assumed it existed only in myth. Yet here stood a young man who had actually obtained one. Zhang Hua's lips twitched twice. He nearly blurted, "Do you have any idea how priceless this is?" But upon seeing Zhang Chen's guileless face, he swallowed the words whole. Ahem. Zhang Hua cleared his throat, forcibly steadying himself. Chunliang likewise regained his composure and refocused on the signal transmitter. His gaze locked onto Zhang Chen's eyes as he asked gravely, "Zhang Chun, what do you intend by bringing this to me?" The value of this device defied quantification. Even trillions would fall short. Whichever faction acquired it could reshape the entire geopolitical landscape. Zhang Chun could easily have retained it as leverage, or auctioned it to the highest bidder. Yet his reply was startlingly unequivocal. "Director Chen, I wish to entrust this to the nation's scientists." His voice held no hesitation, his gaze remained unwavering. Only the state possesses the resources to reverse engineer it. With both the prototype and its principal manual at hand, our scientists should swiftly decipher the operational mechanics of spirit energy waves. This device serves no purpose in my hands. I am no scientist. What use would it be to me other than burdening me with its safekeeping? But entrusted to the state, it fulfills its highest destiny. Silence descended once more. Chunliang clenched and unclenched his fist, his chest tight with emotion, until slowly his breath steadied. Excellent. Chunliang slammed his palm onto the table, making the teacups leap. Zhang Chun, rest assured. This device is of incalculable importance. I'll contact headquarters immediately and assemble a top-tier research team. With the prototype in hand, we'll establish a mist zone communications network in record time. His eyes glistened faintly, yet his voice resonated with unshakable resolve. The nation will never forget your contribution. As for compensation, Chunliang didn't utter a single word. Did Zhang Chun lack funds? Even his modest stockpile of honey, mere tons of it, commanded astronomical market value. Zhang Chun exhaled in relief, flashing a broad grin. Truth be told, his motives weren't entirely altruistic. He wasn't some paragon of virtue. Chiefly, he simply couldn't use the device himself nor comprehend its underlying principles. Keeping it posed constant risk, theft, loss, or worse. The sheer injustice of such a fate weighed heavily on him. Handing it over to the state ensured both security and utility. Once scientists restored communications, he'd finally make phone calls again. Scrolling short videos during downtime, watching serialized dramas. How blissful. Life in the mist zone felt prehistoric. He'd endured it long enough. And surely the nation wouldn't overlook his service. Chunliang carefully closed the wooden case, cradling it to his chest, unwilling to part with it for even a second. Zhang Chun, I must depart immediately. This must reach the top echelon without delay. He strode resolutely toward the door, then paused at the threshold and turned back for one last look. That glance held layers, pride, reverence, and something ineffable, something Zhang Chun couldn't quite read. Then Chunliang departed, his stride swift and windswept. Only Zhang Chun and Zhang Hua remained. The atmosphere softened instantly. Zhang Hua resettled into his chair, retrieved the teapot lid from the tabletop, replaced it neatly, and poured himself a cup, sipping it slowly as though the earlier intensity had never occurred. Zhang Chun, come here. From within his Taoist robes, sleeve, Zhang Hua withdrew an object and placed it deliberately upon the table. A ring. Its silver-white metallic surface bore no ornamentation, so plain it resembled a trinket from a roadside stall. Yet Zhang Chun noticed the inner band etched with impossibly fine, near-invisible patterns, faintly glowing with an ethereal cerulean luminescence under the lamplight. Zhang Chen's pulse quickened. This is a spatial ring. Zhang Hua nodded toward it. It was assigned to you per official directive, a capacity of several hundred cubic meters. No more will your ants bear dozens of material sacks across mountain ranges. Zhang Chun stood stunned. A spatial ring. Though he'd speculated whether such artifacts existed in this world, he'd never seen one, let alone held one in his hands. Good heavens. He picked up the ring, turning it over repeatedly. Is this genuine? Several hundred cubic. Would I jest about such a thing? Zhang Chen's lips twitched. With this ring, his ants were liberated forever, and even a child could grasp its staggering rarity. The method is simple. Zhang Hua tapped the ring with one finger. Infuse it with spiritual energy to complete soul binding. Thereafter, a mere thought suffices to store or retrieve objects. Can it hold living beings, eh? Zhang Chen asked. No. Oh. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face. He slid the ring onto his right middle finger. It fit perfectly. Following Zhang Hua's instructions, he guided a slender thread of spiritual energy from his fingertip into the ring. The instant the energy touched the inner engravings, a cool resonance traveled up his finger. A hazy spatial awareness bloomed in his mind, an immense cavernous emptiness he could perceive even with eyes closed. Soul binding complete. Excited, Zhang Chen seized the teacup from the table and willed it inward. It vanished, then reappeared perfectly centered in his palm. Impressive. Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled as he tested the chair, the teapot, and even contemplated trying the table, only to be met with a disapproving glare from Zhang Hua. He looked down at the silver-white ring on his finger, growing more satisfied with each glance. With this item, whether for holding materials, storing spoils, or hiding things, everything would be taken care of. Thank you for the country's support. Zhang Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude. Zhang Hua took a sip from his teacup, not responding, but the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Zhang Chen walked ahead, while Zhang Hua leisurely followed behind. The old man's pace appeared slow, each step resembling a stroll, yet regardless of how fast Zhang Chen walked, the distance between them remained around 3 meters. Not too close, not too far. Zhang Chen tried to hasten his pace a few times, glancing back to find the old man maintaining the same distance. His gaunt face showed no emotion, and the hem of his robe hardly fluttered. It was as if he wasn't walking but being pulled along by an invisible thread. Unable to resist, Zhang Chen spoke. Senior Zhang. I've always wanted to ask a question. Zhang Chen slowed his pace to let Zhang Hua walk beside him. I've heard that within the 6th tier there is a significant disparity in strength. This question had been on his mind for a long time. He only knew that the standard punching force for the 6th tier was 5.0 tons, but he had no concept of how the 6th tier was divided or the extent of the differences. When dealing with the Wang family in the future, it was essential to understand the enemy's strength. Zhang Hua pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took one, and Zhang Chen quickly leaned in to light it for him. The old man took a puff and the smoke drifted away in the twilight, his expression becoming serious. The standard punching force for the 6th tier is 5.0 tons, which is the threshold for the 6th tier. A martial artist who has just stepped into the 6th tier is at the bottom of the 6th tier with a punching force of 5.0 tons. Their martial skills are generally proficient at grade A, increasing their attack by 10-fold. Most equipment is at the 5th tier level, increasing attack by 20-fold, making it add up to. Zhang Hua gestured in the air with his fingers. Approximately 5 million tons of attacking power. Zhang Chen slowed his pace slightly. 5 million tons. His ant's biting force is 500 times its weight, and the ant's current weight is 500 tons, equating to an attacking power of 25 tons. 25 tons versus 5 million tons. A difference of over 60 times. And this is just the bottom of the 6th tier. Thankfully, he didn't rashly confront the Wang family. Although there are many ants, when the disparity reaches a certain point, even a large number cannot make up for it. Zhang Hua seemed to see through his thoughts. The strength at the bottom of the 6th tier is equivalent to 31 times a 6th tier blank. Do you understand what a blank means? I understand pure punching force without any enhancements. Zhang Hua nodded and continued. The average strength in the 6th tier is 50 times the 6th tier blank. The upper level strength in the 6th tier is 100 times the 6th tier blank. At the peak of the 6th tier, it's 500 times the 6th tier blank. Zhang Chen's pace slowed further. The limit of the 6th tier is 1,000 times the 6th tier blank. The 6th tier is invincible. Zhang Hua paused, the cigarette and flickering. 2,000 times the 6th tier blank. Zhang Chen came to a stop. 2,000 times. The punching force for a 6th tier blank is 5.0 tons, so 2,000 times is 1 billion tons of punching force. An invincible powerhouse in the 6th tier essentially has a standard punching force of 10 million tons. Zhang Hua continued. All equipment is uniformly at the 6th tier level, increasing attack by 50 times, and grade martial skills are generally perfected, increasing attack by another 50 times along with the talent boost. He extinguished the cigarette. Without considering talent, just the punching force plus martial skills and equipment would exceed 1 billion tons. 1 billion tons. Zhang Chen's mind buzzed. To unleash 1 billion tons of force with a single punch. What concept is that? A mountain struck by such a punch would likely leave no remnants. His ant's biting force of 25 tons couldn't even tickle a single hair of theirs. Stay low-key, he mentally urged himself, giving himself 3 exclamation marks. What about the 7th tier? He couldn't help but ask aloud. Zhang Hua didn't reply immediately. The old man stopped, looking up at the sky. A thin mist shrouded the sky, resembling a gray wall with no visible top. Below the 7th tier. His voice changed, carrying a weight of emotion that Zhang Chen had never sensed from him before. It was longing. All are mere ants. These 3 words struck Zhang Chen's chest like a block of ice. Below the 7th tier, all are mere ants. Before his transmigration, he had always encountered phrases like below the saints are all ants in web novels, thinking them exaggerated and childish. But hearing something similar from a 6th tier powerhouse at this moment, there was no childishness at all, just a chilling sense of reality. The invincible 6th tier and someone who has just entered the 7th tier have similar conditions overall. Zhang Hua's voice returned to calmness. The equipment is similar, the martial skills are similar, the punching force is similar, yet there exists a chasm between the 6th and 7th tiers. The biological force field. Zhang Qin's heart stirred. Isn't this the standard configuration for a superhuman? Also called the law of power. Zhang Hua continued. Whether human or beast, to break through from the 6th tier to the 7th tier, one must initially grasp the threshold of the law of power. This process has no shortcuts. Either one comprehends it or remains stuck at the 6th tier for a lifetime. Once one steps into the threshold of the law of power, even if only a shred is mastered, the attack can increase by an additional 100 times and defense will also see a significant boost. 100 times. And that's on top of being invincible in the 6th tier multiplied by 100 times. Zhang Qin quickly calculated. 1 billion tons, 100 billion tons. This independent multiplication method resembled his own strength talent. His mouth opened slightly, unable. He just didn't know if in the future, when he comprehended the law of power, the calculation would be an independent multiplication or addition to his strength talent. And one more thing, Zhang Hua added casually. Those who have initially grasped the law of power can travel through the universe in their physical bodies. Although 6th tier strength can fly, it cannot survive in the universe. Zhang Qin's heart trembled. What does traversing the universe in a physical body mean? It means completely breaking free from the planet's constraints. No wonder Zhang Hua said all below the 7th tier are mere ants. It's not exaggeration, it's reality. The weakest 7th tier is already 100 times stronger than the invincible 6th tier. This gap cannot be filled by numbers. 100 invincible 6th tiers attacking a 7th tier. They would fly into space, and you wouldn't even be able to touch the hem of their clothes. Zhang Qin now completely understood the weight of this statement. He remained silent for a long time. The wind blew from the misty side, carrying a damp, earthy scent. Zhang Qin looked at his palm, clenched it, and then released it. 25 tons compared to 100 billion tons. The disparity was absurdly vast. But the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. So what if the gap is large? He had only been training for a month, and his ant's strongest burst had already exceeded the 5th tier. There was no... Zhang Qin led Zhang Hua through a series of winding paths within the military academy, arriving at his residence. Zhang Hua stepped over the threshold and paused. No. One lay in the center of the yard, its 6 stout legs propped against the ground like iron pillars, its massive head slightly tilted, with its compound eyes reflecting a chilling cold light. 25 meters. A full 25-meter-long body, nearly occupying half of the yard. Zhang Hua had seen many beasts, from hundreds of meters-long lizards to 1,000-meter-tall tree demons. What hadn't he seen? But an ant growing to 25 meters. Wouldn't that leave anyone in shock? Zhang Hua walked halfway around Ant-No. His gaze sweeping over its glossy black exoskeleton, and lightly tapped the shell with his knuckles, producing a dull metallic sound. He raised his brows, but said nothing. The hardness of this shell would likely withstand a punch from an ordinary 5th-tier warrior. I heard you have 10,000 of such ants. Zhang Hua finally couldn't hold back, and spoke, his tone laced with uncontrollable curiosity. Zhang Xianbei, that's correct. Zhang Qin nodded. The other ants are free to roam outside the city. This yard is too small to contain them. Zhang Hua fell silent for a moment and nodded. 10,000 of them, each 25 meters long. Just the area they occupy is a terrifying figure. They truly can only be raised outside. Zhang Hua retracted his gaze, preparing to say something, when his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a massive object in the corner of the yard. A beehive. The hive, over 20 meters long, was placed in the corner, its waxy surface glowing with a warm amber light. Layer upon layer of hexagonal chambers were neatly arranged with pale, yellow honey gently swaying within. The rich aroma, nearly palpable, wafted toward him. Zhang Hua's eyes lit up. His throat suddenly swallowed hard, and he quickly turned his face away, pretending to examine the layout of the yard. Yet his nostrils were filled with that sweet scent, making it impossible to escape. Zhang Qin observed everything. Without a word, he turned and walked beneath the beehive, unscrewed the cap of a water bottle, and filled it with the thick, golden honey, the bottle glistening with the sticky liquid. Zhang Xianbei, drink some water to moisten your throat, Zhang Qin offered with sincerity as he extended the bottle with both hands. Zhang Hua glanced at the viscous liquid in the bottle, then looked up at Zhang Qin's earnest face. You call this water? Zhang Hua glared at him fiercely, but his hands still reached out. His salivary glands seemed to go out of control, and he was nearly drooling. A dignified 6th-tier warrior losing his dignity in front of a bottle of honey was indeed embarrassing. Zhang Hua hesitated for about 0.3 seconds before tilting his head back and taking a swig. The moment the honey hit his throat, he froze. His eyes bulged, nearly popping out of their sockets. It was sweet, yet not cloying. The aroma exploded in his mouth, as if something surged from his tongue straight to his crown, with every taste bud screaming. This was no ordinary honey, it was divine nectar. Even more outrageous, a warm spiritual energy rose from his abdomen, slowly circulating through his meridians. Zhang Hua carefully sensed it. This boost in spiritual energy was indeed negligible for someone of his level. To break through, a 6th-tier warrior needed to comprehend the laws of power after accumulating a certain level of energy. But the taste was worth $1 billion. No, it was worth 10 billion, and he wouldn't trade it for anything. Zhang Hua took another swig, squinting his eyes, nearly letting out a satisfied sigh. But then he suddenly turned to stare at the 20-meter-long beehive, his expression changing. Zhang Chun. Huh. You just leave this beehive out in the open like this? Zhang Hua's voice rose, his expression one of pain and distress. He pointed at the beehive, trembling. Do you know how much this thing is worth? Leaving it exposed to the wind and sun, how much spiritual energy has dissipated? Zhang Chen scratched his nose, feeling a bit guilty. Zhang Xinbei, I didn't have a spatial ring before. Zhang Hua's mouth twitched. Well, he couldn't argue against that reason. Alright, I'll take care of this, Zhang Hua said, stuffing the water bottle into his clothes and turning to leave. They'll find a professional container to collect all the honey. Don't touch it, understood? Before he finished speaking, he was already out of the yard. Zhang Chen stood there dazed for a moment, then the corners of his mouth curled slightly. So this 6th-tier senior was actually greedy. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Hua was gone, Zhang Chen returned indoors and pulled out 20 specialized material bags piled in the corner. These were materials collected from the secret realm, previously stored in bags due to the lack of a spatial ring. Now it was convenient. With a flick of his finger, the spatial ring glimmered, and the 20 heavy material bags vanished in an instant. Zhang Chun hurried to the military supplies department. The veteran behind the counter watched him pull out bag after bag of materials, his expression shifting from calm to surprised, then to numb. Another 10 million entered the account. Zhang Chun looked at the check, feeling quite elated. Having a spatial ring was indeed comfortable. He no longer had to have ants carry bags around. He casually wandered around the military supplies department, purchasing several hundred exquisite wooden boxes for storing treasures. Each box's interior prevented the leakage of spiritual energy. These would definitely come in handy in the future. Zhang Chun stored the wooden boxes in his spatial ring and strolled back. Just as he reached the yard's entrance, a thick, sweet aroma of honey wafted toward him. In the yard, Zhang Hua had somehow procured several massive alloy containers. Each container had a diameter of over 2 meters, carefully crouching beneath the beehive, meticulously using professional tools to funnel the honey into the containers drop by drop. The scene was serious, as if he were handling some world-class treasure. The scent spread out, enveloping the entire yard in a sweet atmosphere. And no, one's antennae suddenly shook. It swayed left and right, increasingly frantic, its 6 legs moving involuntarily as its massive body slowly leaned towards the beehive. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. Zhang Hua did not turn his head, accurately slapping the top of Ant No. One's head with a single hand. A 6th-tier warrior's strike was perfectly measured. It wouldn't injure it, but was enough to jolt it awake. Get lost, you 25-meter behemoth. This amount of honey wouldn't even fill your gaps. Ant No. One's antennae twitched, hesitating for a moment. Then it obediently retreated to the corner, lying down and becoming still. Zhang Chun was startled. Ant No. One's combat power far exceeded that of a 5th-tier warrior, and its temperament was fierce. Yet facing Zhang Hua, it was subdued with just a slap. Was this the pressure of a 6th-tier powerhouse? Before the might of the strong, the instinctual fear of living beings couldn't deceive anyone. Zhang Chun quickly stepped forward to help the two of them, working together to collect every drop of honey from the beehive into the containers. 5 massive containers were filled to the brim, each weighing nearly a ton. 5 tons of honey. Zhang Hua stood up, looking at the 5 containers, nodding with satisfaction. Zhang Chun flicked his wrist, and 4 containers vanished into his spatial ring. The 5th one remained in place. Zhang Hua froze for a moment, looking at him in confusion. Zhang Xinbei, this one is for you. Zhang Chun tapped the remaining container. You've helped me so much, a bit of honey is nothing. This? How can I accept this? Zhang Hua's old face flushed slightly, his voice filled with uncontainable excitement, despite his words of refusal. His hands, however, were quick. As soon as he finished speaking, the spatial ring on his wrist flashed, and the 1-ton container disappeared completely. After handling the honey, Zhang Chun took out a material bag from his spatial ring. There were still some treasures left unorganized. He laid out the wooden boxes, taking each treasure out and categorizing them. A dazzling array of treasures filled the table. Zhang Hua stood beside, watching the corners of his mouth twitching. Using material bags for treasures. He had lived most of his life and had never seen anything like it. Material bags were meant for storing beast materials with no protective effect against spiritual energy. Zhang Chun organized all the treasures, storing them in his spatial ring. He flexed his wrist and turned to enter the training room. The training room had metallic walls on all sides, with the floor covered in special cushioning material. Zhang Chen stood still, his feet shoulder-width apart, slowly raising his fists. The Breaking Sky Fist had reached the entry-level realm today. Zhang Hua entered behind him, leaning against the doorframe, watching casually. As Zhang Chun threw his first punch, Zhang Hua's brow twitched slightly. He had entered the entry-level realm indeed. His eyes narrowed. Though he didn't know the Breaking Sky Fist, he had seen a practitioner of the same tier demonstrate it. The entry threshold for class martial arts was extremely high, with most geniuses needing months to touch the edge of entry. How long has this kid been training? Zhang Hua's fingers tapped unconsciously. The SS class secret realm rating was indeed well-deserved. Zhang Chun threw punches one after another, his speed, not fast each punch, repeatedly experiencing the path of force transmission. But Zhang Hua noticed a problem. Your angle is incorrect. Zhang Hua spoke suddenly, standing upright from the doorframe and walking to Zhang Chen's side. When your right fist strikes, extend your elbow outward by another inch. The angle you're using now will cause the force to get stuck in your shoulder, failing to reach the fist peak. Zhang Chun paused, adjusting as instructed, and indeed it became much smoother. And here too. Zhang Hua raised his hand and pointed at Zhang Chen's waist. The point of force application is too far back. Speed it up a bit more. The breaking sky fist emphasizes explosion, not accumulation of power. You are slow by a fraction of a second in this step, reducing its power by at least 20%. Zhang Chun immediately adjusted. He threw a punch. Boom. The punch's wind howled, creating a visible vortex of airflow. Yes, this was the feeling. Zhang Chun felt invigorated, seizing the moment to throw another punch. Relax your shoulders, don't tense up. Lower your center of gravity by another half inch. Yes, just like that, keep it going. Zhang Hua's guidance was precise to the millimeter. Though he didn't practice the breaking sky fist, Zhang Hua's perspective and combat experience as a 6th-tier warrior were invaluable. The core logic of martial arts was universally applicable, allowing him to see through the flaws in Zhang Chen's movements at a glance. Zhang Chen's punches became increasingly fluid. The connection between each punch shifted from awkward to smooth. The force transmission no longer hindered, and he seemed to transform into a finely tuned combat machine. Bang! The last punch was unleashed. The force of the punch crashed against the metallic wall. The entire wall emitted a deep humming sound, and the shockwaves radiated outward, causing the training room to shake slightly. A shallow fist imprint appeared prominently on the wall. A metallic wall now marked by a fist imprint. Zhang Chun withdrew his fist, feeling the distinctly different flow of power within him. Every muscle fiber resonated, every meridian roared. He was proficient now. The breaking sky fist had reached the proficient realm, allowing him to unleash 20% of its power, equating to a tenfold increase in attack. Zhang Chun clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking, almost eager to throw another punch. Zhang Hua stood behind. He watched as Zhang Chun progressed from entry to proficiency in less than an hour. An hour for class martial arts from entry to proficiency. Zhang Hua's lips moved as if to say something, but ultimately nothing came out. This talent was terrifying. At this rate of growth, how far could this kid go beyond Tier 7? Perhaps even Tier 8 was not impossible. Zhang Chun was preparing to continue training, wanting to consolidate the proficient realm while the feeling was still there. Boom. A dull sound echoed from afar. The ground trembled slightly. Zhang Chun halted suddenly. It wasn't an ordinary explosion, it was the sound of energy colliding, carrying a primitive, ferocious sense of oppression, as if some colossal creature was rampaging in the distance. Zhang Hua frowned, yet his body remained still. He showed no intention of going out to investigate. The directive from above was clear: ensuring Zhang Chen's safety was the top priority. As long as Zhang Chun was here, he would remain here. Even if the sky fell, it wouldn't matter. All warriors above Tier 3 immediately head to the city walls and prepare to face the beast tide. Chun Liang's voice suddenly boomed, amplified by spiritual energy, each word clearly penetrating every corner of the military school. To reiterate, all warriors above Tier 3 head to the walls. The beast tide is coming. Swish. Shadows flickered outside the courtyard. One figure after another dashed out from various places, shooting towards the city walls like arrows released from a bow. Some donned combat suits, while others infused their weapons with spiritual energy as they ran. There was no panic, no screaming, they were accustomed to it. The beast tide was a common occurrence in the third city. Zhang Chun did not move. He was not a Tier 3 warrior, and rushing out now wouldn't be of any help. However, he quickly closed his eyes, instantly switching his mental perspective to that of the second-tier ant. The second-tier ant was located tens of kilometers outside the city, its elevated vantage point providing a comprehensive view. Zhang Chun saw through its compound eyes. On the distant horizon, a black tide surged forth. It spread relentlessly, extending from the left edge of his vision to the right with no end in sight. Thousands of demonic beasts roared and charged the dust they raised, blocking out the sun. The base layer consisted of third-tier demonic beasts, their forms densely packed and measuring dozens of meters in length. There were also plenty of fourth-tier beasts, massive creatures over 100 meters long, mixed among them. Each step they took causing the earth to tremble. Occasionally 200-meter-long behemoths flickered in and out of the beast tide. Fifth tier. Zhang Chen's heart raced for a moment before settling back down. Fifth tier. Well, that's not too bad. A fifth tier isn't a deadly threat. However, their sheer number made the scene daunting. He immediately issued a command through his mental link. Gather. All ant swarms converged towards a section of the walls. His mental force spread like ripples, and 9,999 giant ants simultaneously received the command. The ant swarm, originally scattered in search of food, abruptly changed direction. The 25-meter-long black, giant ants marched in formation, converging like a flowing river towards the base of the walls. Their synchronized footsteps combined to create a deep rhythmic resonance, vibrating the air with a hum. 9,999 giant ants lined up below the walls, densely packed, forming a defensive line stretching several kilometers. Their bodies extended forward over 1,000 meters, creating a sea of black ants with tens of thousands of limbs deeply embedded in the soil, ready for battle. Above the walls, chaos erupted. What the hell is that? Ants, those are ants. 10,000 of them. The warriors, witnessing the ant swarm for the first time, froze in place, their hands trembling around their weapons. They were stunned by the sight of the ants. 25-meter-long ants, 9,999 of them, lined up neatly beneath the city, resembling a beast tide, even more than the beast tide itself. Don't panic. That's Zhang Qin's summoned creatures, someone shouted nearby. Summoned creatures? What kind of heaven-defying summoning talent is this? Chun Liang stood at the highest point of the wall, looking down at the formation of ants, his gaze sweeping across, before making a quick decision. All personnel in the ant swarm's coverage area withdraw, reinforce the eastern and western sections. He knew well the combat power of the ant swarm. These ants could even encircle and kill fifth-tier demonic beasts. With 9999 gathered together, that area needed no human warriors, their presence would only hinder. With the order given, the warriors on the walls quickly adjusted, and the area above the ant swarm was cleared. In the distance, the black beast tide was drawing closer. The earth trembled. The air was filled with the distinctive stench of demonic beasts, sharp and acrid. The 99 giant ants raised their antennae in unison, pointing in the same direction. The beast tide surged like a wave, carrying the momentum to destroy everything in its path. Before them, another black ocean remained utterly still. Boom. The black tide of beasts surged forth like a flood that had breached a dam, rolling in from the horizon. The ground trembled, shaking violently enough to weaken the knees of those standing. In the distance, the monstrous beasts formed a dark tide, overwhelming and blotting out the skyline. The warriors atop the city walls turned pale, some trembled with their weapons, while others swallowed hard. This beast tide felt different. Steady yourselves, hold your ground, a captain roared. The city, over 100 meters high and several meters thick, was constructed from reinforced concrete and alloys, serving as humanity's rudimentary barrier against the tide of beasts. The massive walls stood like an isolated island in the face of the tide, but at least for the time being they held firm. The rock-armored wild boars led the charge, each the size of several large trucks, their hooves kicking up clouds of debris as their tusks gleamed with a chilling light. Following closely were the two-headed spirit cats, agile and quick, weaving effortlessly through the gaps in the wild boar herd, their speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The two-headed giant dogs were even more terrifying, standing nearly 3 meters tall, their mouths dripping with long strands of saliva, the stench of their breath wafting over the city walls. The horned rhinos mingled within the horde, their bodies covered with gray-brown rock-like armor, each step leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the ground. There were too many species to count a despairing multitude. The most troublesome were those in the sky. Thousands of flying eagles circled above the tide, their wingspans over 10 meters wide, their talons capable of easily tearing through steel. They did not charge head-on, but instead launched aerial ambushes, swooping down to snatch warriors, carrying them high into the air, pecking them to death before letting them fall. This was the hardest death to defend against. In the face of these beasts, humans were naturally at a disadvantage. An adult warrior standing before a two-headed giant dog resembled an adult facing an out-of-control heavy truck. Yet warriors could wield martial skills and possess equipment, allowing them to hold a slight advantage in comparable stages. But it was only a slight advantage. In the face of a beast tide of this magnitude, such an advantage was virtually non-existent. Unless one possessed crushing absolute power, mere individuals could not reverse the tide of battle. Heroism was meaningless amidst the beast tide. Survival was the only victory. The battle entered its most brutal phase the moment contact was made, with no probing, no prelude. Bang! The first rock-armored wild boar crashed into the city's outer defenses, the screeching sound of bending steel resonating across the battlefield. Followed by the second, third, and dozens more crashing simultaneously, the cacophony layered together like someone hammering relentlessly on an eardrum. A third-tier warrior swung his sword down, the blade slicing into the neck of a two-headed spirit cat, blood splattering across his face. Before he could wipe his eyes, another spirit cat lunged at him from the side. The ground cracked open, fissures spreading from the base of the walls. Sand and gravel were lifted by shockwaves, slamming against faces like knives. The air was thick with the smell of charred flesh, blood, and the unique stench of the beasts. Beasts continued to fall, and warriors fell as well. A young warrior was impaled in the abdomen by the tusk of a rock-armored wild boar, glancing down at his wound. Then with a toss of its head, the wild boar flung him away, tracing a blood-red arc through the air. The ground outside the city walls was already unrecognizable, obscured by the color of blood. Blood pooled shallowly, splashed by the hooves and feet of those trampling through it, falling onto the faces of everyone present. The smell of blood was so strong it made one feel nauseous. But this scent was the best stimulant for the beasts. The two-headed giant dog caught the heavy scent of blood, its pupils constricting into slits, its howls becoming even more frenzied. The warriors were also forced to show their fierceness. Fear receded. It was useless to be afraid. If they didn't fight desperately, they would die. Chunliang threw a punch. The force of his fist, wrapped in intense spiritual energy, tore through the air, striking a four-tier, two-headed giant dog squarely on the head. The giant dog's head exploded from within like it was filled with explosives, blood, flesh, shattered bones, and brain matter flying through the air, splattering all over Chunliang. He frowned, shaking off the bits of flesh clinging to his fist. Something was not right. Chunliang glanced over the battlefield, his brow furrowing deeper. The scale of this beast tide clearly exceeded the norm, and the variety of beasts was far richer than before, as if someone had deliberately driven beasts from different regions to converge together. In a normal beast tide, there wouldn't be such a mix of species. This was not a naturally occurring tide. Someone was instigating it. Was it the demon race? Or the Blood Moon sect? A possibility flashed through Chunliang's mind. This was targeted at Zhang Chun. The talents of that young man had already drawn too much attention from various powers. Chunliang clenched his fists, his heartbeat quickening slightly. But then he recalled that Zhang Hua was right beside Zhang Chun. As long as Zhang Hua was present, nothing would happen to Zhang Chun. It should be fine. Chunliang suppressed the unease in his heart and continued to engage in battle. Zhang Chen's ant army had entered the fray. To be precise, it was not entering battle, but one-sided slaughter. The second-tier ant was 25 meters long, its body pitch black as ink, its exoskeleton glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. It leapt into the air, its massive body casting a huge shadow across the sky before crashing down heavily into the tide of beasts. Boom! The shockwave from its landing sent beasts flying in a 20-meter radius. The giant ant's massive mandibles snapped shut. A four-tier rock-armored wild boar, caught off guard, was bitten in half before it could even scream. The rock armor crumbled before the ant's mandibles like a cookie. The other ants followed closely behind. The ants weaved through the horde, every snap of their mandibles claiming a life. The third, fourth, fifth ants. The swarm spread outward from the second ant, forming a black net of death. Four-tier beasts. Instant kill, a literal instant kill. A four-tier two-headed spirit cat attempted to evade the ant's attack with speed. One ant leapt higher, faster than the spirit cat by a third, its huge mandibles snapping down from above, capturing the spirit cat whole. The spirit cat struggled for less than half a second before dying. A five-tier beast could last a second longer. A five-tier two-headed giant dog howled, preparing to charge into the swarm, but in the next moment 3 ants simultaneously bit from different directions. The giant dog's roar turned into a wail as 3 of its 4 legs were bitten off, its massive body crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, at other points along the front line at the city walls, warriors fought desperately to maintain their defenses. The ant swarm's front line lay 1,000 meters from the city. 1,000 meters. This meant the swarm had forcibly torn open a kilometer-wide safety zone between the city walls and the tide of beasts. The beasts could not cross this black line. Zhang Chun sat inside a room, eyes closed, his consciousness shifting to the perspective of the second ant. Through the ant's compound eyes, the entire battlefield unfolded before him, every beast's location, movement, direction, and strength level coming into clear view. The ant swarm was dealing with these beasts far too easily. A thought flickered through Zhang Chen's mind, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. If it was this easy, why concentrate the ant swarm in one direction? The beast tides surged from all directions while warriors in other areas continued to fight desperately. Zhang Chen issued the command, and the ant swarm began to spread out in all directions. The number of demon beasts was vast, with miscellaneous third and fourth tier creatures covering the mountains and plains densely packed without end. However, the number of ants was also considerable. More importantly, the combat strength of each individual ant delivered a dimensional suppression against these miscellaneous beasts. An ant could kill several demon beasts in a second, achieving a remarkably high efficiency. The speed of the ant swarm's expansion was visible to the naked eye. Starting from the front of the city, the black swarm spread rapidly, like ink dropping into clear water, contaminating everything around. Wherever they passed, the roars of the demon beasts abruptly ceased, replaced by the sounds of shells colliding and bones cracking. The speed of the ant swarm's advance grew ever faster, and the area they occupied expanded increasingly. The warriors on the city wall noticed the change first. Why are there fewer demon beasts over here? Look over there. Those black ants. Damn, those ants are taking them out one by one. On the eastern section of the city wall, a warrior was sent flying by a rock-armored wild boar. He felt at least 3 of his ribs break, and the excruciating pain blurred his vision. As his body tumbled through the air, he saw the ground below the ground outside the city wall, full of demon beasts. It's over. Falling means death. Even if he didn't die from the fall, the dozens of demon beasts surrounding him would tear him apart within 2 seconds. He closed his eyes. Swish, swish, swish. Several large black shadows flashed beneath him, and the strong winds created by them abruptly cushioned his falling body, slowing his descent. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw dozens of demon beasts before him, all instantaneously knocked down to the ground, never to rise again. A few ants crossed over the corpses of the demon beasts, their massive jaws still dripping with blood, rushing towards the next batch of prey, without looking back. The warrior gaped, unable to utter a word for quite some time. What the hell? Out of those dozens of demon beasts, just now 2 were 4th tier, and they just disappeared. In the southern section of the city wall, a middle-aged male warrior swung his sword, cleaving a 3rd-tier double-head spirit cat in half from head to tail. The spirit cat's entrails spilled everywhere, and before he could catch his breath, an even larger shadow had already pounced upon him. A 4th-tier double-head giant dog. The middle-aged warrior smiled wryly. He was only at the 3rd tier and had already exhausted most of his spiritual energy. Killing a 3rd-tier demon beast was sufficient to break even. The 4th-tier giant dog opened its massive maw, the stench of blood wafting directly into his face, hot and repulsive. The middle-aged warrior raised his sword, his hand trembling, but he maintained his stance, determined to stand firm even in death. Bang! A huge black shadow crashed in from the side, moving so fast that the middle-aged warrior hardly had time to react. The 4th-tier giant dog, which had seemed invincible to him, was bitten by a giant ant, its neck gripped tightly as its powerful mandibles snapped shut. Crack! The giant dog's neck broke. Its massive body twitched a couple of times before crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The middle-aged warrior stared blankly at the ant. The ant was smaller than the giant dog, its pitch-black, compound eyes devoid of any emotion, its steps unhesitating as it headed straight into the distance. The warrior's sword slipped from his hand, and he collapsed onto the ground. His legs felt weak, having survived a catastrophe. In the western section of the city wall, a warrior was grabbed by the sharp claws of a flying eagle. The razor-sharp talons pierced through his armor, digging into his flesh, blood dripping down his arm. The flying eagle flapped its wings, the powerful lift pulling him off the city wall. Help! He struggled desperately, but the eagle's strength was overwhelming. The ground was quickly receding, and the figures of his companions on the city wall grew smaller and smaller. He knew what would happen next. When they flew high enough, he would be pecked to death, and when the eagle released him, he would plummet to the ground like a stone. A large black shadow shot up from below. The speed was astonishing. The ant soared over a height of 1,000 meters, its massive jaws opening like a black iron claw, precisely biting into the eagle's abdomen. The flying eagle let out a piercing scream. The ant's mandibles closed, severing the eagle's body in half, feathers and flesh flying everywhere. It was as effortless as a hen pecking for grains. That flying demon beast, which had once been so formidable in the sky, was no more than a snack in the ant's jaws. The warrior fell from the eagle's claws, plummeting towards the ground. The ant's back just happened to pass beneath him, and he crashed heavily onto the ant's smooth exoskeleton, wincing in pain. He lay on the ant's back, gazing down at the battlefield, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly. What kind of monstrous ant is this? The balance of the battlefield tilted visibly. The overwhelming combat power of the ant swarm sliced through the beast tide from the front, then spread out in all directions, tearing the once unified beast tide into countless fragments. The assault of the demon beasts crashed against the ant swarm like waves hitting a dam, surging in wave after wave, only to be crushed time and again. On the city wall, Chun Liang watched as the line of the ant swarm expanded from 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers, then 3 kilometers, stretching to the edge of his vision. He was overjoyed. He never expected Zhang Chen's ants to be this fierce. Previously, during that small-scale beast tide, the ant swarm had already performed quite well, but the number of demon beasts had been small, failing to showcase the advantages of group combat. But now, facing such a large-scale beast tide, the role of the ant swarm was vividly displayed. Their hard exoskeletons made them almost uninjured in the chaos of battle, with attacks from 5th-tier demon beasts leaving only a few white marks. The extraordinary biting power rendered any defense ineffective before their mandibles. Their astonishing jumping ability even allowed them to hunt flying demon beasts. Even more terrifying was the coordination of the ant swarm. They did not attack the same target repeatedly, and there was no instance of 2 ants fighting over the same demon beast. Each ant functioned like a precisely operating gear, undertaking just the right tasks in the overall battle situation. Offense, defense, support, pursuit, all perfectly coordinated. Chun Liang couldn't help but smile. They could easily handle this beast tide. The casualty rate compared to previous beast tides of this scale would likely be astonishingly low. Zhang Chun deserved much credit. At this moment, he was seated indoors, his consciousness immersed in the shared vision of the ant swarm. He was switching to the perspective of the second ant, observing the movements of a group of 5th-tier demon beasts in the northwest corner of the battlefield. This batch of demon beasts was clearly more organized than the others, as if driven by some kind of directive. Zhang Chun frowned, unconsciously tapping his knee with his fingers. Something was amiss. If this beast tide was indeed under human control, what was the purpose of the controller? Simply to use the beast tide to assault the city. That couldn't be it. Although this scale of beast tide was fierce with the city and so many warriors present, it couldn't break through. Unless the beast tide was just a cover and the real killer was someone else. Just as Zhang Chen's thoughts flickered past this notion. Boom. Without any warning, a devastating force descended from the sky, directly smashing through the roof of the building he was in. In an instant, the house was reduced to dust, with the reinforced concrete scattering like smoke. Zhang Chen only felt a blur before his body was uncontrollably thrown out. At the moment the attack struck, Zhang Hua grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him away from the center of the explosion. When Zhang Chen landed, he stumbled before steadying himself and looking back. The place he once called home had turned into a wasteland. All building materials were pulverized into dust, creating a hazy cloud in the air. What about Ant No? 1. Zhang Chen suddenly tried to sense the state of Ant No. 1, but as his consciousness connected, there was nothing but blankness. The life signal of Ant No. 1 had completely vanished. Ant No. 1, 25 meters long, had been reduced to rubble. Zhang Chen's pupils constricted sharply, and a chill ran down his back. He was all too aware of Ant No. 1's defensive capabilities. When it was only 20 meters long, it could withstand the attacks of a five-tailed white fox. Though the five-tailed white fox was the weakest among fifth-tier beasts, it was still a fifth tier. And now with Ant No. 1 at 25 meters, its power had increased several times over, yet it was obliterated in a single blow. It couldn't even struggle. What level of power is this? Even more unsettling was that he had completely failed to perceive the presence of the Ant No. 1 had not detected the attacker either. Had Zhang Hua not pulled it out, it would have been reduced to a pile of flesh. Blood Moon Sect. Zhang Hua's voice came from ahead, his tone icy. Zhang Chun looked up to see Zhang Hua standing a step ahead of him, his back straight as a spear, his eyes fixed intently on the dust ahead. The old man's white hair was tousled by the shockwave, yet he remained perfectly still like a mountain. The dust slowly cleared, revealing a figure emerging from it. A middle-aged man, his build far too robust to be human. Broad shoulders and a thick back, his chest like an iron wall. Most striking were his hands, absurdly large. Each palm was as big as an ordinary person's head, fingers thick as steel rods, and the knuckles were covered with thick calluses. His eyes were blood-red, devoid of any impurities. When those blood-red eyes turned to Zhang Chun, he felt as if he had been locked onto by an ancient ferocious beast, every hair on his body standing on end, his blood turning cold. Elder of the Blood Moon Sect, Yi Lin. Zhang Hua spat out the name through gritted teeth. Yi Lin. Zhang Chen's mind raced. He had heard of the Blood Moon Sect, but someone who could make Zhang Hua grit his teeth and utter their name was certainly not. Yi Lin stood atop the ruins, surveying the surroundings before sighing. I thought I could resolve this issue easily. Yi Lin shook his head, his tone filled with regret. I didn't expect they would send you to protect this kid. It seems this assassination will fail. Zhang, old man, of course I have heard of your name. The strongest of the 6th tier, below the 7th, the ceiling of human 6th tier power. Impressive, truly impressive. Yi Lin's expression was so sincere it was nauseating. But I, Yi Lin, am also an invincible 6th tier warrior. He smiled, his blood-red eyes narrowing. With a burden like you, my hands are tied. If I want to leave, you cannot. He glanced at Zhang Chun while saying this. Just that one glance made Zhang Chun feel as though he had been doused with a bucket of ice water. It was a primal instinct of being targeted by a predator. His heart raced, yet his mind was exceptionally clear. An invincible 6th tier warrior here to assassinate him. He was only at the 2nd tier on the surface. The opponent had sent a 6th tier invincible warrior to kill him. How highly did they regard him? Using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. No, this was no longer using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, it was using a nuclear bomb to swat a mosquito. According to the usual script, shouldn't the villainous forces first send a few minions to test the waters? Allow him to gain some combat experience, level up, and grow stronger before ultimately facing the big boss. That would be reasonable. But these people came in with a nuclear option right away. Zhang Chen mentally complained. Wait. Zhang Chen suddenly realized something. Zhang Hua was actually an invincible 6th tier warrior. Or was he said to be the strongest 6th tier power? This old man always seemed harmless, yet he was actually a figure of this level. Zhang Chun felt a wave of dread, his legs slightly weakening. This meant that if they hadn't considered such issues and had sent Zhang Hua as a guardian, but just sent an ordinary 6th tier warrior instead, today with Yi Lin's strike, he would have been utterly obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Yi Lin, you can give it a try. Zhang Hua's voice had changed. No longer the gentle old man's tone, it had become exceedingly sharp. Whoosh. A long sword appeared out of thin air in Zhang Hua's hand. The sword was entirely silver-white, narrow, and elongated, its blade shimmering with a faint blue cold light. Just being held, the sword emitted an extremely subtle humming sound, as if cheering or heralding the impending slaughter. The moment Zhang Hua tightened his grip on the long sword, his aura shifted. His entire presence transformed from that of a kindly elder into a drawn sword. The radiance of his edge radiated as if the air itself was being sliced apart. Even Zhang Chun standing behind him could feel a chilling oppressive force bearing down, raising goosebumps on his skin. Yi Lin's blood-red pupils momentarily contracted. It was incredibly quick, almost unnoticeable, but he indeed looked at that sort of moment longer. Zhang Chun noticed that Yi Lin's hands unconsciously clenched into fists. This subtle movement indicated that Yi Lin was wary of the sword. However, just as Zhang Chun felt slightly reassured, Zhang Hua suddenly furrowed his brow, his gaze sharply shifting in another direction. There is someone else. Zhang Chen's heart sank. Yi Lin smiled upon hearing this. His smile was much more relaxed, as if he had drawn the final tile in a game of mahjong, perfectly completing a winning hand. You really can't hide anything from you. Just as the words fell, a figure emerged, standing half a step in front of Yi Lin, the two standing side by side. A young man, strikingly handsome with features so exquisite they bordered on the otherworldly. Appearing to be only 25 or 26 years old, he was dressed in a clean white outfit. A faint smile graced his lips, as if he had come for a trivial appointment. Zhang Hua's expression turned extremely grim. Zhang Chun had never seen Zhang Hua display such a look. It was not anger or fear, but rather a sense of seriousness, as if facing a genuine problem. Elder of the Blood Moon, Sect Li Hao. Zhang Hua pronounced the name with each word like it contained shards of ice. Li Hao slightly inclined his body, his demeanor elegant, like a noble bowing. Greetings, Senior Zhang. I have long admired your esteemed name. His voice was gentle and pleasant like a spring breeze. But those blood-red pupils identical to Yi Lin's betrayed his identity. Zhang Chen's head buzzed. Senior Zhang, what level of power does he have? Zhang Chen's voice felt a bit dry. Zhang Hua did not look back at him, his gaze fixed intently on the two opposite him. About the same as Yi Lin. Damn, Zhang Chen couldn't help but curse. Two invincible 6th-tier powerhouses were teaming up to deal with a 2nd-tier minor character like him. What kind of script is this? Which villain's family is so unscrupulous? Go. Zhang Hua grabbed Zhang Chun by the back of his collar, lifting him up like a chick. Before Zhang Chun could react, the scene before him blurred into a swirl of light and shadow. The wind howled past his ears, stinging his face. The city walls, streets, and houses all rushed backward in his sight, so fast that he couldn't see anything clearly. This speed is absurd, right? Zhang Chun felt as if he were stuffed into a high-speed washing machine. Bang! Zhang Hua suddenly stopped, causing Zhang Chun to stumble 2 steps. He leaned on his knees to catch his breath, and when he looked up, he found they had already reached outside the city. The 3rd city behind them was no longer visible, and the sounds of battle had faded away. Senior Zhang, this. Zhang Hua ignored him. His gaze was fixed ahead, and the calm expression on his face turned serious. Elder of the Blood Moon Sect, Chen Feng, Zhang Hua pronounced each word carefully. Zhang Chen's heart raced. Blood Moon Sect. One of the 3 elders. Before he could process this information, a lazy female voice came from ahead. Old Taoist Zhang, your talent is speed. Do you think we weren't prepared? A middle-aged beauty had appeared several hundred meters in front of them, without them noticing. She wore a blood-red gown, her features enchanting, with a smile playing on her lips. That smile seemed exceedingly friendly, like that of a neighborly aunt. But the aura surrounding her made Zhang Chen's hair stand on end. It was a pure killing intent, like a viper's flicking tongue. Footsteps sounded and Zhang Chun turned sharply. Yi Lin emerged from the left, his blood-red pupils particularly striking. Nearby stood Li Hao holding a blood-red spear. The 3 formed a triangle enclosing Zhang Chun and Zhang Hua in the center. The first SS-rated secret realm assessment in Blue Star, Yi Lin said confidently, no amount of caution is too much. He looked at Zhang Chun as if he were a juicy piece of meat. Zhang Chun instinctively clenched his fists. 3 invincible 6th-tier powerhouses were surrounding just 2 people. How do we fight this? Zhang Hua was known as the strongest below the 7th tier, but that's in an unknown scenario. 3 against 1. No matter how strong he is, he's still human, not a god. Just as despair began to spread in Zhang Chen's heart, Zhang Hua smiled. It was a genuine smile, like that of a hunter when their prey took the bait. Zhang Chun was taken aback. Did you think? Zhang Hua's voice dragged out, that it's just me, old Taoist. Chen Feng's smile faltered slightly. Lao Chen, you old muck. Zhang Hua shouted into the void, stop pretending, come out now. Amitba. This chant seemed to come from all directions. It surged from all sides, flooding into everyone's ears, and making Zhang Chen's head thrum. Golden light erupted. Zhang Chun instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes as a blinding light burst from beside him, bright as the midday sun. After the light faded, a monk stood beside Zhang Hua. The monk wore a gray robe, was of average height, slightly plump, with a kind face that seemed to match Zhang Hua's age. He had 6 prayer beads arranged neatly on his head, his hands pressed together, and a smile on his face. He looked like the kind of old monk in a temple who would sneak you some candy. But the smile on Chen Feng's face had completely vanished. Yi Lin's blood-red eyes contracted sharply. Lao Chun. Li Hao's voice was filled with trepidation. Zhang Chun felt ecstatic. With a Taoist and a monk, they were all set, there was hope. Zhang Chun. Zhang Hua glanced at him, his eyes gleaming. Stay back a bit. Alright, it's not easy to lure 3 big fish. Zhang Hua slowly raised his long sword, his voice turning cold. Today, not a single one is getting away. The monk Lao Chun nodded with a smile. Zhang Chun quickly stepped back, while silently engraving the words blood moon sect into his mind. Etched deep. If you dare to come kill me today, remember this. In the future I, Zhang Chun, will uproot this evil. Zhang Chun was not one to easily forget. Anyone who provoked him would be remembered for a lifetime. Boom. The battle erupted without any warning. Zhang Hua made his move. A single sword strike. Just a simple sword strike. With a flick of the sword chi condensed from his fingertips, initially only a meter long like a thin white line. Then the white line surged in the wind. 3 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters, 1,000 meters. A shocking sword chi formed, emitting an ear-piercing shriek. The air was forcibly split apart. Where the sword chi passed, the ground was plowed into a deep gash several hundred meters long with debris and dirt flying everywhere. At the same time, Lao Chun pressed his palms together. The void behind him distorted, and a massive golden Buddha image emerged. The Buddha image stood 1,000 meters tall, its countenance solemn, and its presence imposing. Lao Chun struck out with one palm, and the Buddha image followed suit. That palm was soundless. A terrifying wave of energy surged forward, silently shaking the very fabric of space. The ground cracked, trees splintered, everything in the path of this force was as fragile as paper. It was an absolute display of overwhelming power. Yi Lin's expression twisted. Block it. He struck out with one palm, blood-colored energy, surging from his palm, quickly coalescing into a massive blood-red hand. That hand radiated a nauseating stench of blood, as if forged from the blood of countless beings. The blood hand collided heat with the sword chi. Boom. The shockwave spread in all directions, and Zhang Chun was sent stumbling backward several steps, even from a distance. Li Hao tightened his grip on the spear. The spear's body glowed red as if soaked in a blood pool for 1,000 years. He thrust the spear, and a blood-red spear shadow over 1,000 meters long formed instantly, its tip sharp enough to pierce Lao Chen's palm. Slap. Chun Feng had somehow acquired a blood-colored whip in her hand. She swung her arm, and the whip lashed out. The air exploded, the sound of the blast deafening. The whip's shadow stretched to nearly 1,000 meters, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and earth as it struck toward Zhang Hua. 5-6 deer powerhouses attacked simultaneously. The sky cracked and the earth trembled. The ground for dozens of miles shook violently, and a distant mountain peak was sheared off by the aftermath. The thin mist was illuminated by various colors of energy, bright as day, intertwining gold, white, and blood red. Lao Chun suddenly turned his head, looking kindly at Zhang Chun. He casually waved his sleeve. Zhang Chun felt an extremely gentle force support him, like being gently pushed forward by a warm hand. The scene shifted rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield vanished. The figures of the 5-6 deer powerhouses disappeared, and the terrifying energy fluctuations also faded away. All that remained was a quiet wilderness with a patch of low woods in the distance. Zhang Chun quickly turned back to look, finding nothing. Even the light of battle was gone. How far was he sent? Forget it, no need to dwell on it. In such a battle, his presence would only complicate matters. Let alone participating, just the shockwaves could turn him into a meat patty. Zhang Chun steadied his mind, and with a thought the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. A massive black figure appeared out of thin air. Number 1 Ant. The colossal creature, 25 meters long, appeared before him, its enormous compound eyes reflecting a cold sheen in the sunlight, its pincers slightly opening and closing. Zhang Chun slapped his thigh vigorously, exclaiming awesome. He initially thought that after summoning the ant again, he would have to start from scratch, nurturing it bit by bit. What a hassle that would be, but it turned out to be unnecessary at all. It directly manifested as a complete 25-meter form, identical, without any reduction. Zhang Chun carefully sensed the consumption of his spiritual energy, roughly one ant consumed one of his chi. A bargain, an incredible bargain. For others with summoning talents, once their summoned creature died, it was game over. Their summoning talent was wasted. For him, as long as he had enough chi, it was fine. In theory, as long as the chi continued, the ant swarm would never perish. This was no talent, it was a bug. Zhang Chun switched to the perspective of the second ant. Sure enough, as Yi Lin and the others surrounded him, those siege beasts began to retreat. Everything was validating Zhang Chun's judgment. The siege by the beasts was a diversion, while the real threat was the surround. Those damned creatures. Zhang Chun focused his thoughts. Orders were given. All ants gather at full speed. Swish, swish, swish. The black figures converged from afar. The colossal ant, 25 meters long, ran, with an astonishing momentum, shaking the ground beneath. In less than a minute, a dense mass of black ants gathered around Zhang Chun. 10,000 giant ants lined up closely, resembling a terrifying black army. Zhang Chun stood atop the first ant, finally letting out a sigh of relief. With the ant swarm at his side, his sense of security surged instantly. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended from above. The pressure came without warning, like an invisible mountain suddenly pressing down on Zhang Chun's shoulders. His legs went weak, and he nearly fell off the ant's back. The ant swarm also became restless, their antennae waving wildly, mandibles snapping as they sensed the threat. Damn, Zhang Chun nearly cursed. How long is this going to last? Is today really my unlucky day? The ground beneath him began to tremble violently. Cracks spread from afar, trees collapsed with a crash, and dust billowed into the sky. A heavy sound echoed. Boom. Each step felt like an earthquake. Amid the dust, a massive black silhouette slowly emerged. A black tiger absurdly large. Zhang Chun estimated it to be around 500 meters. Its jet black fur shimmered with faint patterns. Two enormous tiger eyes hung high, their pupils fixated on Zhang Chun. A sixth-tier beast. Those eyes held no savage ignorance, only cold, killing intent. Human. The black tiger spoke, its voice deep as thunder, making Zhang Chun's eardrums ache. You can't escape. It spoke human words. A sixth-tier beast could already speak human language, only the white fox could do so at the fifth tier. Other beasts needed to reach the sixth tier to gain this ability. Zhang Chun stood on the back of the first ant, gazing up at this colossal creature. The wind howled past the black tiger, carrying a strong, bloody scent. He clenched his fists. Am I afraid? Yes, of course I'm afraid. A 500-meter-long giant tiger stood before him. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. Its pressure felt heavy enough to grind a person to dust. But today he had already been surrounded and hunted more than once. Enough, he had had enough. Damn you. Zhang Chun cursed, his voice not loud, but clear in every word. The black tiger's vertical pupils narrowed slightly, clearly unexpected that a mere second-tier human would dare to curse at it at such a moment. Cursing aside, Zhang Chun's mind was racing. Previously, Zhang Hua had mentioned that the weakest sixth-tier strength was roughly equivalent to 31 times that of a normal sixth tier. His giant ant weighed 500 tons with a biting force 500 times its weight, equating to an attack power of 250,000 tons. The attack power of a normal sixth-tier beast was 5,000 tons. This means each giant ant was roughly equivalent to 0.5 times that of a normal sixth-tier beast. 10,000 would be equivalent to 5,000 normal sixth-tier equivalents. If this black tiger was at the bottom of the sixth tier, it would be at the level of 31 times that of a normal sixth tier. Thus, his ant swarm had the potential to crush it by several times based on theoretical data. However, actual combat couldn't be calculated in such a manner. The speed, defense, and combat instincts of a sixth-tier beast are not something that can be measured by simple numerical stacking. But at the very least, there is a chance to fight. What if it is at the bottom tier? Let's give it a try. Zhang Chun made up his mind in an instant. He focused his thoughts. 1,000 giant ants, go for it. At the same time, he crouched on the back of the first ant, patting its exoskeleton. Run, let's get away for now. The first ant turned and ran, its 6 legs moving frantically, reaching an astonishing speed. 1,000 giant ants surged towards the black tiger like a black tide. They surged from all directions, from the left, right, front, back, and even burrowing from below to bite at the black tiger. The black tiger roared. The shockwave from its roar caused the nearest giant ants to stiffen. Its right paw lifted, crashing down fiercely. Bang! A 25-meter-long giant ant was smashed into pieces by a single blow. Its exoskeleton shattered, bodily fluids splattered with no chance to struggle. Zhang Chun saw this scene through the ant's perspective, his back chilling at how fierce it was. A single slap took it out. The black tiger swiped with its left paw. 3 more giant ants were swept away, tumbling in the air for a few rounds before crashing to the ground, their exoskeletons shattered, unable to crawl again. For ants in a single encounter, 4 died. But the ant swarm did not know fear. They did not hesitate. Zhang Chun's orders were their everything. More giant ants climbed up the black tiger's hind legs. Their mandibles opened wide, biting down fiercely. Roar! The black tiger let out a painful roar. A gash was torn in its back, blood gushing out. Zhang Chun crouched atop the first ant, had already run several kilometers, but his perspective kept switching to other ants. It broke through, it really broke through. The black tiger's defense was surprisingly not that exaggerated. Zhang Chun's breath quickened. He quickly analyzed that breaking the defense indicated the biting force of the ants at 250 tons exceeded the black tiger's defense threshold. And the fact that the black tiger could kill a giant ant with a single paw indicated that its attack power was indeed terrifying. But so what? Ants could be summoned again after death. The blood spilled by the black tiger wouldn't come back. This is a war of attrition. And in a war of attrition, the ant swarm excels. A gleam of light shone in Zhang Chun's eyes. He immediately ordered the first ant to turn around. No more running. Today he would personally take down a 6th-tier beast. The black tiger roared madly amidst the ant swarm. Every time it slapped, swept, or stomped, it took down several giant ants, but even more surged from all directions, biting at its legs, belly, back, and tail. Blood flowed from increasing wounds. The black tiger's roars changed from fury to anxiety. Insects, a bunch of damn insects. Zhang Chun grinned. All ants charge. He summoned back the few giant ants that had just died, consuming some qi. Zhang Chun quickly drank some honey, rapidly replenishing his qi. This would be a war of attrition, and he had 4 tons of honey in his spatial ring. Who's afraid of whom? The newly born giant ants immediately joined the battlefield. If the black tiger killed one, another would emerge. If it killed two more would come. The ant swarm seemed like it would never run out. Because it truly wouldn't run out. Zhang Chen stood on the back of the first ant watching as the 500-meter-long black tiger was devoured by the swarm. He had been holding back his frustration all day. The Blood Moon sect wanted to kill him, and the siege by the beasts was set up against him. He endured it. Because he couldn't fight against the invincible strength of the 6th tier. But this black tiger before him, he could handle. It is said that many ants can kill an elephant, let alone the giant ants he summoned himself. Bite them to death. Zhang Chen stood on the back of Ant No. 1, squinting at the battlefield. The ant swarm no longer needed his concern. The ants spontaneously divided into 3 formations with one squad directly confronting the claws of the black tiger. The second squad encircled from the flanks, tearing at the hind leg tendons, while the third squad was responsible for harassing the eyes and ears. The rotations were precise, seamlessly connected, far surpassing his own commands. At every moment giant ants were being crushed. With a single strike, the black tiger shattered 3 or 4 giant ants into black fragments, their bodily fluids splattering across the ground. Zhang Chen remained unfazed. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it with a click. The flame flickered twice, illuminating the orange glow of the cigarette tip as he took a deep drag, exhaling the smoke through his nostrils. He steadied himself. Buzz. The air trembled. Dozens of 25-meter-long giant ants suddenly appeared, their 6 sturdy legs as thick as iron pillars crashing down on the ground, creating 6 deep craters. Without any hesitation at its appearance, the enormous body charged like an out-of-control train, directly attacking the black tiger's flank. What the hell? The voice did not come from Zhang Chen's mouth. It resonated from the nearby woods. Zhang Chen almost dropped his cigarette, turning his head sharply, his pupils constricting, every fiber of his being tensed. Who? His heart raced. Who wouldn't be frightened by an unidentified individual appearing at such a critical moment? Almost instinctively, he jumped down from the back of Ant No. 1 and conveyed the command, go. Whoosh. Ant No. 1 reacted faster than his thoughts. Its 25-meter-long body shot into the woods like a black cannonball. It took no detours, crashing into anything in its path. Trees as thick as a person's embrace were snapped in half, their trunks rolling away and sending leaves flying everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. Several large trees were knocked aside, and Ant No. 1 carved a path several dozen meters wide through the forest. Zhang Chen switched to the perspective of Ant No. 1. The compound eyes of the ant displayed a vast view with almost no blind spots. In the woods, apart from broken tree stumps and fallen branches, there was nothing. No one. Zhang Chen frowned. He was certain he hadn't misheard. That, what the hell, was crystal clear, filled with obvious surprise and shock. It wasn't an illusion. He instructed Ant No. 1 to circle around, yet still found no trace. The other party was well hidden. Zhang Chen put the cigarette back in his mouth, his mind racing. Anyone who could exclaim, what the hell, was definitely not a demon. Even if a demon learned human speech, it wouldn't be able to utter such authentic words. Moreover, if it were a demon, it would have attacked long ago. Standing here as a second-tier martial artist was no different from a cabbage in a market. Anyone could take a swipe at him. Then it had to be a human. But why would a human hide from him? Zhang Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette, his eyes darting around. The answer was actually quite simple. It was someone secretly protecting him. It was reasonable that even someone like Liao Chun or Zhang Hua, both 6th-tier invincibles, would send someone to keep watch over him. Liao Chun wouldn't just leave him here for no reason. After all, he was the precious gem with an SSS rating in the 3rd secret realm. If something went wrong, who would take responsibility? The other party probably saw the giant ant get killed and realized it could be summoned again, unable to resist muttering something. If he were in their shoes and saw such a miraculous feat, he too would have cursed. Zhang Chen's mouth curled slightly before quickly flattening. Since they didn't want to show themselves, he would play along. It would be too awkward to rush over and shout, "Big brother, come out, I know you're there." Life is like a play, entirely dependent on acting skills. He deliberately made a face as if to say, maybe I misheard, waving his hand to signal Ant No. 1 to return and continue watching. He then took the cigarette out and stuffed a large spoonful of honey into his mouth. The mixture of smoke and honey created an indescribably strange flavor. Yet with the spiritual energy replenished, he felt warm all over. Previously in the 3rd secret realm, he had drunk honey until he was full. As the spiritual energy was not consumed, he could store as much as he drank. But now it was completely different. Each time he summoned an ant, 1 of his spiritual energy was consumed. The rate of death was too rapid, and the sensation of spiritual energy draining felt like a faucet had been turned on inside his body, gushing forth uncontrollably. There was no sensation of being full. Zhang Chen took out a container the size of a water barrel from his spatial ring, thumping it down at his feet. As he opened the lid, a rich, sweet aroma of pale, yellow honey wafted out. It was fortunate that this honey was delicious, sweet, but not cloying, melting in the mouth, several times better than the finest wildflower honey on the market. If it had been something bitter or nauseating, Zhang Chen felt he would have turned green. He lifted the container and took a big gulp. The honey slid down his throat, instantly filling him with spiritual energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Dozens of giant ants that had just been crushed reappeared, fully restored and ready to join the battle. "Bill, were you down to nothing?" Zhang Chun wiped the honey from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with intensity. Although the coordination of the ant swarm had reached an absurd level, the black tiger was still a sixth-tier existence. Overwhelming strength is still overwhelming strength. With a single strike, numerous giant ants were directly shattered. Its claws swept through, tearing 3 or 4 giant ants in half. With its fangs clashing, the giant ants were killed before they could even struggle. Almost every second, dozens of giant ants were perishing. But the greatest advantage of the giant ants had never been their individual strength. It was their numbers. As the front row was just crushed, the back row immediately surged forward. There was no seamless connection, not a single second of pause. Before the black tiger could retract its claws, new giant ants were already biting at its forearm. This made the black tiger increasingly irritable. It felt as if the ants in front of it were endless. Kill 100, 200 would emerge. Kill 200, 300 would follow. In fact, they were truly endless. Each sip of honey Zhang Chun took would see dozens of giant ants reappear, all at full health and vigor. The wounds on the black tiger multiplied, blood gushing from countless torn injuries, staining its jet black fur red. Blood dripped to the ground, merging into dark red streams, dyeing large patches of the earth. Yet the vitality of this black tiger was horrifyingly fierce. What appeared to be serious injuries to Zhang Chun were probably akin to a mere paper cut on a human's finger for it. The giant ants fearlessly rushed forward, pressing on. The black tiger roared, shaking the heavens, the sound waves breaking trees for hundreds of meters around. Both sides were engaged in the most primal and brutal slaughter. Boom. A 25-meter giant ant was flung away by the black tiger's tail, crashing down on a hilltop, debris flying like rain. Bang, bang, bang. 3 giant ants simultaneously bit the black tiger's hind leg, only to be violently tossed away by the black tiger, crashing to the ground and creating 3 deep pits several dozen meters wide. The sounds of violent collisions echoed continuously without a moment's pause. The earth could not withstand this level of destruction, and the surface was battered down several hundred meters. Massive cracks extended like spider webs in all directions, spreading for thousands of meters. Zhang Chun was continuously pouring honey from a bucket. 1 sip, 2 sips, 3 sips. It was sweet to the point of overwhelming. He no longer found honey enjoyable. As time passed, Zhang Chun became increasingly astonished. A 6th-tier black tiger, truly terrifying. After being besieged by tens of thousands of giant ants for so long, covered in wounds, it could still maintain such fierce output. Each swipe of its claws carried the force to destroy the heavens and the earth. Every attack could take down dozens of giant ants. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen's heart was bleeding. Honey. For tons of honey, he obtained it from the No. 3 secret realm. For a normal warrior, getting this much honey would mean licking it delicately, a portion worth 10. And he. 100 grams per sip, 1 sip per second. 6 kilograms a minute, 360 kilograms an hour. Just like drinking water. The battle between the giant ants and the black tiger had lasted for 3 hours. 3 hours. Zhang Chun looked down at the container in his hand, now empty, having switched several times. He rummaged through his space ring for supplies, roughly calculating that he had already consumed over a ton. Over a ton of honey. Zhang Chun glanced at the nearly 3 tons of honey left in the space ring, falling into silence. Continue to exhaust. At the current rate of consumption, he could last for about 8 more hours. But with the black tiger's recovery ability, would 8 hours be enough to kill it? Should he call for help? Zhang Chun held the bucket, hesitating. A few kilometers away from the battlefield, on an inconspicuous, small hill, the vegetation was dense, offering a broad view. A young man in his 20s stood on a branch of an old pine tree, arms crossed with sharp eyes locked onto the distance. His name was Chu Yun, one of the top 10 prodigies in Huaxia at the 6th-tier elite level. He was not very pleased when he received the mission today. Protect a kid who wasn't even at the 3rd tier. Did such babysitting work really qualify for him? But the rewards given by the higher-ups were indeed substantial, and they used the word please. Out of respect for that face, he came. Although Zhang Chun received an SSS rating in the No. 3 secret realm, his potential was indeed monstrous, but potential is just a future matter. Right now, he was just a 2nd-tier novice, easily torn apart by any 5th-tier monster. Chu Yun was ready to act at any moment to save him. And then he witnessed a scene he would never forget in his life. Tens of thousands of giant ants, 25 meters long. A 2nd-tier warrior summoned such an army, facing off against a 6th-tier black tiger heathen. They had fought for 3 hours and still hadn't lost. Moreover, the ants could be summoned again even after dying. Chu Yun's fingers unconsciously dug into the tree bark. The earlier "what the hell" was shouted by him. When he saw dozens of 25-meter giant ants reappear after dying, he couldn't hold back. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, instantly dodging to another direction, evading the search of the number 1 ant. Although he escaped, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. The speed of that ant was frighteningly fast. Chu Yun licked his lips, his expression becoming extremely complex. Today I Chu Yun have truly broadened my horizons. He muttered to himself. The SSS rating in the no. 3 secret realm he had previously thought might be inflated, believing it was due to good luck or flaws in the evaluation system. Now he just wanted to slap himself twice. This Zhang Chun was simply like a tadpole turning into a butterfly, perverse to the extreme. He believed he could easily take down this black tiger with his 6th-tier elite strength. But to rely on 2nd-tier warrior strength to endlessly summon an army of ants to wear down a 6th-tier beast, he couldn't do it. Such a fighting style was unprecedented, unheard of. Unlimited summoning and full recovery meant that as long as the spiritual energy didn't run out, Zhang Chun was an everlasting war machine. Chu Yun smiled self-deprecatingly. I falsely claimed to be one of Wuxia's top 10 prodigies. He crossed his arms again, his gaze changing. No longer condescending, but an appraisal between equals. He would be a witness to history as 2nd tier against a 6th tier. This 6th tier black tiger would be thoroughly pinned on the pillar of shame. Being worn down to death by a 2nd tier warrior using ants would be a disgrace it couldn't bear in the demon clan. Of course, the premise was that this black tiger had to die here. Chu Yun's gaze shifted to the black tiger. His vision was far superior to Zhang Chen's. Zhang Chun could only see the surface wounds and blood, but Chu Yun could detect the fluctuating aura of the black tiger. Its spiritual energy was in violent turmoil. Its breathing began to become erratic. The speed of muscle fiber repair was noticeably slowing. 3 hours of intense combat plus continuous blood loss, even a 6th-tier black tiger couldn't withstand it. It was on the verge of collapse. Indeed. Roar. With a roar that pierced the sky, the black tiger suddenly broke free from the giant ants clinging to it, gathering strength in its limbs, soaring into the air. Its figure shot up into the sky like a bolt of black lightning. It was trying to escape. Huh. Zhang Chen's pupils shrank suddenly. The black tiger's movement was too sudden, creating an instant gap in the formation of the ants. He stared at the rising black shadow, his mind going buzz. No way. After 3 hours of fighting and drinking over a ton of honey, you're telling me it's going to escape? Where the hell are you running? Zhang Chen jumped up. The whole of Huaxia has been liberated. Where do you think you're going? He shouted hoarsely, his voice cracking. Over a ton of honey. Did it go to waste? Just thinking of that possibility made Zhang Chen's eyes redden. Absolutely can't let it escape. Buzz. 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 The army of ants seemed to sense Zhang Chen's anger, bursting forth with unprecedented vigor. The first to react were the hundreds of giant ants clinging to the black tiger's legs. They weren't shaken off. Instead, at the moment the black tiger took off, their massive mandibles bit deep into the black tiger's flesh all the way to the bone. Clamp down, never let go. Then more giant ants leaped up from the ground, biting onto the hind legs of the ants already attached to the black tiger. One by one, each ant bit onto another. Like building bridges. Dozens of giant ants connected tail to head, extending from the black tiger to the ground, deeply embedding into the soil. 1 bridge, 2 bridges, 100 bridges. Instantly hundreds of black bridges were constructed. These long bridges dangled from the black tiger's limbs, abdomen, back, and tail in all directions like a black spider web, firmly locking the airborne black tiger in place. 1 giant ant weighs 500 tons. Hundreds of bridges, thousands of ants. Millions of tons of weight. The black tiger hung in midair, unable to rise or fall due to the millions of tons of force pulling it down. The push of spiritual energy simply wasn't enough. It swayed unsteadily, unable to ascend nor descend. Stuck in midair. Meanwhile, those giant ants that did not participate in building the bridges quickly climbed up the long bridges. 6 legs stepped on the bodies of their companions, rushing up with a clatter. They climbed onto the black tiger's back and began to tear at it. Hundreds of giant ants clung to the black tiger's back, their mandibles cutting wildly like hundreds of giant chainsaws, starting up simultaneously. Flesh and blood flew. The black fur was torn away in pieces, revealing the purplish red muscles underneath. Roar. The black tiger let out the most painful scream of its life. What the hell? This time the what the hell was shouted by Zhang Chen himself. He stared in shock at this scene, nearly spilling the honey in his hand. These ants, were they this intelligent? Building bridges to ensnare a flying enemy. Using their own weight as anchor points. Then transporting troops to the enemy through the bridges. He had never given such orders. From start to finish, he had only said one thing: kill it for me. The specific tactics were all devised by the ants themselves. Zhang Chen stood there dazed, his mouth agape. On the pine tree thousands of meters away, Chu Yun's fingers had completely embedded into the bark. His lips trembled. It was too shocking. The black tiger sensed death. The suffocating feeling of being entangled, tightened, and torn apart by hundreds of ropes drove this 6th-tier beast completely mad. Its pupils suddenly constricted into a vertical line, and a roar of fear erupted from deep within its throat. In the next moment, the black tiger's black fur exploded, its muscles swelling like living creatures, and its limbs exerted tremendous force. Boom. The ground cracked. The giant net woven by the ant swarm was abruptly pulled, arching upwards. The massive ants clinging to the black tiger were thrown in disarray, yet not a single one let go. Their jaws clamped tight, 6 legs embedded in the flesh of the black tiger like iron hooks. Yet the black tiger's form was indeed rising. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. The combined weight of thousands of giant ants could not suppress the mad black tiger. Zhang Chun felt his scalp tingle. The giant ants at the bottom reacted extremely quickly. Their 6 sturdy legs as thick as tree trunks plunged deep into the ground with their hard toes piercing through the rock layers, as if they had driven in hundreds of stakes. They bit tightly onto the hind leg joints of their comrades in front, forming living chains, one link after another. It was a tug-of-war. This was a tug-of-war between thousands of giant ants and a 6th-tier beast. Zhang Chun felt his heart leap to his throat. No way he had to help. Under Zhang Chun's command, the number 1 ant moved forward and bit tightly onto the hind leg of the last ant, beginning to pull back with force. He rushed forward as well, wrapping his arms around the nearest leg of the number 1 ant. That leg was thicker than his waist, covered in a cold and hard shell. Zhang Chun gritted his teeth, pushing against the ground with his feet, exerting all his strength to pull back. The number 1 ant did not budge. Zhang Chun's effort was utterly futile. A message transmitted from the number 1 ant's mind, concise, and even tinged with disdain: don't interfere. Zhang Chun. He froze in place, slowly releasing his grip. His face felt a bit hot. What did it mean to interfere? Don't you know I'm your master? Zhang Chun wished he could kick it, but looking at the number 1 ant's stout leg, he silently withdrew his foot. Forget it, kicking it would be pointless and would just hurt his foot. The black tiger was still struggling, its form rising another half meter. But the ant swarm's reaction was much quicker than Zhang Chun had imagined. The bottom layer of giant ants began to adjust their positions. The ants that had been biting the black tiger swiftly climbed down to join the tug-of-war, becoming new anchor points the moment their 6 legs touched the ground. 1 was not enough, 10 were not enough, 100 were not enough. Individually, ants might be insignificant, but their coordination was one of the most terrifying existences in nature. There was no pause, no confusion, and no one waiting for orders. Tens of thousands of giant ants exerted their strength simultaneously in perfect rhythm. Unity is strength. This phrase was vividly illustrated at this moment. The upward trend of the black tiger came to a halt. Then inch by inch it was pulled back. Its claws flailed madly in the air, each swipe carrying the force to destroy heaven and earth. But the fierce winds striking the giant ants only left shallow white marks. The shell of the giant ants was too hard, so hard that even the claws of a 6th-tier beast could not easily break through unless they made direct contact. More and more giant ants landed. The scale of victory tilted irreversibly toward the ant swarm. Zhang Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, another wave of pressure descended from the sky, heavier, denser, and more oppressive than the black tiger. Zhang Chun's knees almost buckled under the weight, and he suddenly looked up, his pupils shrinking. In the distance on the horizon, a massive white object was approaching. Its 600-meter-long body obscured half of the sky, and its 4 sturdy legs as thick as city walls stomped through the void, each step creating visible shockwaves. A white elephant, a 6th-tier white elephant. Damn it! Zhang Chun cursed. Another 6th-tier beast. The black tiger wasn't dead yet, and now another one was coming. What kind of day was it today? A sale on 6th-tier beasts. The ant swarm was currently all entangled with the black tiger and could not spare any forces. Once the white elephant charged over, the situation would be completely out of control. Sweat filled the palms of Zhang Chun's hands. He could feel the destructive aura from the white elephant drawing nearer, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Just when the white elephant was less than 1,000 meters away from them, a flash of blade light cut through the air. Zhang Chun did not see where the blade light came from. He only saw a fine line suddenly appear on the neck of the white elephant. The line was exceedingly smooth, as if the sharpest knife in the world had sliced through the softest butter. There was no pause, obstruction, or any excess force spilling out. It was clean to the point of being chilling. The white elephant's movements froze. Its eyes still held a trace of ferocity, and its 4 legs maintained a stepping posture. But its head, that enormous elephant head larger than a building, was slowly sliding down. Boom. The elephant's head crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The 600-meter-long body lost its balance, collapsing like a fallen mountain. 1 strike, instant kill. Zhang Chun stood there stunned. What kind of strength was this? A 6th-tier beast was as fragile as paper before that knife. Who was the one who struck? He looked around, scanning every direction. There was no one. No figure, no trace. The one who struck left after the kill decisively and cleanly, not even giving a chance to thank them. Was it the person who had been hiding before? Zhang Chun furrowed his brow, but quickly dismissed that thought. Whoever it was, as long as they helped him kill the white elephant beast, it was fine. What mattered most now was the black tiger. He turned to look at the ant swarm. The black tiger's struggles had weakened significantly. The ant's jaws were like countless scissors, peeling away the black tiger's flesh layer by layer. Blood poured from numerous wounds, and the black tiger's roars transformed from anger into howls, from howls into whimpers. Its vitality was indeed formidable. But no matter how formidable that vitality was, it could not withstand the simultaneous biting of thousands of mouths. The black tiger's body began to fall apart. Flesh was torn away piece by piece, exposing its stark, white bones underneath. The bones were also being gnawed at, making crackling sounds. The last weak whimper dissipated into the air. The black tiger was dead. Zhang Chun felt as if all his strength had been drained, and he sat down heavily on the ground. It was too thrilling. His heart was still racing. But he did not rest for long. After sitting for a few seconds, he got up and began to collect the black tiger's materials. The materials of a sixth-tier beast were hard currency. Bones for claws, each could be sold for a good price. Zhang Chun moved swiftly, collecting while calculating. This time the Blood Moon sect had sent 3 invincible sixth-tier warriors to kill him. The demon race had only sent out 2 sixth-tier beasts, clearly much weaker than the 3 elders. This indicated that the Blood Moon sect was the main force while the demon race was merely a support. They had failed this time. But what about next time? Zhang Chen's hand paused. Next time they would definitely send stronger ones. Being rated as SS-level potential in the secret realm was like a target hanging on him brightly and conspicuously. Without killing him, neither the Blood Moon sect nor the demon race would have a peaceful night's sleep. How to break this? Zhang Chun crouched beside the corpse of the black tiger, his brow furrowed. Ultimately, it all boiled down to insufficient strength. He was only at the 2nd stage, separated from the 6th stage by an insurmountable chasm. Although the ant swarm was strong, its upper limit depended on Zhang Chen's own power. Without a breakthrough, the swarm could not continue to grow. He must quickly advance to the 3rd stage, and then charge toward the 4th stage. Once he reached the 4th stage, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. At the 4th stage, the giant ant's weight could reach 500,000 tons. Its biting force would increase to 250 million tons. What does that mean? It equates to the attack power of 500 peak 6th stage warriors reaching the pinnacle level of the 6th stage. 10,000 peak 6th stage beings. Beneath the 7th stage, he would be invincible. With this thought, Zhang Chen's breath quickened. However, after the excitement, calmness swiftly returned. The key was time. From the 2nd stage to the 4th stage required time for cultivation and resource accumulation. The Blood Moon sect and the demon race would not grant him that time. Exiting the misty zone. Useless. The assassination from the Blood Moon sect was unpredictable no matter where he went. Should he find a remote place to hide? That would be too suffocating. Moreover, entrusting his life to someone else for protection was risky. What if Zhang Hua dozed off? Zhang Chun did not distrust Zhang Hua, but the feeling of having his life dependent on someone else was just too uncomfortable. Staying in the misty zone. Even less feasible. Today's events proved that the demon race and the Blood Moon sect could come back at any time. In the battle between humans and demon beasts, humans were at a disadvantage. If the demon beasts were willing to go to any lengths to kill him, humanity might not withstand it. So where to go? Zhang Chun collected the last valuable material from the black tiger into his spatial ring and stood up. His mind raced. Suddenly he thought of it. The secret realm. The 3rd secret realm wouldn't do, as it had a cooldown of 1 month. But what about the 2nd secret realm? The 2nd secret realm allowed entry for martial artists of the 5th stage and below. He fully met the criteria. There were resources and opportunities inside, and perhaps he could even find the 2nd layer of the diamond art. Most importantly, once he entered 6th stage, enemies would be kept at bay. Of course, the Blood Moon sect and the demon race would also send people in to hunt him down. But at most they would be of the 5th stage. His ant swarm could easily handle 5th stage enemies. At least it wouldn't be like outside, where encountering a 6th stage invincible enemy left him with no chance to fight back. Zhang Chun brushed off the dust from his hands, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. It settled then. Number 1, let's go back. He leapt gracefully onto the broad back of the first ant. Whoosh. The first ant exerted power through all 6 legs, charging forward with a massive ant swarm towards the direction of the 3rd city. The ground was carved out with a series of deep pits moving at an astonishing speed. A few minutes later, the city gates appeared in sight. Zhang Chun ordered the other ants to disperse, to continue foraging around the city, while he entered the city gate with only the first ant. The size of the first ant was too conspicuous. Its 25-meter-long body passed through the city gate, making it impossible for anyone to ignore. Passers-by in the city halted in their tracks, all eyes fixated on the first ant. Some pointed and whispered, but more than that, there was awe. During this beast tide, everyone had witnessed the performance of the ant swarm. That overwhelming black torrent crushed demon beasts as if they were mere dried leaves. Many were pulled back from the brink of death by the ant swarm, and they knew it in their hearts. It's Zhang Chun. The ant swarm has returned. Someone waved at Zhang Chun, their eyes filled with gratitude. Zhang Chun nodded and did not linger. Zhang Chun, it's great that you're okay. A hurried voice came from ahead. Chun Liang almost jogged over, clearly having rushed over upon receiving the news. His face was filled with lingering fear. Just earlier, upon returning to the military academy and seeing Zhang Chen's residence turned into a wasteland, Chun Liang's heart had sunk. Although he knew that with Zhang Hua their things wouldn't be too bad. But now seeing Zhang Chun return unscathed, riding the ant, the anxiety in his heart finally eased. Commander Chen, I want to know the situation of the second secret realm. Zhang Chun jumped down from the back of the first ant, getting straight to the point. He pulled out a box of cigarettes from his pocket, taking out two. One was handed to Chun Liang, while he stuck the other in his mouth. The spiritual cigarettes made from a rare spiritual plant were 10 times more effective than caffeine in refreshing the mind. They were just ridiculously expensive, with one costing as much as an ordinary person's annual salary. In the past, Zhang Chun wouldn't even dare to look at them, but now, he wasn't lacking in this bit of money. Chun Liang took the cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. Amidst the swirling smoke, his brows knitted together. Zhang Chun, is this what Senior Zhang Hua meant? It's what I want to do myself. But the second secret realm only allows entry for 5th stage, and below Senior Zhang Hua can't enter. Chun Liang's tone carried obvious concern. Are you going alone? Commander Chun. Zhang Chen's voice was calm. Just now the 3 elders of the Blood Moon sect joined forces to assassinate me. Chun Liang's hand trembled, almost dropping the cigarette from his fingers. What? The 3 elders? They were the most top-tier combat power of the Blood Moon sect, each one being invincible at the 6th stage. With all 3 attacking together, they were determined to kill Zhang Chun. No wonder his residence had turned into ruins. No wonder this beast tide had come so strangely. Chun Liang's expression changed repeatedly, eventually settling into a grim demeanor. This was not a beast tide at all. It was a meticulously planned assassination scheme. The beast tide was merely a ruse, while the real threat lay with those 3 elders. So, Chun Liang exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice heavy. So if I stay outside, I'll eventually be killed. Zhang Chun flicked the ash from his cigarette, his gaze serious. Inside the second secret realm, at least there won't be any 6th stage invincible enemies chasing me. For those below the 6th stage, my ant swarm can handle them. Chun Liang remained silent for a few seconds, quickly weighing the options. The second secret realm indeed had dangerous areas, but Zhang Chun had an army of 10,000 terrifying giant ants. Within the range below the 6th stage, this ant army was practically invincible. Compared to being potentially killed by a 6th stage invincible enemy outside the second secret realm, was actually safer. Alright. Chun Liang extinguished the cigarette, his gaze turning resolute. Inside the second secret realm, there is no mental pressure, nor any other restrictions beyond the rules. The only thing to watch out for are a few dangerous areas, places where even peak 5th stage warriors have gone and never returned. He patted Zhang Chun on the shoulder. Let's go to the second city right now. They'll find you a guide familiar with the environment inside, guaranteed to be reliable. Coincidentally, you handed the national signal transmitter to the state last time, so the state won't take advantage of you for nothing. They'll give you valuable resources to go to the second city to claim. Alright. Zhang Chen nodded, then suddenly thought of something. Commander Chen, what about my uncle and the others? This was the only thing he couldn't let go of right now. His uncle and the others were still in the city, and if the Blood Moon sect used them to threaten him. Don't worry. Chun Liang's tone was firm. They will be secretly relocated immediately. They'll personally arrange it to ensure not a single hair is lost. He turned to his aide beside him and whispered a few instructions. The aide took the order and quickly left. Zhang Chun took one last look in the direction of the military academy. There were his classmates and his brief, yet lively campus life. He had initially wanted to say goodbye, but now, forget it. Time waits for no one. The Blood Moon sect would not give him the luxury of a proper farewell. Let's go. Zhang Chun leapt onto the back of the first ant. Chun Liang followed closely behind, skillfully climbing onto the ant's back and stabilizing himself beside Zhang Chun. Whoosh. The first ant, guided by Chun Liang, changed direction, its 6 legs moving rapidly as it raced toward the second city. The wind whistled past his ears, the outline of the city shrinking rapidly behind them. The military academy. Zhang Chen's residence had already been cordoned off. It had turned into a complete ruin. The original structures had not even left a single intact wall. Liao stood outside the cordon, staring motionless at the wasteland. The wind blew her hair, but she did not brush it aside. Tan Min stood beside her, her lips tightly pressed together, her hands unconsciously wringing together. He should be okay, right? Tan Min's voice was soft, as if asking Liao, or perhaps trying to persuade herself. Liao did not respond. What kind of power could cause such destruction? What had Zhang Chen gone through? A heavy stone pressed down on her heart, suffocating her. The first ant with 6 legs swiftly traversed the ground. Chun Liang stood atop the ant's back, squinting to discern the direction. Up ahead is the second city. Zhang Chun followed his finger's direction and caught a glimpse of the distant city walls, which were notably taller than the third city. Zhang Chun, let's descend and ride the giant ant into the city. The entire city will know you've arrived at the second city. Zhang Chun pondered for a moment, finding the reasoning sound. Time was what he needed most now. Oh, every moment of concealment mattered. Stop, he commanded decisively. The first ant came to a halt, its massive body bowing low. The two jumped down, and Zhang Chun patted the ant's head. Scout the vicinity, but don't stray too far. The first ant waved its antennae twice before turning and disappearing into the distance. Once inside the city, Zhang Chun finally saw the entirety of the second city. The streets were nearly twice as wide as those in the third city, with martial artists occasionally passing by, their auras evidently stronger. Third tier, fourth tier, and even a few fleeting fifth tier auras were present. This was a gathering place for mid-level human combatants. Chun Liang continued walking, leading Zhang Chun toward the military district. The path was unobstructed. The sentries along the way recognized Chun Liang and didn't even bother to question him. We've arrived. Chun Liang stopped in front of a modest, somewhat shabby courtyard. Two simple houses stood there, the courtyard walls unpainted, clashing with the surrounding architecture. Old song. Chun Liang shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice carrying 3 streets away. Come out quickly. The sound of a chair moving came from inside the house. The door opened. A middle-aged man stood at the entrance, slender in build, his brow furrowed, as though his facial muscles had stiffened from years of not smiling. Upon seeing Chun Liang, his brow relaxed slightly. Old Chun, what brings you here? Is something wrong? Old song, time is tight. Chun Liang quickly pulled Zhang Chun over, speaking rapidly. This is Zhang Chun, the one with the SSS rating. Today he was ambushed by 3 elders of the Blood Moon sect, but Elder Zhang Hua intercepted them. We're now preparing to take resources and hide in the second secret realm for a while. He paused and added, Zhang Chun, this is my comrade Song Jie, the head of the military district in the second city. Song Jie's expression changed dramatically. Blood Moon sect. He clenched his fists tightly, fury evident. Damn it, these bastards are getting more and more brazen. Old Song, stop cursing and focus on the matter at hand, Chun Liang urged. Zhang Chun reacted quickly, immediately pulling out a spiritual cigarette from his pocket, tearing it open, and handing one to Chun Liang and one to Song Jie. Hello, Commander Song. Song Jie took the cigarette and looked at Zhang Chun again. This kid at just 18 remained so composed after the assassination attempt. No wonder he had an SSS rating. Chun Liang had already brought the cigarette closer to borrow a lighter. Hey, spiritual cigarettes, you've got good taste, Zhang Chun. With 3 cigarettes lit, the tension in the air eased somewhat amidst the swirling smoke. Song Jie took a puff, exhaling smoke rings while staring at Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun, I know you. The higher-ups have already made arrangements. He extended his right hand. A silver-white ring glimmered on his index finger, and in the next moment a small white bottle appeared in his palm. A spatial ring. Chun Liang looked enviously. Old Song, you really are something. Here I am, the head of the military district in the third city, and I can't even touch a spatial ring. Song Jie ignored him and handed the white bottle to Zhang Chun. What is this? Zhang Chun stared at the tiny bottle, its surface as white as jade, faintly sensing the terrifying energy fluctuations within. Enshrank special treasure. Song Jie's expression turned serious. This millennium-old earth core milk is in limited supply nationwide. It can greatly enhance your physical attributes. This is from the higher-ups. You need to become stronger as soon as possible. Zhang Chun's pupils constricted sharply. Enshrank special treasure. His heart raced as he struggled to keep himself from smiling. This item was exactly what he needed right now. Thank you for the country's nurturing. Zhang Chun solemnly accepted the white bottle, his fingertips trembling slightly. And there's more. Song Jie flipped his wrist, and the spatial ring gleamed again. A pair of gauntlets and a piece of armor appeared in his hand. The gauntlets were entirely black, covered in spikes reflecting a cold glint under the sunlight. The armor was silver gray, its patterns flowing like living creatures, clearly not ordinary. 5th tier, top tier equipment. Song Jie pronounced each word distinctly. Zhang Chun's breath caught in his throat. 5th tier, top tier. The gauntlets increase attack power by 40 times, and the armor reduces incoming damage by 40 times. Song Jie stared into Zhang Chun's eyes, fearing he might not understand what this meant. Ordinary 5th tier equipment only provides a 20 times increase. These 2 pieces are already infinitely close to 6th tier. Zhang Chun was completely dumbfounded. 6th tier equipment boosts attack power by 50 times. The 40 times from this 5th tier top tier item was already a small difference. Moreover, 5th tier equipment only required a punch force of 500 tons to wield, while 6th tier required 500 tons. That gap was like a chasm. He reached out to take the gauntlets and armor, feeling their weight and the coldness of the metal. His mind began racing with calculations. His current standard punch force was around 22 tons. Previously, it was 20 tons. Even though most of the energy from a ton of honey was spent on summoning ants, his physical attributes had indeed improved subtly. With the Diamond Fist technique providing a 10 times boost, his physical attributes increased, and his strength talent surged from a 26-fold to a 35-fold explosion. Punch force, 22 10 35 7700 tons, firmly surpassing the threshold for 5th tier equipment. Adding the 40 times attack boost from the 5th tier top tier gauntlets, and the 10 times increase from mastering the Heavenly Fist. 22 10 35 140 10 392700. Zhang Chun's fingers trembled slightly. Nearly 4,000 tons of punch output. 0.78 of a full-strength 6th tier warrior's combat power. He was shocked by this number. In a full-force eruption, his punches were even more ferocious than the first ant. Although such extreme bursts couldn't be maintained for long, his physical attributes hadn't yet reached the third tier. What would happen if he used the millennium-old Earth Core milk? Zhang Chun, Song Jie spoke seriously. Go to my training room now and use the millennium-old Earth Core milk. The longer you wait, the more uncertain it becomes. The Blood Moon sect will not let this go easily. Also, he added, remember to take a little at a time. Although this thing is mild, your physical attributes are only at the second tier. Don't be greedy. Understood. Thank you, Commander Song. Zhang Chun stored the equipment and suddenly remembered something. He pulled out a mineral water bottle from the spatial ring filled with a light yellow liquid, the honey he had prepared in advance. Commander Song, this is for you, Zhang Chun said, handing over the bottle. Song Jie took it, twisted off the cap, and a sweet fragrance of spiritual energy wafted out. Honey found in the secret realm, it's delicious, Zhang Chun smiled. I have several tons of it. Several tons. Song Jie's mouth twitched, but he no longer hesitated. Commander Chun, Zhang Chun pulled out another bottle and handed it to Chun Liang. Thanks to you today. Hey. Chun Liang took the honey, grinning. Good kid, you're quite generous. Zhang Chun didn't delay any further and turned to follow Song Jie to the training room at the back of the courtyard. A heavy iron door swung open, revealing a small but sturdy space. The door closed behind him. Zhang Chun sat cross-legged, taking a deep breath as he held the white bottle. The instant he twisted off the cap, a rich, almost liquid spiritual energy surged forth from the bottle's opening. Zhang Chun merely sniffed at the tip of his nose, and the spiritual energy within him seemed to be stirred by something beginning to circulate spontaneously. Quite impressive. Just a sniff had such an effect. Zhang Chun didn't dare to be careless and cautiously took a sip. Just a little, perhaps only the size of a fingernail. Boom. A warm current exploded from his stomach as if a sun ignited within him. Yet strangely, this energy was not violent at all. Warm and gentle, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Every muscle was stretching, and every bone was every meridian was expanding. Zhang Chun's eyes were slightly closed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise with satisfaction. So refreshing, exceedingly refreshing. This sensation was so much better than drinking honey. Honey was like warm water slowly soaking in, while the ancient heart essence was nourishing every cell in his body simultaneously. After 10 minutes, the warm current gradually subsided. Zhang Chun opened his eyes and clenched his fist. 32 tons. He had increased by a full 10 tons. Zhang Chun stared at his fist, nearly cursing out loud. Just a small sip, merely a small sip, was this too outrageous? He eagerly opened the cap again and took another sip. Boom. The same warm current swept through his entire body once more. 10 minutes later. 42 tons. Zhang Chun's breathing quickened, his eyes shining brightly. The standard for the third stage was 50 tons. He was just 8 tons short, and he could surpass it with one more sip. He looked down at the small white bottle. The liquid inside was nearly gone, probably just one last sip left. It pained his heart, truly pained. If only this bottle could be a bit larger. No, 10 times larger, he would be willing to sit here for eternity. Zhang Chun licked his lips and poured the last bit of the ancient heart essence into his mouth, almost wishing to stick his tongue into the bottle to lick the insides clean. The last sip went down his throat. Boom. His physical condition was rapidly ascending, muscle fibers strengthening, bone density skyrocketing, and Zhang Chun could distinctly feel himself crossing a threshold. The third stage was within reach. The spiritual energy surged wildly through his meridians like a turbulent river, washing over Zhang Chun's muscles, bones, and flesh wave after wave. That power grew stronger and fiercer. Zhang Chun closed his eyes, veins bulging on his forehead, and beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. He could feel every inch of muscle and every bone in his body trembling slightly, as if a container was filled to the brim with water ready to burst with just one more drop. It was at its limit. At the peak of the second stage, the reserve of spiritual energy had reached its maximum. Zhang Chun's mind turned, and the insights of his cultivation method flashed in his mind. Breaking through from the second to third stage hinged on opening the dantian. The meridians of the human body can only hold a limited amount of spiritual energy, much like storing water in a riverbed. No matter how high the water level rises, it has its limit. Only by creating an independent space within the body and compressing and storing the majority of spiritual energy can a qualitative change be achieved. This step had thwarted countless martial artists. Some spent months, some suffered for years, and even some could not carve out that space in their lifetime. Zhang Chun did not hesitate. He guided the spiritual energy from his whole body to converge towards his abdomen, forcefully pushing it down towards his navel. The spiritual energy flowed together like countless streams, forming an increasingly dense vortex in his abdomen. The pressure was rising. Zhang Chun gritted his teeth, preparing to endure the legendary pain of breaking through the dantian. Boom. There was no warning. Suddenly a void exploded just below his navel, like a giant stone being kicked apart, revealing a brand new space appeared out of nowhere within him, and the spiritual energy found its home, rushing into that space like rivers flowing into the sea. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Zhang Chun opened his eyes, his face blank. What? Was that it? He had been bracing himself to bite down hard and endure the pain, anticipating a dramatic transformation. So the spiritual energy broke through on its own. The Dantian was formed just like that. Zhang Chun was stunned for a full 5 seconds, his mind momentarily malfunctioning. Wasn't it said that many martial artists got stuck at this stage for 1 or 2 years? Weren't there countless examples of those who failed to break through the Dantian and ended up crippled? So it turns out this had nothing to do with me. He slowly clenched his fist. Power gathered in his palm. The standard fist strength was 50 tons, 3rd stage, standard, no deviation. Zhang Chun did not indulge in further sentiment, directly mobilizing his cultivation technique. Diamond technique. Boom. All the bones in his body emitted a dense cracking sound in an instant, like popping beans, spreading from his spine to his limbs, and then from his limbs to his fingertips. A faint golden sheen appeared on the surface of his skin. His physical condition surged tenfold. 500 tons. Zhang Chun casually punched the air, producing a booming wind, causing a few stones in the corner of the training room to bounce up. He had already reached the standard fist strength of the 4th stage. He silently felt the changes in his power talent. The multiplication factor was 40 times. The moment he broke through the 3rd stage, his talent's power multiplication factor had risen to 30 times. After using the diamond technique, the multiplication factor directly jumped to 40 times. This meant that he could now explode with a force of 500 tons times 40. Considering the enhancement from martial skills and top-tier 5th stage equipment, his maximum fist strength could reach around 1.02 million tons. 1.02 million tons. The standard for the 6th stage is 5.000 tons. As a 3rd stage martial artist, his maximum output had already surpassed the 6th stage standard. The corners of Zhang Chen's mouth twitched violently, and uncontrollable excitement surged from his chest. He clenched his fist tightly, golden patterns faintly surfacing on the back of his hand. This was utterly outrageous. Before the excitement could settle, an even more thrilling thought emerged. Now that he had reached the 3rd stage, the ant swarm could also rapidly improve. At that time, with 1 million giant ants weighing 5.000 tons, plus a 500-fold biting force, that scene. Zhang Chun suppressed the jubilation in his heart and began to carefully sense the condition of the Dantian. The spiritual energy flowed slowly in the Dantian. Everything was normal, without any anomalies. But just as his perception brushed past the edge of the Dantian, he suddenly froze. Next to the Dantian, there was another space. Zhang Chun felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. What was that? He cautiously extended his spiritual sense towards that space, touching the edge of it. It truly existed. There was indeed another independent space curled up next to the Dantian like a sleeping bubble. A double Dantian. Impossible. He had never heard of anyone having a double Dantian in his life. Even the most outrageous legends had not mentioned such a thing. Zhang Chen's scalp tingled, and his spiritual sense continued to probe into that space. The moment he touched it, a vague concept suddenly appeared in his mind. Summoning space. Damn. Zhang Chen almost jumped up from his spot. Summoning space, this was definitely summoning space. He had opened a summoning space while breaking through the Dantian. Zhang Chen's breathing grew heavy. Having a summoning space, what does it mean? It means his ant swarm can be stored within this inner space, summoned at will, and retracted anytime. No longer needing to carry 1,000 giant ants around like before, which would easily attract attention. Now his concealment ability has reached its peak. For instance, when entering the 2nd secret realm this time, as long as he is cautious enough, no one will notice him in a short period. When it's time to take action, he can release the ant swarm, and once the fight is over, they can vanish without a trace. Zhang Chen's heart stirred as his mind connected to the distant ant swarm. Buzz. The space trembled. 1,000 giant ants instantly vanished from their original positions, appearing in the summoning space the next moment. There was no delay, no distance limitation. The 1,000 giant ants curled up neatly in the space, automatically falling into a state of slumber. Zhang Chun was momentarily stunned. Ignoring distance. Summoning directly. The function of this summoning space seems excessively exaggerated. However, for the ants to grow, simply sleeping in the space won't suffice. They need to be released to hunt for meat in order to rapidly improve. Zhang Chun stood up, stretched his limbs, and pushed open the door to the training room. Edge. Chun Liang's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Zhang Chun, nearly causing him to drop the teacup in his hand. Zhang Chun, you've broken through to the 3rd level. His voice rose by 8 degrees, and he seemed completely flustered. It had not even been a month. A month ago, Zhang Chun was still an ordinary person who hadn't entered a level, and now he's at the 3rd level. Chun Liang's mind raced as he recalled the genius rankings of the Human Alliance. The fastest record from the 1st to the 3rd level seemed to be 2 months. That was under the condition of full family support and resources piled to the max. What does Zhang Chen's progress count as? A 1-month shortcut. Song Jie glanced at Zhang Chun, his pupils slightly constricting. His aura was steady and restrained. The Dantian had formed undoubtedly at the 3rd level. He clicked his tongue in secret. Is this what a genius-rated SSS in the secret realm looks like? What's the difference between him and a monster? Director Chun director song. This is all thanks to the country's cultivation. Zhang Qin's expression was calm, his tone sincere. Without this grade special treasures, I wouldn't be able to advance so quickly. Whoosh. A figure appeared before Zhang Chun, without warning, bringing a gust of wind. Zhang Hua, Chun Liang and Song Jie both stood straight, respectfully bowing. Elder Zhang. Zhang Chun wasted no time and got straight to the point. Elder Zhang, what happened with the 3 elders of the Blood Moon sect? This matter had been weighing on his mind. Those 3 were coming for him. If they hadn't been dealt with, it would spell endless trouble. Zhang Hua's face stiffened slightly, his gaze flickering, revealing an unusual hint of embarrassment. Ahem. We let them escape. Consider it their good luck. Chun Liang sighed, his expression full of regret. They actually managed to escape from Elder Zhang's hands. Stop flattering me. Zhang Hua waved his hand, unable to maintain his composure. Even with my cooperation with Monk Lycan, we couldn't capture those 3 fellows. Those madmen of the Blood Moon sect are incredibly tough and possess extremely bizarre escape techniques, as if they were using some forbidden technique. Even 2 top experts couldn't take them down. Zhang Qin's heart sank. The strength of the Blood Moon sect was more troublesome than he had imagined. If only we had one more person. Song Jie furrowed his brows, his tone revealing helplessness. If it were 3 against 3, perhaps they could wipe them out. But the problem is the top combat power on the human side is already stretched thin. Where would they find a 3rd expert of the same level in a short time? The atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Zhang Chun reacted quickly, immediately pulling out a pack of spiritual cigarettes from his pocket and taking out 4. He first handed one to Zhang Hua, then to Chun Liang and Song Jie, and finally took one for himself. He flicked a lighter to ignite it. Zhang Chun lit a cigarette for the 3 of them, took a deep puff himself, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Several grown men puffed away, and the atmosphere finally relaxed a bit. Elder Zhang, I plan to go to the 2nd secret realm. Zhang Chun released a smoke ring, his tone calm. The 2nd secret realm. Zhang Hua's finger holding the cigarette paused for a moment, contemplating. With Zhang Qin's current 3rd level strength, he could only enter the 3rd secret realm in a month. The 2nd secret realm is indeed the most suitable choice at present, with the danger level within controllable limits. The 2nd secret realm has 4 major danger zones as well as 1 forbidden area. Zhang Hua said, taking out a map from his spatial ring and spreading it out on the table. The map was densely marked with various symbols and words, and the regions circled in red were particularly eye-catching. For the past 20 years, humanity's exploration of the 2nd secret realm had never ceased. Although that space is vast, the general terrain and major threats have basically been understood. Zhang Hua's finger pointed to a location in the lower right corner of the map, circled 3 times in red. Here is the cave of the Flying Centipede pinnacle of the 6th level. The 6th level pinnacle made Zhang Qin's brows raise. Wait a minute, Elder Zhang. He interrupted. Isn't there a restriction in the secret realm? Only beings below the 6th level can enter, so how could there be a creature at the pinnacle of the 6th level? 2 scenarios. Zhang Hua flicked the ash from his cigarette. One is that these are indigenous creatures of the secret realm. They were originally inside and are not subject to the restrictions. The other, which is more troublesome, is that some beast from the outside enter the secret realm after discovering its rich resources, simply choosing not to come out, staying in for over 10 to 20 years, gradually increasing their strength. Zhang Qin's mouth twitched. Are these beasts grinding experience points by staying in the secret realm? They seem quite clever. Zhang Hua's finger moved to a blue area in the northern part of the map. Here is a large lake where a mysterious tortoise resides at the pinnacle of the 6th level. Another pinnacle of the 6th level. His finger continued to move, pointing to a mountain range in the northwest direction. Diamond 8 pinnacle of the 6th level. Zhang Chun nearly dropped his cigarette from his mouth. 3 6th level pinnacles. Is this the 2nd secret realm, or a den of dragons and tigers? Zhang Hua seemed to see his expression and shook his head slightly. Don't panic, as long as you don't approach those 3 areas actively, there should be no danger. They each have their territories and won't easily leave. Zhang Chun reluctantly nodded. Zhang Hua's finger then moved to a large pink area in the southern part of the map. This flower sea is the territory of the mutant mantis pinnacle of the 5th level. 5th level pinnacle. Zhang Chun was momentarily taken aback. The first 3 were all 6th level pinnacles. How could this 5th level pinnacle also be considered a dangerous zone? It is a whole major level lower. Don't underestimate them. Zhang Hua's expression grew serious. Typically 5th level beasts are around 200 meters in size, but the mutant mantis. He raised 2 fingers. 20 meters, but in vast numbers. Zhang Qin's pupils suddenly constricted. A pinnacle of the 5th level with a body size of 20 meters. What does that mean? It means that the terrifying power that should have been contained in a 200-meter body has been compressed into a 20-meter frame. Speed, agility, and explosive power will all be elevated to an exaggerated degree. Moreover, they are in great numbers. No wonder they're called mutant mantises. That name is just too apt. At last, Zhang Hua's finger traced to the deepest part of the map, marked by a giant black skull surrounded by circles of warning lines. His voice grew a few shades darker. The Forbidden Land's Immortal Palace. As soon as these two words left his lips, Zhang Chen nearly lost grip of the cigarette in his hand. The term Immortal Palace is not something to be used lightly. Regardless of the era, immortal signifies the pinnacle of human aspiration, an unattainable ceiling. A place bearing such a name must either hold incredible opportunities or conceal world-ending dangers. Often it possesses both. From a distance atop the mountain there stands a palace faintly visible, as if suspended among the clouds and mist. Zhang Hua exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze complex, but no one can approach. Why, oi? Mental pressure. Zhang Hua fixed his gaze on Zhang Chen's eyes, enunciating each word. The outer perimeter of the Immortal Palace presents an extremely terrifying mental shock with an intensity comparable to spending 7 days in the Third Secret Realm. The mental pressure of spending 7 days in the Third Secret Realm is the limit for Li Jun and the peak recorded in human history. The further one ventures inside, the stronger the pressure. So far no one has been able to breach the outer perimeter of the Immortal Palace beyond 500 meters. Zhang Hua paused mid-sentence. He looked at Zhang Chen. Chen Liang also halted his tea-drinking action. Song Jia suspended the cigarette in midair. The three of them nearly simultaneously thought of the same thing. Zhang Chen spent 15 days in the Third Secret Realm. 15 days. That's more than twice the record of Li Jun. This indicates that Zhang Chen's upper limit of mental strength exceeds that of any other. The level of mental pressure at the outer perimeter of the Immortal Palace is hellish for others, but for him, it might be akin to a gentle breeze. Zhang Hua's words abruptly caught in his throat. He initially intended to say, "Whatever you do, don't approach that place," but the words circled his tongue, and he swallowed them back. The three exchanged glances. The air suddenly grew heated. The Immortal Palace. A forbidden land that humanity has not dared to enter for 2 decades. What lies within? Could there be a legacy? What if it is a legacy capable of altering the fate of humanity? If obtained, perhaps humanity's predicament would not be so dire. Zhang Hua took a deep drag from his cigarette, the tip glowing intensely. He stared intently at Zhang Chen, eyes blazing. Zhang Chen, once you enter the Second Secret Realm, you will have the chance to test the Forbidden Land. His tone was laced with uncontrollable anticipation. Zhang Chen's heart surged. He understood better than anyone that the power of the King Kong formula he cultivated was astonishing. However, the rare materials required for the King Kong formula were extravagant and difficult to gather. The mental pressure of that Immortal Palace might just relate to the King Kong formula in some way. Perhaps the second layer of the King Kong formula lies within. But ultimately that's just speculation. He would only know once he went. Zhang Chen, the guide has already been arranged for you. Chen Liang snapped back to reality. He'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the Second Secret Realm. Is he reliable? Zhang Hua narrowed his eyes. Rest assured, Senior Zhang. Chen Liang's tone was resolute. Absolutely reliable. I've personally vetted him. Zhang Hua stared at him for 2 seconds, then slightly nodded. Good, we shouldn't delay. Zhang Hua turned to Zhang Chen, patting his shoulder. That hand felt heavy, imbued with a hint of an elder's expectation. Zhang Chen, go and swiftly enhance your strength. After saying this, Zhang Hua turned his back, momentarily hunched. He didn't allow Zhang Chen to see his expression. Humanity is on the decline. Talented individuals are being assassinated one after another, and the dignified human race can only find safety by retreating into secret realms to cultivate. How humiliating. Zhang Hua picked up another cigarette. The smoke billowed behind him, obscuring the frustration etched on his face. Chen Liang led Zhang Chen through the heavily guarded military district to the entrance of the Second Secret Realm. A massive white vortex several hundred meters in diameter floated in the air, spinning slowly, emanating a disquieting spatial fluctuation. It looked almost identical to the entrance of the Third Secret Realm that Zhang Chen had seen last time. In the misty area, there were many similar entrances to secret realms, all leading to the same secret realm. By the way, Zhang Chen, where are your ants? Chen Liang lowered his voice. Cough, Commander Chen, when I was just opening my Dantian, I also opened a summoning Zhang Chen explained nonchalantly. The ants are all inside. What on earth? A summoning space. Chen Liang's eyes widened like saucers. This term completely exceeded his comprehension. How many secrets does this kid Zhang Chen have? The previously overwhelming ant swarm was already shocking enough, and now he reveals an unheard-of summoning space. This is simply overturning the common knowledge of martial artists. Hello, Commander Chen. A booming voice interrupted Chen Liang's astonishment. Huang Tsung, this is Zhang Chen. Chen Liang collected his thoughts and introduced. The newcomer was exceptionally robust, like a moving wall, with a backpack on his back that was larger than half of his body. Zhang Chen, hello, I am your guide Huang Tsung. Huang Tsung grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth extending a palm as large as a fan. Hello, Brother Huang. Zhang Chen reached out and shook his hand firmly. Huang Tsung's palm was rough and powerful, filled with calluses. He examined Zhang Chen discreetly. At the 3rd-tier strength, yet clad in a dazzling set of 5th-tier equipment. TSK. Huang Tsung inwardly clicked his tongue. Is this how the SS class evaluation of a secret realm is treated? They truly regarded him as a precious gem. Commander Chen, shall we go in? Zhang Chen skillfully took out the spiritual smoke again, first handing it to Chen Liang, then extending it to Huang Tsong. Huang Tsong's eyes instantly lit up. Goodness, spiritual smoke, this is a delightful item. He hurriedly took the cigarette, deftly produced a lighter, first offering it to Chen Liang's lips with utmost respect before turning to light one for Zhang Chen. Brother Huang, no, I'll do it myself. Zhang Chen quickly waved his hand, leaning over to borrow a flame. Huang Tsong froze momentarily, casting him a surprised glance. This kid seems a bit different from others. His own talent was defense increased tenfold, making him a top-tier meat shield whose job is to protect such geniuses. The so-called geniuses he had encountered all held their noses high, as if looking down at others, treating commands as a matter of course. However, for the sake of resources and money, Huang Tsong had long honed the skill of enduring and moving on. He originally thought that Zhang Chen, a top genius with an SS-class evaluation, would be even more arrogant. Unexpectedly, the real person turned out to be so polite and modest. Huang Tsong, remember your mission. Chen Liang exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression suddenly turning serious, his tone weighted. Director Chen, you can rest assured. Huang Tsong patted his own chest, making a loud sound, and assured, I've done this many times before, a gold medal guide widely praised. After saying that, he winked at Zhang Chen, and the two stepped into the white vortex. The space shifted. Zhang Chen discovered that the concentration of spiritual energy in the second secret realm was much denser than outside, making him feel refreshed with just one breath. Zhang Chen carried a backpack, concealing the fact that he had a space ring. The exit of the secret realm was bustling with people, as lively as a market, with warriors of various skin colors coming and going, shouting loudly to sell or bargain. The two squeezed out of the crowd. Zhang Chen, where should we go first? I'm just a human GPS, oh, I can go wherever you want. Huang Tsong asked in a low voice. Brother Huang, you're familiar with this secret realm, right? Zhang Chen didn't answer immediately, but countered with a question. Hey little brother, who do you look down on? Huang Tsong was displeased upon hearing this. You can say my strength is lacking, but you cannot doubt my professionalism. I am a professional guide, he chuckled, revealing his signature big white teeth. Brother Huang, then. You know the locations of the 4 major danger zones and forbidden areas, right? Of course I know, that's basic for my job. Wait a minute. Huang Tsong's smile froze on his face, quickly replaced by a look of horror. Little brother, you don't want to go to those places. I'm not going. Zhang Chen thought for a moment and answered decisively. Phew. Huang Tsong dramatically patted his chest, looking like he had survived a disaster. My dear little brother, you scare me to death. Those are the 4 major danger zones and forbidden areas. A 5th-tier warrior entering would face certain death. Well, not going now? Zhang Chen added leisurely. Huang Tsong's expression instantly froze. Zhang Chen knew that since the second secret realm had been opened for so long, the treasures in ordinary areas were probably long gone. The real good stuff must still be in those places that no one dares to go. However, one must eat a meal bite by bite. First, he needed to raise the strength of his ants. Little brother, can I apply to withdraw from the mission now? Is it too late? Huang Tsong's face dropped, looking despondent. Is it true that the brains of geniuses work so strangely? Is it necessary to seek death to feel fulfilled? No wonder I'm not a genius. It turns out I'm just too afraid of dying. Brother Huang, don't worry, I won't go to my death without assurance. Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh at his expression. Well, alright. Huang Tsong sighed, feeling slightly reassured. By the way, Brother Huang, where are the areas with fewer people and a large number of 5th-tier monsters? Zhang Chen's goal was clear. He wanted the ants to grow quickly, and hunting monsters was the fastest way. Fewer people meant that his position would be exposed later. Once the strength of the ant swarm developed, he would have the capital to walk sideways in this second secret realm. After all, some top-tier 5th-tier creatures have real combat power that is not inferior to ordinary 6th-tier ones. He hadn't forgotten that when the ant swarm besieged that 6th-tier black tiger, they fought for quite a while. It was still necessary to develop steadily. Little brother, can we talk about places normal people would go? Huang Tsong felt his heart was unable to take it. Zhang Chen immediately asked about the 4 major danger zones, and then inquired about the locations of large numbers of 5th-tier monsters. Is this something a 3rd-tier warrior should be considering? Even though his defensive talent was strong, tough skin, and thick flesh, he couldn't withstand the siege of hundreds of 5th-tier monsters. Brother Huang, my ants need to grow. They need to devour a large amount of monster flesh and blood. Zhang Chen looked at Huang Tsong's face, which was about to cry, and had to explain. If he didn't explain, he would really be considered a lunatic. Oh. Huang Tsong was initially stunned, then suddenly reacted. Right? Zhang Chen was the one who could summon 10,000 giant ants. Thinking of this, Huang Tsong finally realized a problem. Where are the giant ants? Brother Huang, when we arrive, I'll release the ants. Zhang Chen saw his confusion and whispered. Boom. Huang Tsong's eyes widened instantly, as if there was thunder exploding in his mind. He wasn't an idiot. Zhang Chen's words, combined with the mention of 10,000 ants, indicated a summoning space. He actually had a summoning space. His knowledge blind spot was severely impacted. Since Zhang Chen had explained it to this extent, if Huang Tsong still hesitated, that would be showing lack of appreciation. Little brother, there are indeed places that meet your requirements, but they are a bit far from here. Huang Tsung's brain was working rapidly, instantly locking onto a target. The Qingling Mountain Range, it's the lair of the blue wolves with a large number of 4th-tier and 5th-tier blue wolves forming a huge wolf pack society. Although that place is not as dangerous as the 4 major danger zones due to the sheer number of monsters and their unity, few warrior teams dare to provoke them. For lone wolves, it's even more of a death trap. Alright, let's go there. Upon hearing many 4th-tier and 5th-tier, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, and he made a decision without hesitation. Huang Tsung led the way in front, deliberately slowing his pace so that Zhang Chen could keep up easily. After all, he was a 5th-tier warrior, and his speed was far beyond Zhang Chen's. Zhang Chen felt a stir in his heart. This Huang Tsung truly lived up to his reputation as a gold medal guide. He was very precise with the details. This speed was just perfect for Zhang Chen, neither fast nor slow. The weather in the second secret realm was changeable, but for a 3rd-tier warrior, unless it was extremely bad weather, it wouldn't have much impact. Along the way, they also encountered other small teams of warriors. But a strange scene occurred. Those warriors, regardless of whether they were domestic or foreign, would stop and stay away from Huang Tsung as if they had seen a ghost. Brother Huang, what's going on? Why do these people dodge when they see you? Zhang Chen finally couldn't help but ask. Little brother, you don't understand this. Huang Tsung smiled mysteriously with a hint of pride and a hint of helplessness. I, a gold medal guide, specialize in undertaking trials in secret realms for geniuses. And geniuses are synonymous with trouble. Fortuitous encounters, treasure hunting, assassinations, all sorts of bizarre things can happen. They don't want to invite trouble, so naturally they avoid me. If you don't encounter trouble or seek death, how can you prove you're a genius? Sigh, brother Huang, I don't want to seek death or encounter trouble. Zhang Chen explained seriously. Huang Tsung shot him a sidelong glance, saying nothing, but deep down he didn't believe it at all. No seeking death. Would you ask about the 4 major danger zones and forbidden areas? Would you go to the Qingling Mountain Range where 5th-tier monsters gather? Huang Tsung had summed up an iron rule from years of experience: the more impressive the genius, the more trouble they can create. Huang Tsung might have become accustomed to being a guide providing service, so attentive it was almost alarming. As they moved forward, a 3rd-tier poison scorpion suddenly sprang out from the bushes. Huang Tsung casually smashed the poison scorpion's shell with a punch. Before the scorpion's corpse even hit the ground, he had already stepped over it, continuing on his way, while kicking aside the thicket that blocked the path. Be careful, there's a vine at your feet, little brother. Zhang Chen looked down, and indeed saw a dark green vine lying close to the ground. Did this guy have radar for eyes? Huang Tsung was 28 this year. Both his parents were ordinary people, and his family had neither background nor resources. Relying solely on his defensive talent, he had struggled through the lowest level of secret realms and managed to reach the 5th tier. He had hundreds of scars on his body. Some were left by demon beasts, while others were from battles with people in the... Though young, he had more social experience than many seasoned 6th-tier veterans. With his tenacity and solid defensive talent, Huang Tsung started a guiding business in the 2nd-tier secret realm. He specifically guided those with great talent, but lacking experience in secret realms. To put it plainly, he was a high-end babysitter. But he was indeed skilled at this job. His service attitude was excellent, his strength reliable, and his route planning precise. He even inquired about his clients' dietary preferences in advance. Many talented warriors specifically requested him, resulting in a high number of repeat clients. In the guiding circle of the 2nd-tier secret realm, the name, Gold Medal Huang Tsung, was his brand. But regardless of being a gold medal guide, he ultimately earned hard-earned money. Until just a moment ago. When Chun Liang found him, Huang Tsung was smoking outside the 2nd-tier secret realm. Huang Tsung, there's a job. What job? Escort a person into the 2nd-tier secret realm, providing protection and guiding services throughout. What's the compensation? A set of 6th-tier equipment. Huang Tsung nearly dropped the cigarette from his mouth. 6th-tier equipment. With the current technological level of humanity, 5th-tier equipment could still be mass-produced, but 6th-tier equipment could not. All 6th-tier equipment came from secret realms, each piece worth a fortune. How many 6th-tier powerhouses still wore 5th-tier gear? A set of 6th-tier equipment would be enough to elevate Huang Tsung's strength to a new level. Who? Huang Tsung's eyes lit up. Zhang Chen. Huang Tsung was momentarily stunned. Zhang Chen, an SS-rated evaluator of the 3rd-tier secret realm, was a name that had recently stirred up a storm in the warrior community. Was the risk high? Yes. A job that could offer 6th-tier equipment as a reward would absolutely not be simple. Huang Tsung rubbed his hands together, not hesitating. I accept. Compensation was just one aspect. More importantly, if he could connect with Zhang Chen. Huang Tsung had been navigating the secret realms for many years and was all too aware of the difference between having a backing and not having one. Journey to the West told us since childhood, monsters with a backing are said to be descending to experience the world, and when they break celestial laws, there are still people to rescue them. What about monsters without a backing? They would be struck down without a trace, without even a role to play. Zhang Chen was an SS-rated evaluator of secret realms. Such a person, as long as no accidents occurred, would have limitless future achievements. Now was the highest cost performance time to cling to a big leg. Waiting until they had soared to great heights before trying to cling on. That would be too late. Huang Song agreed without a second thought. Inside the second-tier secret realm, the two had been traveling for several hours within the secret realm. Huang Song had dealt with all threats along the way with precision. Huang Ge, how much longer do we have to walk? Zhang Chen finally couldn't help but ask. It had been a long time since he had experienced traveling on foot. Ever since he had the first-tier ant for transportation, his perception of the concept of distance had become severely distorted. Little brother, at our current speed. Huang Song calculated in his mind and answered truthfully, we still have 6 days to go. What? 6 days? Zhang Chen was stunned. 6 days walking on foot. Ever since he had the first-tier ant traveling from point A to point B felt like taking a high-speed train, he had never thought of traveling as a hassle. Now relying solely on his 2 legs. He started to miss the bumpy feeling of riding on the first-tier ant. No, he needed to summon the first-tier ant. Summoning the entire ant swarm would be too conspicuous, but summoning just one would carry a much lower risk of exposure. One would be enough. Buzz. With a flash of spatial energy, the first-tier ant materialized beside Zhang Chen. The giant ant, 25 meters long, had a black shell that glinted with a cold metallic sheen in the dim light of the secret realm. The massive compound eyes rotated slightly, and the antennae twitched, as if confirming the surrounding environment. Holy crap! Huang Song jumped back 3 meters in shock. His defensive talent instantly activated a layer of spiritual energy armor on the surface of his body, his fists clenched, knees slightly bent, adopting a standard combat stance. Until he could see what it was. A giant ant, the legendary summon of Zhang Chen. Huang Song had heard others mention it before. Each ant is 25 meters long. At the time he thought there might be some exaggeration involved. But seeing this creature standing before him, the sense of oppression could not be described merely by its size. With a 25-meter body, robust limbs, and jaws sharp enough to reflect light, this was a living war machine. Huang Song slowly relaxed his fists, his heart still racing. His defensive talent was almost a reflex. The fact that it could instinctively trigger meant that the threat level was exceedingly high. Zhang Chen had already skillfully jumped onto the back of the first-tier ant. He adjusted his position on the ant's back, finding a spot that was sheltered from the wind and comfortable to sit in, moving so naturally it was as if he were sitting on a sofa at home. Huang Ge, come on up, it's more convenient to ride this for traveling. Zhang Chen waved at him. Oh, okay. Huang Song rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit excited. The surface of the ant's shell had fine patterns and the grip was surprisingly good. Who wouldn't be happy to save some energy by not having to walk? Huang Ge, make sure to guide us. Just as Zhang Chen finished speaking, whoosh. The first-tier ant suddenly Huang Song's body leaned back suddenly, and reflexively he grabbed onto a protruding edge of the ant's shell. The spiritual energy armor instantly manifested over his entire body, and his hair was whipped back by the fierce wind. Fast. Too damn fast. Huang Song's eyes were almost shut due to the wind. He used spiritual energy to condense a thin film in front of his eyes to block the wind, so he could barely see the scenery ahead. When they traveled on foot, they would detour around large trees and avoid massive boulders. That was the logic of normal human movement. But the first-tier ant was clearly not normal. Ahead was a granite boulder over 20 meters high. Crack. The first-tier ant charged straight through. The boulder splintered in half like a cake, debris flying to the sides. 3 trees thick enough to embrace blocked their path. Crack, crack, crack. The limbs trampled over, snapping the trunks. Wood chips and leaves exploded behind them, as if a localized typhoon had swept through. Huang Song clung tightly to the ant's back, feeling like he wasn't riding an ant, but on a roller coaster without a safety belt. But after a while he got used to it. Awesome. It was truly exhilarating. The wind howled past his ears while trees and rocks swiftly retreated from his sight. This overwhelming speed that crushed all obstacles sent Huang Song's adrenaline soaring. A thought sparked in his mind. If only he had such a mount, his business as a gold-ranked guide would take off. What need was there for route planning? What need for detours? A straight line would suffice, wiping out all other guides in the second secret realm. Go straight. Shift 15 degrees to the right. Huang Song continuously directed, and the speed of the first ant remained undiminished. 1 hour. Huang Song jumped off the ant's back, his legs feeling a bit weak, still reeling from the exhilarating rush of such height. He gazed at the towering Qinglang mountain range before him, its continuous peaks disappearing into the clouds, gray-blue cliffs covered in dark green moss and vines. 6 days of travel condensed into 1 hour. What did this concept even mean? Huang Song turned to look at Zhang Chen. As he jumped down from the ant's back, his expression was as calm as if he had just gotten off a bus. Buzz. Upon reaching the destination, Zhang Chen wasted no time waving his hand. He summoned a massive spatial fluctuation. Huang Song blinked. Then in his line of sight, a black, giant ant appeared in an instant. 110, 100, 1000. A dense swarm of giant ants covered the open ground at the foot of the mountain, their black shells reflecting a dim sheen. Tens of thousands of limbs thudded against the ground, creating a dull vibration as the earth trembled slightly. A full 10,000 giant ants, each 25 meters long. Huang Tsung's mouth gaped open, forgetting to close it. For the first time he felt that his role as a gold-ranked guide might be completely unnecessary. With this array, what need was there for a guide? This was no longer an adventure, it was an invasion. Set off. At Zhang Chen's command, the first ant remained by his side, while the rest of the swarm surged forward. Boom. The 9,999 giant ants surged like a black tsunami toward the Qinglang mountain range. The forests were torn apart, the ground crushed, and trees snapped like toothpicks in the flood of ants. From the distant mountains came the echoes of wild beast howls. Oh woo! That was the howl of a Qinglang. Huang Tsung stood in place, watching the black tide engulf the trees at the front of the mountain, his throat tightening. With such a dense swarm of ants crushing through, how many of the mountain's demon beasts would survive? Not many, I fear. Before long, the second ant returned with a prize. A Qinglong 200 meters long, a fifth-tier demon beast size. At this moment, it was already a corpse with marks of the giant ant's jaws having crushed its neck clean and precise. The second ant dropped the Qinglang carcass in front of the first ant and turned to leave. Its movements were swift and decisive, like a delivery rider completing their task. The first ant lowered its head, its massive jaws slicing open the Qinglang's belly, beginning to eat quietly. It was the guard left behind by Zhang Chun, not needing to hunt personally, as it had its own delivery service. Such clear division of labor. Huang Tsung felt he was experiencing a refreshing amount of realizations today. Zhang Chun gazed at the vast expanse of the Qinglang mountain range in the distance. The depth of the mountains was immense, with a vast number of demon beasts within. The amount of meat required for this ant swarm's growth was significant, but judging by the current momentum, it should be enough. Zhang Chun stood up and began practicing his punches. Breaking Heaven Fist. He had just reached the proficient stage today. The power of his punches spiraled outward, compressing the air before his fist into a visible conical vortex. With each punch thrown, a dull sonic boom accompanied it. Bang! One punch slammed into the air before him, sending shockwaves rippling out. Huang Tsung was beside him, organizing his things, and his hand froze as he caught a glimpse of Zhang Chen's punch. That method of exertion. Spiral force, the fist's spinning power, transmitting from the waist to the shoulder and elbow, then concentrating at the fist for an explosive release. Each movement flowed seamlessly without the slightest hitch. Breaking Heaven Fist. Huang Tsung blurted out. Although he could not perform this set of punches, he had seen enough. As a gold-ranked guide, he had encountered many geniuses, and he had watched numerous people practice strength martial arts. The spiral force of Breaking Heaven Fist was highly recognizable. It was the signature technique of Li Jun, the only 7th-tier warrior from Blue Star. Moreover, the quality of what Zhang Chun was executing was clearly not at the beginner level. At the beginner stage, Breaking Heaven Fist's spiral force was intermittent, like a loose faucet. But Zhang Chen's spiral force had formed a complete loop, with each punch's power transmitted seamlessly. Proficient realm. Huang Tsung counted on his fingers how long had it been since Zhang Chen became a warrior. At most a month, right? In less than a month, achieving proficiency in strength martial arts. Huang Tsung thought of himself, though it took him 3 whole years to master in a rank martial art to perfection. 3 years, day after day, gritting his teeth and persevering. As for strength martial arts, he hadn't even dared to touch them. It wasn't a matter of affordability, the key was his fear of lacking talent. Strength martial arts required extremely high comprehension. If one got stuck at the beginner stage for several months, the time and resources wasted would be the most fatal. Yet Zhang Chun had achieved proficiency in less than a month. Was this the true value of an SSS rating in the secret realm? Huang Tsung couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling it was absurd. A proficient Breaking Heaven Fist could amplify attacks tenfold, while mastery could achieve 25 times. This gap was frightening, and Zhang Chun was clearly aiming for mastery. Bang! 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 Zhang Chun unleashed punch after punch. Each punch adjusted the angle and rhythm of his exertion, attempting to find the optimal resolution for his spiral force. Occasionally, if he was unsatisfied with a punch, he would frown, pause to stretch his wrist, then throw another punch. Huang Tsung watched for quite a while. Zhang Chen's focus while practicing was intense. The sound of the first ant gnawing on the Qinglang's bones went completely unheard by him. After practicing for about 2 hours, Zhang Chen finally stopped. He sat down to absorb spiritual energy crystals. The spiritual energy circulated rapidly within him, visibly restoring his depleted stamina and mental energy. Restoring to a saturated state, he stood up again and continued practicing his punches. Bang! 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 Huang Tsung. After practicing for over an hour again, Zhang Chun sat down once more, consuming treasures and absorbing spiritual energy crystals. Then he stood up again to practice. Huang Tsung was utterly dumbfounded. Was this guy a cultivation machine? Practice punches, consume treasures to recover. Practice punches, consume treasures to recover, an infinite loop. Huang Tsung suddenly felt his face heat up. What right did he have to slack off compared to someone whose talent was 10,000 times better than his, and who worked even harder? This was just too intense. Huang Tsung grabbed the large hiking backpack sitting beside him. This bag was his lifeline stuffed to the brim. Unzipping it, he found it neatly organized with various items categorized. Foldable stove, portable cookware, seasoning box, food preservation bags, water purification device, cutlery set. He quickly set up the foldable stove, lit it, placed the pot on, and poured in the oil. Sizzle. The moment the smoke from the oil rose, the aroma wafted out. Zhang Chun was practicing his punches, and amidst the whooshing wind of his fists, a savory aroma of stir-fried dishes wafted into his nose. He paused, and curiously tilted his head to take a look. Huang Song was fervently flipping the spatula. With his left hand gripping the pan, and his right holding the ladle, his movements flowed like water. He had even tied on an apron. The ingredients in the pan crackled under high heat. The mingling scents of soy sauce and garlic felt particularly surreal in the wilderness of the secret realm. Brother Huang, you are too professional at this. Zhang Chun walked over, unable to hide his admiration. This isn't just a gold medal guide, this is a gold medal chef. Of course, little brother. Huang Song replied, flipping the spatula without even looking up. I even went to New Oriental for training. Ew, I have a chef certificate. Just wait a moment, it's almost ready. Can you handle spicy? He asked while stirring the dish in the pan. Zhang Chun sniffed the enticing aroma that drifted by, and his stomach let out a timely growl. People from Yuqing can't live without spice. Okay. Huang Song scooped a large spoonful of chili sauce from the seasoning box and tossed it into the pan. Hiss. The moment the chili sauce hit the pan, a strong spicy aroma surged up. 15 minutes later, there were 3 dishes and a soup. Spicy diced chicken, twice-cooked pork with garlic shoots, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables, plus a tomato egg soup. The rice was also steamed to perfection in a small pot, and when the lid was lifted, steam rose up, filling the air with the fragrance of rice. Huang Song took out a folding table and chairs from his backpack, quickly setting them up and placing the bowls and chopsticks. Zhang Chun walked over, sat down, and picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork with his chopsticks. The meat exploded in his mouth. The pork belly was crispy and fragrant, the garlic shoots were crunchy, and the salty flavor of the broad bean paste perfectly blended with the spiciness of the chili. Brother Huang, you are amazing. This flavor is extraordinary. Zhang Chun gave a thumbs up. It wasn't just a compliment, it was genuinely remarkable. Eating stir-fried dishes in the secret realm, especially at this level, was incredibly blissful. No wonder Huang Song became a gold medal guide. This service was worth the price. Hee hee. Huang Song smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. Little brother, how about some beer? You have beer? Zhang Chun paused, his chopsticks halted. How much stuff did this guy have in his backpack? Brother Huang, you are so thoughtful. No wonder you are a gold medal guide. Zhang Chun sincerely exclaimed, do you have Mountain City beer? Huang Song bent down and pulled out 2 green glass bottles from the side pocket of his backpack. Bang! He opened a bottle with one hand. Huang Song handed one bottle to Zhang Chun and opened another for himself. Cheers. Ding. The 2 beer bottles clinked together. Gulp gulp. The icy beer flowed down his throat. With a warrior's physique, the alcohol felt no different from drinking water. But in the secret realm, sitting in the wilderness with ants nibbling nearby and distant ant colonies sweeping across the mountains, while holding a beer bottle created an extraordinary atmosphere. As they ate, drank, and chatted, the conversation quickly opened up. Huang Song shared his experiences as a guide over the years, discussing which monsters were the most treacherous, which geniuses were the hardest to deal with, and the times he almost died in the secret realm. After a few bottles of beer, the two became completely familiar with each other. Little brother, Huang Song burped, resting his elbow on the folding table. You are so handsome with great talent, many girls must like you, right? Brother Huang, the human race is in a tough spot, and the monster race is powerful. I'm not in the mood for romance right now. Zhang Chun shook his head and took another gulp of beer. True. Huang Song nodded, his expression becoming more serious. Warriors have long lifespans anyway, it's best to focus on improving strength first. Women, they can be troublesome, always quarreling over trivial matters, and can bring up old grievances from 3 years ago over minor issues. His expression became hard to describe as he spoke. Hee, Zhang Chun chuckled, putting down his beer bottle. What kind of man would argue with women? It's like using a rifle against a machine gun. How can you win? Huang Song was stunned for a second before bursting into laughter. Little brother, that's profound, so profound. And besides, Zhang Chun leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and looked smug. Women have 2 mouths, can you argue with them? Huang Song nearly spilled his beer. Damn, little brother, you truly are talented. He laughed for a long time, while patting his thighs, finally giving a thumbs up. After eating and drinking to their fill, Huang Song cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks faster than he cooked. He packed up the folding table and chairs, washed the pots and dishes, and cleared the trash from the ground. Professional, extremely professional. Zhang Chun patted his belly and began to cultivate. Heaven-breaking fist. Bang, bang, bang. He threw punch after punch tirelessly. Zhang Chun's training rhythm was like a clock wound, tightly precise and relentless. After an unknown amount of time, he finally stopped to stretch his stiff joints. Little brother, come here, I set up a hammock. Huang Song's words were interrupted as Zhang Chun's fingers moved. Whoosh. 2 2-meter-long beds suddenly appeared in the clearing. The mattress, quilt, and pillows were all complete. Huang Tsung's voice caught in his throat. He stared at the silver-white ring on Zhang Chen's hand. What the hell? A space ring. Huang Tsung's eyes nearly popped out, his mouth gaping in disbelief, drool dripping down. A space ring. How precious was that thing? Among the entire human warrior population, only 6th-tier invincible warriors qualified to possess one. Each was obtained from the secret realm. Yet here was Zhang Chen, a 3rd-tier warrior, wearing one. If he also had a space ring, he wouldn't need to carry a backpack. All kitchenware, ingredients, tints, tools, and spare gear could be stuffed into the space ring traveling light. He could take out whatever the client needed. A gold medal guide. He would directly be promoted to a god-level guide. Wait a minute. Huang Tsung suddenly snapped back to reality. Damn, he scolded himself. With a space ring, why would he still be a guide? That would be like delivering takeout in a Rolls Royce. What about your perspective, Huang Tsung? He shook his head, throwing out those unrealistic fantasies. Then he looked at the neatly made large bed in front of him. Huang Tsung cautiously lay down. The soft mattress cradled him, the quilt covered him, the texture was silky, and the pillow's height was just right. He stared at the grayish sky of the secret realm above him, feeling that everything was too surreal. Sleeping in a large bed in the secret realm with a giant ant serving as a bodyguard nearby. That giant ant, over 25 meters long, was not far away, providing an oddly comforting sense of security. Huang Tsung closed his eyes and fell asleep within 3 seconds. A few hours later, Huang Tsung rubbed his eyes and sat up, habitually surveying the surroundings. Then his gaze landed on the giant ant not far away. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The giant ant had grown. It wasn't an illusion. This ant had been about 25 meters long before. Now it was at least 3 meters bigger. Its carapace was also a deeper color with a vaguely more solid metallic sheen on the surface. This ant. Huang Tsung smacked his lips in amazement. It grew a size after eating for just a few hours. What kind of growth rate was that? Was this ant inflatable? He recalled the second ant that had been constantly bringing back monster corpses. The first ant had eaten the remains of a blue wolf over 200 meters long, and several of them. Huang Tsung suddenly understood why Zhang Chen had come to the Blue Wolf Mountains. He was here to treat the ants to 2 days later. Zhang Chen looked at the number 1 ant, which had grown to a length of 50 meters, and nodded in satisfaction. Its weight had stabilized at 5,000 tons and had ceased to grow. Its biting force had surged to 2.5 million tons. This figure was equivalent to 5 whiteboard 6th-tier beings, marking a tenfold increase in power. For the entire ant colony, the cumulative effect of this power increase was far more complex than just tenfold. Zhang Chen even felt confident that if he encountered that black tiger again, now he estimated his ant colony could tear it to shreds within a minute. Over the past 3 days, Zhang Chen had almost recklessly consumed treasures, gaining 5 tons of foundational punching power each day. His foundational punching power had now reached 65 tons. Huang Tsung watched from the side as he saw this colony of ants swell like a balloon. He felt completely numb. It was terrifying. How could such monsters exist in this world? Was this reasonable? It was time to scour the dangerous area for rare treasures. Zhang Chen took stock of the remaining treasures in his spatial ring. Apart from honey, most were running low. Although the consumption of treasures was extravagant, the resulting power increase was remarkable. For him, time was the most precious resource. With a thought, he summoned back all the ants except for the number 1 ant. He began to contemplate his next plan. From which of the 4 dangerous areas in the second secret realm should he strike first? The flying centipedes in the caves, the mysterious turtles in the lakes, or the colossal gorillas in the mountains, all were pinnacle 6th-tier existences. In terms of strength, that was equivalent to 500 whiteboard 6th-tier beings, which was 100 times the capability of each of his ants. A heating clash would likely turn into a costly battle like the one with the black tiger, which would be unprofitable. However, the group of mutant mantises in the Flower Sea was different. Their strength was at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, measuring 20 meters in length, and their numbers were frighteningly high. But what he feared least was their sheer numbers. The ants were abundant and strong in defense, perfectly countering the mutant mantises. Brother Huang, let's head to the Flower Sea. Zhang Chen lightly leaped and landed steadily on the broad back of the number 1 ant, which was as wide as a sports field. Moi! Huang Tsung jolted, snapping back from his shock. Zhang Chen was going to deal with those mutant mantises. His mind raced. Although the Flower Sea was filled with numerous mutant mantises, Zhang Chen's army of 10,000 ants was even more monstrous. How could Zhang Chen really push through the Flower Sea? The Flower Sea was notorious as one of the most dangerous areas in the second secret realm. Any warrior daring to treasure hunt there had grass growing on their graves. How many rare treasures could be hidden in such a dangerous area rarely touched by humans? With that thought, Huang Tsung's heart ignited with excitement and his breath quickened. He knew he didn't have the strength to take them, but following Zhang Chen, even if just a little bit of the spoils slipped through his fingers, it would be enough to fill him to bursting. Alright. Huang Tsung jumped onto the back of the number 1 ant. This time he was clever and chose a recessed spot, shielding himself from the wind while maintaining a stable posture. Zhang, the flower sea is over there. He pointed in a direction and shouted excitedly. Whoosh! Before he could finish his sentence, bang! A terrifying sonic boom erupted behind them. The number 1 ant, now 50 meters long, had reached an extreme speed surpassing 500 meters per second. The speed was simply outrageous. Huang Tsong felt as if the scenery around him blurred into a stream of light, and he was firmly pressed against the ant's back. Fortunately, the secret realm was spacious enough, otherwise the number 1 ant wouldn't have been able to run for several minutes. In less than 30 minutes they arrived at their destination. An endless expanse of huge flower sea appeared before Zhang Chun. The flowers here were disproportionately large. Even the smallest blooms were several meters high, and some giant flowers reached heights of dozens of meters, resembling colorful little mountains. Huang Tsong's body tensed involuntarily, his palms sweaty. After all, this was one of the 4 perilous locations in the second secret realm. The ingrained fear was not something that could be easily dispelled. Buzz. Zhang Chun remained expressionless, his mind concentrating. Over 10,000 giant ants appeared out of thin air, surging like a black tide towards the ground. As this massive swarm of ants emerged, intense energy fluctuations instantly transmitted from the depths of the flower sea. Suddenly the sky darkened without warning. Dense black shadows ascended, gathering into a thick cloud that obscured the sky. It was a swarm of mantises, each with 4 legs resembling 2 gleaming 20-meter-long blades glinting ominously. They were the absolute overlords of this flower sea, with very few creatures daring to provoke them. Today, however, invaders had entered their territory. Huang Tsong stared at the terrifying sight that blotted out the sun, his face turning pale. Oh no, his legs felt a bit weak. The infamy of the 4 perilous areas was indeed not unfounded. Zhang Chun was also somewhat surprised. The number of mutant mantises was even greater than he had anticipated. However, it was merely surprise. His ants possessed individual strength comparable to 5 whiteboard 6th-tier beings. And these mantises were merely at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, failing to meet the standard for even 1 whiteboard 6th-tier being's strength. They were simply not on the same level. Charge. Zhang Chun issued the simplest command. The current strength of the ant swarm had skyrocketed, and their intelligence had greatly increased, no longer requiring him to execute detailed tactical commands. Their coordination had formed an efficient killing instinct, which had already been evident when the ant swarm attacked the block. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sound of sonic booms reverberated. With the ants' current explosive power, they could achieve short bursts of weightlessness and sprint like black missiles being launched. The black torrent formed by the ant swarm ruthlessly charged into the green canopy made up of mantises. In the next moment, the mutant mantises fell from the sky like rain, crashing down in a flurry. Today they encountered their true nemesis. In the past, they had been the unrivaled reapers of this flower sea. Yet today their proud numerical advantage became a joke in front of another group of equally numerous monsters. The opponent's offensive power outmatched theirs, and their defense was hopelessly thick. This was a one-sided massacre. Huang Tsong stared dumbfounded at the scene before him, beginning to question life itself. Was this truly one of the 4 dangerous areas that struck fear into the hearts of those in the second secret realm? Why did it feel like they were made of paper? One could only say that the mutant mantises ultimately could not withstand the even more monstrous ants. The most valuable materials from the mutant mantises were their 4-leg blades. But Zhang Chun had completely lost interest in the materials of these monsters. How much could these materials sell for? Instead of wasting time, it was better to find more rare treasures. That was the real bounty. The gathered army of mantises was shattered by the ant swarm in a single encounter. They shrieked wildly, calling in more companions, only to send more food to the ant swarm, still being instantly annihilated. In the end, only a small handful of mutant mantises remained, terrified and fleeing without a backward glance from this flower sea. Zhang Chun issued new instructions to the ant swarm to search for rare treasures of heaven and earth. The ants could not distinguish what these treasures were. Zhang Chun's method was simple and brutal. Anything that smelled sweet and made them want to eat was surely a treasure. Although this method might miss some treasures, its efficiency was incomparably higher than searching for them himself, which would take an eternity in such a vast sea of flowers. Previously, in the 3rd secret realm, Zhang Chun had considered this method. However, at that time the ants lacked the intelligence to execute such a complex command. The massive ant swarm immediately broke into smaller units, spreading out like a giant net to begin a thorough search. Huang Tsong watched as Zhang Chun leisurely sat atop the first ant, eyes closed in meditation, waiting for treasures to come to him. He was so envious that his eyes turned red. Moments later, Zhang Chun's mind was inundated with the psychic signals transmitted back from the ant swarm. The first ant immediately began to move, navigating through the sea of flowers. There were so many treasures. It was no wonder this area, rarely ventured into by others, was teeming with treasures. The mutated mantis was purely carnivorous and showed no interest in these plant-based treasures. This left all the benefits to Zhang Chun. For the first time, Zhang Chun felt that collecting treasures was also a physically demanding task. The signals from the ant swarm indicating treasure discoveries came in rapid succession, overwhelming him. In less than a few hours he had exhausted all the hundreds of wooden boxes he had prepared for storing the treasures. Zhang Chun had no choice but to pull out the material bags he had previously used for storing beast materials. He now felt incredibly grateful that he hadn't discarded those material bags. Filling one with treasures, he directly stored it into his space ring. Huang Tsong watched in agony, clenching his fists. This behavior was simply wasteful. What a disgrace. Using bags meant for beast materials to store treasures overflowing with spiritual energy was far too extravagant. But he also had very few wooden boxes himself. Who would have thought treasures could be collected this way? In his heartache, he gave all his few wooden boxes to Zhang Chun. Seeing Huang Tsung's pained expression, Zhang Chun found it amusing and casually tossed him a recently gathered treasure. Huang Tsung fumbled to catch it, nearly unable to contain his joy. Just this small plant was worth the equivalent of his entire year's harvest. For Zhang Chun to acquire so many treasures, he could only feel envy with not a hint of jealousy left in him. Others dominated the dangerous zones with sheer strength. How could he refuse to accept that? One of the 4 dangerous zones that had existed for countless years, the Sea of Flowers, was officially removed from the list today. Brother, why aren't you collecting the forelegs of these mutated mantises? Hey. Huang Tsung squatted down, poking at a severed limb that was a full 20 meters long. Materials from 5th-tier beasts aren't worth much. I'm too busy collecting treasures to bother with those, Zhang Chun replied casually. Cough. Brother, since you don't want them, can I collect them? Go ahead, Huang Gu. Zhang Chun waved his hand without looking back. Alright, thank you, brother. Huang Tsung he quickly pulled out a rope from his backpack, moving swiftly. Following Zhang Chun was indeed lucrative. However, after picking up 10, he realized that binding the 20-meter forelegs together was quite a skill. After gathering 30, he began to feel that the rope wasn't long enough. After 100, Huang Tsung wiped his sweat, regretting not bringing more ropes. Upon picking up the 300th, he felt utterly defeated. This was never-ending. There were just too many. They were everywhere, densely packed. Huang Tsung gritted his teeth, not pausing his hands, continuing to bind, then picking more up, stacking them higher. In the end, the forelegs piled up to nearly 100 meters, and he was hugging them so tightly that his head couldn't poke out. He looked just like an ant carrying a huge burden. Zhang Chun glanced over, held back for 2 seconds, and couldn't resist. Huang Gu, you're amazing. He gave a thumbs up, his tone sincere. Hee brother, I'm capable of this. Huang Tsung's face turned red as he peeked out from behind the pile of forelegs. Zhang Chun chuckled, glancing at the pile, nearly burying Huang Tsung, and said, Huang Gu, why not put the materials on the back of the first ant? Huang Tsung was stunned for a second, then immediately tossed the bundle onto the ant's back, letting out a sigh of relief as his shoulders slumped. Thanks, brother. This weight was probably equivalent to a person carrying a book for the 200-meter-long first ant. Suddenly Zhang Chen's mind stirred. The ant's psychic waves indicated they had found another treasure. He immediately jumped onto the back of the first ant, urging Huang Tsung toward the direction of the signal. Before long, a water pool appeared ahead. The water was only half full, calm on the surface without any unusual odor, looking quite ordinary. However, the psychic waves from the first ant were almost instantly filled, its desperate longing crashing into Zhang Chen's mind, causing him to pause momentarily. It wanted to drink desperately. Huang Gu, do you recognize what this treasure is? Zhang Chun frowned, circling the Huang Tsung crouched down, his expression unusually serious. I don't recognize it. I've seen many treasures, but this one, I've truly never seen before. Zhang Chun stared at the water pool, watching the first ant's head almost bending under the weight of its desire, pondering several times inside. Should he let it try? What if it's poisonous? But the first ant's reaction didn't seem like it was encountering danger, rather it seemed to have caught a whiff of something it instinctively craved. Alright, go ahead and drink, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, the first ant immediately bent down and gulped it down. 1 minute. A full minute. The first ant raised its head, shaking it, but the manner of shaking was off. Its steps were unsteady, its head bobbing up and down as if it were drunk, and couldn't find its footing. Zhang Chun quickly jumped down from the back of the first ant. Boom. The ground shook as the first ant collapsed, closing its compound eyes and not moving an inch. Huang Tsung took several steps back, staring at the 50-meter-long giant, sleeping heavily on the ground, his throat dryly voicing this. Is the water poisonous? Doesn't seem like poison. Zhang Chun circled around the first ant. Observing its breathing rhythm, its antennae were still slightly moving, and the chest cavity rose and fell regularly, resembling deep sleep rather than near death. More like a reaction to evolution, he speculated in his mind. He decided to leave one ant to guard while the others continued to scour for treasures. This search lasted a full 3 days. Zhang Chun emptied the treasures from the Sea of Flowers, filling 10 material bags. During these 3 days, he never stopped eating while searching. The quality of the treasures was not as explosive as the millennial deep earth milk, but the quantity made up for it. His foundational punch strength had surged from 65 tons to 85 tons. Huang Tsung followed closely, his eyes shifting from envy to numbness. He watched in disbelief as Zhang Chun casually munched on treasures that others would consider priceless, devouring them one by one, and savoring them especially well. Was this even human? Brother, do you know how long these treasures you've consumed could last for others? Huang Song held back for a long time before finally speaking up. How long? Zhang Chun casually asked, still stuffing unknown fruits into his mouth. A year. Huang Song replied with a figure. Zhang Chun paused for a second, nodded, then continued eating. Huang Song completely fell silent. There was no point in saying anything as Zhang Chun didn't care. On the third day, a sudden wave of mental fluctuation surged in Zhang Chun's mind. He stopped in his tracks, standing still to receive the signal as his brow twitched. The first ant awoke. From afar, he saw something moving by the water pool, its form normal, its antennae normal, and its movements nimble. However, standing on the back of the second ant, Zhang Chun couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As he drew closer, he finally saw clearly. He stood frozen for 3 seconds before uttering 3 words. What the hell? The first ant was 20 meters long. It had originally been 50 meters, now shrunk to more than half. Huang Song leaned in for a closer look and finally squeezed out a sentence. Is it the same one? Yes, Zhang Chun confirmed through the mental link. He had never heard of any heavenly materials or treasures capable of compressing a 50-meter giant into 20 meters. It was unscientific, something was wrong, yet the first ant stood there, its antennae sweeping over the mental fluctuation, stable and clear. It was indeed the same. Suddenly Zhang Chun thought of the mutant mantises. Those mutants with abnormal sizes. Could it be? He had the first ant run a distance, and its speed remained unchanged. He had it bite a specially designed instrument to test its biting force. Originally the biting force was 500 times its weight, but now it had doubled, reaching a biting force of 1,000 times. The size had shrunk, the density increased, but the strength remained, and its agility had even improved. Zhang Chun stood by the pool enlightened. This was a genuine evolution. Huanga, how much water is left in this pool? Huang Song crouched down to estimate, then looked up and said, barely enough for about 1,000 of them. Any more and it'll run dry. Zhang Chun focused his thoughts. Good 999 ants, let's give it a try. Rumble. 999 giant ants came running from all directions, neatly lining up by the pool to drink. Zhang Chun's gaze fell on the water surface, which visibly lowered. When the last ant finished drinking, the pool ran dry, and the 999 giant ants swayed as they searched for a place to lie down, the commotion resembling a minor earthquake. The ground shook again, then fell silent. On the other side of the flower sea, a group of martial artists training nearby were quickly retreating, their faces pale. Ahead appeared the mutant mantises, seemingly fleeing for their lives. They ran desperately, their limbs retracted, panic filling their compound eyes as they crashed through everything in their path, oblivious to direction. One bolder martial artist hid on high ground, peering into the depths of the flower sea, then slowly lowered his binoculars, his face turning pale. The flower sea is filled with the corpses of mutant mantises. What? As far as the eye can see, it's all of them. Silence lingered for 3 seconds. Then this news exploded out of the flower sea at lightning speed, reaching every corner of the second secret realm. Had the area of mutant mantises in the second secret realm been removed from danger? When the news broke, many martial artists' first reaction was disbelief, then they checked repeatedly. After confirming, some simply sat on the ground speechless. The manner of death of the mutant mantises was unmistakable, with massive bite wounds. Any observer could guess it was the work of the giant ants. Where had these giant ants come from? Was there any need to ask? It must be Zhang Chun's 10,000 giant ants. He had only become a martial artist for less than a month, right? Outside the second secret realm, Zhang Hua heard the news and was stunned for a long time. He had specifically warned earlier to avoid the 4 dangerous areas of the second secret realm. And what happened? One of them was wiped off the map by Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun just can't stand not causing trouble. They had agreed to sneak into the second secret realm, but ended up with such a situation that they couldn't hide. Outside the foggy area, the media had exploded with headlines increasingly sensational, each content more exaggerated than the last, all reporting on the removal of the dangerous area in the second secret realm. In the third city, Zhang Chun's classmates saw the news and were first taken aback, exchanging glances, then all fell silent. They were still first-stage martial artists, having yet to enter the third secret realm. He was already doing such things in the second secret realm. Li Yao and Tan Min said nothing, merely sighing softly. They could only watch the gap between them and Zhang Chun grow ever wider, feeling the distance between them increasing. They realized that they would probably only be able to silently wish him well from a distance in the future. People should not encounter 2 dazzling individuals in their youth. Outside the foggy area, in a concealed underground chamber, Master Zhang Chun has appeared in the second sea. The messenger knelt on one knee. His ants have removed the dangerous area of the flower sea. The last few words were almost squeezed out through gritted teeth. The master, concealed in a black robe, furrowed his brows. The temperature in the secret chamber seemed to drop several degrees. Removed. The master's voice was terrifyingly calm, like a still pond hiding dark currents beneath. He actually dealt with the numerous 5th-level peak mutant mantises in the Flower Sea. Last time, even 3 elders couldn't subdue him. The master stood up. He is quite clever running to the second secret realm. Does he think it's safe there? What does the master mean? Arrange for the strongest 5th-level warriors to enter the secret realm and deal with him. The messenger hesitated for a moment, his lips moving. Speak. But his ants can deal with the mutant mantises. The messenger swallowed hard. If our people go in, I'm afraid. Cooperate with the demon clan. The master's tone left no room for negotiation. Send more people in. If we don't deal with him now, it will only be harder later. Yes. The messenger stood up, quickly exiting the secret chamber, the sound of his footsteps gradually fading. Outside the foggy area in the heart of the demon clan, atop a mountain peak. Your Majesty, the assassination has failed. The voice of the 6-tailed white fox trembled. The 7-tailed white fox slowly opened its golden slit pupils, a terrifying pressure pouring down like a tangible force. The 6-tailed white fox's body was suddenly forced lower, its bones creaking softly, its claws leaving deep scratches on the ground. Fool. Just 2 words. The 6-tailed white fox's fur bristled, instinctive fear making it shiver all over. What happened? The 7-tailed white fox's tail began to sway, each movement causing the space to slightly distort. The Blood Moon sect arranged for 3 invincible 6th-level warriors to assassinate. The 6-tailed white fox spoke with difficulty, but the human side sent Zhang Hua and Liao Chun as guards, and the assassination failed. The 7-tailed white fox's tail momentarily stilled. Zhang Hua, Liao Chun. It recognized these 2 names. The human race is indeed cautious. Where is Zhang Chun now? We must resolve this quickly. He is in the second secret realm. The 6-tailed white fox's tail unconsciously tightened. Just received news, he has removed the dangerous area of the Flower Sea. What? The 7-tailed white fox's body suddenly stood up. Just this one movement shook the entire mountain. In its golden slit pupils filled with shock, a strong, killing intent quickly replaced it. The Flower Sea. There the numerous 5th-level peak mutant mantises were creatures, even its 5th-level peak demon beasts were unwilling to provoke this growth rate. The 7-tailed white fox's claws dug fiercely into the ground. We cannot wait any longer. It lowered its head, its golden slit pupils glaring at the 6-tailed white fox prostrate on the ground. Send all who meet the conditions into the second secret realm. All. The 6-tailed white fox raised its head, slightly surprise flashing in its eyes. All. The 7-tailed white fox's tone was undeniably firm. We must eliminate this threat. If we don't kill him today, it will be us who dies soon. The 6-tailed white fox's body trembled. The king actually used such wording. It had never seen the king show such fear towards a human. Yes, Your Majesty. The 6-tailed white fox rose, transforming into a streak of white light and disappearing from the palace. The 7-tailed white fox stood alone atop the mountain, its 1,000 soft meters long, tail swaying slowly. In the second secret realm. At this moment, Zhang Chun was unaware of how many people outside were eager to take his life. He sat atop the back of the first ant with a vast array of treasures gathered from the Flower Sea piled within his spatial ring, contemplating his next plan. The ant's strength could not be further increased for the time being. I need to first enhance my physical fitness to the 4th-tier standard, Zhang Chun mused, stroking his chin and calculating rapidly in his mind. His current foundational punching power was 85 tons, while the 4th-tier standard was 500 tons. There was a deficit of 415 tons. The treasures obtained from the Flower Sea were sufficient for him to squander, allowing for an increase of 5 tons of punching power per day, based on maximum consumption. 83 days. About 3 months, Zhang Chun murmured to himself, consider it a long vacation. After all, the Blood Moon sect and the Monster Clan would surely be in a frenzy. They couldn't hide the commotion caused by the removal of the Flower Sea. They would definitely send people into the second secret realm to find him. But with the vastness of the second secret realm, how could they locate someone deliberately hiding their tracks? Dream on. Zhang Chun chose a secluded valley as a temporary stronghold, with the first ant patrolling the perimeter while the rest of the ants were all summoned back into the spatial realm. Low profile cautiously developing. He would wait until he reached the 4th tier. Days passed by. Zhang Chun's life was extremely regular, eating treasures, cultivating, and sleeping. On the 13th day, his foundational punching power broke through to 150 tons. On the 28th day, it reached 225 tons. By the 50th day, his breaking heaven fist had reached mastery. On the 75th day, a sudden insight into the practice of breaking heaven fist occurred. It was a peculiar state. As Zhang Chun unleashed a punch, the speed of the spiraling force surged immensely, and its power was entirely different. He found himself engulfed in a state of enlightenment. When he came to his senses, he realized that several days had already passed. As it reached great accomplishment, Zhang Chun was momentarily stunned, then erupted with joy. The great accomplishment realm of breaking heaven fist. The attack multiplier had directly jumped to 40 times. However, the cost was not insignificant. During those days of comprehension at the great accomplishment level, Zhang Chun consumed treasures at a rate several times his usual. It was as if he were throwing things into a bottomless pit, with his body frantically absorbing energy to solidify his understanding of the fist intent. By the time he regained his composure, more than half of the treasures from the Flower Sea had been consumed. Damn! Zhang Chun looked at the dwindling resources, his mouth twitching in pain. It was originally enough for a person for several decades. He had forcibly completed it in 3 months, but it was worth it. On the 85th day, deep within the valley, boom. Zhang Chun unleashed a punch, and the force of his strike shattered the massive stone 3 meters in front of him, sending fragments flying and embedding into the surrounding rock walls, penetrating half a meter deep. Cracks resembling spider webs appeared on the rock wall behind the massive stone, which then collapsed with a thunderous sound. Zhang Chun withdrew his fist and gazed at his hand. He had reached the 4th tier. Foundational punching power, 500 tons. Standing amidst the rubble, he began silently calculating his current strength. Foundational punching power, 500 tons. The diamond art enhanced his physical fitness by 10-fold, which meant that under the enhancement of the diamond art, his base strength had transformed to 5,000 tons. After the enhancement from the diamond art, the output multiplier of his strength talent also increased, reaching 50 times. 5,000 multiplied by 50 equaled 2,500 tons of power output. But that wasn't the end. The great accomplishment Breaking Heaven Fist increased the attack by 40 times. The 5th tier top tier equipment also added 40 times to the attack. The two combined for an 80-fold enhancement. 25000x 18202,500 tons. Zhang Chun was dumbfounded. He calculated again. That's right, 202,500 tons. A standard combat power for a whiteboard 6th tier is 5,000 tons. He was now equivalent to 45 whiteboard 6th tiers. Zhang Chun remained silent for quite some time. Is this reasonable? He had just stepped into the 4th tier. A 4th tier fighting a 6th tier at the bottom, this was like crossing 2 major realms to beat someone. Although it is said that a genius who cannot fight beyond their level does not deserve to be called a genius. Zhang Chun muttered, but isn't my level up a bit too outrageous? Fine then. Zhang Chun's mouth involuntarily curled upward. Since I have stepped into the 4th tier, the ants can continue to grow. The growth limit for the ants had been unlocked. Next, it was time to feed the ants. In these 3 months, aside from the first ant that had been by his side as a bodyguard, the other ants had all stayed in the summoning space. They needed to come out and work. Huang Song was well acquainted with the terrain of the 2nd secret realm and quickly found an area where 5th tier beasts were congregating. Brother, there are quite a few 5th tier beasts in that forest ahead, but their numbers can't be compared to those in the previous Qing Wolf Mountain range. Zhang Chun released the ant swarm. 10,000 ants surged forth, engulfing the entire forest like a black tide. 3 days. In just 3 days, the 5th tier beasts were entirely consumed. Not even a bone fragment was left. Yet the ants had not reached their limit. The large ant grew to 80 meters in length and weighed 50 tons. The 1,000 mutated small ants remained 20 meters long, but their weight had increased. Not enough. Zhang Chun frowned. There were no more 5th tier beasts here. They needed to find 6th tier ones for better efficiency. The large ant's strength had reached 50 times that of a whiteboard 6th tier, while the first ant's strength had escalated to 100 times that of a whiteboard 6th tier. With this strength, they could finally take on tougher opponents. Brother Huang, you know how to get to that big lake in the danger zone, the Xiangui area, right? Huang Song was momentarily stunned, then revealed an expression of I knew it. Brother, you aren't thinking of. Zhang Chun mounted the back of the first ant. The first ant had shrunk, and the materials Huang Song had picked up were not suitable for it. Zhang Chun left behind an 80-meter-long ant as a porter. The rest of the ants were recalled into the summoning space, speeding towards the direction of the big lake. In less than an hour, Zhang Chun's view opened up. A vast expanse of water appeared in his sight. Though called a lake, it was hardly different from the sea. The water stretched endlessly, shimmering under the light, blending with the sky in the distance. The only difference was that it was freshwater. Standing atop the first ant, Zhang Chun gazed at the boundless water surface, his expression gradually solidifying. Ants are not adept in water combat. This realization suddenly struck his mind like a cold bucket of water poured over him. There were peak 6th tier Xiangui in the lake. They were the rulers of the water. How to fight? Zhang Chun's brow furrowed tightly. There was not just one Xiangui in the lake. The strongest one was at the peak of the 6th tier, equivalent to 500 times a whiteboard 6th tier's level, and there were others of slightly lower strength who were no pushovers either. The ants had no advantage in the water. Brother Huang, is this lake deep? Zhang Chun asked. If the lake wasn't deep, the ants could stand in the water and fight without much problem. Huang Song clearly thought of this issue, as well shaking his head with a wry smile. Deep, I heard it's tens of thousands of meters deep. Tens of thousands of meters. The ant was only 80 meters long, which was far too little. Even if the ants could momentarily fly over the water with speed, once the Xiangui dove to the bottom, the ants would lose their advantage. The geographical advantage was simply too great. Moreover, the mountains on both sides of the lake are particularly unique with incredibly hard rocks. Even a whiteboard six-tier warrior can only leave fist imprints. Huang Tsong gazed at the continuous high mountains on both sides with steep rock walls nearly vertical against the lake's surface, explaining with a headache. Damn it. Zhang Chun felt disappointed. He had been planning to have the ant swarm flatten the mountain peaks. It seemed that method wouldn't work. Zhang Chun instructed the first ant to start running along the lake's edge, first to observe the terrain. The first ant moved swiftly, and the scenery by the lake raced past. 10 minutes passed, and they still hadn't reached the end. Zhang Chun was on the verge of giving up. This place was too vast. Even if there were heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the lake, it was impossible to retrieve them from tens of thousands of meters deep. Boom. A tremendous sound suddenly came from ahead. Zhang Chun squinted his eyes and looked towards the direction from which the sound came. Not far away, a massive waterfall cascaded down the water, plunging from a cliff with a drop of several tens of thousands of meters. The mist rose and swirled, appearing from a distance like a white ribbon hanging from the sky. The roar was deafening. Standing here, one could feel the ground shaking slightly and a tingling sensation beneath their feet. Zhang Chun stared at the waterfall for a full half-minute. The lake is too deep. The ants have no advantage in battle. Huang Tsong nodded, acknowledging the truth of the statement. With a lake depth of several tens of thousands of meters, the sixth-tier peak, Xian Turtle, could easily hide at the bottom without surfacing, leaving the ants with no advantage in the water. Can't we just drain the water? Huang Tsong responded with silence. Drain the lake. It was dozens of kilometers wide, over 10,000 kilometers long, and several tens of thousands of meters deep. Drain it. He thought he had misheard and glanced at Zhang Chen's expression. The mountains on both sides are continuous and high, making it difficult to operate. But this is a natural drainage outlet. Zhang Chun pointed at the waterfall. If we widen and deepen the terrain on both sides of the waterfall and accelerate the drainage speed, the lake's surface will lower. Huang Tsong opened his mouth, wanting to say, "Are you crazy?" He also thought about saying, "This isn't realistic," but all the words stayed at the tip of his tongue. Because he suddenly realized that just because others couldn't do something, it didn't mean Zhang Chen couldn't. Even if others thought of this method, they could only think about it. But Zhang Chen had ants. 10,000 ants. Ants were born demolition experts. Digging mountains and opening roads were as easy for them as cracking sunflower seeds. Aren't you afraid that the sixth-tier peak Xian Turtle will rush out and fight you? Huang Tsong couldn't help but ask. After all, that was the sixth-tier peak, the strongest being in the entire lake area. If someone came to your door to demolish your house and drain the water, who wouldn't be anxious? What is there to fear? If it obediently comes out, it will save the ants the trouble of going into the water to find it. Huang Tsong fell silent. He suddenly felt that he had asked a foolish question. They were originally here to kill that Xian Turtle. Asking if one fears the prey coming out is like asking a hunter if they fear a rabbit running out of its burrow. Let's get to work. Buzz. 10,000 ants surged out from the summoning space. That scene, even though Huang Tsong had seen it several times, still made his scalp tingle. The dark swarm of ants covered the walls on both sides of the waterfall, dense and layered. 6 legs clung to the rocks, their antennae swaying in unison, resembling a tide of living black. Zhang Chen issued commands. Step 1. Widen the rock walls on both sides of the waterfall. Step 2. Simultaneously deepen the downstream riverbed to ensure maximum drainage efficiency. The swarm of ants began to work. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. The massive sounds merged into one, 10 times more terrifying than the sound of the waterfall itself. The ground shook violently. Huang Tsong lost his footing and quickly ran further away. The rock walls were sliced open by the ants' enormous mandibles, causing chunks of the mountain to collapse. Rubble fell like rain, crashing into the deep valley and kicking up clouds of dust and mist. 9998 ants were working simultaneously. The efficiency was astonishingly suffocating. An hour later, the rock walls on both sides of the waterfall had been reduced by 1/3. The outline of the entire mountain had changed, revealing fresh cross-sections of deep rock that glimmered glaringly gray-white in the sunlight. 2 hours later, the entire downstream riverbed had been widened by half and deepened by several hundred meters. The ants piled up the excavated rubble into towering stone walls, neatly resembling a man-made dam. Huang Tsong watched all of this, feeling an unreal sensation. This was a large-scale civil engineering project, wasn't it? They were clearly battling monsters in a secret realm. How did the atmosphere suddenly turn into a construction site? Zhang Chun stood high up, overlooking his masterpiece. The width of the waterfall was nearly half wider than before. The downstream riverbed had been organized to be wide, deep, and long, resembling a giant slide with a smooth and even bottom, just waiting for the lake water above to pour down. He swept a glance at the overall structure and made a rough calculation in his heart. It's almost done. Zhang Chun stretched his neck, and his cervical spine cracked a few times. He raised his right hand and pointed downwards with his index finger. Start dismantling the bottom. The swarm of ants received the command and immediately poured down like a tide from both sides of the rock walls, moving to the area of massive stones at the bottom of the waterfall. That was the supporting structure of the entire cliff, with tens of thousands of massive rocks larger than houses bearing the water pressure of trillions of tons from above. Bang, bang, bang. The ground began to shake violently. Each impact was heavier than the last. The giant rocks shattered under the ants' mandibles like cookies. The ants cut directly, splitting a stone in half with one stroke, then quartering it with another, precise and efficient. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 10 pieces, 100 pieces. The supporting structure at the bottom was rapidly collapsing. Suddenly, crack. A tremendous sound echoed like the bones of the world breaking. Huang Tsung's body was covered in goosebumps. Immediately following, boom, the entire world shook. Huang Tsung's legs went weak, and he almost knelt on the ground. The lake surface near the waterfall suddenly dropped several meters. It wasn't a gradual decline, it dropped sharply with a splash. A torrent surged down diagonally from the fracture. The sound of water could no longer be described as a rumble. It was an overwhelming noise that made one's head spin, as if someone had poked a giant hole in the sky, and all the water was rushing madly toward this outlet. White waves surged and thundered, carrying mud and stones rushing downstream. The stone walls built by the ants on both sides of the river held up firmly against the impact of the flood. The swarm of ants had already retreated from the bottom area a second before the flood came rushing down. Their movements were synchronized, with not a single ant left behind. 10,000 ants were neatly lined up on both high sides, their antennae swaying slightly. They quietly observed their masterpiece, with the torrent reflected in their compound eyes. It was like a group of workers admiring their completed project. Huang Tsung was dumbfounded. He gazed at the vast flow of water. His mouth hung open for quite a while, before finally closing. For major danger zones, was another one about to disappear. With the lake nearly drained, even if the Xian turtle didn't die, it would have to relocate, right? Of course, with such a large lake, the water couldn't possibly drain all at once. Over 10,000 kilometers long, even if the drainage outlet was huge, it would take months. But the trend was already very clear. Irreversible. Unless some power could block the cliff again. Zhang Chun crossed his arms and stood high, watching the distance. The wind blew his hair, and the mist wet one side of his sleeve, but he was completely unconcerned. He wasn't anxious, he had plenty of time. With such a commotion, the 6th-tier peak, Xian turtle couldn't possibly be unaware. The entire lake was shaking violently, and the water level was slowly dropping. This was its old nest. If someone was tearing down walls and draining water in its home, could it endure? Zhang Chun was looking forward to it. Would the Xian turtle come to find him first, or would he wait until the water level dropped to a shallow enough point? No matter the outcome, it was advantageous for him. Either the Xian turtle would come out to meet its death, or the lake would recede, leaving it nowhere to hide. Either way, it was a dead end. Zhang Chen's lips curled slightly upwards. As for the Blood Moon cult and the demon race, even if they found him, so what? He was no longer afraid. As expected, the tremendous commotion at the waterfall's mouth could never go unnoticed by the creatures dwelling in the lake. Within mere hours, monstrous beasts arrived to investigate. First came several colossal water serpents, cautiously raising their heads above the surface. The moment they spotted the ant swarm, they attempted to flee, but it was already too late. With blinding speed, the ants closed the distance in a single flash. A 5th-tier demonic beast. Obliterated instantly. Each giant ant devoured one whole, leaving no chance for resistance. What of those below 4th tier? Zhang Chun waved dismissively, release them. Huang Tsung blinked in surprise. Why? To deliver a message, Zhang Chun replied matter-of-factly. Tell that ancient turtle its domain is slipping away. If it still refuses to emerge once the waters recede, I'll march straight into its lair. Huang Tsung fell silent. Within half a day of those 4th-tier beasts fleeing back into the lake, ripples stirred far across the water's surface. Waves surged higher and higher. A vast host of Xian turtles advanced with grim resolve. A dark, endless tide of shells breached the water, hurling plumes of spray hundreds of meters high. Their carapaces bore algae-stained scars etched by millennia, each exuding a dense, palpable aura. Zhang Chun cast a swift glance and instantly tallied their numbers. 5th-tier turtles dominated the ranks, dense, countless, numbering well over 1,000. 6th-tier ones were also numerous. Hundreds of colossal figures loomed behind the vanguard, anchoring the formation. Yet his gaze swiftly locked onto the largest among them, 800 meters long. Its shell resembled a mobile mountain of obsidian overlaid with dark green spirit runes, each line pulsing with primordial weighty energy. Its eyes were like bottomless wells, pupils churning with furious light. 6th-tier peak. This had to be the sovereign of the lake. Zhang Chun assessed silently. An ordinary 6th-tier Xian turtle possessed strength roughly equal to his giant ants, 50 times the baseline power of an unrefined 6th-tier cultivator. Perhaps even less. Xian turtles excelled in defense while attack and speed remained their weaknesses. Only this peak-tier specimen stood apart, 500 times the baseline 6th-tier power, tenfold stronger than his giant ants. fivefold stronger than his mutated minor ants. Human, you shall die. The peaked-ear Xian turtle spoke. Its voice rolled like thunder across the heavens, scattering ripples across the lake's surface. Rage burned fiercely in its eyes. Thousands of years spent cultivating this sanctuary shattered by a single human. Water levels had already begun falling. If left unchecked, the entire lake would soon dry up. It wasted no words. With immense momentum, its colossal body surged toward the waterfall's mouth, clearly intending to restore the terrain ravaged by the ants. But Zhang Chun would grant it no such opportunity. The sovereign had finally revealed itself. The very moment he'd been waiting for. Engage. Whoosh. 10,000 ants moved as one. Their black forms streaked like lightning, trailing afterimages through the air. They cascaded down from both flanking heights, launching a ferocious assault upon the turtle host. The Xian turtles reacted swiftly. Fifth-tier specimens retracted fully into their shells. Sixth-tier ones erected thick water-element spirit energy shields. The peak-tier giant let loose a prolonged roar. The dark green spirit runes across its shell blazing with incandescent light. Instantly the air detonated. Tidal waves exploded skyward. The shockwave of their collision drove the surrounding lakebed downward by several kilometers, leaving a vast eerie depression as though an invisible hand had pressed the water's surface deep into the earth. Xian turtles below 6th tier fell in an instant. Giant ants pierced 5th tier shells as effortlessly as cracking walnuts. No screams escaped before their bodies were torn limb from limb. Blood and shattered shell fragments sprayed outward, staining a wide swath of the lake crimson. Yet the defense of ordinary 6th tier Xian turtles proved formidable indeed. Giant ants slammed their massive mandibles against carapaces, producing grating metallic shrieks. Only faint fissures appeared, insignificant on a 500-meter-long shell. Not even a single breach. Huang Tsung's heart clenched. Whoosh. A 20-meter-long black silhouette flashed past. Zhang Qin's mutated minor ant. Though dwarfed by the giant ants, its velocity defied comprehension. It arced flawlessly through the air and landed precisely atop a 6th-tier Xian turtle's shell. Its jaws snapped open and clamped down. Crack. A gaping wound several meters deep tore straight through the shell. The mutated minor ant's bite force doubled that of the giant's, perfectly calibrated to pierce these 6th-tier defenses. Crimson blood gushed violently from the fissure, dyeing half the lake scarlet. The stricken Xian turtle emitted a guttural shriek of agony, its colossal frame convulsing violently. Some 6th-tier Xian turtles, witnessing their kin's fate, instinctively sought refuge in the lake's abyssal depths. Water was their dominion, a submerged 10,000 meters. The ants would hold no advantage. But the ant swarm had anticipated this. Though giant ants couldn't breach 6th-tier shells, they seized the edges with crushing force, locking on with iron grip. Two giant ants simultaneously clamped onto a fleeing 6th-tier Xian turtle, muscles swelling taut, dragging the 100 soft-meters-long leviathan clear out of the water. The Xian turtle thrashed and roared, churning the lake into chaos, yet to no avail. Dragged beyond the surface, stripped of water's amplifying power, its movements grew sluggish. Swarming reinforcements descended en masse. Mutated minor ants targeted the widening cracks with surgical precision, bite after bite deepening the wounds relentlessly. Against 6th-tier Xian turtles, the mutated minors served as primary damage dealers. The giants acted as controllers and support. Roles were sharply defined, coordination seamless. The peak-tier Xian turtle watched helpless as its kin fell one by one, effortlessly dismantled by the colossal ants. 6th-tier kin lay overturned upon the water's surface, their blood turning the entire expanse a deep, ominous crimson. The sovereign unleashed a deafening, earth-shaking bellow, the sonic blast shattering nearby water into explosive mist. A few ants drawn too near were hurled backward, tumbling in Davarin midair before regaining stability. Yet this changed nothing. Zhang Chun stood atop a high vantage point, arms crossed, observing the swarm's flawless coordination with calm detachment. The Xian turtle's speed was its fatal flaw, its defense peerless, its offense comparatively modest. Of course, modest was relative. A single swipe from the peak-tier Xian turtle's massive forelimb would still shatter a giant ant into fragments. One giant ant struck squarely by the Xian turtle's thick forelimb, flattened instantly, carapace splintering, crimson ichor spraying outward. Another caught full force by the tail's lateral sweep, snapped cleanly in two. Ants fell constantly, but with a mere gesture from Zhang Qin, a new wave materialized, seamlessly filling. This engagement was far less taxing than the prior battle against the Black Tiger. Then the ants had operated at merely half the baseline 6th-tier power, whereas even the weakest 6th-tier tiger approached 31 times that baseline. A staggering 62-fold disparity, yet the swarm ground it down regardless. Now the gap was vastly narrower. Mutated minor ants exploited their superior speed and agility, striking relentlessly. They struck and withdrew, never lingering. Wounds multiplied and deepened across the shells, the luminous green spirit runes dimmed gradually, their ancient radiance fading. Ant casualties merely summoned anew. Spirit energy consumption. negligible compared to the black tiger fight, effortless without strain. Huang Song watched the battle, his mouth agape. Clearly, it was a peak 6th-tier overlord-level monster reigning supreme over the entire lake region for who knows how many years, yet now it resembled a flipped cockroach surrounded and bitten by a swarm of ants. Zhang Qin's summoning talent was truly monstrous. Even after death, he could continue to summon with infinite respawns and endless reinforcements, ensuring that the numerical advantage would never dissipate. Where could one argue about this? Soon there were no other living 6th-tier Xian turtles in sight. They were all dead. Even their corpses were being transported by the ant swarm to the lake's edge, neatly stacked, as they were their food supply. The massive turtle shells piled together looked like a mountain. Only the peak 6th-tier Xian turtle was still fighting. However, the term fighting was becoming less accurate. It should be said that it was still struggling. By now its body was covered in wounds. The surface of its shell was riddled with cracks and gaps, with the deepest areas revealing dark red flesh within. The spiritual patterns had completely extinguished, the luster gone. Its 800-meter-long body had become a disadvantage, being too large a target. The mutated small ants could attack various spots simultaneously, leaving it unable to defend. Light wounds gradually worsened. Then they became severe injuries. The peak 6th-tier Xian turtle finally realized something was amiss. These ants were endless. Indeed, they were endless. For every one it crushed, more would immediately replace it. It could swat down 10 or 20, but more would appear instantly. It was an unending cycle, while its own injuries continued to mount and its spiritual energy drained. If this continued, it would be the one to die. Fear crept in. For the first time, fear appeared in its eyes. Its body began to move toward the depths of the lake. Quick, it's trying to escape. Zhang Qin's heart tightened. He knew this would happen. What was it running from? It had already come this far. Without Zhang Qin giving any commands, the ants had already begun to act. They understood the battlefield situation better than Zhang Qin and knew exactly what to do. 100 mutated small ants leaped almost simultaneously, firmly biting onto the edges of the Xian turtle's shell. Their large mandibles embedded deeply into the cracks, remaining motionless. The larger ants behind them bit tightly onto the hind legs of the front ants, one after another. A chain made of 100 ants quickly formed, each chain several kilometers long. The ants at the tail end dug their 6 legs deep into the ground, acting like living anchors. 100 ropes. 100 steel chains composed of nearly 10,000 ants. The Xian turtle was straining toward the depths of the lake. The surface of the water churned, waves soaring into the sky. Its strong limbs furiously paddled through the water, and its massive tail swept from side to side, trying to break free from the constraints. But behind it were nearly 10,000 ants pulling it back. Pulling. The word popped into Huang Song's mind. 10,000 ants were pulling a turtle that was 800 meters long. The scene was absurd to the extreme, yet the effect was remarkable. Even if the Xian turtle's strength was immense, it could not match the combined strength of the ant swarm. Nearly 10,000 ants exerting force simultaneously was like twisting nearly 10,000 units of strength into a single rope. An individual ant might not be as strong as the Xian turtle, but together they overpowered it. The Xian turtle was gradually being pulled toward the lake's edge. It was roaring, howling, its voice tinged with despair and unwillingness. Its limbs struggled wildly, claws digging several hundred meters deep into the water's bed. It was futile. The distance was shrinking. Meanwhile, the mutated small ants not participating in the pulling action were not idle. They swarmed around the Xian turtle's body like flies darting toward its wounds. Bite after bite. The cracks on the Xian turtle's shell grew wider and deeper, with blood continuously gushing out. The lake water had already turned a shocking dark red. The peak 6th-tier Xian turtle was enraged. It began to fight desperately. A layer of dark green light suddenly erupted from the surface of the turtle's shell, the remaining spiritual energy surging forth, transforming into shockwaves that radiated in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of ants were shattered. Zhang Qin didn't even furrow his brow. With a flick of his finger, new ants appeared to fill the gaps. It was merely a waste of a bit of his spiritual energy. The Xian turtle was still struggling, but its strength was waning. Its injuries continued to worsen. It had already been dragged into the shallow area, its limbs sinking into the muddy ground. Having left the deep water, it became even more clumsy. The 800-meter-long body lay there resembling a collapsing castle. The mutated small ants increased their attack frequency. In less than 10 minutes, Ayo, a piercing wail tore through the sky. The massive body of the peak 6th-tier Xian turtle twitched violently before going still. Those ancient eyes slowly lost their luster, resembling 2 dry wells. It was dead. Zhang Qin let out a sigh of relief. Huang Song had witnessed the entire process of the ant swarm beating down the peak 6th-tier Xian turtle. He stood there, his lips trembling, slightly unable to utter a word for a long time. The peak 6th-tier, the overlord of the entire lake region. An ancient monster that had survived for thousands of years. 10 minutes. From being pulled up to death, it took no more than 10 minutes. Moreover, the Xian turtle was the strongest defensive 6th-tier beast, its shell's hardness unrivaled among its kind. If it were another monster, whether it be a tiger, wolf, or dragon, they probably wouldn't even last 3 minutes. Huang Song looked at the massive corpse of the 800-meter-long creature, then glanced at Zhang Chun, who was leisurely stretching his shoulders. He suddenly felt an absurd sensation. One of the 4 major danger zones had been removed from the list. Zhang Chun stood beside the Xian turtle's corpse, gazing at the shell that should have been valuable, lost in thought. The shell was covered in a dense array of bite marks, as if it had been processed by a shredder. This thing is ruined. Zhang Chun reached out to touch the surface of the shell. Zhang Chun thought again that even if the shell were intact, he couldn't take it with him. He glanced at the spatial ring on his several hundred cubic capacity. Might sound decent, but with the size of the Xian turtle, its shell's diameter alone exceeded 500 meters, making it impossible to fit. The large ants currently just surpassed 100 meters in length, far from their limit. Although the mutated small ants had stopped growing in length, their weight still had considerable room for increase. Eat! The first ant twitched its antennae and charged forward. Following that, dozens of large ants swarmed in their sharp mandibles, slicing into the Xian turtle's flesh, producing a crunching sound that made one's teeth ache. In less than a few minutes, a peak 6th-tier Xian turtle was left with nothing but a gnawed skeleton of a shell. Not enough. Zhang Chun scanned the battlefield where countless monster corpses lay. Eat it all, leave not a single bone behind. The efficiency with which the ant swarm executed orders was terrifying. 10,000 ants spread out like a giant meat grinder, rolling over everything. Zhang Chun sat atop the back of the first ant, watching as the monster corpses on the ground disappeared at a visible speed, calculating the quantity in his heart. He was uncertain if it would be enough. He turned his gaze toward the vast lake. Even if it wasn't sufficient, this lake was so large that there must be more monsters, allowing the ant swarm to feast to their heart's content. Within less than 2 days, all the beast meat on land was cleared away. Zhang Chun stood up to check on the ant swarm. The giant ants had grown to a length of 150 meters. Each one resembled a moving black hill with 6 sturdy limbs pounding the ground, causing visible cracks to appear. The airflow generated when their mandibles closed could blow nearby debris several meters away. The weight of the mutated small ants had also increased somewhat. Although smaller than the giant ants, their exoskeletons were increasingly coated with a metallic sheen. Huang Song observed the changes in the ant swarm, his throat bobbing slightly. He was genuinely shocked. What an appetite this is. Zhang Chun patted the second ant's leg, saying, "Go to the lake, hunt for yourself, and help me find treasures." The second ant wiggled its antennae, seemingly expressing excitement. Splash! 99 ants lined up and jumped into the lake, causing a massive splash, and the lake's surface instantly boiled over. The 6th-tier peak dark turtle was dead, and the ant swarm faced no more threats. Amidst the surging waves, muffled sounds of collisions and the wails of beasts could be faintly heard from beneath the water. A full 7 days passed. Zhang Chun, like a foreman, directed the ant swarm to scour the lake bed. He identified and categorized the treasures, stuffing them into material bags. Once one bag was full, he switched to another. Dozens of material bags were stuffed to the brim. There were certainly omissions, as the lake bed was too vast for the ants to explore every inch of sediment. However, Zhang Chun was quite satisfied. If these treasures were converted into money, the amount would be so vast that he wouldn't even bother counting it. More importantly was the growth of the ant swarm. After 7 days of frenzied eating, all the giant ants had reached their size limit, measuring 200 meters in length and weighing 50 tons. The mutated small ants remained the same length, but also weighed 50 tons. In terms of overall combat power, the giant ants had reached the 6th-tier peak. The mutated small ants were even more formidable, nearing the 6th-tier limit. Zhang Chun's own physical prowess had also been continuously improving over these days. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upward. In the second secret realm, he could sweep aside everything. Huanggu. Zhang Chun dismissed the ant swarm, leaving only 2 ants as mounts, and called out to Huang Song, "You know where the mountain range of the diamond ape is, right? It's time to scour the next place." Huang Song patted his chest confidently, saying, "Don't worry, brother, don't doubt my professionalism. That mountain range is in the northeast, about half an hour's journey." Boom. Huang Song's words were interrupted by a loud noise. The ground shook violently, and nearby trees fell as if pushed by an invisible hand. Zhang Chun instantly became alert, scanning his surroundings. From deep within the jungle, a large number of beasts surged forth. Ironback wolves, crimson flame, leopards, poison-horned serpents. Densely packed with at least 1,000, all at the 5th-tier peak. Within the beast horde, several figures emerged. The leader was tall and thin, clad in a dark red robe with a sinister face and lips as thin as blades. Upon seeing only 2 ants beside Zhang Chun, a glint of wild joy flashed in his eyes. "Zhang Chun." The man laughed loudly. "Didn't expect this day to come, did you?" The laughter echoed from afar, piercingly harsh. Zhang Chun squinted his eyes, remaining unfazed. Blood Moon Cult. Something felt off, or shouldn't the Blood Moon Cult's members have red eyes? Before Zhang Chun could speak, Huang Song leaned in and whispered, "Brother, I've heard that the Blood Moon Cult members only have normal eyes until they reach the 6th tier. Only in battle mode do their pupils turn blood red." Whoa. Zhang Chun became intrigued, so they can change. How do they do that? Their cultivation method is special. Huang Tsong replied with evident disgust. It specifically absorbs the blood of other warriors for training. Wait a second. Zhang Chun raised his hand to interrupt, wearing a look of sudden realization. I get it, they are jealous of other warriors being stronger than them, so jealous that their eyes turned red, making them have red-eye disease, right? Huang Tsong. The Blood Moon cult members on the opposite side instantly turned pale. Bullshit. The leader in the dark red robe shouted angrily, blood pupils are a symbol of nobility. Our Blood Moon cult's cultivation methods far surpass you mundane warriors. He licked his lips greedily, staring at Zhang Chun. To be honest, your blood, as a genius, must be very delicious. I can't wait any longer. Zhang Chun felt goosebumps all over. Damn. He took half a step back, his face filled with disgust. Are you sure your cultivation method wasn't created by vampires? Stop with the nonsense. The dark red robe man waved his hand. Attack. The beast horde took the initiative with thousands of fifth-tier beasts simultaneously erupting. Ironback wolves charged the left flank, crimson flame, leopards circled to the rear, and poison-horned serpents burrowed from underground. Several hundred warriors from the Blood Moon cult also moved. Zhang Chun glanced at this situation and snapped his fingers. Buzz. The air trembled violently. The summoning space opened and the ant swarm erupted. 9,000 giant ants, each 200 meters long, and 1,000 mutated small ants instantly filled the entire battlefield. The dark red robe man's smile froze on his face. His pupils contracted fiercely at that moment. Shit. A nearby warrior from the Blood Moon cult exclaimed in shock. He actually has a summoning space. Don't be afraid. The dark red robe man tried to maintain his composure. How powerful can ants be? Before he finished speaking, a mutated small ant flashed in front of him at an almost imperceptible speed. As its mandibles closed with a crunch, the Blood Moon armor he prided himself on of fifth-tier quality was bitten through like paper. Fragments flew everywhere. The dark red robe man looked down at the huge gash on his chest, his face filled with disbelief. What the? Who said ants aren't powerful? He didn't even have time to scream before the second bite came and he disappeared between the mandibles of the ants. The battlefield erupted completely. My gear, my fifth-tier gear has been bitten to pieces. Run. Help. Aw. Cries of agony echoed continuously. The current strength of the ant swarm was simply something these fifth-tier beings could not contend with. The strongest fifth-tier warriors of the Blood Moon cult could at most reach the peak of the sixth tier, encountering a mutated small ant with a biting force 1,000 times that of a basic sixth tier ant was merely a matter of a single confrontation. The beast horde fared even worse. Those ironback wolves and crimson flame leopards faced the giant ants like mice meeting a steamroller, crushed without any power to fight back. Zhang Chun stood on the back of the first ant watching this one-sided slaughter with an expressionless face. He was contemplating another matter. The strength of these people opposite him was not low within the Blood Moon cult. They could be considered mid-tier forces within the Blood Moon cult and the Beast clan. Now they were completely annihilated. The Blood Moon cult and the Beast clan should feel quite pain for a while. Zhang Chun pondered to himself. Aside from the 7th rank, he feared no one now. The invincibility of the 6th rank was roughly 2,000 times that of an ordinary 6th rank. Moreover, each of his mutated ants possessed a biting force equivalent to 1,000 times that of an ordinary 6th rank. 1,000 of them. With ample spiritual energy to sustain them, it was akin to infinite endurance. Which invincible 6th rank could withstand such bombardment? Minutes later, the battlefield fell silent. Huang Tsong stood and placed his mouth agape, unable to close it for quite a while. Over 1,000 peak 5th rank beasts along with several hundred elites from the Blood Moon sect only delayed the ant swarm for a few minutes. It's a pity those 5th rank armaments were all chewed to pieces. He looked down at his hands, then raised his gaze to the enormous ants that blocked out the sun. I'm worse off than an ant. For the first time, Huang Tsong deeply questioned his identity as a warrior. Let's go. Zhang Chun recalled the ant swarm. He felt no emotional fluctuation. Killing a few low-tier members of the Blood Moon sect was nothing worth celebrating. It was only when they uprooted the entire sect that it would matter. And then there was the Wang family. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. Once the treasures in the second secret realm were plundered, the first thing he would do is eradicate the Wang family. He set a schedule in his mind. Let's go to the mountain of the Diamond Ape. The number 1 ant carried Zhang Chun moving forward with its 6 sturdy legs racing ahead. The mountain where the Diamond Ape resided was a range of undulating black rocky hills. From afar, the sound of the ape's roar echoed from the valley, deep and resonant, carrying a sense of oppressive might. Zhang Chun didn't give the Diamond Ape a chance to react. The ant swarm surged forth like a black tide flooding over the mountains. The 2-meter-long giant ants traversed the terrain as if it were flat ground, while the mutated small ants burrowed into crevices and caves in search. The resistance of the Diamond Ape pack collapsed in less than a minute. These beasts, known for their strength, found their power advantage utterly vanished before the ant swarm. They pushed through. In the literal sense of the word. Zhang Chun sat atop the number 1 ant, directing the swarm to search for rare treasures within the mountain. Every few moments ants would return with various treasures piled in front of Zhang Chun like small hills. He stuffed them into his material bags. All the bags were nearing their breaking point. Looking at the substantial pile of uncollected treasures on the ground, Zhang Chun felt a sense of anxious happiness. No more bags left, better toss them directly into the ring. He stuffed the remaining treasures into the spatial ring all at once. Zhang Chun also discarded the bones of the black tiger he previously defeated. They took up too much space. Zhang Chun casually tossed a few treasures towards Huang Tsong. Huang Tsong reached out to catch them and looked down. His legs went weak. With a thud, he fell to his knees. Foster father. Zhang Chun. Huang Tsong looked up, his expression pious. A man's knees may be worth gold, but with the amount of gold you have given me, I simply cannot control them. Let's move on, there's one last place. The territory of the sky-crawling centipede. Before they even got close, Zhang Chun saw those enormous figures. The centipedes were pitch black, each segment of their bodies over 10 meters long with a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings on their backs. They were clustered on the canyon's rock walls in great numbers, densely packed enough to make one's scalp tingle. Ugly. Zhang Chun gave a curt evaluation. Truly ugly. Huang Tsong agreed. The ant swarm clearly lacked any sense of aesthetics. In their perception, everything before them fell into two categories: edible and inedible. The sky-crawling centipede was classified as edible. The ant swarm charged. The sky-crawling centipedes attempted to fly into the air to evade, but the jumping ability of the mutated small ants far exceeded their expectations. A 20-meter-long metallic-shelled body soared into the air, its mandibles precisely biting the base of a centipede's wing, snapping it off. The centipede, now unable to fly, fell to the ground immediately, surrounded by the giant ants for consumption. The highest-flying centipede was also brought down by the ant swarm's relay jumps that bit off its wings. All were killed. The canyon was left thoroughly cleaned. Zhang Chun instructed the ant swarm to begin searching for treasures within the canyon. Ants burrowed into every crack and hole, scouring every inch of soil. The ant swarm searched for most of the day. The result was a pitifully small amount of treasures. Compared to the previous harvest from the lake bottom and the Diamond Ape Mountains, it was akin to giving a beggar a meal. Damn sky-crawling centipedes. Zhang Chun couldn't help but curse. You occupy such a vast territory and have accumulated so little wealth. How can you be so poor and still claim to be the regional overlord? Suddenly the number 2 ant transmitted a signal. Urgent, very urgent. This signal was entirely different from the comm signals when reporting treasure discoveries. This time the signal carried a sense of excitement, a kind of craving. Zhang Chun's heart stirred. The last time the ants exhibited such a reaction was when they discovered that special pool of water in the Sea of Flowers. Could it be another major discovery? Number 1, take me there. Zhang Chun issued the command. The number 1 ant frantically dug with its 6 legs, carrying Zhang Chun towards a cave deep in the canyon. The cave was deep. The further they ventured inside, the darker it became, with a damp mineral scent filling the air. The cave walls were draped with moss and fungi, glimmering with a faint green light under the dim spiritual glow. Then Zhang Chun saw it. At the top of the cave, a vast expanse of stalactites hung densely. Each one was over 10 meters long, smooth as jade, faintly exuding a milky white glow. Water droplets fell from the tips of the stalactites, splashing into puddles on the ground with a crisp dripping sound. The response of the number 1 ant completely betrayed it. Its 6 legs shook uncontrollably, its mandibles opened and closed continuously, and its antennae trembled at high frequency. It conveyed only 2 words to Zhang Chun: wanna eat. Just like the last time at the Sea of Flowers. Zhang Chun stared at those stalactites, his heart racing. Huang, do you recognize this thing? Huang Tsong leaned over to take a look, scratching his head with an awkward expression. Little brother, I don't recognize it. Zhang Chun glanced at him. Huang Tsong became even more awkward, letting out 2 dry laughs. I may be a gold medal guide, but I've never seen such a thing in any material. Alright. Zhang Chun waved his hand, not pressing him further. It didn't matter that Huang Tsong didn't recognize it. The number 1 ant had never made a mistake, and the last instance had already proven that. Eat it. Zhang Chun commanded the number 1 ant. Almost instantaneously upon giving the order, the number 1 ant charged forward. Its mandibles swiftly snapped the stalactite in 2, swallowing it whole. After a few chews, it swallowed. Then the 6 legs of the number 1 ant bent simultaneously, and its massive body slowly collapsed onto the ground. Its antennae drooped, mandibles closed, and its breathing rate suddenly decreased. It fell into a deep slumber. The rhythm was identical to that of the last time at the Sea of Flowers. Indeed, these stalactites were some kind of special rare treasure, and after consuming them, they triggered the evolution of the ants. Suddenly he thought of something, and his gaze shot towards the corpse of the sky-crawling centipede outside the cave. Ordinary centipedes do not fly, but the centipedes in this canyon all grew wings, becoming sky-crawling centipedes. The reason can be found here. They consumed these stalactites, thus undergoing mutation and growing wings. Zhang Chun quickly counted the number of stalactites. Approximately 2,000. He ordered 2,000 ants to eat in batches while the rest of the ants stood guard. 1,000 giant ants and 1,000 mutated small ants. Command issued. Boom. The ants lined up in orderly rows pouring into the cave. The ants lined up beneath the stalactites devouring them, then falling into slumber. Zhang Chun sat at the entrance of the cave watching this scene. Huanggu. Huh. What do you think will happen if the centipedes grew wings? The ants won't grow wings too, right? That is hard to say. Huang Song thought for a moment. They probably will, after all flying ants are quite common. Zhang Chun stroked his chin, his eyes filled with anticipation. No matter what they turned into, they certainly wouldn't become weaker. Zhang Chun left some ants patrolling inside and outside the cave to ensure no creatures approached. 1 month. An entire month passed with no sign of awakening from the slumbering ant colony. The last evolution had taken only days. Why did this one feel like hibernation? Zhang Chun gently touched the carapace of Ant No. 1. A faint pulse of life still throbbed beneath, and its surface temperature ran markedly higher than usual. The ants were undergoing transformation, a process that could not be rushed. Zhang Chun grabbed a blood spirit fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Its metallic sweet juice cascaded down his throat, igniting searing energy that detonated through his meridians. A month had passed. He had consumed countless rare treasures, yet his foundational fist strength had surged to 900 tons. This quiet, steady ascent in power, how exhilarating it felt. Outside the secret realm, chaos had erupted. The 4 perilous zones of secret realm No. 2. The very regions that had long daunted legions of martial cultivators had vanished without a trace. The first to discover this astonishing truth was an expedition team. Staring at the fine, orderly gnaw marks covering piles of demonic beast skeletons, they stood frozen in disbelief. These are ant bites, no question about it. They weren't fools. One swift mental leap conjured a single name, Zhang Chun. Who else but that monster who commanded ant swarms could accomplish such a feat? The 4 perilous zones of secret realm No. 2. Terrifying strongholds entrenched for untold decades, simply ceased to exist. How long had Zhang Chun even been a cultivator? Mere months. Such power demanded at least the peak of the 6th order. No wonder the secret realm awarded him an SSS rating, utterly preposterous. Media outlets beyond the Mist Veil zone exploded first. All 4 perilous zones of secret realm No. 2 cleared, likely Zhang Chun's doing. Rise of the underdog. Dawn of a new martial era. How could he sweep across secret realm No. 2 in under half a year? Floods of coverage saturated every news channel and dominated every social media trending list. Zhang Chun's name had transcended the martial world. It was now a national phenomenon. He had become China's. Those 5 characters were quoted, embellished, and amplified by countless media outlets. Military Academy. On the training ground, Zhang Chun's classmates underwent basic physical conditioning. Zhang Chun has swept clean all 4 perilous zones of secret realm No. 2, announced an instructor, voice trembling with excitement. What the hell? He swept clean the 4 perilous zones of secret realm No. 2. The training ground erupted instantly. Wait, just now I barely grasped the threshold of the 1st order, and he's already reached the 6th. A boy collapsed onto the ground, his face twisted as if he'd swallowed a live insect. Peak 6th order. At least that level of combat prowess is required to achieve this. I haven't even entered secret realm No. 3 yet, and he just bulldozed secret realm No. 2. He's not human. I must still be dreaming. Pinch me. Someone beside him actually pinched him. Ow. It's real. They were both human beings, yet the gulf between them felt less like a chasm and more like an interstellar void so vast that even gazing upon it seemed a luxury. In the crowd, Lu Wei leapt to his feet. My godfather is awesome. His roar tore across the training ground, reverberating off every wall. Anyone dare challenge him? Step forward. Li Yao and Tan Min blinked back, tears. Joy swelled in their hearts, yet beneath it churned an unnamable ache, a quiet sorrow. The distance between them and him was no longer a mere rift. It was a cosmos-spanning abyss, so immense that even reverence felt indulgent. Faculty office. Wang Jian, Zhang Chun's high school homeroom teacher, sat cross-legged in his chair, cradling a teacup, his grin unwavering for 3 days straight. Old Lu, tell me, how on earth did you miss assigning Zhang Chun to your class back then? Lu at the neighboring desk rolled his eyes. Enough already. You've repeated that 800 times. Then let me say it once more. Wang Jian cleared his throat, raising his voice 3 octaves. Zhang Chun, my student, my charge from grade 10 through grade 12. Lu silently slipped on his headphones. Unfazed, Wang Jian rose, teacup in hand, and strode into the corridor, stopping every colleague he met. Hey teacher Zhang, saw the news. Secret realm No. 2. Zhang Chun, my student. Yes. The other teacher's expression had long gone blank. He's my protege, trained by my own hands. Wang Jian's voice grew louder still, audible the length of the corridor, like a rooster crowing with manic, unrelenting pride. Several teachers deliberately veered around him as they passed. A classified military base. Inside a compact but fully equipped apartment, Zhou Hua sat on the sofa scrolling through his phone. Built deep within a mountain's core, the base operated on dedicated signal lines. Food, clothing, and daily necessities were all provided, but entry and exit required approval through 3 separate security checkpoints. Though inconvenient, Zhou Hua and his comrades understood this was protection. Now was not the time to burden Zhang. Just endure a little longer. On his screen, headlines scrolled endlessly. Zhang Qin's conquest of Secret Realm No. 2. Millions of comments flooded the feed. Uniform awe, unrestrained veneration. Zhou Hua watched and laughed. His teeth gleamed, wrinkles crinkled warmly around his eyes, transforming him into a child brimming with pure delight. His nephew, less than half a year since becoming a cultivator. Alone, with only his ant swarm, he had eradicated all 4 perilous zones of Secret Realm No. 2. And Zhou Hua held a secret unknown to outsiders. Zhang Chun possessed dual innate talents. Dual innate talents. To call it heaven-defying would be an understatement. Demon-born. Only this word approached adequacy. Zhou Hua set down his phone, gazed upward at the ceiling, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Wang family, your reckoning draws near. Revenge grows ever closer. City No. 3. Chun Liang stared absently at the intelligence dossier spread across his desk. Zhang Qin's growth rate had shattered every expectation. He had originally estimated it would take years before Zhang Chun attained peak 6th order combat strength. Reality, less than 6 months. If this pace continued. Chun Liang's fingers tapped lightly on the desk. His eyes shimmered with barely contained fervor. China would soon possess a 7th order powerhouse. 7th order. Chun Liang grew increasingly elated, reaching deep into his drawer to retrieve a small jar. He unscrewed the lid. Rich honeyed sweetness bloomed in the air. Glancing furtively left and right, confirming doors and windows sealed tight, he scooped a spoonful and slipped it into his mouth. His eyes fluttered shut in bliss, like an elderly man stealing candy. After licking his lips clean, he hastily sealed the jar and shoved it back into the drawer's deepest recess, weighting it beneath 2 thick books. Perfect. Woof! A robust, resonant bark echoed from outside the door. Chun Liang's face. The study door swung open, nudged aside by a massive black paw. Xiaohei bounded in, tail wagging furiously, nostrils twitching, zeroing in unerringly on Chun Liang's mouth. Woof! Woof! The dog barked twice, planted his front paws on the desk, and thrust his muzzle close to Chun Liang's face. Warm breath washing over his skin. Gone, gone. All finished. Chun Liang declared solemnly, patting Xiaohei's head. Xiaohei tilted his head, his gaze locked on the faint golden smear lingering at the corner of Chun Liang's mouth. The dog rolled his eyes. Chun Liang remained perfectly composed, swiftly wiping his lip with his sleeve. Beyond the mist veil zone, a concealed basement. Dim light pooled across damp stone. The air hung thick with decay and mildew. A figure clad in black knelt motionless on the frigid floor, sweat beads rolling steadily from his brow, voice trembling. Master, we failed. Zhang Chun has eradicated all 4 perilous zones of Secret Realm No. 2. Worthless. Leave now. Boom. A torrent of savage energy erupted from the shadows, engulfing the kneeling figure with lethal precision. The black-clad man dissolved into dust in an instant. Not a drop of blood, not a whiff of gore remained. Within the mist veil zone, atop a mist-wrapped mountain peak. Your Majesty, the operation to eliminate Zhang Chun has failed. He has swept across all 4 perilous zones of Secret Realm No. 2. 6-tailed white fox's voice quavered slightly. 7-tailed white fox's eyes flared with violent turbulence. He matures at such speed. Then Li Jun must be dealt with immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Relief washed over 6-tailed white fox. He scrambled backward down the summit, tumbling headlong in his hate. A week later, Zhang Chun was practicing the breaking heaven fist in an open area, each punch accompanied by a dull explosive sound, creating visible waves of white energy. With a foundational punch force of 1,000 tons, striking the air felt like hammering iron. Suddenly, a familiar signal resonated in his mind. Zhang Chen's movements halted instantly, his fist suspended in midair, his eyes widening in shock. The spiritual fluctuation of ant number 1. It has awakened. Zhang Chun hurried towards the ant swarm. 2,000 ants were gradually awakening. He observed carefully, their sizes remained unchanged. But what was different on their backs? 2 pairs of wings. Thin as cicada wings, nearly transparent. Each ant had sprouted 2 pairs of wings tightly adhering to their exoskeletons, as if they were born with them. Flying ants. Zhang Chun muttered to himself, they have truly become flying ants. Ant number 1 was the first to fully awaken, shaking its body as its 2 pairs of wings slowly unfolded. Zhang Chun instinctively took a step back. The moment the wings unfurled, he realized how massive they were. Ant number 1's wingspan was nearly 50 meters. Each large ant's wingspan was close to 500 meters. 500 meters. Unable to resist, Zhang Chun reached out to touch the edge of a wing. Hiss! A sharp pain shot through his fingertips. He looked down to see a fine cut on his index finger, blood seeped. Truly sharp. He pressed down hard on the wing's surface. The thin, nearly transparent wing membrane remained unmoved, its sturdiness astonishing. Zhang Chen's mind raced. With the flying speed of the ants, this kind of wing could be used for cutting. This was a deadly weapon. Moreover, with wings, the ants' combat methods would undergo a qualitative change. Ground encirclement, aerial raids, three-dimensional pursuits. No longer would he fear sixth-tiered demon beasts escaping. Little brother. Huang Tsung's voice echoed from afar as he saw the ants swirling in the air. His legs went weak, almost causing him to fall. Your ants have become formidable. Huang Tsung looked up, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a fist inside. 2,000 ants circled overhead, their wings flapping, creating a rustling sound. Sunlight fragmented by overlapping shadows of wings casting mottled light on the ground, blocking out the sun. This phrase finally had a picture. Brother Huang, let's go. Zhang Chun leaped onto the broad back of ant number 1, gripping the protrusions on its exoskeleton, turning back to Huang Tsung with a grin. We are going to the forbidden area. After speaking, Zhang Chun withdrew the ant swarm, leaving only ant number 1 and a large ant. Huang Tsung's expression shifted from excitement to regret in an instant. Little brother, I can't go beyond the forbidden area. Huang Tsung scratched the back of his head. That damned mental pressure, I can't withstand it. He longed to go inside and see what exactly was in the forbidden area. But Huang Tsung quickly thought it through. He slapped his face and grinned. It's fine, you go ahead, I'll wait outside. All right. Zhang Chen nodded at him. Wishing you great gains, little brother. Huang Tsung gave a thumbs up, then hoisted his pile of materials over 100 meters high, leaping onto the back of the large ant. Number 1, let's go. At Zhang Chen's command, ant number 1's 2 pairs of wings vibrated simultaneously, emitting a low hum as its body shot upwards. Whoosh. The massive airwave sent debris and dust flying several hundred meters into the air. Zhang Chun had been prepared, pressing his body against the exoskeleton nestled in a naturally formed groove on ant number 1's back, perfectly avoiding the direct wind pressure. The ground rushed away beneath him. Mountains shrank, rivers became silver threads, and forests transformed into deep green carpets. The sound of the wind changed from howling to shrieking, then morphed into a strange silence. As the speed reached a certain point, his ears suddenly became quiet. Zhang Chen lifted his head. The cloud layer was within reach, almost touchable. White vapor passed through his fingers, cold and moist, carrying the crisp air unique to high altitudes. Below his feet lay the entire world. Above him was the boundless sky. Flying. One of humanity's most insane dreams for centuries. This feels like flying. This is the feeling of freedom. Zhang Chun began to hum a tune. Huang Tsung stood on the back of the large ant, exhilarated. It was so damn exhilarating. This was the first time in his life flying, and it was on the back of an ant. Huang Tsung couldn't help but glance down at the thick exoskeleton beneath him. How delightful it would be if he had such an ant. He would pamper it every day. Huang Tsung snapped back to reality, squinting to identify the terrain below. Rivers, wastelands, that patch of withered forest. The direction was right. Slightly to the left, the mountain ahead. Huang Tsung shouted to the large ant, unsure if it understood. The large ant's wings slightly adjusted their angle and truly turned left. In the distance, a high mountain partially swallowed by clouds and mist appeared at the end of their sight. The mountain top shimmered with golden light. That was the legendary Forbidden Area's celestial palace. We've arrived. Huang Tsung patted the back of the large ant. Boom. Ant number 1 dove, first its massive body crashing to the ground like a cannonball. The ground trembled, dust rose into the sky directly, creating a shallow pit. Following closely, the large ant landed as well. Boom. The second wave of dust spread out, sending surrounding debris flying several hundred meters. Zhang Chun stood firmly on the back of ant number 1 before the dust settled. His gaze had already swept around. There were far more people near the Forbidden Area's celestial palace than he had imagined. Groups of 3 or 2 gathered, some pacing back and forth at the foot of the mountain, others sitting on the ground with eyes closed in meditation. The majority were young faces in their 20s, their eyes carrying a unique, defiant light. Zhang Chun was all too familiar with that look. Every young person felt they were the chosen ones by destiny. But the time has not yet come. The Forbidden Area's celestial palace was that time. What if luck landed on him? What if he was indeed the destined? Zhang Chen's lips curled slightly. To be honest, he could understand. After all, wasn't he thinking the same thing now? Holy shit, Zhang Chun has arrived. Someone shouted first, and the crowd instantly stirred. The ruthless one, that ruthless one has come. It's over today. The Forbidden Area's celestial palace won't be excluded by him, right? Look at his ant. Damn, when did it turn into a flying ant? Those wings are too big. Zhang Chun is so handsome. I want to marry him. Zhang Yaiwen has come. Quick look. Zhang Chen's ears perked up. Zhang Yaiwen. What the hell? Who gave him that ridiculous title? Are you even polite? Zhang Chen focused his attention on the distant mountain. Clouds and mist churned like a layer of grayish-white veil. Behind the veil, the flying eaves and upturned corners, golden tiles, and glazed roofs faintly visible. That palace hung on the mountaintop, appearing and disappearing like a phantom. The trees on the mountain were extremely lush, dark green, and dense. Yet strangely there were no bird songs, no beast roars, and unsettling silence. Even the sounds of insects were absent. Zhang Chun frowned slightly. The crowd at the foot of the mountain continued to wander, bending down to search in the grass and crevices for any treasures of heaven and earth. More people were watching, hesitating whether to take a few more steps up the mountain. Brother, Huang Tsong leaned closer. I'll wait for you here. Once we cross that line at the foot of the mountain, there will be an overwhelming mental pressure. He pointed to a visible boundary ahead. The soil at the foot of the mountain was distinctly different in color, resembling something that had been scorched by some force, and now appeared dark red. Most people can't last a few seconds before they have to retreat, or they really will die. Huang Tsong looked at Zhang Chun with an unusually serious tone. Many people do not believe in evil, and as a result, he didn't continue. No need to say more. Zhang Chun already saw it. Beyond that dark red boundary, all he could see were bones. Not just one or two. It was a pile of bones stacked thickly. The bones at the foot of the mountain formed a thick layer which looked like a white fence from afar. Zhang Chun expressionlessly withdrew his gaze. Every world has such people unafraid of death, believing they are the exception. Then they become lessons for others. Zhang Chun looked around and suddenly noticed some interesting things. A young man stood behind a giant bear over 100 meters tall, its fur black and shiny, yawning. Further away, a 200-meter-long giant snake coiled around a massive rock. Summoning talent. Zhang Chun's eyes brightened. This was his first time witnessing someone else's summoned creature. The giant bear was probably at the 5th tier, and the giant snake seemed to be the same. To be able to bring summoned creatures to the forbidden area of the Immortal Palace, he indeed had some skills. If they were at the 6th tier, they would be high-end combat power of the 2nd city, already dispatched to the 1st city, who would have time to linger here for opportunities. Those who remained here were basically not strong enough to go to the front lines. Zhang Chun understood this clearly, and his mind was made up. He raised his right hand. Buzz. The air suddenly trembled. Countless black figures surged from the void like a tidal wave. 10,000 giant ants appeared on the ground in an instant, dense and overwhelming. Their stingers simultaneously pierced into the earth. Crack, crack, crack. The entire area trembled slightly. At the same time, 2,000 flying ants took to the sky, their enormous wings spreading wide, blocking out half of the sky above. The sunlight was sliced into countless fragments, casting shadows that shrouded tens of thousands of meters. A dark mass of ants spread out at the foot of the mountain. The surroundings fell completely silent. Holy shit. A young man's legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground. That scared me to death. How many are there? 10,000, really 10,000. Zhang Yiwan's name is not wrong. Summoning space. Does he have a summoning space? When 10,000 giant ants appeared right before him, the visual pressure was something from a completely different level. The young man who summoned the giant bear stared blankly at this scene, dropping his water bottle without noticing. His giant bear let out a low whimper, shrinking behind its master, its massive body trembling. The giant snake was also affected. It buried its head into its coiled body, its scales tightly constricted. The other several martial artists with summoning talents exchanged glances, all wearing bitter smiles. Are you envious? Envious. 10,000 ants. As for the summoning space, forget it. I only have one summoned creature. What do I need a space for? Zhang Chun released all the ants, not to show off. He was considering a very practical question. After entering the forbidden area, what if that mental pressure only affected him? If the ants were in the summoning space, would all the pressure be on him alone? Wouldn't that mean certain doom? He had to let them all out to share the pressure. This was the safest method he could think of. Damn, what's there to show off about? A sudden voice cut through the crowd. The volume was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone around to hear. With this power, instead of supporting the 1st city, you come here to show off. Zhang Chun narrowed his eyes slightly, precisely locking onto the direction. Not far away, a young man stood about several hundred meters away. A young man in his early 20s stood there, his back straight, chin slightly raised, and his face written with 4 characters, I am not afraid of you. He was dressed in 5th-tier equipment, but the key was his demeanor. That innate sense of superiority radiated from his very being, not something he could put on later. It was nurtured from childhood. A descendant of a family, a prominent family. The people beside him were like they had seen a ghost, each one frantically retreating. In just 1 second, a vacuum zone formed around him for several hundred meters. Only a few guards in uniform remained behind him, their faces tense, hands already resting on their weapons. Zhang Chen's voice was calm. Who is this lunatic? Huang Tsong squinted, carefully observing the young man's face for several seconds. It seems he's from the Wang family. Which Wang family? Zhang Chun turned his head to look at Huang Tsong. Huang Tsong swallowed hard. The 3 great families of Yuqing, the Wang family. Zhang Chun slowly turned back, looking again at the young man. What a narrow road for enemies. A barely noticeable smirk appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. Do you know who I am? The young man, seeing Zhang Chen silent for a long time, grew even more arrogant. Dare to call me a lunatic? Are you tired of living? Zhang Chen ignored him and simply asked one question. Wang Xian, what is your relationship with him? The young man paused for a moment, then revealed a proud smile. My brother. He lifted his head, his voice louder. Are you scared? Let me tell you, you're just lucky enough to awaken us. What use are a lot of ants? In front of our Wong family. He wanted to say more. Perhaps he wanted to recruit, or perhaps he meant to threaten. But Zhang Chun no longer wished to listen. Enough. Confirming identity, confirming relationships. Whoosh. The second ant's figure vanished from its original spot. Without any warning, it simply disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving only a spreading wave of air in its wake. The next moment. Bang. The air exploded. The young man's body was left without a trace. Blood mist erupted and fragments of bone splattered everywhere. The 4 guards beside him had no time to react. The massive body of the second ant swept through with horrifying momentum, crushing them along with the young man into powder. From the moment he mocked to becoming a blood mist, even the 5th-tier equipment was left in tatters. It took no more than a few seconds. A silence fell. The surrounding martial artists were frozen in place, some with their mouths agape, some covering their faces, and some trembling. After a long while, someone finally muttered this. This Wong family person has a hole in his head. He saw Zhang Chen's 10,000 ants, and still went to insult him. Isn't that courting death? This just goes to show that intelligence and strength have nothing to do with each other. Zhang Chen stood in place looking at the pool of crimson traces on the ground. He had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Something just felt off. And his attitude, clearly everyone around was afraid of him, yet he had to stand out. Was he really stupid? Or was there some scheme? A person from a prominent family couldn't be that foolish, could he? Forget it. The person was already smashed to pieces, thinking more wouldn't help. Brother Huang. Zhang Chun pulled out 2 spirit cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Huang Tsung, while placing the other between his own lips. Huang Tsung quickly accepted it, lighting it with a lighter. He took a deep drag, exhaling smoke through his nostrils. Indeed, spirit cigarettes were unique. A single puff opened every pore in his body. Zhang Chun lit his own cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring. Brother Huang, let's go. He then leapt onto the back of the number 1 giant ant. Huang Tsung stood still, tilting his head to watch him, his smile fading into a solemn expression. Young brother, take care. The 2 words carried a heavy weight. Zhang Chun stood atop the number 1 ant, half-turned, waving to Huang Tsung as the glowing ember of his cigarette flickered between his fingers. He turned back, facing the towering mountain shrouded in mist. Depart. 10,000 giant ants simultaneously set their legs in motion. Click, click, click. The synchronized footsteps melded into a single rhythm resembling the beat of war drums. 2,000 flying ants circled overhead, their wings buzzing, enveloping the entire area in a low hum. The ant legion surged forward like a dark torrent, slowly advancing toward the mountain. At its base, the crowd instinctively parted, watching as the tide of ants flowed toward the dark crimson boundary line. No one spoke, all eyes were fixed. They watched to see how far he could go. Zhang Chun stood on the back of the number 1 ant, stepping beyond the invisible line at the mountain's foot. Beyond. Suddenly, an invisible mental pressure enveloped him, as if something churned within his mind. For others, this force would likely drive them insane. Zhang Chun blinked. Just that. Boom. The dense formation of flying ants above abruptly collapsed. 2,000 giant ants were swatted down by some unseen force, falling like a torrential downpour. The gust from the falling ants uprooted vast patches of shrubs, dust billowing everywhere. A no-fly zone. Zhang Chen's pupils constricted. This place even forbade flight. He paused only half a second. If flying was forbidden, then crawling would suffice. The sound of the ants' 6 legs digging into the earth merged into a thunderous roar, causing the ground to tremble faintly. The forbidden zone had remained untouched for years. Wild grass grew over 10 meters high, and trees were so thick that 3 men could hardly encircle them. The ant legion paid no heed. Leading the charge, the number 1 ant's 20-meter-long body crushed everything beneath its feet, snapping giant trees like toothpicks. The rest of the ant swarm advanced in unison like thousands of steamrollers working simultaneously. Wherever they passed, the vegetation was shattered and flattened into a broad level path. Zhang Chun stood atop the number 1 ant, eyes fixed on the mountain peak. Amidst the swirling mist, a palace faintly emerged in and out of view. His heartbeat quickened by half a beat. What treasures might lie within? The ant swarm surged forward at great speed. The mountain path was no obstacle beneath their feet. Within minutes, the number 1 ant reached halfway up the mountain. At that moment, Zhang Chun furrowed his brow. Things were getting interesting. A pressure finally pierced his mental defenses, faint yet sharp, like a needle pricking near his temple. Simultaneously, a strange heaviness settled over his body, as if gravity itself had shifted, an invisible hand pressing him relentlessly toward the ground. Zhang Chun cracked his neck, the joints popping twice. No matter, after all, he wasn't the one walking. He glanced down at the number 1 ant beneath him. Its gait remained steady, 6 legs moving in alternation without any sign of slowing. Such pressure was mere drizzle to the ants. At the mountain's base, a group of cultivators craned their necks, eyes wide with astonishment. They witnessed the black swarm of ants entering the forbidden zone, their pace not slowing, but accelerating. Am I seeing things? One cultivator rubbed his eyes vigorously. This speed. Is he just strolling through his own backyard? No one answered. Silence fell upon all. Such overwhelming dominance exceeded their understanding. When the gap grows too vast, all that remains is to gaze upward in awe. Huang Tsong stood at the forefront, fists clenched unconsciously. He fixed his gaze on the tiny figure his atoms. Young brother. Keep going, he whispered inwardly. Yet a grin crept across his lips, a smile born of pride. After passing halfway up, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The pressure compounded exponentially. The mental prick became a piercing awe, and the gravitational weight felt as if he bore a mountain upon his back. Zhang Qin's legs weakened, and he could no longer stand. He decisively sprawled on the number 1 ant's back, pressing his face against its cold, hard shell, unwilling to move a muscle. The ant swarm's pace noticeably slowed. For the ants' mental pressure was their true adversary. One by one, the giant ants shook their heads, antennae trembling anxiously, their steps faltered, as if intoxicated. Yet they did not stop, continuing step by unsteady step upward. The higher they climbed, the smoother the mountain's surface became. The stone, glowing with a cold gray-white sheen, was absurdly hard. Outside the forbidden zone, the number 1 ant could crush stone to powder with a single step. But here, even exerting full force, it left only faint scratches on the rock. Zhang Chun had no time to ponder the stone. He lay on the ant's back, fingers gripping the seams of its shell tightly, feeling like a piece of meat pressed onto a chopping board. Even moving a finger was arduous. His eyelids felt weighted as if laden with lead. Fortunately, the number 1 ant was tireless. Like a perpetual motion machine, its 6 legs mechanically stepping forward despite the crushing pressure. Zhang Qin's pupils suddenly contracted, breathing became difficult, as if a massive stone crushed his chest. Reflexively, he activated the diamond art. Boom. His bones crackled densely like popcorn bursting in rapid succession. A faint golden glow surfaced on his skin, spreading from his neck to his limbs, as if coated with a thin layer of gold. His physical constitution surged tenfold. Zhang Chun exhaled a long breath. The massive stone pressing on his chest was finally lifted. This is utterly absurd. Mental pressure aside, his body was suffering as well. Zhang Chun was immensely grateful the number 1 ant was leading the journey. Had he been walking himself, he dared not imagine the outcome. Just lying prone was already tormenting. Walking, he would likely perish halfway. Ahead lay several hundred meters, yet these few hundred meters were harder to conquer than ascending the heavens. The giant ants were the first to falter. Their 6 legs trembled, steps slowed, and eventually, they halted completely, as if frozen by a stasis spell. Zhang Chun immediately commanded the giant ants to rest in place, while the mutated smaller ants continued climbing. But soon, even they began to lose strength. Ordinarily, the few hundred meters would be but a brief breath for them. Yet now each step felt like battling an invisible wall, which thickened the further they advanced. Their pace steadily diminished. Zhang Chen's heart sank. Was this it? Was he about to fail? Just as he was on the verge of giving up, a flurry of faint scattered sounds came from behind him. Zhang Chun strained to turn his head, his pupils contracting sharply. Behind the first ant, the mutated little ants had spontaneously arranged themselves into 3 neat columns. They uniformly pressed against the rear of the first ant, and then wings over 50 meters long unfurled simultaneously. Starting from the last mutated little ant, the power was transmitted layer by layer, converging like a line of dominoes. Hundreds of little ants exerted their strength at the same time, concentrating all their thrust on the first ant. At that moment, the first ant's 6 legs were completely flat against the ground, rendering it utterly immobile. Yet its body began to move slowly, being pushed forward by the ants behind it. Zhang Chun was dumbfounded. This is possible. The ants' ability to cooperate once again refreshed his understanding. Without any commands or centralized coordination, they instinctively knew what to do. Each ant was putting in its utmost effort, each one burning its last ounce of strength for the collective. The last few hundred meters took a full 5 minutes. Every second was agonizing, and every meter gained was a miracle. Then upon reaching the mountain top, the pressure, in that instant when the pressure disappeared, Zhang Chun felt as if he had been pulled from the depths of water, with every pore of his body gasping for breath. That sense of relief was so intense, it almost brought him to tears. He lay on the back of the first ant, gasping for air, utterly drained, as if all his vitality had been sapped away. After catching his breath for a while, Zhang Chun focused his mind. He summoned all the ants back into the summoning space, then called them out again. Boom. 10,000 giant ants appeared densely on the mountaintop, overwhelming the entire summit. The ants that had just been tortured on the mountain came back from the summoning space, fully revitalized, each one brimming with energy. That was incredibly difficult, Zhang Chun muttered weakly. But he had finally made it up. He looked around, hoping to catch a glimpse of that ethereal celestial palace. Where's the palace? Zhang Chun was taken aback. The entire mountaintop was barren, nothing but rocks and stones. The gray-white stones covered the summit, not a blade of grass in sight, let alone any palace. Wait a minute. He clearly saw it from the foot of the mountain amidst the clouds, a magnificent structure, standing at. Where did it go? Is this a mirage, eh? Zhang Chen's face turned pale. Can you not afford to play with secret realms? I climbed up here with all my might. and you're telling me there's nothing? He was so angry he paced back and forth. 10,000 ants stood by him, their antennae waving. Zhang Chen irritably rubbed his face. He looked around again, and again it was just rocks, nothing but rocks. Not even a crack, let alone a palace, not even a doghouse in sight. Suddenly he slapped his forehead hard. How foolish. He looked up sharply, his gaze piercing through the thin layer of clouds. Right above him a colossal palace floated quietly in midair. Its body was as white as jade, reflecting a pure light under the sun, grand and magnificent, as if it were a place where celestial beings resided. This time it was not vague, but crystal clear, truly suspended there only a few hundred meters above the mountaintop. Well. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. It's up there. He jumped onto the back of the first ant, excitedly patting it up. The first ant understood its master's intention. Its 50-meter-long wings suddenly unfurled and flapped vigorously. Buzz. It took off into the air, 10 meters high. Then it crashed back to the ground with a thud. A flight ban. Zhang Chen's mouth twitched. He nearly forgot that this cursed place didn't allow flying. But he was only annoyed for 2 seconds. A smile crept onto his lips. Can't fly. For others it might be a dead end, but for him it was too easy. Form a human pyramid. Boom. The ant horde instantly sprang into action. At the bottom layer were hundreds of the largest ants lying flat on the ground, their 6 legs deeply embedded in the stone, forming the foundation. The ants of the second layer climbed onto their backs, standing steadily, followed by the third layer, fourth layer. A living mountain of ants rose from the ground. It visibly grew taller. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. The ant mound became higher and more robust. The ants at the bottom bore immense weight, their shells creaking under the pressure. The ants on the upper layers climbed rapidly, their claws gripping tightly onto the shells of their companions. 200 meters, 300 meters. This living structure, composed of 10,000 giant ants, had already soared into the clouds, nearing the floating white jade palace. 1 minute later, the height of the ant mound matched that of the palace. The first ant began to climb up the outer wall of the ant mound, moving swiftly. Zhang Chen lay on its back, the wind rushing into his ears. Moments later, the first ant reached the summit of the ant mound. Zhang Chen raised his head. The edge of the palace was right in front of him. This palace appeared even larger than from below, absurdly so. Constructed entirely of jade, a gentle white hue emanated a faint glow. Each column was as thick as 10 people could embrace, with carvings that Zhang Chen could not decipher. The first ant pushed off with its 6 legs and steadily flipped onto the palace floor. Zhang Chen jumped down from the ant's back, his feet landing on the jade floor, the coolness seeping through his soles. He took a general glance. The layout of this palace resembled that of ancient Chinese imperial architecture, but was magnified countless times. Pavilions and towers were arranged in an orderly fashion, with flying eaves and upturned corners exuding a grand atmosphere. What astonished Zhang Chen even more was that there were actually mountains and rivers here. Indeed, inside a palace floating in midair, there was even a small artificial mountain and a winding stream. The water was crystal clear, and surprisingly there were fish swimming in it. Live fish. Zhang Chen squatted down, watching the few leisurely swimming fish, his face filled with questions. This palace hung hundreds of meters in the air. Where did the water come from? Where did the fish come from? So many questions, but now was not the time to dwell on them. Zhang Chen stood up, his gaze sweeping across the entire palace complex, ultimately locking onto the most magnificent central hall. The soaring eaves and wide-open doors exuded an inexplicable aura from within. The main hall. Surely the good stuff must be inside. The first ant was too large. Some doorways and arch bridges in the palace were simply inaccessible. Zhang Chen decided to have it stay put, and quickly made his way towards the main hall. His footsteps echoed in the spacious jade corridor, crisp and hurried. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, when Zhang Chen's ant horde crossed the halfway point and vanished into the clouds, the entire foot of the mountain erupted in excitement. The area above the halfway point was shrouded in thick clouds, making it impossible to see any movement from below. All that could be seen was that the black mass of ants' final tail vanished into the white mist, then nothing was visible. They've crossed the halfway point. They've crossed the halfway point. My God, he really made it up. The Forbidden Realms Celestial Palace. Is someone really going to break in today? What do you think will be inside? A young warrior murmured, his eyes filled with longing. What else could there be? The Forbidden Realm Celestial Palace has been passed down for how many years? Just thinking about what's inside drives people mad. Don't say anything, just watch. Huang Song stood silently at the front, arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the area above the halfway point, swallowed by the clouds. He was waiting for that guy to create a miracle. Everyone was waiting. The air grew still, leaving only the sound of the wind and the heavy breathing of the crowd. A solemn feeling of about to witness history enveloped each person's heart. Zhang Chen stood before the main hall, looking up. The 10-meter-tall gate loomed like a mountain, its surface gleaming with an indescribable luster. It resembled neither wood nor stone, warm to the touch, yet carrying the chill of metal. The facade was intricately carved with complex patterns resembling some ancient totem or the paths of celestial bodies, each arc emanating an indescribable pressure. Zhang Chun placed both hands against the gate, and with a push of his feet exerted all his strength. It did not budge. Not even a tremor, as if he were pushing against a mountain. So solid. Zhang Chun stepped back 2 paces. He focused his thoughts, recalled the number 1 ant back to the summoning space, and then summoned it again. The number 1 ant pushed its massive head against the gate, its 6 legs straining simultaneously, causing sparks to fly from the stone floor. The gate remained unmoved. Zhang Chun furrowed his brow. The power of the number 1 ant was terrifying. How could this gate not even tremble? Wait. Suddenly Zhang Chun thought of something and ordered the number 1 ant to retreat. The condition to enter is not strength. The golden body technique. A faint golden glow surged from within Zhang Chun, enveloping his entire body. Delicate golden patterns surfaced on his skin. He raised his right hand, placing his palm flat against the gate. He pushed. Creak. The 10-meter-tall gate surprisingly opened with ease, as if made of paper. Zhang Chun was momentarily stunned, looking down at his hand, and then at the gate. Does this thing respond to the golden body technique? No, it should be said that the entire palace is related to the golden body technique. The space behind the gate was even more vast than expected. Several giant pillars thick enough for 2 people to embrace rose from the ground to the ceiling, their surfaces similarly adorned with intricate carvings. The ceiling was too high to discern clearly, with faint light swirling above, resembling a starry sky, sealed within the room. Apart from that, there was nothing. No throne, no altar, no hidden mechanisms. The emptiness was unsettling. Yet Zhang Chun's gaze was locked in place the moment he stepped through the hall's entrance. At the furthest end stood a stone table upon which lay 2 books. He strode over quickly, his footsteps echoing in the vast hall. In front of the stone table, Zhang Chun came to a halt. The size difference between the 2 books was absurd. The one on the left was nearly 1 meter thick and 2 meters long, resembling not a book, but rather a carved giant stone tablet. In contrast, the one on the right was pitifully thin, akin to an elementary school Chinese textbook. Zhang Chun first looked at the thicker book. The cover boldly displayed several characters, detailed explanation of the laws of power. In simplified Chinese characters, Zhang Chun's mind buzzed. The laws of power. The soul threshold from the 6th to the 7th tier. It was said that merely touching its edges could amplify one's attack power by 100-fold. The only 7th-tier martial artist in the Blue Star Li Jun was said to have only glimpsed a fraction of this. Could such a thing be written down? Zhang Chun stood still, staring at the 6 characters, his fingers trembling slightly. Ancient China always described such enigmatic concepts using the most vague language. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Understanding it is your fortune, failing to understand it is your fate. Yet this book before him, written plainly in black and white simplified Chinese, made everything crystal clear. What kind of existence could accomplish such a thing? Zhang Chun swallowed hard. Whatever, let's take a look first. He extended his hand, fingertips brushing the surface of the pages. The material was unexpectedly resilient, unlike paper, resembling some kind of extremely thin animal hide. Carefully, he turned to the first page. The pages were thin enough to be nearly transparent, densely filled with text and illustrations. The first line: preliminary grasp of the threshold of the laws of power, attack amplification of 100 times. The second line: complete mastery of the laws of power, transcending reincarnation, immortality, attack amplification of 1 billion times. What the hell? Zhang Chun's voice exploded in the vast hall, the echo colliding back and forth. 1 billion times. He felt his brain freeze for 2 seconds. What does an attack amplification of 1 billion times even mean? A 6th-tier martial artist currently has a base attack power of at least 500,000. Multiplying that by 1 billion. Wouldn't that mean a single punch could pierce through a planet? If a more formidable martial artist were to strike, wouldn't they be able to explode the universe with a single punch? Is this a level that a human can reach? Zhang Chun's hands trembled. No, wait. He suddenly realized an even more terrifying question. What level of existence could write such a... They must have completely mastered the laws of power, right? That means an existence that transcends reincarnation, immortal and indestructible. Zhang Chun felt a chill run down his back. What kind of monster is the owner of this palace? He forced himself to calm down and continued reading. The essence of all things in the world is power. If something cannot be done, it is due to insufficient power. Pango had enough power to part the heavens. Zhang Chun's heart suddenly constricted at this line. This manual doesn't talk about techniques, but rather a set of rules. A kind of domineering, fundamental truth of the universe. The laws of power are like giving a bullet an initial velocity. The deeper the understanding, the faster the initial velocity, and the more astonishing the power. The book used a clever analogy. If Newton discovered gravity, he would apply it and calculate it. But why does gravity arise? What is the principle? No one knows. If you can create gravity out of thin air, that would be considered grasping the threshold. The laws of power are the same. You first need to enter the threshold. Zhang Chun turned to the next page, his spirit lifted. How to enter the book explained clearly, even with accompanying illustrations. But as he stared at those words, his pupils slowly widened. He recognized every character. However, when they stood together, they formed something he could not comprehend at all. What the hell? This feeling is too familiar. It was like the last challenging question on a high school math exam in his previous life, which consisted of just a few lines. Every Chinese character, every symbol was familiar, but when combined it became pure alien language. Zhang Chun felt that overwhelming sense of despair at this moment. He refused to give up, picking at the words one by one. Half an hour later, he irritably ran his fingers through his hair, veins bulging on his forehead. He gave up. He really could not understand. He shifted his gaze to the accompanying illustration. The first page's image depicted a simple stick figure squatting in a horse stance, punching straight out. That's it. Zhang Chun was stunned. This pose looked ridiculously simple, even a bit laughable. He mimicked the action in the illustration, stabilizing his stance and throwing a punch. The punch sliced through the air, but nothing happened. He completely did not understand the significance of this action. It was like a master's doodle. He simply could not grasp what was being drawn. He flipped through this page. A thin sheet of paper, both sides filled with tiny characters densely packed together. And this kind of page was a full meter thick. How long would it take just to finish reading? A year? 10 years? Zhang Chun had a gut feeling that he would never finish this book in his lifetime. But it didn't matter. Take it with me. Swish. Zhang Chun unhesitatingly stored the massive book into his spatial ring. Regardless of whether he could comprehend it or not, its value had exceeded his imagination. Even if he could only understand one page in his lifetime, that would still be a tremendous opportunity.